Introduction. I am William Hoare, a being who ought not to exist in the realm of ice and fire. Perhaps many destinies will be altered because of my presence, and within this grand saga of ice and fire, a unique chord will resonate. Prologue. Nestled by the shores of God's Eye, to the north of the Thousand Faces Isle, stands the largest castle among the Seven Kingdoms, Harrenhal. 3 centuries past, the Blackheart King, Hoare, enslaved the entirety of the Riverlands to construct an unprecedented, magnificent city in Westeros. Yet on the very day the last stone was laid, the conqueror Aegon, mounted upon his dragon and accompanied by a modest army, arrived. Harren, disdainful, refused to yield and brazenly closed the gates. Thus, this fortress, proclaimed to be invulnerable, succumbed to its first trial. While the combined forces of all Westeros could do nothing against Harrenhal, its towering walls proved futile against dragons, for they soar through the skies. The House of Hoare was obliterated in dragon fire, and subsequent families that claimed the land also met untimely fates. The families of Kalaris, Harlaw, Tully, Strong, and Roston all perished. Now, the current lords of Harrenhal, the Hoare family, seem to be inexorably heading toward a similar demise. Once among the most formidable lords of the Riverlands, the present Earl of Harrenhal, Walter Hoare, is the father of 4 sons and 1 daughter. His brother, Oswell Hoare, serves as one of King Aegon II's Kingsguard, signifying a thriving lineage. However, following the unprecedented tournament hosted at Harrenhal, the fortunes of House Hoare began to wane. 2 years after the tournament, Walter's brother, eldest son, and second son perished in the War of the Usurper. The Hoare family faced punishment for their allegiance to the Targaryens, and while they retained their title through the intercession of Duke Horse Tully, Walter's uncle, they were stripped of over 60% of their lands, a drastic reduction in power. Misfortune compounded as Walter's 3rd son succumbed to illness. 6 months prior, King Robert Baratheon summoned the vassals of the 7 Kingdoms to quell the rebellion of Balon Greyjoy. Shortly after Walter led his forces into battle, his last son, William Hoare, fell ill and swiftly lapsed into a coma, hovering on the brink of death. Just as Maester Tothmer shook his head in despair and declared the cessation of treatment, William astonishingly awakened and gradually recovered, igniting jubilation throughout Harrenhal. Yet, unbeknownst to all, he had undergone a resurrection, emerging as a different William. William now knows that by the time the War of the 5 Kings commences, Harrenhal will be left with the sorrowful Lady Shira Hoare as its sole survivor. This foretells the demise of both Earl Walter and their only daughter in the forthcoming years. Following the War of the 5 Kings, Lady Shira will also pass, and House Hoare will be stripped of its lands, reducing this once mighty family to mere dust in the annals of history. It appears that not only lords, but anyone associated with Harrenhal meets a grim fate. Genos Slint, appointed Earl of Harrenhal by Cersei Lannister, was executed by Jon Snow, Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. Tywin Lannister, who once camped at Harrenhal, was slain by his own son, Tyrion Lannister. Ser Amory Lorch, appointed Castellan of Harrenhal by Tywin, was fed to a bear by Vargo Hoat. Roose Bolton, who captured Harrenhal, was murdered by his bastard son, Ramsay Snow. Vargo Hoat, Castellan appointed by Roose, was killed by Gregor Clegane. Gregor Clegane, former Castellan of Harrenhal, met his end at the hands of Prince Oberyn Martell. Polliver, successor to Clegane as Castellan, was slain by Sandor Clegane. Peter Baelish, Duke of Harrenhal, was killed by Arya Stark. The curse of Harrenhal is truly terrifying. 5 months prior, almost the instant William awakened from his coma, he sensed a chilling force enveloping him, having seamlessly merged memories during his slumber. He realized he was in the world of a song of ice and fire. Yet he could not discern whether this extraordinary perception was a gift bestowed upon him or a pre-existing ability. Regardless, upon regaining his mobility and exploring Harrenhal, William confirmed that the castle was indeed shrouded in some supernatural influence. Have I traversed time and space to confront this enigmatic power and alter the fate of my family? William mused, gazing at the 5 towering spires that pierced the heavens, feeling the coldness seep into the depths of his soul, a swirl of complex emotions within him. Regaining his focus, William ascended into the carriage. For today, he would embark on a journey to Oldtown to become the squire of Ser Garces Hightower, commencing his nightly odyssey. At the foot of the castle steps stood a multitude of well-wishers. Lady Shira, with tears barely contained, her eyes as red as her hair, faced the heart-wrenching reality of her husband returning home after half a year, only to send their 9-year-old son away to distant lands. Despite her anguish, she resolutely insisted that William venture to Oldtown. Though she lacked his ability to sense the mysterious forces, as a descendant of House Rosthan, she was faintly aware of the legends surrounding Lady Danelle Rosthan's studies in magic, hinting that the tales were not entirely baseless. Moreover, she was more inclined to believe in the curses surrounding Harrenhal, harboring a flicker of hope that perhaps fortune could smile upon them. During William's grave illness, she had been filled with regret, but by the grace of the Seven, she was afforded a second chance. Following Walter's return, they shared a heartfelt conversation and resolved that William would grow away from Harrenhal. Due to the relationship between Oswell Heen and Garces Hightower, Walter forged a strong bond with Garces during the campaign against Balon Greyjoy. Upon receiving Walter's letter, Ser Garces graciously accepted the request to mentor William. Sister Minisa, too, was profoundly saddened. Since birth, she had never been apart from her brother. Although William often drifted into daydreams after his recovery, he had become more cheerful and, overall, more engaging than before. Many, including Maester Tothmer, noted that the recovered William was more courteous and endearing, fostering a more optimistic outlook for the family's future. Yet, regardless of the heartache, the moment of parting inevitably arrived. Earl Walter nodded to Sir Raymond Grail, the captain of the guard, and the carriage began to roll away, escorted by a retinue of knights, departing amidst a multitude of emotions. 2 years later, 292 AC, Oldtown. Glope Veti Dith and Moken Lothar sat in a tavern room. Devoid of wine and truth, prior to their refuge, they had struggled even to find sustenance. This harrowing journey through the Vale had left the two sorcerers from Karth in disarray. If the punishment meted out by Lord Tarley had merely stripped them of their dignity, the unfortunate intermediary was executed, plunging them into despair. These two foreigners, far from home and unfamiliar with the land, faced a language barrier and were branded as frauds by a renowned lord, which rendered them nearly immobile in this strange territory, struggling to make ends meet. After weeks of wandering, they were finally found by someone who informed them that a noble wished to meet with them, eliciting overwhelming joy that nearly brought them to tears. Now, they awaited this meeting with hope and trepidation. Although this noble had generously covered their travel expenses to Oldtown and provided for their lodging, they feared that an unfavorable outcome would leave them without a means to return home. As they anxiously awaited, footsteps echoed, and they turned to see a tavern attendant enter with a boy of about 14 years. The youth was elegantly dressed and exuded an air of distinction, clearly not of common origin. "This is Lord William Heen, son of the Earl of Harrenhal," the tavern attendant respectfully introduced. Although the common tongue of Westeros was somewhat lacking, the important titles such as Lord and Earl were still comprehensible. Upon realizing the arrival of the main figure, Glop and Moken quickly rose to pay their respects, their faces adorned with smiles that appeared slightly awkward. Glop, stammering in common tongue, introduced himself. "Greetings, my lord. I am Glop Vathidis, and this is my assistant, Moken Rhoda." William smiled and spoke in Valyrian. "Life is fleeting, but sorcery is eternal." Upon hearing the familiar language, both men were momentarily taken aback. Glop cautiously inquired, "You speak Valyrian?" "I have studied a little Valyrian under Dr. Marwyn, though I seldom have the opportunity to speak it. I hope to learn more from both of you masters in the future." Marwyn, a scholar at the Citadel renowned as a wizard, was a towering figure in the field of mysticism within Westeros, and Glop had certainly heard of him. "Ah, a kindred spirit," he thought, feeling a closer connection to the young man before him. Having undergone a humbling experience, Glop shed his previous arrogance, now eager to find a benefactor to gather funds for his journey home. Meanwhile, William, since arriving in Oldtown, had primarily focused on knightly training, making little progress in his studies at the Citadel. Marwyn had yet to impart any knowledge of mysticism, prompting him to seek breakthroughs from the two sorcerers, thus forming a mutually beneficial alliance. After exchanging pleasantries, the trio settled down for further conversation, this time accompanied by fine wine and sumptuous dishes, leading to a lively exchange. They traversed topics from mysticism to the history of Valyria, from the lands beyond the wall to the shadowy realms to the east, inevitably touching upon sorcery and incantations. Indeed, while attributes such as courage are intangible and cannot measure the efficacy of spells, this healing incantation, once invoked, visibly accelerates the healing of wounds. "My lord, allow me to demonstrate." Glop, slightly inebriated, disregarded his assistant's warning glances and recited an incantation, his peculiar pronunciation and strange gestures evoking an aura of mystery. Moken internally lamented, This is how it begins. Helplessly resting his forehead in his palm while surreptitiously observing the young man across from him through his fingers. In truth, the moment the incantation began, William felt a jolt within, a mysterious force coursing through his body in rhythm with glop syllables. Though he maintained a composed exterior, his heart surged with tumultuous waves. This is the sensation. This is the power. He shouldn't be capable of magic. He must be invoking the power within me. If his recitation is flawless, then he truly possesses talent. When Glop finished, William sincerely applauded, offering praise. A master indeed. Though I scarcely comprehend the incantation, it sounds most impressive. Glop inclined his body modestly, exuding a semblance of the noble stature befitting a sorcerer. Moken sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow, thinking to himself that his position was finally secure, and thus he too clapped earnestly. The meeting concluded successfully, with all parties pleased, and William engaged Glop as an advisor, commencing his studies in magic. Chapter 1. The Valiant Garland. Amidst the cheers of men and the gasps of women, two warhorses sped past each other in a fierce clash. Crash! Crash! Simultaneously, two resounding impacts echoed as the knights struck each other's shields, their lances splintering and with shards flying. Before the debris could settle, the knights had reached the end of the track, turning their steeds to prepare for another charge. Instinctively accepting the lance handed to him by a nearby servant, William, peering through the gaps in his helmet at the imposing knight opposite him, felt a pang of anxiety. Indeed, the Valiant Garland is not merely a name. I possess an advantage, yet find myself evenly matched. Could he too be endowed with some hidden prowess? While internally critiquing, he silently recited an incantation, channeling his burgeoning psychic energy into his body, the warmth washing away his fatigue. Dashing forward with a lance proved far more exhausting than it appeared without the aid of magic. William doubted he could endure this long. The moment for respite was fleeting, as the bullhorn sounded once more, its deep tone heralding the commencement of a new round. The crowd, which had just settled, erupted into excitement once again. William fixated on the knight across from him, a figure seemingly insurmountable, his focus sharpening amidst the cacophony of the arena, the sweat on his face under the visor seemingly evaporating, leaving only the two of them in his world. Instinctively, he spurred his horse, accelerating, charging. He leveled his lance. The moment their mounts crossed paths, William hesitated. Perhaps I should alter my technique. No. Crash. Noticing that his lance had not found its mark, an irresistible force surged from his chest, and William was nearly catapulted from his horse. He distinctly felt the protective magic he had prepared absorb the excess damage, shattering in an instant, and he fell heavily to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust as he rolled several times, leaving a deep trench behind. His thoughts seemed to freeze, leaving only 3 questions in his dazed mind. Who am I? Where am I? What shall I have for dinner tonight? A collective gasp from the throngs echoed from afar, transforming into a deafening buzz. Lying on his back, William suddenly found the sunlight blinding, squinting against its glare, a metallic taste of blood in his mouth, neither good nor bad. He mused, so this is the taste of being unseated from one's horse? At last, I comprehend this feeling. Yet, just as that thought crossed his mind, pain surged from his chest like a rising tide, engulfing every part of him in unbearable agony, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Instinctively, he cast a healing spell upon himself. Fortunately, the magic did not wane in strength due to his injuries. Almost the moment the incantation concluded, a cool sensation enveloped him, and the pain receded as swiftly as the tide. As he regained composure, William gasped for breath, his heart racing. So this is the sensation of being unseated. How exhilarating, I can hardly fathom it. The piercing sound of a trumpet signaled the conclusion of the fierce battle, sending the atmosphere into a crescendo of excitement as the crowd erupted in cheers for the victor, while a few servants, under the scholar's orders, scrambled to aid the fallen knight. In the grandstand, the organizer of the tournament, Earl Tarley of Harrenhal, clapped with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Was that the 11th charge? Ah, I have not witnessed such a splendid lance duel in many years. Indeed rare this tournament will surely be remembered for this final bout." Baron John Fossaway of New Barrel chimed in with a compliment, and the lords and knights in the grandstand echoed their agreement, all exhilarated to have witnessed such an epic clash. On one side of the grandstand sat a group of noble women, with Marjorie Tyrell, the only daughter of the Highgarden Duke and renowned beauty throughout the 7 kingdoms, capturing everyone's attention wherever she went. At this moment, Marjorie amusedly observed Leona Fossaway, who had her eyes tightly shut. "Come now, dear Leona, have faith in my brother, he is the valiant Garland." Leona cautiously opened her eyes to see Garland Tyrell lifting his visor, riding his horse, and acknowledging the crowd. Upon catching sight of his handsome visage and charming smile, she exhaled in relief, her face breaking into a smile. After Garland bowed to those around him, he noticed several servants bustling about, struggling to remove the seemingly battered armor from William. He rode his horse over to the scholar standing aside and leaned down to inquire, "How is he faring, scholar?" Scholar Dedalo, a handsome man in his middle years, had displayed considerable agility, having just run almost as swiftly as the servants. He shook his head. "The situation is dire. My lord, your strike nearly sent him flying." "It indeed sent him soaring, scholar, like a bird in flight," William countered, "and I feel quite well, thank you." Observing William's inclination to sit up, Dedalo quickly admonished him, "Do not move, my lord, should there be a broken bone. Any movement could lead to irreparable consequences." "Very well, scholar. In truth, I wouldn't mind resting a while longer. After all, one ought to lie where they have fallen. Wouldn't you agree?" William then turned to Garland. "Thank you for your concern, Sir Garland." The youth before him was an extraordinary rival, and Garland was certainly unwilling to see a knight with such boundless potential cut down in his prime. Seeing William still able to jest eased the weight in his heart. "Your humor brings great comfort. I shall return shortly," he replied, nodding to Dedalo. Amidst the cheers of Garland, he rode forth to the dais. Upon reaching the dais, many approached to offer their congratulations and praises. The people of Riverrun, who hold martial prowess in high regard, revered Garland not only for his exceptional valor, but also as the son of a duke. Thus he was accorded extra admiration. Garland graciously responded to each, engaging in lively discourse, ensuring a joyous atmosphere. After the customary pleasantries, he accepted the garland symbolizing the queen of love and beauty from Countess Melissa. The crowd, having taken notice, fell into a hushed silence. Under their watchful gaze, Garland approached the stand occupied by Marjorie and Leonie. He first exchanged a knowing smile with his sister, Marjorie, then turned his gaze to Leonie, his eyes filled with affection. Leonie felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. Neither she nor Garland were heirs to their families. Thus they could freely choose their romantic partners. Although they had fallen for each other at a banquet a year prior, and their bond had since deepened, they had yet to breach that final barrier. Traditionally, the champion of the jousting tournament would select his wife or betrothed to crown as the queen of love and beauty if single. He would present it to the daughter of the event's host. Rare exceptions were made, even in light of substantial prize money. Though the daughters of Lord Lando sat beside Marjorie, Leonie sensed a possibility in Garland's gazia, hope so exquisite that the thought of it shattering filled her with dread. Her hands clenched tightly, the knuckles turning pale from the intensity. Garland did not keep her in suspense for long. "Miss Leonie Forceaway, your beauty eclipses the stars. Your smile renders me helpless. Without a doubt, you are my queen of love and beauty." As his words echoed, Marjorie rose with a radiant smile, applauding. Her enthusiasm prompted the surrounding ladies to follow suit, and soon applause rippled through the crowd, swelling in volume. Leonie felt as though she might faint from happiness. Words eluded her under the weight of so many gazes, she could only press a hand to her racing heart, stand, and shyly lean closer to Garland, lowering her head. As Garland placed the garland upon Leonie's head, the crowd erupted into a tremendous roar, this time in celebration of love rather than valor. In an overlooked corner, the servants finally succeeded in sawing apart the severely mangled armor. Scholar Dedalo hurried over to assess the situation, discovering that William had only sustained minor abrasions, much to his astonishment. Once William confirmed he was indeed well, he rose, preparing to make his escape. As the victor, Garland had the authority to demand the return of his gear. The armor could be discarded, but the fine steed he rode was worth more than 4 golden dragons. The crowning of the Queen of Love and Beauty marked the final event of the tournament. Leonie donning the garland signified the successful conclusion of the gathering. However, while Garland and Leonie reveled in their affection, they seemed not to forget William. Just as he took the reins from a servant, he spotted Garland approaching on horseback. With no chance of evading, William removed his helmet, revealing his brightest smile. Garland dismounted a few steps away, leading his horse to William's side, and with a smile, he bowed. "Sir Riverland, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Garland Tully, the second son of the Highgarden Duke." "It is a pleasure to meet you, Sir Garland. I have long been aware of your reputation," William replied, returning the gesture while muttering, long before I arrived in Westeros. I am William of House Riverland. I have yet to be anointed with holy oil, so I'm not a knight. You may simply call me by my name. Very well, William, but I believe you are a knight in every sense. You may call me by my name, as well. There is no need for formality. Understood, sir, no problem at all. William executed a formal knightly salute. Garland couldn't help but chuckle. He had been concerned about the youth before him well before this moment. The tournament at Harrenhal was not particularly grand in scale, yet it featured all expected events: archery contests, team jousting, and a long lance tournament. Many knights refrained from participating in the prior day's team jousting to focus on the climactic long lance competition, fearing injury could prevent them from partaking in the latter. Only those like William, who possessed magical abilities for healing, could participate in every event without concern, as long as the prize was substantial. Garland, being naturally cautious and intent on presenting the crown of love and beauty to his beloved Leone, had only observed the team jousting the previous day. As soon as the competition began, he noticed the nimble and evasive William, who indeed survived the chaotic melee unscathed. As the contest progressed, he suddenly displayed audacity, decisively defeating two hesitant opponents to claim victory. Garland soon learned that this magical knight William of House Riverland, though still a squire, had triumphed in 4 tournaments: Highgarden, Tower of Joy, Black Crown, and Hive Castle across the past year, securing both long lance and team jousting championships, thus earning considerable acclaim. This only heightened Garland's anticipation for today's contest. Ultimately, Garland was thoroughly satisfied with the outcome. The victory was of great value, befitting his feelings for Leone. As both young men shared a moment of mutual respect and smiles, a stout boy with dark hair approached them. His round face appeared harmless, and his clear, gray eyes were innocent yet timid as he stammered, "G. Garland, sir. William, sir. I am Samwell Tarly, son of Lord Lando. I apologize for interrupting you both." "Ah, Sam, I know you," William replied with a friendly nod. "I was aware of you long before I arrived in Westeros." However, the timid Sam seemed somewhat bewildered by William's unexpected smile, appearing flustered and unsure of how to continue. Garland sighed inwardly, lamenting that such a resilient lord as Lando should have a son so unlike him. Nevertheless, he stepped in to ease the tension. "I presume this is regarding those 2 coral sorcerers? I heard William has supported them. Sam, what brings you to us?" "Father has instructed me to formally invite Sir William to today's banquet and to accompany him before it begins. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me." Unlike Garland, who is a specially invited competitor, William arrives unbidden. While it would not be inappropriate for him to attend the banquet simply to partake of a meal, doing so would confine him to dining outside with the servants and free riders, which would not only diminish his own standing, but also reflect poorly on the hosts. Despite the Hightower family's decline, they're still a legitimate noble house and should not be treated with disregard. Therefore, as soon as the competition concluded, the Earl of Lannister promptly dispatched his eldest son to extend a formal invitation. "Though I did not secure the championship and lost 1,000 silver stags, forging a connection with Garland Tyrell could prove advantageous. In the future, I intend to align myself with Daenerys Targaryen, and when that time comes, how shall I establish my position beside her? Compared to the likes of the Bear or Old Baratheon, my strength lies in Westeros. If I can rescue the wolf from peril, protect the Riverlands from the chaos of the War of the Five Kings, and expose Peter Baelish's plot to poison Old Allen, surely the Stark, Arryn, and Tully families would express their gratitude. Should I also cultivate ties with House Tyrell, when Daenerys returns, I could secure a significant portion of Westeros without shedding blood. Such merit should at least earn me the title of Duke of Harrenhal." However, the Tully family was punished by Robert for supporting the Targaryens, and it was my grandfather, Duke Hoster Tully, who intervened to preserve their title. To take that away now seems rather unjust. Alas, should Daenerys insist on granting the title of Duke to House Tully, one must obey the royal command, however reluctant I may be. He. With these thoughts, William felt a surge of delight and readily agreed. Chapter 2. The Timid Sam. After removing his armor, cleansing the dust of battle, and donning fresh attire, Sam escorted William to the banquet hall, while Garland had already set off ahead. The lofty corridors stretched into the distance. Flanked by vividly lifelike marble reliefs, the lush greenery in the courtyard had been meticulously pruned, appearing as if cloaked in a layer of gold dust under the setting sun, rendering it exceptionally splendid. The Tully family, a historic lineage in the Riverlands, had long been esteemed vassals of House Hightower. Their castle, Harrenhal, has undergone continuous expansion and renovation over centuries, leaving visitors in awe of its scale and opulence. As they walked along the stone pathway of the corridor, William gazed about with satisfaction. Taking in the ancient yet vibrant castle, Sam hesitated several times, ultimately refraining from speaking. It is said that Harrenhal's lands are barren, hence the Tully family's lack of strength. Yet judging by the embellishments of this castle and its maintenance, they certainly seem to be affluent. Just as William pondered the potential sources of Lord Lannister's wealth, Sam abruptly halted, prompting William to turn and glance at him in confusion. Sam's round face bore traces of timidity, yet his eyes shone with determination as he asked in a trembling voice, "Sir William, I have heard that not only do you study chivalry under Sir Garlease, but you are also an assistant scholar at the Citadel?" William was somewhat taken aback. Sam was the first significant character he encountered after arriving in Westeros. The reason he had not approached him was due to concerns about affecting the narrative's trajectory. He had assumed that timid Sam would not initiate conversation, and they would simply walk to the banquet hall, part ways, and continue on their respective journeys. He was surprised that Sam had mustered enough courage to break the silence halfway through their walk. "How did you learn of my studies at the Citadel? Am I quite renowned in Harrenhal? Since you won the group tournament yesterday, news of your victory has spread widely. I overheard the servants discussing it and learned that you hold the nickname the Mage Knight." Sam shrugged. "Given your martial prowess, it's only a matter of time before your name becomes well known." Indeed, a name is scarce, but an apt moniker few would anticipate that the title, once used to mock my studies in mysticism, would hold truth. With the conversation now flowing freely, William relaxed, stretched his arms, and nodded. "Indeed, I have studied at the Citadel for 6 years and forged 2 links." "What is the Citadel like? Could you share your experiences with me, Sir William?" "Ah, the one who healed me during the tournament is a scholar from your house, is he not? Why not inquire with him about the Citadel?" "Maester Della?" "Yes, but my father has strictly forbidden me from discussing the Citadel, so he refrains from teaching me during lessons and does not speak of it privately." The chubby lad pouted, disdain evident in his expression. It was surprising to see Sam, known for his timidity, defy his father's orders. William regarded him with newfound respect. He certainly possessed some audacity. However, he was puzzled according to the timeline. Lord Lannister should have already given up on Sam, placing his hopes on his younger son, Dickon. Why was he still restricting Sam? Wasn't it said that he enjoyed several years of sweet, leisurely days before departing for the Wall? Regardless, the circumstances of the Citadel were not a secret, and sharing them should not alter Sam's path. Thus, William reminisced and recounted tales of the Citadel, from the vast library filled with countless tomes, to the bustling stalls before the scriptorium, to the ancient, colossal fishwood on Crow's Eye Island, and the amusing anecdotes of the scholars, interspersed with a few jests about the apprentices, captivating Sam's attention and igniting his imagination. William soon discovered that Sam was quite an engaging conversationalist, attentive and responsive, asking curious questions and offering insightful commentary. Their camaraderie blossomed, and they felt an instant affinity, as if they had known each other for ages. After sharing a joke about an apprentice fishing for stars with a rod, their laughter subsided, and Sam shook his head with a hint of regret, saying, "That truly sounds like a fascinating place. It must be perfect for me." William hesitated. If Sam were not to go to the Wall, without discussing Obsidian or the others, wouldn't that alter the storyline considerably? Yet this chubby lad is indeed a talent, knowledgeable and articulate. Perhaps I should not concern myself with the North's plot if trouble arises. It would not be my burden. He offered Sam an encouraging glance, stating, "If you wish to go, then go. I believe you possess the aptitude of a scholar. Perhaps you shall become one, and a great one at that." "Really?" Sam exclaimed, a mix of surprise and joy in his tone. "I have the talent of a scholar. I shall become a great scholar? Trust me," William asserted emphatically. "I have encountered many scholars, and I see their reflections within you." Sam appeared to believe him, a radiant smile spreading across his face. Yet, within mere moments, his expression clouded, and he lamented, "But my father, he does not seem to think so." Lowering his gaze, Sam's voice grew somber. "I am aware of my father's expectations and the essence of maintaining House Tully's standing. Oldtown is rich in knowledge, and wealthy Arbor boasts fine wines and fleets, while Harrenhal is home solely to warriors and generals. In every battle in the Riverlands, it is the Tullys who lead the charge, sacrificing themselves on the battlefield, striving for glory. Such is the family motto." William mused silently, realizing that Sam understood far more than he let on. Before Dickens was born, his father had always desired for him to become the valiant knight he envisioned. "I knew that if I merely complied, even just a little, many unfortunate events could be averted. However, I truly, genuinely did not wish to become a knight. The voice was soft, yet it seemed he had expended all his strength to utter that final sentiment. William was acutely aware of the events that had transpired. He had endured scorn and punishment, tasted the sting of a slap, and suffered the pangs of hunger. From the sparse lines of his words, he could almost envision a small, slightly plump figure trembling in the face of his father's fury, weeping in despair beneath the merciless blows, and enduring the long, lonely nights of hunger and cold. For a child of just a few years, home is likely the entirety of his world, with the parent being his father. What kind of power could possibly sustain this child in his struggle against the world? If his brother had not been born, would he have been able to persevere until the end? If our roles were reversed, could I remain steadfast like him, unwavering even in the face of hopelessness? For reasons unknown, William suddenly thought of Jon Snow. Friendship, in truth, cannot be sustained by mere sympathy. What truly endeared Sam to Jon was likely the profound strength he possessed. Observing Sam, who hung his head low, William opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately chose to silently pat Sam on the shoulder. Sam lifted his gaze, looking at William with gratitude, managing a smile. After a moment of calm, sniffling slightly, he continued, "I used to believe that once Dickens grew older, everything would be different. Indeed, most things have changed. My father no longer scolds me, and the nightly training has ceased. I can read, indulge in music, and savor delicious food to my heart's content. Yet, for reasons unknown, my father forbids me from engaging with the scholars or attending the Citadel." He shook his head, his expression one of confusion. "I wonder where my future lies." William pondered for a moment, finding the situation perplexing. It was a common practice among the nobility of Westeros for one son to inherit the family estate while others sought their own paths. But what difference did it make if one donned the black cloak or pursued scholarship? If Lando were present, he would surely advise him to consider Dickens as the eldest son and Sam as the second, allowing Sam to attend the Citadel without contest. Surely, he would gladly call Dickens brother if only he were permitted to go. Uninterested in speculating further on Lando's intentions, William clapped his hands heavily on Sam's shoulders, fixing his gaze upon his eyes. Often, within the direst circumstances of fate, there lies the best opportunity for improvement. Regardless, please hold on. The moment that belongs to you will surely arrive. Sam chuckled, likely finding William's words profoundly sensible, and nodded earnestly, saying, "Thank you, Sir William. Ah, you know I am not yet knight, so simply call me William, no need for such formality." "All right, William," Sam replied, showing no signs of restraint. William pulled Sam close, his physique naturally more robust, and 2 years his senior, effortlessly tucking Sam under his arm as they moved forward. Leaning closer, he lowered his voice to ask, "Do you remember those 2 sorcerers from Quarrels?" Sam made a face of utter disgust, clutching his chest. "I don't think I will ever forget that sticky sensation, nor that smell. Trust me, you absolutely would not want to experience it." "Huh, you must have heard that I later hired them." "Of course, the word has spread. Many say you are foolish for believing in charlatans. Even Lady Marjorie thinks so." William scoffed at this. "How would you know what Lady Marjorie says?" "Lady Marjorie is quite close with my sister, Tara, so..." Sam made a knowing expression. "Very well, even if she said that, her beauty does not guarantee her intelligence. How could she judge my folly? Do you think I am foolish, Sam?" "I do not know," Sam replied with a mischievous smile. "But those 2 sorcerers certainly did not make me braver." "That is because you could not possibly be braver, my friend." William gazed at Sam with an all-seeing understanding, smiling in silence. Chapter 3. The tinder rose as the evening glow faded and the night unfurled its tranquil embrace. The majestic crimson mountains stood as mere silhouettes against the darkening sky. The brightly illuminated castle corner, nestled by the lake, was a striking sight. The grand banquet hall boasted an opulent ceiling adorned with a colossal chandelier, while exquisite candlesticks filled every corner, each adorned with flickering candles that illuminated the hall as brightly as day, enhancing its resplendent grandeur. At this moment, the banquet was in full swing. Amidst the performances of singers and jesters and the diligent service of attendants, the assembled nobles savored fine wines and delectable dishes, their laughter and toasts echoing through the air. The number of guests was modest, occupying only a fraction of the hall, which seemed somewhat incongruous with Tarly's esteemed status in the Reach. However, William found no surprise in this. The martial spirit of the Reach led to numerous tournaments held annually. So unless the occasion was significant, hosts typically refrained from sending invitations across the realm. Lord Randall Tarley had invited only a handful of families, House Tully, as vassals. House Florent, the maternal family of Lady Tarley, Houses Laygood and Peake, who shared a long-standing camaraderie forged through their joint confrontations with the lords of the borders, and finally, House Appleford, invited solely for the sake of Lord Garland Tarley. Seating arrangements adhered to tradition, with the esteemed lords and ladies occupying the elevated dais on one side of the hall, gentlemen on the left and ladies on the right. Their offspring and vassals sat at a long table opposite the dais, arranged in the same manner. The hired knights were seated further from the dais, maintaining an orderly hierarchy. As for the lady knights, the first of her kind in Westeros, Brienne of Tarth, had yet to make her debut. William's status was rather unique. Technically, as an uninvited knight, he should have been relegated to the ranks of hired swords. Yet, as the heir of Harrenhal, he was entitled to a seat closer to the dais. Having recently befriended Sam, he joined him at the farthest table on the right, the one furthest from Lord Randall. At their table were Sam's 3 younger sisters, each 2, 3, and 4 years his junior, along with the 5-year-old Deacon. William couldn't help but admire Sam's mother, whom he deemed a true hero of motherhood. Additionally, there was Lady Leona, Garland's beloved, who could only sit in a corner with a few young maids. This sight stirred a pang of sympathy in William, pondering whether her exclusion stemmed from her closeness to Garland, for the world of women could indeed be harsh. As Sam introduced William to the ladies, they all responded graciously, with Lady Leona even complimenting William on his martial prowess. The dynamics at this table were uncomplicated. They engaged in casual dining and conversation. With William as a companion, Sam's humor flourished, delighting his 3 sisters and eliciting a smile from Lady Leona. Sensing that he had sufficiently dined, William set down his knife and fork, cradling his wine glass as he sipped slowly, surveying the surroundings. To his dismay, at the far right of the banquet, he found himself surrounded by a throng of flirtatious young ladies, devoid of the noble youths and knights he yearned to meet. Instead, he was met with curious and ardent glances from the heir of Harrenburg, a champion of the tournament, epitomizing the essence of noble birth, youthful wealth, striking handsomeness, and formidable skills. What girl could resist such a dazzling bachelor? Secretly reveling in this, William shifted his gaze to the elevated dais. Due to his position, he could only discern the ladies seated upon it, and he instantly recognized Marguerite. It was not merely because she resembled an actress from a television drama, nor because of her gentle, doe-like eyes and long, cascading chestnut curls. Among the elegantly attired women, she was the only youthful maiden, so strikingly apparent. With some experience, William had developed a robust resistance to beauty, yet he could not deny that this rose of the court possessed an astonishing allure, an irresistible magnetism that held his gaze captive. At just 13, she has blossomed into such beauty. She could indeed be the cause of great turmoil, he mused, appreciating her beauty while wrestling with unspoken thoughts. As if sensing his scrutiny, Marguerite, engaged in lively conversation, suddenly turned her head, locking eyes with William. In that fleeting moment of connection, his heart raced, and his pupils dilated. A smile graced Marguerite's lips. She had grown accustomed to the way men looked at her, and without a second thought, she turned her attention back to the ladies beside her. Meanwhile, William was engulfed by a tempest of emotions, not from infatuation, but from trepidation. He had always believed his magical abilities to be his unique gift, yet now he had witnessed another possessing the same trait, though perhaps feeble. It was akin to the distinction between 0 and 1, an essential difference. If there was one, there could be another, and perhaps many more. Could there be a guild of sorcerers hidden somewhere in this world? Noticing William's rapt attention on Marguerite, Sam approached, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he exclaimed, "Look, that's Miss Marguerite. She is truly beautiful." William murmured in response, "Indeed, a beauty like no other." Just as William's thoughts spiraled into chaos, a hand clapped on his shoulder. He looked up to find Galen, who he had expected to see on the dais. To his surprise, Galen had come to join him. With a smile, he inquired, "What weighs so heavily on your mind?" Sam, with a playful grin, chimed in, "Of course, it's the exquisite Miss Marguerite. It seems she has gained yet another admirer." "Oh," Galen remarked, casting a surprised glance at William, then chuckled nonchalantly, "Frankly, this fills me with pride." With that, he pulled out a chair and sat beside William, exchanging knowing smiles with Leonie across the table, their unspoken understanding palpable in the air. Patiently awaiting the exchange of glances between the two, William raised his glass and, with a forced smile, addressed Galen. "How wonderful it is that you could join me, Galen. Otherwise, I would have no one to share a drink with. Come now, with deep affection, let us down our drinks in one go." Cheers. With that, he drained his glass, and Galen chuckled, raising his own in a toast. Subsequently, William persistently urged Galen to drink, employing an array of novel and amusing toasts that elicited both delight and laughter from the onlookers, who raised their glasses frequently. However, as William began to feel the effects of the alcohol and was inclined to have another drink, Galen placed a hand on William's, halting him, and gazed deeply into his eyes, speaking solemnly. Are you afraid? This is not the William the first no. William gazed at Galen in silence. You do not truly know me. We only met for the first time during the afternoon's competition. Yet, having battled through 11 rounds, to him, that felt like an eternity. So, William, I have known you for quite a long time. William reminisced about the competition. It was indeed an unforgettable experience, and even in defeat, he felt he had gained much. But what did that have to do with how one perceives another? He inquired. Then, how do you perceive me? You are fearless, Galen replied earnestly. I watched yesterday's match. You were always decisive, whether in attack or defense, regardless of facing one opponent or two. Once you made up your mind, you acted without hesitation. On several occasions, your decisions were not entirely correct, leading you into troublesome situations, yet your resolve and your opponent's hesitations often turned the tide. Fearless? Perhaps that is merely a facade of confidence built upon magic, William thought ruefully. Galen leaned closer to William, lowering his voice. Thus, during the afternoon match, I told myself that the only way to defeat you was to be even more resolute. In the final round, your composure faltered, did it not? William recalled the moment he was struck down. He had indeed hesitated, and he nodded heavily in acknowledgement. But what I admired most was how, after you fell, you lay there, your armor severely dented, appearing utterly wretched. With a scholar present, I was not overly concerned for your life, but I feared you might be psychologically scarred, fading into obscurity. Yet when I approached, I found you unchanged, still humorous and composed, as if this failure had no bearing on you at all. Galen leaned closer once more, lowering his voice. You are not afraid of me at all. You wish to defeat me next time, do you not? William gazed at Galen in astonishment. He had indeed harbored such thoughts, believing that with magic at his command and a sound strategy, he could surely best Galen. Galen sat upright, his words laden with meaning. Then what do you fear? Indeed, what do I fear? There may be many who wield magic in this world. But what of it? Many astounding secrets I have long since mastered. Countless intricate plots I have already seen through. I possess a profound understanding of many individuals, surpassing their own self-awareness. I am also attuned to the trajectory of the future, enabling me to make optimal decisions. Thus, even in the absence of magical advantages, my existence remains significant. William gazed earnestly at Garland for a while, until Leonie, feeling a twinge of jealousy, cleared her throat twice, prompting both men to suddenly burst into laughter and raise their glasses in a hearty toast. There was no need for excessive gratitude, although Garland may have misconstrued certain sentiments. William silently cherished this bond in his heart. Setting down his goblet, William pondered for a moment before inquiring, if, hypothetically, I were to abscond with Marguerite one day, what would you do, Garland? Garland's previously gentle demeanor instantly transformed into one of frigid resolve. I would certainly slay you. Chapter 4. Seizing opportunities, the banquet continued in its lively atmosphere, with guests beginning to rise from their seats to foster connections. The ladies engaged in light-hearted banter, while the gentlemen exchanged conversation over their drinks, the ambience growing increasingly vibrant. At a corner table, aside from Leonie, who sensed something amiss, Sam and his sisters remained oblivious to the emotional roller coaster that William was experiencing, as their table continued to revel in merriment and conversation. Unintentionally, William's gaze swept across the elevated platform, where he caught sight of Marguerite, seemingly amused, her hand covering her mouth, her eyes crescent-shaped with laughter, extraordinarily enchanting. William felt his heart stir once more. Marguerite's magical aura is pure and natural, reminiscent of untapped potential. If she truly is a wild mage, could I possibly claim her as my own? My current repertoire of magic is still rather limited. If we were to learn from each other, it would surely be more beneficial than my solitary endeavors. Could she be the key to transcending my limitations? Over the past 4 years, William had mastered no fewer than 100 spells, yet only 4 proved functional: enhancement, healing, restoration, and absorption. Enhancement had significantly elevated his physical attributes, pushing his strength, reflexes, and speed to the brink of human capability. Healing allowed for swift recovery from injuries, enabling him to engage in battle and training without hesitation. Restoration converted mental energy into physical stamina, making him seemingly tireless. Though the preparation time for absorption was somewhat lengthy, Unlike the near-instantaneous activation of the first three, it served as a passive magic, providing a critical opportunity for a counterattack in the face of lethal strikes, particularly unexpected ones. Regrettably, these spells were solely applicable to himself. Otherwise, with just healing, he could amass wealth and would not need to participate in tournaments for financial gain. Without magic, William mused, completing his training to become a knight would pose no challenge, yet that would be the extent of his achievements. However, with the enhancement of magic, he had ascended to the pinnacle among knights, capable of competing against any adversary, even the formidable mountain of magic. Yet, William remained perplexed as to why he could wield only a scant few spells, which appeared to serve similar functions. If he could master a greater variety of magic, his combat prowess would undoubtedly reach new heights. He had once indirectly inquired with his magical advisor, the wizard Glop, but the response was that wizards had never contemplated such a scenario. For them, spells were either entirely effective or wholly ineffective. Fortunately, with the belief that versatility is a virtue, William did not disregard the spells he could not wield. Rather, he diligently studied them, striving to memorize every detail flawlessly. Recalling the moment he exchanged glances with Marguerite, a series of spells he could not use inexplicably flashed through his mind. Upon reflection, he realized that these spells were all related to manipulating plants. That makes sense. The Tillier family is descended from the Greenhand Gales, whose legendary ability is to control flora. Perhaps different individuals can only master specific magics. If only Marguerite could learn some magic, we might uncover more discoveries. However, the conundrum remained. Even if Marguerite were willing to learn magic, how could he teach her? To William, her magical fluctuations seemed somewhat weak, and it was unlikely that she could learn solely from books. He would need to guide her personally, hand in hand. Yet, Marguerite was the cherished jewel of the Duke of Highcourt, perceived as the key figure for the advancement of the Tillier family. How could he possibly maintain such close proximity to her without jeopardizing the family's reputation? Observing William lost in thought as he gazed at Marguerite, Galen could not help but caution him. William, we are friends. If you intend to pursue her with honorable intentions, I wholeheartedly support you. Otherwise, I shall hold you to your word. If I could marry the little Rose, then certainly all would be well. But is that even possible? You might as well ask me to ascend to the heavens. William scoffed. Honorable intentions? Lord Mace would undoubtedly command your execution, rendering little difference. Galen chuckled. Marguerite is the most beautiful rose in Highcourt. She cannot be so easily plucked. He patted William on the shoulder and resumed his light-hearted banter with Leonie, exasperatedly watching Galen. William pondered another dilemma. Will she divulge my magical abilities to Lord Inflated Fish? Thus far, William believed no one could ascertain whether he possessed magic, undoubtedly. Some might harbor suspicions. Wizards Glop and Moken might have their doubts. Given their prolonged discussions about magic, traces of his abilities might inadvertently surface. Dr. Malvin might also suspect him, as he frequently sought validation from the doctor regarding the spells taught by the wizards. After all, one must remain cautious. However, this would necessitate revealing further details, which could lead to exposure. Then there was the madwoman Maroya Hightar. The mere thought of her gave William a headache. She was a true lunatic, having babbled nonsensically about her powers since their first meeting. William did not deny her claims, but her incessant desire to draw his blood was intolerable. He understood his own magic was derived from mental strength, with no connection to blood whatsoever. After he experienced his first bout of whatever it was, the madwoman escalated her antics, even attempting to seduce him to extract that which was bestial. I am but a child. As the saying goes, to possess a gem is to bear the burden of its weight. Magic, in this context, may seem utterly futile. Even the forest dwellers wield the power to command the sea, conjuring calamities like the neck and obliterating the arm of Dorn. Yet they were still expelled from their homeland by the spears and swords of the Undulls. However, to dismiss magic entirely would be to overlook its rare magnificence. Should Marjorie indeed divulge this secret to her father, I might find myself in a rather precarious position. Yet, at worst, I could merely expedite my plans and seek refuge with Daenerys. Once in her presence, the dragons would serve as a point of reference, rendering magic less conspicuous. With this thought in mind, William resolved to make contact with Marjorie to assess the situation. Rising, he announced, "My esteemed friends, I must excuse myself to pay my respects to the lords." "Ah, you wish to meet Lady Marjorie," Sam quipped, uttering a candid truth. At that moment, Garland also stood to retrieve a platter brimming with roasted chicken adorned with onions and mushrooms. As he approached William, he leaned in quietly and warned, "Beware of Lord Renly, the sorcerer." William blinked, quickly grasping the implication. The incident involving the sorcerer had stirred quite the tempest in the city. Renly had denounced Glop and Machkin as charlatans. Yet he had employed them himself. If I had remained inconspicuous, the matter might not have escalated, but as my notoriety grew, so too did the whispers, making the situation rather awkward. In the eyes of the gossiping crowd, I would either be perceived as a fool or Renly as one, depending on the context and mood of the moment. As for the truth of the matter, who truly cares? It is a conundrum William could not unravel, fortunately. He had little interaction with Renly and could simply avoid him henceforth. At present, his focus lay solely on Marjorie, thinking, at worst, I might receive a reprimand. After all, Renly is known for his forthrightness, and being chastised by him is hardly a disgrace. William lifted his glass, maintaining an air of composure as he remarked, I do not deny it, Sam, before shrugging, but that does not bring shame. The ladies stifled their laughter, exchanging knowing glances. Chapter 5. A smile and fleeting karma to all esteemed lords. Cheers. At the front of the dais, William raised his glass in salute. The lords upon the platform drank heartily, then set down their goblets to regard William, their expressions imbued with myriad meanings. Only Renly's countenance remained inscrutable, a stillness that eluded interpretation. As per tradition, guests and lords would exchange names before sharing a drink, followed by light conversation, thus formally establishing William's acquaintance with the assembled dignitaries. Should anyone harbor intentions of embarrassing him publicly, the most opportune moment would likely fall between these two toasts. William stood poised, watching as servants swiftly approached to refill the empty goblets of the lords. He nodded and smiled at the attendant pouring his drink, exuding an air of civility, for he had long since resolved to blend in where possible, to bow when necessary, all for the sake of sweet Rose. As long as you cannot humiliate me on the spot, that shall be my victory. In the grand hall, the singers' melodies lingered, and the laughter of guests echoed joyfully. Yet, atop the dais, a profound silence had descended. Just as the atmosphere began to shift awkwardly, Landau's hand grazed the wine glass, as if he intended to break the tension. Suddenly, Sir Alkin Florent, seated to Landau's right, cleared his throat. Sir Alkin was the heir of Brightwater City, and the Florent family held a prominent position in the Riverlands. Had the House of Riverland not faced decline, William would have been of comparable status. He was also the younger brother of Lady Melissa Florent, making his defense of his brother-in-law rather unsurprising. As the cough faded, all eyes turned to Alkin, who calmly addressed Sir William. The emphasis on the title elicited a few light chuckles. William inclined his head in acknowledgement, embodying the dignity of his position. He found no need to further explain his status as a squire, nor did he feel any shame. Over the past 2 years, he had bested numerous knights, proving his mettle. Only a formal accolade was lacking. Indeed, no one lingered on the matter, for to question William's knightly eligibility would invite a duel. Based on his demonstrated prowess in tournaments, at least among the knights present, only Galen could hope to challenge him. Ah, the magical knight, quite a splendid moniker, Alkin continued. Laughter erupted among the nobility, while Landau maintained his tranquil demeanor. Huffed, what is there to laugh about? You know nothing of true power. William, prepared with a retort, chuckled as well. Perhaps it is due to my studies under Master Marwyn, who is renowned as a wizard. Marwyn's esteemed reputation in the Citadel was well known. Otherwise, he would not endure the scorn of many while delving into the arcane. Thus, invoking him at this moment was quite timely. Alkin regarded him with a bemused expression, gently stirring his wine glass. Do you genuinely believe in magic? His words were slow, yet heavy with implication. I have long transcended the question of belief. It is now a matter of capability, William asserted earnestly. Legends speak of magic being intertwined with dragons. If dragons are real, then magic must exist as well. He cleverly shifted the narrative. But all dragons are extinct. Alkin countered. Ah, yet there are places in Harrenburg scorched by dragon fire, reportedly in dire disrepair. Are you suggesting magic could restore the castle? His remark drew another round of laughter. My dear brother, are you now at odds with magic? William shrugged nonchalantly. To restore Harrenburg would require funds beyond even the Iron Throne-esque capacity. If magic can indeed achieve that, why not embrace it? Haha, you make a valid point. Alkin pivoted the conversation. You have been studying under Master Marwyn for several years now and have engaged, peculiar advisors. Pray tell, how fares your research into magic? Sir William? William estimated that the words he had swallowed back should be fraught. If only he could first inflict a wound upon himself, and then apply healing. He could demonstrate his progress while collecting the shattered pieces of glasses strewn across the floor. However, with so many eyes upon him, he found it impossible to do so. Unable to strike back joyfully, he could only continue to play the game of Tai Chi. This matter should be directed to Bachelor Malwyn, the foremost expert in mysticism across the 7 kingdoms. Elkin leaned back with a mocking smile, seemingly having seen through William's little ruse. Yet, before he could make another move, Lady Melissa, his sister, sitting beside him, shook her head at him with a hint of reproach in her gaze. He knew that for his gentle sister, this was a significant display of anger. Elkin glanced at his brother-in-law, but he seemed disinclined to support him. He could only raise his cup and take a sip, pretending that he was merely a bit parched. After a brief silence, the authoritative voice of Landau resonated. A knight should place his trust in the sword he wields and the comrades beside him, rather than in the ephemeral allure of magic. He then lifted his goblet, casting a deep gaze upon William. I once sought assistance from such things in a moment of desperation. What was the outcome? Merely humiliation, a disgrace that shall accompany me for a lifetime. You are a knight of immense potential, Sir William. I hope you take this as a lesson and steer clear of such nefarious paths. So easily letting me off the hook? Sam's mother truly is an angelic woman. A savior indeed. William rejoiced inwardly, adopting a serious expression as he sincerely replied, I am grateful for your guidance, my lord. I shall surely remember it. Seeing that the men had drained their cups of fine wine, Lady Melissa gracefully rose and smiled. All right, gentlemen, your conversation has lingered too long. We are eagerly anticipating an introduction to this handsome and valiant youth. After bowing to the dignitaries on the dais, William approached Lady Melissa with measured steps. She had been standing there, awaiting his arrival, and they exchanged formal greetings before she introduced him to the other ladies in order of seating. Sir William, this is Lady Geniture Forsway from New Barrel City. Closest to her was a lady of ample figure. It is an honor to make your acquaintance, Lady Geniture. Lady Geniture's round face, owing to her fullness, did not convey mere gentleness. Rather, it exuded a hint of sharpness. Before she even spoke, she chuckled, I am equally honored. However, I fear you can hardly wait to meet Marguerite, for you have been secretly observing her ever since the banquet commenced. In truth, you are not the only one stealing glances at her, but clearly, you possess far more courage than the others. I shan't bore you with too much chatter, but I have high hopes for you, Sir William. Was such candor truly appropriate? William nearly bowed to this lady, unable to suppress his inner thoughts. If you know this, why all the unnecessary words? It was not only the ladies who laughed, even the gentlemen on the side joined in. However, the ladies' laughter was a delightful spectacle, full of charm and grace. It must be said that even when mocked, the sensation of being jested by such beauties felt infinitely better. As the center of jest, Marguerite displayed neither excessive shyness nor evident anger. Instead, she covered her mouth with a light laugh, exuding an air of grace mingled with a hint of bashfulness. Lady Melissa shook her head, wearing an expression of resigned amusement. Mrs. Jenna was renowned for her playful spirit, a trait attributed to her being the sister of the Duke of Mace. Regardless of whom she jested with or the nature of her jokes, all were compelled to join in her laughter. Lady Melissa then continued with the introduction. This is Miss Marguerite Thillier, the daughter of the Duke of Mace. At last, the principal figure had been revealed. Hope was within reach. William stifled his excitement, striving to maintain a calm and natural tone as he said, It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Marguerite. Yet, as he spoke, he could not help but step closer, yearning to reconfirm the essence of their previous gaze. This is merely to further ascertain her magical presence, devoid of any ulterior motives. Marguerite remained entirely composed, for although her aunt had just made an embarrassing jest, it was merely a jest. In her view, men like William, captivated by their own beauty, were numerous. He was neither the first nor the last, nor the most significant. Thus, adhering to her countless rehearsals, she sat upright, adorned with a standard smile, ensuring her gaze neither appeared impolite due to aloofness nor overly eager. Retaining a delicate hint of ambiguity, for men, after all, were men. Once composed, Marguerite turned her attention to William. Their gazes finally met once more, this time from a closer distance, allowing William to feel the reality of it more profoundly. In her stunning eyes, the unmistakable ripples of magic danced, enchanting his heart. He could not resist concentrating all his mental energy, transforming it into magical force aimed at Marguerite. If he could evoke the ripples of her magic, perhaps he would feel transformed himself, leaving a lasting impression. Alas, just like in countless previous experiments, the magic dissipated the moment it departed his body, granting him no favor. This was the fundamental reason his magic could not be wielded upon others. With a smile, Marguerite responded, It is a pleasure to meet you, Sir William. Her tone neither melancholic nor exuberant, neither rainy nor sunny. It seems I must grasp her hand. Since I can summon the magic contained within the Valeria steel in my grip, I should certainly be able to awaken her magical essence. But what to do? Should I impulsively rush forward and seize her hand? I fear Garland would strike me down. Perhaps I should seek another opportunity. William suppressed the urge within him. Subsequently, Lady Melissa introduced him to Lady Lannister Peake, the wife of Count Titus Peake of Starcross, a family once among the most illustrious and powerful in the River Bay, though now in decline with diminished influence. Then there was Lady Rhianna Ressley Level, the wife of Count Otto Level of the Vale, whose brother, Sir Egan Level, served as the captain of the court guards at Highgarden. William graciously engaged in conversation and salutation with both ladies, ultimately raising his glass to toast their everlasting beauty, departing amidst a chorus of gentle smiles. Upon returning to their seats, Sam, wearing an expression reminiscent of having witnessed a splendid performance, raised his glass and proclaimed, "To love." The crowd chuckled amiably. William mused that this misunderstanding served him well, as it conveniently obscured his true intentions of fervently pursuing Marguerite. Thus, he too raised his glass, declaring, "To love." Chapter 6, A Flower, a World. As the festivities concluded and the guests began their journeys home the following day, the serene tranquility of the estate was restored. A lengthy procession traversed the road from the estate to Rose Avenue, adorned with fluttering banners of green and gold roses. The cavalry, numerous and resplendent in their armor, signified the wealth and authority of the Duke of Highcourt. Marguerite and her companions were seated in a carriage, accompanied by several wagons laden with supplies, which slowed their progress considerably. Although the convoy had set off before dawn, they would inevitably need to rest for the night on their way back to Highcourt. By this time, the sun had risen high in the sky, and the procession moved in an orderly fashion. Galen rode alongside the carriage, the windows open, allowing him to engage in intermittent conversation with Marguerite and her companions. Suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed from the rear of the procession, and a herald called out loudly, "Sir Galen, Sir William seeks an audience." Curious, Marguerite leaned out of the window to look back and inquired of Galen, "What is happening?" "Invite him over." After issuing instructions to the cavalryman, Galen responded to his sister's query, stating that it was merely a chance encounter on the road. Merely a chance encounter? Marguerite's first instinct was to sense something amiss. Highcourt lay to the north of the estate, while Oldtown was to the south. She gazed at Galen with innocent eyes. Just traveling together to Rose Avenue? That would require an additional day's ride, hardly a mere coincidence. Inside the carriage, Marguerite and her companions erupted into laughter. William arrived amidst the peals of their silvery laughter, casually greeting, "Hello, Galen." He then urged his horse forward, squeezing himself between Galen and the carriage, so near that he could catch a whiff of the girl's delicate fragrance. With the most charming smile and dashing posture, he bowed to the ladies within the carriage. "Good morning, Miss Marguerite, dear ladies." Galen moved his horse aside a few paces to avoid a collision, and the girls returned his greeting. "I imagine Sir William and my brother have much to discuss, so I shall not intrude." Marguerite smiled at William before retreating back inside, a clever companion promptly closing the window, rendering William speechless. Unable to express the multitude of thoughts that had formed in his mind, Galen shrugged at William, indicating that he could assist no further. Despite the abrupt dismissal, Marguerite's demeanor towards William felt entirely different from the previous evening. While she had been polite yet distant at the banquet, today, her lack of courtesy was imbued with an ineffable quality. That smile, that glance, could it be an illusion? No, it must be an illusion. Setting aside that thought, William drew closer to Galen, riding alongside him. "Last night, you mentioned embarking on a journey together, and I genuinely believed you would join us." Galen nearly thought you would not arrive. After bidding farewell to Sam, the little chubby fellow, who had risen too late, I reflected on the situation. Sam is quite a decent lad. If only he did not bear the surname Tarley, life would undoubtedly be much simpler for him. I beg to differ, Galen. If he were not a Tarley, how could he possibly resemble Lord Randall so closely? Identical? They are both individuals who persist until the end, albeit with opposing goals. Galen pondered this for a moment and sighed. Perhaps the seven have orchestrated this for a reason. Well, from another perspective, it seems only someone born into the Tarley family would be cast to the wall. Could this perhaps be part of the god's design? The waters run deep. While the two conversed, William took the opportunity to observe the condition of the caravan and noted that Galen was not issuing commands. "Why do you seem unconcerned about the caravan's movements, Galen?" "The caravan is under the capable direction of Sir Osmond. My interference is unnecessary." A truly cautious individual, William chuckled. Shifting the topic, "When is your wedding date with Leonie?" At the mention of his beloved, a gentle affection graced Galen's countenance. "At the earliest. It shall be early next year. Then you will be apart for several months. Will there be a tournament by then?" "There should be. It has been a while since the heir hosted a tournament, and my father surely would not miss such an opportunity." "That is splendid. I have been eagerly waiting to avenge my previous defeat. Haha, if my grandmother were to hear this, she would certainly call you a fool, my boy. As the groom, how could I participate in a tournament? Lady Olenna, the Queen of Thorns, how fortunate I am that she is not my grandmother. The thought of that cantankerous old woman evoked deep sympathy from William for Galen. In his eyes, Galen was a wise and discerning individual, exceptionally skilled in martial arts, well-educated, and of a generous disposition. Such a person would undoubtedly excel in a strategic game, embodying the perfect commander with top-notch military prowess, intelligence, and charm. Yet, in the eyes of that elderly lady, he was merely a fool. If it were anyone else, they would surely be scolded as foolish, yet these three continue to flourish. Which is no small feat. Well, although this is unfortunate news, there is a silver lining. Is it not advantageous to have a clear path to victory? I cannot imagine the beauty of another 11 rounds of battle. But do not underestimate, William, my brother Loras will surely compete as well. When it comes to swordplay, I fear I may fall short. The Knight of Flowers? William laughed, neither confirming nor denying, and then shifted the conversation with Galen to other matters. Galen has always possessed an inexplicable intuition about people, able to discern whether one's nature is good or bad, whether their feelings are genuine or feigned, often with a mere glance. William genuinely admired him, a sentiment Galen had sensed early on. He believed that their shared experience in that extraordinary game of chess had forged a bond of mutual respect, leading him to consider William a close confidant. Throughout their journey, the two gradually shed their psychological defenses, experiencing an unprecedented sense of ease and freedom. They engaged in extensive discussions about martial arts and military strategies, while also sharing trivialities from their daily lives. As the caravan approached the quaint castle under the glow of the setting sun, their conversation seemed inexhaustible, filled with an array of topics. The castle, known as Riverside Fortress, offered a view of Rose Avenue to the east from its ramparts, while a mere turn revealed the Mand River. In the bay of the river, immense human and material resources were devoted to constructing numerous watchtowers along the western coast to ensure no large fleet could silently land. However, this early warning system proved ineffective against those audacious marauders who dared to infiltrate the heart of the bay with just a couple of longboats. Not only did the western coast face such threats, but the section of the Mand River west of High Court was also a favored invasion route for these brigands. Despite the bay's formidable force of 100,000 soldiers, they found it challenging to counter these small bands of raiders, often resorting to passive defense. The establishment of Riverside Fortress aimed to control the closest point between the Mand River and Rose Avenue, preventing these outlaws from directly threatening the bay's vital transportation route upon landing. Yet, the castle was modest, typically garrisoned by fewer than 100 soldiers, who would take action against marauders if possible, or light signal fires if not. Given the pace of the Wheel Palace, Riverside Fortress was less than a day's journey from High Court, a distance that was neither too far nor too close, resulting in few merchants choosing to overnight there. Hence no town had formed. Outside the castle lay a vast expanse of flat land, where Galen pointed out, "Today, we shall camp here." "Not in the castle? Surely Miss Margaret must rest within its walls," came the reply. This small castle offered less comfort than the Wheel Palace, and they had camped here during their last visit. William and Galen, perched upon their steeds, watched as their servants skillfully unloaded various supplies from the carts, quickly erecting a circle of tents around the Wheel Palace. As dusk descended, the camp was fully prepared, with bonfires crackling to life, while servants and soldiers busied themselves cooking soup or grilling food over the flames. William had initially hoped for a chance to engage with Margaret during dinner, only to find her dining with her companions inside the Wheel Palace. Accepting his disappointment after the meal, he conversed joyfully with Galen and several other knights until the late hours. The following morning, as dawn broke, William, Galen, and a few knights gathered around a bonfire for breakfast. Once they finished, William surveyed the scene, which strikingly resembled a moment from a television series, and with a smile, he declared, "As we prepare to part ways, allow me to sing a song as a farewell gift." Amidst applause, he began to sing Golden Hand, a melody both enchanting and easy to remember. After a few renditions, several knights joined in humming, with a few servants and soldiers pausing to listen, creating a lively atmosphere. Galen could not help but exclaim, "I never expected your singing to be so splendid." As everyone was singing with fervor, suddenly one of Margaret's female companions approached, first bowing to the crowd, then addressing Sir William. "Sir William, Miss Margaret is quite fond of this song, though she has never heard it before. Might I request your presence for a brief conversation?" Chapter 7. A Flower, a World, Part 2. After passing the servants who were tidying up, William arrived beside the wheelhouse, where Margaret awaited him alongside two companions. It appeared their belongings had been packed, and they were merely waiting for the ladies to board the carriage before departing. "Good morning, Sir William." Margaret and her companions curtsied, the morning light casting a delicate halo around them, enhancing their radiant beauty. "How enchanting!" observed the captivating aura of magic. William thought to himself, smiling, "Good morning to you, lovely ladies." Margaret appraised William from head to toe. His black leather armor was striking, featuring a novel design and exquisite craftsmanship. Having participated in its design himself, it exuded a modern flair. If one were to find a flaw, it would be its exorbitant cost. After all, a substantial prize from the tournament warranted a worthy investment, but one must not neglect oneself, must they? Seemingly taken by his charm, Margaret's lips curled into a slight smile. "The song you just sang, I have never encountered it before. Is it a ballad from your homeland?" "Yes and no." Margaret's eyes widened in curiosity, blinking in surprise. In terms of its origin, it belonged to the River District, based on its creation location. It could be attributed to the River Bend, or perhaps the ballads of this riverside fortress. Margaret's gaze sparkled, suggesting it was a song meant for a beloved. "Sir, who has left such an indelible mark upon you?" "Alas, there's a pitfall here," William thought, realizing that any response might lead to embarrassment. Suddenly, he decided to remain silent and smile instead. Noticing William's lack of reply, merely a smile directed towards her, a faint blush crept onto Margaret's cheeks. Taking a deep breath, she suggested, "It seems a bit noisy here. Shall we take a stroll over there?" She then glanced back at one of her companions. "We still have some items to pack. My apologies, miss, sir," remarked the seemingly shy girl, leading the trio as they curtsied gracefully and turned to leave. Margaret, by nature cautious, always seemed accompanied by several companions, elevating her vigilance beyond that of a gentleman's solitary discretion. She was never alone. William had not anticipated such an opportunity for solitude with her. "What is happening?" William pondered, slightly taken aback by this unexpected delight, unsure of how to proceed. As he observed Margaret walking towards the manned river, he decided to follow her. The camp was alive with noise, horses whinnying as tents were being dismantled, servants busily packing belongings, and knights checking their steeds. They would return to the high court tonight, back to familiar homes, each face glowing with the joy of anticipation. The two individuals walked in silence for a while, gradually distancing themselves from the camp. Marjorie halted before a patch of wildflowers, while William stood a step away, struggling to resist the allure of her delicate hand. Marjorie, her gaze fixed on the blossoms before her, vibrant and free, seemed to ponder the metaphor of the golden hand. "Sir, are we truly to discuss this song? How can I steer the conversation elsewhere?" William's mind whirred, casually responding that he had heard the badges of prime ministers were crafted from gold, often adorned with a hand. "Do you know its weight?" William paused, then realized, to those who perceive it as light, it feels light. To those who view it as heavy, it feels heavy. "So, do you believe that the embrace of a maiden is weightier than the golden hand?" Naturally, William did not think the maiden's embrace surpassed the weight of the golden hand. Otherwise, why would he toil in martial arts, practice magic, engage in research, and build a legacy, if not to assist the Dragon Queen in unifying the realm and to rise to greatness? The hand of the king, after all, is an opportunity worth pursuing. Those songwriters would do anything for rhyme. How would I know what he thinks? William despised this notion but could not voice his disdain in such a moment. He forced an explanation. The maiden was within reach, while the hand of power was distant and elusive. Marjorie turned to him, her expression complex, difficult to discern whether she was amused or vexed. William hurried to remedy the situation. "What I mean to say is, life is fleeting. Cherish the present." Marjorie seemed taken aback, her demeanor softening as she turned back to the swaying wildflowers, no longer regarding William. "Do you recall the banquet 2 nights ago? You clumsily raised a toast at the dais, and Aunt Jenna's rather an amusing joke." "How could I forget?" William sighed inwardly. Ever since he sensed the magical fluctuations around Marjorie, he had been preoccupied with thoughts of how to approach her, to guide her into the realm of magic. Thus he answered honestly, "Unforgettable." He anticipated a mundane exchange, an introduction with a stranger, a mutual bow, much like countless encounters in the past, and perhaps there would be no subsequent meetings. Marjorie slowly knelt, her fingers brushing against a small red flower. "As the daughter of the High Court, I have long been aware that my life will be filled with countless such acquaintances, yet I doubt any will truly move my heart. The only thing I will cherish is my family's honor." Rising slowly, her voice barely above a whisper, she continued, "Until I met you, until I felt that which I had never experienced before." She could not help but recall that moment, a stirring from the depths of her soul, surging forth as their gazes met. What feeling have I not experienced? How could I not sense her response? William suddenly grasped the significance, hastening to Marjorie's side, seizing her hand, and gazing into her eyes with astonishment. You felt it? Truly, that sensation? Margaret abruptly turned her head, avoiding his gaze. I cannot articulate this feeling. It fills me with trepidation. She fears that this sensation will utterly annihilate the remnants of her former self, which is why she has been evading him. However, upon hearing that song, she felt another string in her heart being plucked. She understood that returning to the High Court under these circumstances would signify her eternal defeat. She must confront him, regardless of whether the outcome is joyous or sorrowful. Everything must reach its conclusion, here and now. Do not fear, for I shall be your steadfast support, William proclaimed with unwavering confidence. I am the rose of the High Court, bearing the honor of my family. Margaret shook her head in anguish, closing her eyes. You know nothing, William. I am fated to be the bride of power. Margaret has wed 3 kings, indeed. She can be deemed the bride of power. Is this a prophecy? William exclaimed with excitement. It does not matter, Margaret, since you have invoked your own name. I shall not hesitate to seize the moment. I know hundreds of spells. Surely there is magic you can learn. Margaret gazed at William in confusion, her eyes filled with questions, adorably naive. Chapter 8. A Flower, a World, Part 3. A column of white smoke rose abruptly into the sky from the distant horizon, appearing quite out of place. Soon, individuals in the camp began to take notice, whispering in hushed tones as they discerned its meaning. An atmosphere of unease gradually permeated the air as soldiers hastily readied their horses and equipment, while servants quickened their tasks. The river fortress also stirred. Before the gates were fully opened, a dozen fully armed cavalrymen charged forth, heading directly toward the convoy. Sir Osmond, the captain of the guards, approached the camp's outskirts with a few companions to welcome them. The cavalrymen halted before him, and the leading knight did not even dismount. He hurriedly exchanged a few words with Osmond before departing with his troop. Osmond turned to his deputy, Sir Ambrose. I need you to lead a team to scout along the river immediately. Be cautious not to stray too close to the riverbank. At once, Ambrose replied, returning to the camp. Shortly thereafter, a contingent of cavalry bearing the green banner adorned with golden roses emerged from the camp, saluting Osmond before swiftly departing. Osmond returned to the camp to find Galen, who was gazing intently at the sky, his expression grave. He spoke in a low voice. Sir Raynaud advises that we leave post-haste. It seems this must be a warning signal from Horned Keep. Is this place still deemed safe? Galen queried, slightly perplexed. The sentinels at the river fortress also spotted the longship. Sir Raynaud had just led a party to the riverbank for an inspection. There is a possibility that a large group of iron men poses a threat here as well. The simultaneous detection of iron men by 2 distant fortresses is indeed quite unusual. Galen nodded. I shall seek out Margaret. With that, he mounted his horse. Upon arriving near the Round Palace, Galen noticed 3 female companions engaged in light-hearted conversation, yet Margaret was conspicuously absent. This struck him as odd, prompting him to inquire of the more composed among Margaret's companions, Miss Yallen Tiller. Where has Miss Margaret gone? She is over there, with Sir William, Miss Yallen replied shyly. As Garland observed the perplexed expression on Galen's face, another astute companion, Eloderiel, swiftly interjected, Miss Marguerite wishes to consult Sir William regarding his new song. Garland glanced at the trio of maidens, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Was this truly the reason they had conspired to leave him alone with them? The young ladies, aware of their oversight, lowered their gazes under Garland's reproachful stare. Had they unwittingly invited trouble into their midst? Casting his eyes toward the distant figures of William and Marguerite, Garland pondered briefly before galloping toward them. At that moment, William and Marguerite found themselves ensnared in a repetitive exchange of listen to me, listen to me, listen to me, and I won't listen, I won't listen, I won't listen. Only when Garland approached did they realize their surroundings. Marguerite hastily withdrew her hand from William's grasp, turning away from him with her arms crossed over her chest. William experienced the awkwardness akin to being caught pilfering vegetables from a garden, while Marguerite's expression was a captivating blend of embarrassment, anger, frustration, and confusion. This was the quintessential demeanor of a young maiden. Garland felt a flicker of satisfaction. He could scarcely recall the last time he had witnessed Marguerite exhibit such youthful innocence. Guiding his steed closer to the pair, Garland spoke. My apologies for interrupting your musical discourse, but I bear some unfortunate news. We must depart at once. Noticing that William and Marguerite remained in their previous stances, seemingly unfazed by his announcement, Garland pointed toward the distant horizon. Do you see that column of smoke? It signals the discovery of iron men, and the numbers appear to be considerable. We must set off post-haste. Both William and Marguerite displayed a flicker of surprise at this revelation. Garland turned to William, saying, "Your horse and belongings are ready. You must journey alone and exercise caution along the way." "Do you truly believe I would abandon you in such a moment, Garland?" William replied earnestly. "Having come this far, it would be a travesty to turn back." He glanced at the girl and added, "I must protect Miss Marguerite." "Very well, William. Ensure Marguerite returns home swiftly. I shall head to Riverside, keep to procure a spare suit of armor for you." Garland then turned his attention to Marguerite, leaning closer to whisper, "I found your earlier demeanor quite endearing, my dear sister." With that, he pivoted his horse and departed, a smile gracing his face. Marguerite was momentarily taken aback, then burst into a soft laugh. William, not lacking in perception, soon grasped the situation. Had he known Marguerite harbored such feelings for him, he would not have hesitated to pursue a romantic connection. Alas, matters of the heart were now set aside, though he resolved to strive harder with his magical studies. Noticing that Marguerite's spirits appeared to have lifted, he sidled closer to her. "Marguerite, trust me, if you do not pursue the study of magic, it would be a grievous waste of potential." "Humph." Marguerite dismissed William's outstretched hand, lifting her skirt as she walked away. He shook his head with a wry smile and hurried to catch up. "Marguerite, you cannot squander your youth." "Humph. Magic is truly wondrous. And yet, what of it? You were still bested by Garland." Marguerite walked briskly, not once glancing back. William felt confident that he could defeat Garland next time, yet his assertion lacked conviction. So he rephrased, "I am several years younger than Garland, yet I can hold my own against him. Does that not exemplify the power of magic?" To which Marguerite replied, "What good is that to me? My brothers will protect me. Magic is not solely for combat. You have inherited the bloodline of the green-handed Gars, enabling you to learn many plant-related spells." "Enough of this," she interjected. "I have no desire to tend to flowers and plants." Until they returned to the camp, Marguerite ascended the wheel palace with her companions, and William could not coax her into further discussion. Nevertheless, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The previous evening, he had relinquished the notion of guiding Marguerite, yet today he could engage her in conversation with such boldness, mere steps away from a significant breakthrough. Before long, Garland arrived beside the wheel palace, bearing a full set of Tyler heavy cavalry armor. An attendant promptly approached to assist William in donning the equipment. Familiar with the gear, William quickly assessed its quality. Although this mass-produced armor could not compare to his custom-fitted piece in comfort, its protective capabilities were commendable. With the attendant's help, William swiftly clad himself in the armor. Garland noted his tall stature and surmised that in a few years, once he matured further, he would have to wear his own specially crafted armor. Ultimately, he donned his helmet, adorned with a large bat emblem, which, despite its fierce appearance, seemed somewhat comical. "William, doesn't the crest of the Heen family feature a different bat?" Garland couldn't help but inquire. "Indeed, this is my own design. I call it the Great-Mouthed Bat. What do you think? Quite imposing, isn't it?" Garland perceived a significant divergence in their interpretations of what constituted imposing. He instinctively touched the personal emblem on his attire, which featured 2 golden roses, symbolizing his status as the second son. "You are not like me. You are the heir of the Heen family." William patted Garland on the shoulder, saying, "I would love to grant you a fief, making you my vassal. No land could compare to yours, but alas, you are a Tyler, so it remains merely a fanciful notion." Garland chuckled and shook his head, seemingly refuting an unspoken sentiment of William's. Then, the din of orders and responses erupted, signaling that the caravan was about to depart. As Garland mounted his horse, he observed William gracefully springing into the saddle, the heavy armor appearing weightless upon him. Typically, mounting such heavy cavalry requires assistance, and all present were astonished by the sight. Realizing the source of their surprise, William feigned ignorance as he checked his equipment: double-handed sword, rapier, shield, and flail. All in order, he nodded in satisfaction and rode to the side of the wheel palace. The caravan began to move slowly. The sky was a clear azure, indicating a splendidly sunny day ahead. Yet the plume of smoke cast a subtle shadow over the hearts of all present. Chapter 9. A Flower, a World. End. After the caravan set forth, Osmond deployed additional scouts, and with the reports from Ambrose and others, the sentinels traversed back and forth, creating a palpable sense of a grand army in motion. William peered out from the window of the wheelhouse, yet Marjorie maintained an impassive demeanor, remaining silent. The other 3 Tyrell maidens were equally perplexed by the dynamic between her and William, hesitant to speak freely. Feeling a twinge of boredom, William engaged in conversation with Garland, inquiring about the recent plume of smoke. What was that all about? Iron Men. Everyone seems rather tense. Are the people of Riverlands not afraid of Iron Men? It dawned on him that the Iron Men wielded considerable influence over the Seven Kingdoms, and only he, as an outsider, remained unconcerned. My family's castle was built by Iron Men, he remarked, then swiftly redirected the conversation. But we have at least 100 cavalry, along with formidable warriors like you and me. It won't be easy to evade the Greybeards of Shield Islands, and how many ships can secretly approach? At most, 200 men, just to charge. Galen chuckled. Sir Osmond's task is to protect the caravan, not to eradicate bandits. Indeed, but that fortress isn't too far from Riverkeep. Those Iron Men dare venture so deep. Even if they succeed in looting, by the time they reach the estuary, word will have reached Shield Islands. Aren't they afraid of being cornered? Since the Greybeards appeared, any Iron Man bold enough to come to the Mander is surely mad. Their actions are hardly surprising, Galen whispered. Additionally, we left in such haste this morning because we detected Iron Man's presence at Riverkeep. Riverkeep? Oh right. I heard there's a town ahead where we might pause for a while at noon. Upon seeing Galen nod, William continued. Do you think the Iron Men will attempt to raid that town? Galen laughed. That town is called 10-Mile Town, as it lies just 10 miles from Highgarden. Cavalry could reach it in 2 hours. No Iron Man would dare venture there. Even if the news reached Highgarden immediately, it would take half a day for cavalry to arrive. If they are not greedy, there will be ample time for retreat. William pondered seriously, moreover. Cavalry moving at full speed for 2 hours would likely arrive too late to engage immediately, and instead, it might be perceived as a signal to retreat. He then jested with Galen. Most importantly, if even you hadn't considered this possibility, it merits a trial. Seeing Galen frown in contemplation, William chuckled. Well, Galen, pondering this now is futile. Let's discuss Sir Osmond instead. Observing the scouts' organized movements, it seems Sir Osmond is quite experienced. As noon approached, another knight emerged from the north. Initially, the frequent comings and goings of scouts went unnoticed, but Osmond soon issued a command, redirecting the caravan away from the main road. Galen and William exchanged glances, both sensing an ominous premonition, and hastened to the front of the caravan to find Osmond. Osmond was issuing commands to the captains of various squads. Garland and William quickly grasped his intentions. Osmond planned to establish a defensive position on a small embankment beside the road. The embankment's steep side was easily defensible, allowing them to focus their efforts on the gentler slope, which could be considered the most advantageous defensive location within their sight. Sir Garland and Sir William had just received news of an Iron Folk attack on 10-Mile Town. Osmond, having completed his arrangements, came to inform them of the situation. To avoid being ambushed during their march, they would first deploy defenses in that area and await further updates. Osmond's strategy was sound, and neither Garland nor William could find fault with it. However, Garland had a lingering concern. The proximity to 10-Mile Town was troubling. Their scouts should have reported the Iron Folk's presence much earlier. Why were they only receiving notification now, sir? This is ominous, Sir Garland. Sir Ambrose's men have failed to report in a timely manner, and subsequent scouts have not uncovered their whereabouts. I fear we may have lost him. Osmond's tone was somewhat despondent. Garland fell silent. He had known Ambrose for many years and had not anticipated his sudden departure. William also felt a sense of loss. Ambrose had sung alongside him that very morning, a fine night indeed. Let us allow Sir Osmond to continue with his duties, Garland. We should check on Marjorie and the others. They may be feeling anxious. The steep side of the embankment allowed the convoy to quickly form a semicircle centered around the wagon, creating a highly advantageous defensive formation. Due to this arrangement, Osmond's command post was situated directly in front of the wagon. Though it was termed a command post, it was simply a long table around which the knights gathered to discuss strategies. Upon seeing Garland and William at the side, they were invited to join, but both remained prudently silent. I am unafraid of idle talk and empty bravado, but for now, I shall focus on learning. Osmond indeed demonstrated his extensive experience, meticulously detailing the defensive arrangements. As the overall strategy was being finalized, William suddenly spotted Marjorie descending from the wagon with 3 young maidens, approaching their direction. The group exchanged courteous greetings, and due to the number of people present, it took a considerable time to complete this customary noble etiquette. Sir Osmond, Marjorie began, her demeanor as graceful as ever, yet her words were direct. I have heard that 10-Mile Town is under attack. We must take action. We have established a robust defense. It is quite secure here, Osmond replied, gesturing toward the north. Highgarden lies that way, and the messengers to Highgarden have already departed. Reinforcements will arrive shortly to teach those disgraceful Iron Folk a bloody lesson. The people of 10-Mile Town may not survive until then. Marjorie interjected. I am a woman, unfamiliar with military matters, yet those are subjects of Highgarden. We are lords of Highgarden. Can we simply sit idly by as they suffer misfortune? The knights fell into a collective silence, unable to meet Marjorie's pleading gaze. After a brief pause, Osmond struggled to speak. I apologize, my lady, but we must prioritize your safety. Marguerite's eyes widened as she glanced at Osmond and then at the other knights, including Galen, who all seemed somewhat awkward. Only William's eyes sparkled. When Marguerite looked at him, he even blinked a few times. After a moment of silence, he said, I assume you all will be busy with military affairs, so I shall not disturb you. Farewell. After Marguerite bowed, she turned and walked to the opposite side of the Wheel Palace. It was only when her figure vanished from view that the awkward atmosphere dissipated, and the knights resumed their discussions on military matters or began issuing orders. William, remaining inconspicuous, slipped behind the Wheel Palace while Galen was distracted. The terrain here was steeper, devoid of carts, and not far off stood a group of soldiers on high alert. Marguerite was engaged in hushed conversation with her three companions, seemingly discussing some game. William cleared his throat a couple of times, prompting the young women to pause and look at him. Marguerite appeared composed, her earlier indifference replaced with a demeanor akin to that she displayed before the other knights. William felt a mix of joy and disappointment, yet he knew he must seize the opportunity. Miss Marguerite, I have something to discuss with you privately. Let us speak here, Sir William. The situation is not easy, and everyone is quite busy, Marguerite replied, her expression calm, yet subtly conveying an air of refusal. However, William had anticipated this and quickly dangled the bait. About what you just mentioned, I have a solution. Marguerite pondered for a moment and then responded with a hint of realization. What solution could you possibly have, sir? Consider what I am called, he suggested. Marguerite hesitated briefly, nodding to her companions, while Yalan seemed poised to speak, but Alora interrupted her. Noticing the three young women stop a short distance away without any intention of moving further, William stepped closer to Marguerite and whispered in her ear. Magic can create miracles even in despair. Miracles? I do not desire any miracles. I merely wish to protect my people, though you may not appreciate it. Magic indeed grants one extraordinary powers, such as defeating 100 foes single-handedly. Marguerite's shoulders twitched as if she could not suppress a laugh. War is not a contest of skill, William. If you truly wish for me to learn magic, I wouldn't mind exploring it, provided there is no malevolence involved. Please, do not jest. Jest? William chuckled. Let me awaken your magical potential. Experience the wonders of magic, and you will understand my seriousness. Marguerite took a half-step back, studying William, who met her gaze with unwavering confidence. Just as he was about to say something further, he noticed her eyes subtly shift, followed by her voice. Very well. What must I do? William suppressed his excitement, feeling that this was indeed a remarkable breakthrough. Previously, William believed that merely grasping Marguerite's hand would awaken her magical prowess. However, it became evident that he was still quite youthful. Valyrian steel would not reject his mental energy, yet a person could. Without Marguerite's cooperation, he found himself utterly powerless. William yearned to deliver a profound shock to Marguerite, and, after a moment of contemplation, pointed to a patch of wildflowers at her feet. Do you see those flowers, Marguerite? He inquired. Marguerite gazed at the blossoms and nodded. Observe that bud. I shall lend you my magic, and by reciting an incantation through you, it will transform into enchantment, allowing that flower to bloom. Marguerite regarded William, seemingly hesitant, before casting her gaze once more upon the bud. Fear not, it is exceedingly simple. For this incantation resonates harmoniously with your magical essence. William clasped Marguerite's hand, opening his mind to her. Do not resist my mental force. We must first forge a spiritual connection, then I can bestow my magic upon you. Yes, just like that. It was his inaugural experience of connecting with another's mind, leaving him somewhat dazed, yet he felt a flicker of Marguerite's emotions, akin to a lucid dream, but with the freedom to control himself. He began to silently recite the incantation, and as he did, Marguerite's mental energy began to oscillate, intertwining with his magic, coalescing into an intangible force directed toward their objective. After William grasped Marguerite's hand, she too felt a sense of bewilderment, as if she could perceive William's emotions. What does he think of me? As this thought arose, she was enveloped in a complex array of feelings: love, admiration, tenderness, respect. Indescribable, yet overwhelmingly warm. Is this how he sees me? However, before she could delve deeper into her thoughts, she felt herself slipping into an unfamiliar realm of consciousness. This was an utterly pure world, where sunlight and earth were all that existed, and a profound sense of freedom and carefree existence enveloped her. Everything from her past seemed forgotten, trivial in comparison. Then, she beheld the delicate bud begin to tremble slightly, the petals gradually unfurling. 1, 2, 3 outer petals opened, revealing the inner petals tightly bound together. Layer by layer, the flower blossomed at an astonishing pace, a miraculous unfolding. Another wave of disorientation washed over her, as she sensed the connection to that wondrous spiritual realm fading. Yet the sensation lingered in her mind, as if a conversation had transpired. "William, if I do not acquiesce to you, will you save my people?" "Of course, Marguerite. I may not be grand enough to champion justice across the world, but I am not so cowardly as to turn a blind eye to the evils before me. Now, take your time to absorb this. Do not wander off. I shall return shortly." "What is William doing, Marguerite?" Suddenly, an urgent voice roused her. It was Galen. Upon seeing Galen's anxious expression, Marguerite jolted awake. William. Chapter 10. Fear. As William crouched upon his galloping steed, he glimpsed through the crevices of his helmet 5 iron men, haphazardly swathed in assorted garments and armor. They regarded the solitary knight with utter contempt, brandishing their glinting axes, their faces twisted into savage grins. Yet, just as they intended to cleave the knight into fragments, a moment of astonishment struck them as they witnessed the knight suddenly vaulting from his mount, diving down like a hawk. The smiles of the 2 iron men directly in front of him froze in disbelief. With a thunderous crash, William collided with the 2 hapless iron men, having prepared for this encounter. As he rolled to his feet from the impact, the unfortunate iron men lay in a pool of blood, convulsing weakly. Before the remaining iron men could react, William sprinted towards the nearest foe, swinging his sword with precision. The blade sliced through flesh, blood gushed forth, and the visage of ruthlessness on his face transformed into one of palpable fear. As the lifeless body crumpled to the ground, William was already engaged in combat with 2 more iron men. Unflinching, William allowed the enormous axes of the iron men to strike his form, with resounding thuds. Though the sturdy cavalry armor bore the marks of their blows, no significant harm was inflicted. The impact was absorbed by his robust physique, leaving him steady and unwavering. With movements honed through countless repetitions, he executed 2 swift strikes, and the fragmented armor of the iron men proved futile against the sharpness of his sword. Accompanied by 2 anguished cries, yet another pair of corpses collapsed before him. The sensation of taking a life is indeed somewhat nauseating. William swallowed hard, the metallic taste of blood lingering in his mouth, as he stared vacantly at the scattered bodies. Instinctively, he flicked his sword, shaking off droplets of blood. Here, in the realm of Westeros, human lives were as inconsequential as weeds. From the common folk to the nobility, death was a matter of mere whim. Often, when one fell, many would follow. Yet, William did not wish to perish, and he had come to realize that, whether he desired it or not, his hands would ultimately be stained with blood. However, he held steadfast to an immutable boundary. He could not practice the art of killing by taking innocent lives. Thus, when he heard of bandits in 10 Mile Town, a flicker of temptation ignited within him, yearning for a bloody reckoning. Marjorie's plea merely tipped the scales in favor of his darker inclinations. It was, after all, the first time he had witnessed vibrant life extinguished by his own hand, and an inexplicable sensation welled within him. Nonetheless, the raging flames and piercing screams that filled the town alleviated much of his guilt. If circumstances permitted, he hoped to find himself in such a position again. Though lives were lost, others might yet be spared. These wretches have committed unspeakable evils. Their demise is well-deserved, and my actions are just. Regaining his composure, William surveyed 10 Mile Town. The settlement was relatively substantial, boasting more than 1 thoroughfare, and its buildings typically rose 2 to 3 stories high. It should have been a thriving locale, yet chaos reigned, with smoke billowing from every corner. The iron men busied themselves with pillage and destruction. After dispatching 5 sentinels at the town's entrance, William lingered there for several minutes, fortifying his resolve. But no further iron men appeared. During the robbery, there were still some standing guard outside, seemingly indicating that this band of iron men has a formidable leader. William pondered his next course of action. If I were to be surrounded by an organized group, it could pose a significant challenge. However, if this allows me to confront their leader directly, that could prove advantageous. A decapitation strategy to eliminate him swiftly might cause the rest to flee, simplifying matters for me. William suddenly regretted having acted too quickly, depriving the sentinels of the opportunity to raise the alarm. Perhaps they possessed some form of signaling device. Yet he was disinclined to rummage through the corpses, realizing he had a long path ahead. I shall take it one step at a time. As he approached the town's entrance, the situation within remained unclear, rendering tactical planning impossible. William strode forward, not particularly hastily, but upon encountering the iron men engaged in wrongdoing, his actions became as swift as lightning. He charged in, striking without a hint of defense, delivering lethal blows with each swing, and soon, over 20 iron men lay slain, victims of his merciless onslaught. Along his path, he liberated dozens of individuals, predominantly women, some hiding in cellars or secret chambers. With each rescue, he urged them to flee towards the makeshift camp. Upon reaching a large house, a sudden surge of over 10 iron men erupted from various directions, encircling William in the street. At last, I've been discovered. These iron men are rather slow to react. Assuming a defensive posture, he resolved to take the initiative. Yet, despite their numbers, the iron men seemed hesitant, possibly intimidated by William's ferocious attacks. After a tense standoff, William chuckled. "Are you not coming? Then I shall take a moment to rest." Appearing to relax, he spread his arms, casually standing with his massive sword resting on the ground. Suddenly, a burly iron man, his face a mask of brutishness, could no longer contain himself and charged forward, brandishing a colossal axe. As he charged, the remaining iron men followed suit. "Then I shall oblige you." William, uninterested in overthinking the situation, charged at the leading iron man. In the instant their weapons clashed, the iron man surprisingly adopted a defensive stance, crossing his axe in front of him. William, taken aback by this unexpected caution from such a seemingly crude individual, scoffed, "Coward." With a dismissive sneer, he surged forward, stepping into a lunge, and, in the iron man's incredulous gaze, altered his body's angle, shifting from a frontal position to a side stance. As they brushed past each other, William's sword sliced through, inflicting a grievous wound to the man's torso. He then elegantly pivoted, without pausing, and thrust his sword into another iron man's back, delivering a fatal blow. Without a glance at the two fallen bodies, he charged towards the nearest remaining iron man. William's effortless dispatch of two adversaries instilled fear among the iron men, their expressions turning grim. As they witnessed William's approach, they retreated in haste. Disinterested in the chase, he shifted his target, prompting the next iron man to retreat swiftly as well. However, the iron men did not flee outright. Instead, they circled around as William pursued one, while the others closed in from the flanks. Faced with these relentless iron citizens who neither fought nor fled, William found himself in a predicament. Although these individuals posed no direct threat to him, their stubborn presence hindered his efforts to rescue others. In the midst of this stalemate, the two sides arrived at a crossroads, when suddenly, 3 fully armed warriors surged forth from another street, launching a surprise attack from behind the iron citizens. In an instant, 4 or 5 of them were felled to the ground amidst a cacophony of screams and chaos. Seizing the opportunity, William joined the fray, dispatching foes with deft strikes. And together with his companions, they swiftly annihilated this squad of iron citizens. As William removed his mask, he beheld the flowing brown hair and handsome visage of Galen, astonished. He exclaimed, "Galen, what brings you here?" Galen gazed at him reproachfully. "William, courage does not equate to recklessness. The pursuit of glory should not lead one to seek death. Your decision was far too rash. Do not fret so, Galen." "See, I am quite well," William replied with a grin, though his heart was profoundly moved. He possessed magic, and even in this den of peril, he felt he could navigate through with merely a hint of bravery, but he knew he had yet to prove his mettle. Galen, on the other hand, had truly risked his life to seek him out. Such a friendship was beyond measure, and he pondered how he might repay it. Galen could say little more. On his way, he had encountered some of those whom William had saved, individuals who had narrowly escaped due to the selflessness of this young man, a duty that ought to have fallen upon the knights of the High Court. However, before the two could exchange further words, the sound of footsteps echoed from the opposite street, suggesting the approach of dozens of individuals. Galen urged, "Quickly, William. Sir John is outside waiting to assist us." Had it been only William, he would not have feared, yet amidst the tumult, he could not ensure the safety of others. The thought of Galen being harmed weighed heavily on him, so he did not hesitate, and they all took to their heels. Suddenly, a sense of alertness surged within William, and he instinctively shoved Galen aside, realizing the impending danger. Galen stumbled, struggling to regain his balance, only to see William pivot towards the oncoming street. A massive axe whistled past Galen's vision, the rush of wind stinging his face. In the next moment, with a sickening thud, the axe sank deeply into William's breastplate, the tremendous force knocking him to the ground. As the magic shattered upon impact, a paralyzing fear of death gripped his heart, the encroaching coldness threatening to engulf him. Everything faded into emptiness, no sound, no sensation, a complete loss of control over his body and thoughts. He watched as Galen urgently shouted something at him, but he could not hear, nor did he desire to respond. Galen seemed intent on dragging him away, but William felt no sensation, too weary to cooperate. Galen was soon pursued. A towering iron citizen, wielding a colossal axe, swung it down upon him. This axe was larger than any William had ever encountered. Yet, Galen's combat prowess was formidable, and even this giant of a foe could not best him. Thus, the melee continued. Galen and his retinue were well-trained and operated in perfect harmony, effectively shielding each other's flanks. Surprisingly, the tenfold number of Iron folk found themselves at a loss against them, with several of their own comrades being felled one after another. Some Iron folk began to assault their fallen brethren, leaving Galen to defend himself as their formation descended into chaos. Galen seemed resolute in his refusal to surrender, yet injuries began to accumulate. One retainer fell, then another, until at last, a sharp axe struck Galen's back. As he collapsed, he looked upon himself, his gaze imbued with profound remorse. "It is I who should apologize, Galen." Chapter 11. Wrath. Suddenly, consciousness surged back into William's body. And in the instant he broke free from overwhelming terror, he heard his own roar. Galen, with blood spraying. William yanked the axe embedded in his chest plate and hurled it with ferocity at the Iron folk intent on continuing their assault on Galen. The flying axe struck true, landing squarely upon the foe's head, sending him soaring backward as if struck by a speeding vehicle. "Ah!" William bellowed as he rose, a horrifying gash marring his chest plate. Blood splattered all around him. He felt a raging inferno ignite within his chest, searing his spirit and filling him with an unbearable agony, compelling him to obliterate everything before him. The tallest of the Iron folk, presumably their leader, cackled menacingly and shouted a few commands, perhaps promising a handsome reward. The Iron folk surged forward, their excitement palpable. Without a moment's hesitation, William aimed at the foremost foe and delivered a fierce strike. The Iron folk raised his round shield, seemingly prepared to block the blow and seize the glory of victory. However, the immense force of William's sword shattered the shield, and the blade continued its merciless descent, nearly cleaving the man in half at the shoulder. The last sound to escape the Iron folk's lips was a piercing scream of despair. As he beheld the fallen body before him, William sensed the stinging pain dissipate slightly, reinforcing his resolve. Ignoring the myriad of weapons aimed at him, he poured every ounce of his strength into each step forward, swinging his sword with lethal intent, each strike eliciting a spray of blood and extinguishing a life. As the minions neared collapse, their leader charged forward with a deafening roar, the glinting giant axe rapidly enlarging in William's vision. Danger! After the absorption of magic had saved William's life, it dissipated, and sensing the impending blow that would inflict catastrophic damage, he executed a swift maneuver, dodging the frontal assault and attacking from the side. Clang! William's sword clashed against the axe with a resounding crash, and the Iron folk leader, with astonishing reflexes for his size, managed to block the lethal strike just in time. William's fury intensified, and he unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, the sounds of clashing steel echoing around him. The leader of the Iron Men fought valiantly, retreating step by step, his expression grave. He could scarcely fathom that within the river bend, there existed an adversary capable of simultaneously overwhelming him in both strength and speed. Now, he could only hope that this knight would soon tire, that such a frenzied assault could not be sustained, and that he might yet find an opportunity to counterattack, or at the very least, a chance to flee. Yet, it appeared that William's sword wielded a force greater than mere steel. There was no sign of waning vigor, while the Iron Man's arms grew weary and strained. As William roared and swung his sword down upon him, the Iron Man instinctively raised his axe to block, but this time, William artfully executed a flourish, his sword tracing a graceful arc that cleaved through the wooden handle of the axe. In the Iron Man's despairing gaze, he was severed along with his massive weapon into 4 segments. Blood erupted like a torrential downpour, drenching William in a rain of crimson as he threw his head back and howled. Witnessing the demonic visage of William, the Iron Men finally succumbed to panic, screaming as they turned to flee, and William pursued them mercilessly. Terrified, the Iron Men scattered in all directions, while William relentlessly hunted them down, cutting through the small town from one end to the other. Ultimately, most of the surviving Iron Men managed to escape, yearning only to reach the riverbank and board their longboats to flee from this terrifying demon. Alas, this desire proved elusive, for William pursued them beyond the town, cutting down every Iron Man he spotted until he arrived at the broad river, where several empty longboats lay waiting, and not a single living Iron Man remained in sight. Awakening from this grim reverie, William came to a halt, collapsing weakly at the water's edge, one hand resting upon his sword, the other braced against the ground. As he gasped for breath, The exhaustion of his mental faculties brought on a severe headache, making the world spin around him. Time lost meaning until the sound of clattering hooves broke the silence, and a troop of cavalry appeared in his line of sight. Upon seeing the green field adorned with golden roses, William felt a smile threatening to break forth, yet all that escaped was a grimace. He fought against the waves of pain coursing through his body and summoned every ounce of strength to rise, pointing toward the town and bellowing, "Go find Galen. Galen!" The once orderly formation of cavalry shifted uneasily, and soon most of the riders turned about, hastening toward the town, while two cavalrymen continued to advance toward William. Dismounting, they approached him, taking in the grisly scene of bodies stretching from the town to the riverbank. In the presence of the formidable figure standing with his sword, awe mingled with fear welled up within them. "Sir William, we shall escort you back to camp. You need medical attention." As they lifted the tent flap, the stench of blood assaulted their senses. Marguerite entered as if in a trance. The first sight that greeted her was William's helmet, nearly stained red with blood. The bat emblem with its gaping maw appeared grotesque rather than comical, as if it had feasted on the very lifeblood of its victims. The hair beneath the helmet was matted and soaked in blood, congealed into a tangled mess, while his once handsome visage was marred and smeared with grime. Marjorie then beheld William's armor, an astonishing sight she had never imagined could sustain such immense damage. It was riddled with cracks from sharp blades and dents from blunt instruments. The gaping wound on his chest sent a pang to her heart. Fortunately, his eyes still glimmered with vitality, and when their gazes met, he offered her a smile that stirred an ache within her. Prior to entering, she had intended to scold him fiercely, yet now, words eluded her. After a moment of silence, William broke the stillness, stating that Sir John had informed him that Galen was in reasonably good condition. Just moments ago, Sir John Roant, the knight who had led the troops to their aid at 10 Mile Town, had visited William to relay news of Galen's state. Upon hearing Galen's name, Marjorie felt her eyes welling up, her fists clenching tightly, as if she longed to strike someone. "Reasonably good condition? I just saw him. He remains unconscious, and I fear for his survival against infection." Though the others were deeply concerned about Galen's predicament, William felt a sense of reassurance. He believed that as long as Galen recovered, nothing else would pose a problem, except perhaps for Marjorie, without whom he would still face challenges. The experience of activating Marjorie's powers before their departure had instilled in him a profound confidence. He was certain that together, they could overcome any injury Galen had incurred. "Relax, Marjorie. I have told you, miracles abound," he remarked, glancing at the three young girls from Tiller who were closely following Marjorie. With a gentle smile, he encouraged her. Marjorie took a deep breath, exhaling slowly, her clenched fists loosening as she turned to face the girls. They demonstrated remarkable cooperation, exchanging glances before smiles blossomed on their faces. And then they turned to leave, their steps light. As they exited, Arrow playfully made a face at William. Since returning to the camp, William had observed that nearly everyone regarded him with altered eyes, save for Marjorie. Once the girls had departed, Marjorie approached William, lowering her voice. "Your miracle nearly cost me my brother." Though her tone was subdued, the anger simmering beneath it left William feeling quite awkward. "I had no idea Galen would go." "If it were just me," William began, but Marjorie interrupted forcefully. "Just you? Huh. Then I wouldn't need to speak to your corpse." He found himself unable to refute her. Had it not been for Galen, he too might have fallen victim to the Ironborn leader's flying axe. Had an Ironborn struck while he was vulnerable, his journey through Westeros would have met a premature end. At least the outcome is favorable. Neither Galen nor I sustained serious harm, and we saved many others," William said sheepishly, diverting his gaze from Marjorie's penetrating stare. "Yet I do not relish this feeling. The significance of Galen to me is unmatched by many," he confessed. Looking at Marjorie, suddenly, compelled by an impulse, he asked, "What about me?" A faint blush crept onto Marjorie's cheeks, but she replied, "Are you foolish? Sire, how could you possibly compare yourself to Galen?" After speaking, she rose, turning her back to William. "Regardless, I no longer wish to learn any magic." A wave of sorrow washed over William as he thought, "What have I endured all this for? This is simply unacceptable." Yet he sought to salvage the situation. "Margaret, magic is merely a form of knowledge or skill. Though wondrous, it is fundamentally akin to martial arts, music, and painting. But I believe it brings misfortune. I barely grazed its surface and almost lost my brother. Why does magic fade away? Perhaps it is for this reason that it has been forsaken." Margaret's tone was calm, yet William sensed her unwavering resolve. Momentarily at a loss for words, he finally replied, "Very well, I shall not force you, but Garland remains in peril. For Garland's sake, shall we collaborate once more?" Margaret turned, a hint of curiosity in her expression. "I now believe you truly possess magic, but why do you not save Garland yourself? Why rely on me? Everyone has their unique talents, and the same holds true in the realm of magic. We each possess different magical affinities, Margaret." William seized the opportunity to impart magical knowledge to her. "My talent lies in combat. I lack the ability to heal others, whereas your gift pertains to life. Do you recall the spell that made flowers bloom? That was likely used by your ancestor, the Greenhand Gals." Margaret nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, Ilro's voice resonated from outside the tent. "Sir Vernon, good day. Miss Elro, Miss Yallen, Miss Mage, greetings to you." Sir Vernon's voice sounded somewhat aged. The tent flaps were drawn back, revealing the elderly knight, who served as a temporary physician, accompanied by several servants. He bowed to Margaret, who stood a few paces from William. "Good day, Miss Margaret." "Good day, Sir Vernon." "Miss Margaret, we must assist Sir William in removing his armor to tend to his wounds. Might we ask you to step aside?" Margaret cast a complex glance at William before smiling at the old knight. "Very well, sir," she replied, turning to exit the tent. Chapter 12. Heroes. After the servants assisted in removing the armor and cleansing the wounds, Sir Vernon was astonished to discover that although William was bruised and battered, his injuries were not severe and merely required simple bandaging. In no time, the wounds were treated, and after exchanging pleasantries filled with awe, Sir Vernon admonished William to rest well before taking his leave. William closed his eyes, regaining his strength while contemplating how to heal Garland. He mused that perhaps if he used magic several more times, Margaret would become enamored with it. At that point, she would be utterly captivated. He chuckled to himself. But fatigue soon overtook him, and he fell into a deep slumber. Amidst his dreams, the enticing aroma of food wafted through the air, rousing William from his slumber. He unwrapped a bandage to inspect his wound, which had nearly healed. To avoid drawing undue attention, he rewrapped the bandage and donned his clothing before stepping out of the tent. At this moment, the sun withdrew its brilliance, and the sky appeared as a serene blue expanse, reminiscent of a clear lake. Before him, a multitude of tents cast elongated shadows beneath the setting sun. The air was imbued with the scent of smoke, emanating from the campfire where food was being prepared, indicating that they would be spending the night under the stars. Soon, he observed a large troop of cavalry approaching from the direction of 10 Miles Town, stirring up clouds of dust, with banners of green adorned with golden roses fluttering high. "Finally, reinforcements from Highgarden have arrived," he mused. As William sought out Garland, he encountered several servants along the way, who paused to respectfully bow upon seeing him before continuing with their tasks. William reciprocated with a smile, feeling a sense of pride swell within him. Previously, he had felt somewhat inconspicuous within this company, but now, every individual he passed acknowledged him with a salute, allowing him to revel in the sensation of being esteemed. Garland remained in a state of unconsciousness, his countenance tranquil, embodying the image of a quiet, handsome man. His breathing was steady and robust, which reassured William considerably. The servant tending to Garland watched William depart with reverence in their eyes. The companions of Marjorie smiled softly upon seeing him, and without waiting for Marjorie's cue, they obediently stepped aside from the wheelhouse. Though they were of a collateral branch, these three ladies were also daughters of House Tyrell, and their compliance took William by surprise. However, he did not presume to ascend the wheelhouse. He lingered by the door until the young women had moved a sufficient distance before turning to Marjorie. "Marjorie, I just visited Garland. Although he has passed the critical phase, the risk of infection remains. We should attend to him promptly." Marjorie stretched her body in her seat. "Have you fully recovered?" "Not entirely, but I should manage with a few spells," he replied. Upon hearing the mention of magic, Marjorie furrowed her brow, hesitating to respond. Noticing her uncertainty, William smiled. "Regardless of the magic, it can only be beneficial for you to see your brother, can it not?" "All right." Marjorie finally nodded. "As long as you accompany me, it shall be manageable," William thought to himself, feeling a sense of triumph. The two, accompanied by the three young ladies, were on their way to Garland's tent when they were suddenly met by Osmond, who approached with a fully armed knight. After a series of elaborate formalities, Osmond introduced the knight. "Sir William, this is Sir Aegon Lannister, the captain of the guards from Highgarden. Aegon, this is Sir William Riverland of Harrenhal, the captain of the guards, a person of great importance." William quickly bowed in greeting. "Sir Aegon, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Not long ago, I had the privilege of a brief encounter with your brother, Lord Lannister." Aegon, tall and composed, wore a broad smile. "Sir William, I am truly in awe of your valor. I visited 10 Miles Town on my way here, and your bravery is beyond mere words. 1 against 100 does not adequately capture your courage. William understood that excessive humility in Westeros could be perceived as insincerity. He glanced at Marjorie and remarked, "Initially, my actions stemmed from righteous indignation. Perhaps it was Miss Marjorie's encouragement that bolstered my resolve." Despite the tumultuous thoughts racing through her mind, Marguerite maintained a serene smile. "Do the two gentlemen have any matters to discuss?" she inquired. Osmond responded, Sir Egan has just visited Sir Garland, and his condition appears to be stable. We have come to invite Sir William and Miss Marguerite to a military council to brief you on the current situation and the forthcoming plans." William noted with some astonishment that his name was mentioned before Marguerite's. The highest commanders of this substantial force had taken the trouble to invite him to the military meeting, which left him somewhat incredulous yet unable to decline the invitation, thinking, after all, Garland's injury is not an immediate concern. He then turned to Marguerite. After a moment of contemplation, Marguerite addressed Osmond and Egan, saying, "I am utterly unfamiliar with military affairs, so I shall not intrude upon your discussions." She then looked at William. "Sir William, please proceed as you see fit. I shall take my leave to visit Garland." With that, she gracefully departed with the young women. Once the women had exited, the atmosphere among the men became animated. William recognized that these two held considerable influence within the High Court, and they both greatly admired his prowess as a formidable warrior. Their mutual interest fostered an enjoyable conversation, and soon they arrived at a tent designated as a temporary command center, with Egan bringing reinforcements. The number of knights present was significantly greater than during the morning council led by Osmond. As the three entered, those knights who recognized William began to whisper among themselves, while Egan positioned himself at the center of the tent, clearing his throat. "When we departed from the High Court, I feared that the knights of the High Court would bear a lifetime of shame." His voice, though not loud, commanded silence among the knights. The attack on 10 Mile Town had been exceedingly abrupt. It was only after the arrival of a messenger dispatched by Sir Osmond that the High Court was made aware of the situation. At that moment, it was universally assumed that the Iron Folk would escape promptly after pillaging 10 Mile Town. Knights who had accompanied Egan nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the Iron Folk had ample opportunity to flee. Indeed, this assault had taken everyone by surprise. However, Egan's voice suddenly rose in intensity. One knight, alone and undaunted, charged forth against over 200 notorious marauders who struck terror across the Seven Kingdoms. Egan turned to a towering knight, Sir Marcus, and inquired, "How many Ironfolk corpses did you find outside 10 Mile Town?" Sir Marcus replied with conviction, 87 corpses, stretching from the outskirts of 10 Mile Town to the riverside, littering the path with the remains of the Ironfolk. Some knights, still unaware of the full extent of the situation, gasped in shock. Egan then asked, "Sir Lavanda, how many Ironfolk corpses did you discover in 10 Mile Town?" Lavanda, brimming with excitement, answered, 65 corpses, with at least 40 confirmed to have been slain by broadswords, including the infamous giant, Ronan. A murmur of astonishment rippled through those knights familiar with the legend of the giant Ronan. Aiken nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, we captured 59 terrified Ironfolk, who claimed that all of this was the work of a demon. However, my esteemed colleagues, the demon of the Ironfolk is none other than our hero. With that, he gestured towards Sir William, exclaiming, "This is Sir William of the River and our hero." Upon hearing Aiken's words, the knights erupted in fervor, stepping forward to pay their respects and introduce themselves. It was then that William comprehended the reason for his summons. It was, after all, a commendation ceremony. Yet, this unexpected event was not unwelcome. William, adorned with a smile, reciprocated each greeting, reminiscent of an idol meeting his fans. Osmond and Aiken watched this scene with amused expressions, and once everyone was acquainted, they began to address the matters at hand. William found himself rather disinterested in the discussions at hand. For instance, how Duke Mace had been enraged and ordered that no one was to be spared along the banks of the Mander River and the Lords of Shield Isle, or that Aiken would lead the cavalry to continue their search for another group of Ironfolk near Riverside Fortress and Pointed Fortress the following day. It was simply too awkward to excuse himself, so he feigned attentiveness. It was not until Osmond announced that the guard would determine tomorrow's departure based on the assessment of Sir Galen's injuries by the scholar Lamus, who was en route and expected to arrive in an hour or two, that William suddenly felt the urgency to act. Chapter 13. Healing following the military council. The two commanders warmly invited William to join them for dinner. Both knights were aware that Miss Marguerite had been waiting for some time, and now that the council had concluded, it would be somewhat discourteous not to join them. William, maintaining his composure, responded with a smile. "Allow me to check on Sir Galen first, and I shall certainly intrude upon you thereafter." Some knights chuckled kindly at this, while Aiken and Osmond exchanged a glance. Their expressions tinged with complexity, yet they could only nod in acquiescence. After bidding farewell to the knights, William departed at a leisurely pace. Inside Galen's tent, several candles had been lit, preventing it from appearing too dim. Marguerite sat beside Galen's bed, whispering with the young maidens, while the attending servant had seemingly disappeared. Upon William's entrance, the maidens halted their conversation, smiling as they curtsied and took their leave. William watched them exit the tent with gratitude in his eyes before approaching the bedside and exchanging a glance with Marguerite, who did not rise but instead turned her gaze towards Galen. William also glanced at the slumbering Galen and suddenly pondered a question. Why had no one dissuaded him when he sought me out? Marguerite replied somewhat irritably, "Are you foolish? We certainly tried to dissuade him." With a sigh, she continued, "But he insisted that if a mere knight from the Riverland were to protect the people of Highgarden while remaining indifferent, then no honor would ever be attained." Marguerite recalled his final resolute words. "If Sir William of the River and must fall here today, it must be accompanied by the blood of Highgarden knights. If Highgarden knights' blood is to be shed, it must commence with my own." Noticing Marguerite's sudden silence, William remarked, "Oh, I had thought he was motivated by our friendship." Marguerite cast a fleeting glance at him, huffing, "I would rather he didn't know you at all." William gazed pensively at Galen's handsome visage, smiling as he spoke to Marguerite. "In truth, I too wish to remain unacquainted with Galen. You cannot fathom the agony of standing beside him." Marguerite regarded him with curiosity, to which William replied, "It is solely due to his extraordinary beauty that he invariably captivates the attention of every girl." A smile involuntarily graced Marguerite's lips. For Loras was indeed far more striking than Galen. Yet, her expression abruptly sharpened, her tone growing dangerously inquisitive. "Are you so concerned with the attention of young ladies?" "Ahem. No, William stammered, unable to meet Marguerite's piercing gaze, hastily redirecting his attention to Galen, resting his chin in his hand as if deep in thought. "We must expedite Galen's treatment." Marguerite let out a soft huff. "Why the sudden urgency? You were just so nonchalant a moment ago." Sir Osmond had mentioned that Bachelor Lomies was on his way and would arrive shortly. "That poses no issue. If your magic proves ineffective, Galen will at least benefit from Bachelor Lomies' healing. Having served the Telier family for many years, he instills far more confidence than some enigmatic sorcerer. If the Bachelor assesses Galen's injuries and subsequently miraculously cures him, can you imagine the outcome? I am already a magical knight, so I wouldn't mind having an additional magical princess as company." William chuckled. Marguerite rose, walking a few silent steps before turning her back to William, seemingly having made a resolute decision. "This shall be my final encounter with magic, solely for Galen's sake. We will commence Galen's treatment before Bachelor Lomies arrives. He will merely assume Galen's injuries were never severe, and no one will uncover the traces of magic." William approached the opposite side of the bed, extending his hands, palms up, back facing Galen's chest. "It will be fine, Marguerite." Marguerite pivoted, her face devoid of expression, each step deliberate as she reached the bedside. Locking eyes with William, her gaze was similarly void of emotion, as she slowly extended her hands, gently placing them in his palms. As a smile played at the corners of William's mouth, Marguerite felt an unsettling sense of disorientation. She understood that the moment had begun, and this time, prepared mentally, she could embrace the experience with composure. She felt as if she were traversing the night sky, enduring a long and solitary silence, wandering through the void, until suddenly encountering a warm beam of light. Instantly, the harsh exterior faded away, melting the frozen shell, and as unspoken trust penetrated her heart, she sensed an intangible connection with him, allowing them to delve into each other's innermost souls. The sensation he imparted was akin to before, seemingly untouched by the aftermath of the bloody battle. And she felt an elusive sense of relief. William sensed Marguerite's presence and promptly began to chant a spell. If it were solely his own, this incantation would not evoke any magical resonance. But as he anticipated, within Marguerite's spiritual realm, the magic transformed into life energy. Yet, he refrained from immediately healing Galen. Marguerite sensed the magical waves emanating from his spiritual realm. A warm energy surged forth from the depths of her soul, akin to rays of sunlight weaving through her heart, exuding a fragrant essence and embodying the rhythm of life. She quietly absorbed this sensation, feeling a profound sense of tranquility, as if she could remain in this moment until the end of time. It was unclear how much time had passed when she felt him grasp her hand, slowly guiding it down to rest upon Galen's chest. Under his control, that energy flowed into Galen's body, and in that instant, she seemed to witness the wounds adorning Galen's form rapidly healing. as if tender sprouts rejoicing in the sunlight after a refreshing rain. William released his hold, and the illusion gradually faded. After a while, Marguerite blinked, as though awakening from a reverie. Was that all it took? Healing magic is not a spell that can instantaneously erase injuries, such as one that rewinds time to alter the past, making harm appear as if it had never occurred, or another that transfers damage to any other being, which seemed rather sinister. Nevertheless, such spells could indeed provide immediate healing. Healing magic merely utilizes life energy to expedite Galen's recovery and combat infection. William seized every opportunity to enlighten Marguerite about magic. Whose life force is consumed? Yours or mine? Marguerite appeared indifferent to the wondrous magic. Life force? Huh. Marguerite, magic does not drain life force. It only consumes magical energy, which is as abundant as the air we breathe, inexhaustible and ever-present. William retorted with a smirk. We are not like the Red God, whose powers resemble both sorcery and divine art, requiring a sacrifice of life, often without guaranteed efficacy. Recalling Aunt May's amusing blunders, William could not help but chuckle, shaking his head. What price does consuming magical energy entail? Marguerite maintained her serious demeanor, finding no humor in the conversation. William crossed his arms and pondered. What cost could there be to consuming magical energy? We bask in sunlight and breathe air. What price do we pay for that? Is there anything in this world that offers benefits without a cost? Is this some proverb left by the Green Hand Gals? William felt a twinge of unease. Yet he reflected, I have been using magic for several years, and it seems there have been no adverse effects. As a person who cherished life, even while believing that magic was a boon of his transmigration, he often delved deep within his soul during meditation, meticulously examining himself and finding nothing amiss. William, can you see the end of the thread of fate? You perceive no immediate danger, yet you can never know when you will pay the price for it. Marguerite sighed, shaking her head. You know nothing, William. Chapter 14. Distant. Upon hearing such esoteric responses, William felt a wave of relief and smiled, eager to share with Marguerite the principles of energy conservation. In his perspective, magic is merely a form of energy that does not truly vanish. The act of employing magic is simply a transformation into another form, akin to light energy or wind energy, fundamentally no different, both being gifts from nature. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the tent, approaching swiftly. William, with a sense of regret, ceased his enlightening discourse and moved to Margaret's side to peer towards the entrance. Shortly thereafter, the tent flap was lifted, and an elderly man with graying hair and beard stepped inside, his distinctive robe and the weighty necklace around his neck signifying his scholarly status. Followed closely by Egan and Osmond. Scholar Lamuz, Margaret exclaimed in delight as she rushed to greet him, while William felt a wave of relief that the scholar had arrived sooner than anticipated. My dear Margaret, you must have been quite worried, but all is well now, Scholar Lamuz said kindly, regarding Margaret with a gentle gaze. Margaret extended her hand towards William. Scholar, this is William Hoare from Harrenhal. William promptly bowed. Greetings, Scholar. Lamuz merely glanced at William. I shall first attend to Garland. My apologies for the oversight, he remarked as he moved to the bedside. An assistant, resembling a servant, squeezed past Egan and Osmond, carrying a medical kit, and began to assist Lamuz. Concerned, Margaret approached the scholar, while William discreetly retreated to a corner of the tent to stand by Egan and Osmond. The trio exchanged hushed pleasantries before falling into a quiet anticipation. It was not long before they observed Lamuz tucking Garland's blankets snugly, seemingly conducting an examination, then turning his gaze towards Margaret with a relaxed expression. Garland's condition is far better than I had anticipated. The wounds are not too severe, and he likely fainted from a slight loss of blood. Margaret, who had been tense, finally relaxed and smiled brightly. May the seven gods bless us. She was perhaps also relieved that the scholar had not cast any suspicion upon magic. The three men in the corner of the tent appeared equally relieved, though William's display was merely for show, while Osmond genuinely exhaled in relief. After all, Garland had accompanied him, and should anything have befallen Garland, he would undoubtedly share in the blame. Sir Vernon was merely a temporary physician under considerable pressure. It was understandable that he had described the injuries in a more serious light, especially considering the arduous journey he had undertaken. Observing Margaret patching up her garment, William silently commended her efforts. Lamuz stroked his graying beard, feeling a profound sense of relief at Garland's safety. Nothing else mattered. Child. He then turned to Osmond. Sir Osmond, Garland should awaken by tomorrow morning. Why not arrange for our departure then? Osmond nodded in agreement. Very well, Scholar. Allow me to take my leave to make some arrangements. Egan and William also took their leave, and Lamuz nodded. Gentlemen, Please proceed at your convenience. Sir William, might I request you to stay? William paused in surprise, then smiled and acquiesced. At your command. After Osmond and Aiken departed, Lomaise turned to Marjorie and said, Child, please tend to Galen for a moment. I wish to exchange a few words with Sir William. Marjorie and William exchanged glances, and William offered a confident smile before following Lomaise outside. However, Lomaise did not venture far, pausing just a few steps from the tent to gaze at the myriad stars twinkling in the night sky. Once William approached, Lomaise turned to him and remarked, Sir William, Lord Mace hopes you will refrain from visiting the High Court. William was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly comprehended the implication. Indeed, it is just as one would expect from Lord Inflatable Fish. He realized that news of his entanglement with Marjorie had reached Lord Mace's ears. Although his pursuit of Marjorie stemmed from a quest for magic, to others, it merely appeared as courtship. And naturally, Lord Mace, aspiring to be the king's grandfather, would harbor no fondness for William, whose actions could potentially thwart his ambitions. Observing William's struggle to suppress laughter, Lomaise chuckled first. Indeed, Lord Mace could be quite impulsive at times, but such fervor would eventually subside. Unable to contain himself, William grinned and said, In that case, I shall not impose as a troublesome guest. When Galen awakens tomorrow, I shall bid him farewell and take my leave. Lomaise regarded the composed William with admiration and engaged him in conversation about the old town and the scholarly city, after which William took his leave. As anticipated, Galen awoke the following morning, and when William entered, he discovered the servants clearing the table, indicating that Galen's appetite was quite healthy. Long time no see, Galen. William jested lightly. Galen nodded with a hint of nostalgia. Indeed, it had been an eternity, as though a lifetime had passed. They embraced briefly, patting each other's backs with a shared smile, conveying unspoken sentiments. Galen stood up, brushing aside a servant who attempted to assist him. Sir Aiken is about to depart. Shall we see them off? Certainly. I wish to meet Sir Aiken as well, William replied, harboring great confidence in the efficacy of the healing arts, without a trace of concern for Galen's condition. Together, they stepped outside, greeted by the invigorating, fresh air that enlivened the senses. At that moment, dawn was just breaking, and the camp, shrouded in mist, had already come alive with bustling activity. As they walked at a leisurely pace, Galen extended his arms, expanding his chest, and exhaled deeply, saying in a calm tone, At that moment, I truly believed I could let everything go, including Miss Forso. William inquired mischievously. Galen chuckled and playfully swatted William's arm. Upon reaching the roadside, they chanced upon the cavalry of the High Court setting off. Aiken approached the two, engaging Galen in conversation, and the knights paused to pay their respects to Galen as they passed. William bid them a fond farewell. Aiken and his knights would continue southward, striving to eradicate the invaders that had appeared near the Spire Fortress. Watching the cavalry disappear into the distance, Galen could not resist teasing William. William, when did you become so popular among the knights of the High Court? Even I cannot compete with you. Certainly, it is due to yesterday's fierce battle. Reflecting on the sanguinary conflict of the previous day, William felt a twinge of trepidation. The rescue of 10 Miles Town marked the most significant alteration he had made in history since his arrival in Westeros. A feat that nearly cost him his life and required an additional sacrifice of Garland. Upon this realization, he concealed his smile and regarded Garland earnestly, stating, I owe you a life, Garland. Chapter 15, Distant, Part 2. Garland placed his hand upon William's shoulder and gazed at him, saying, I thought we had transcended the need for such words, especially since you saved my life later. The two shared a laugh. Yet, William felt a pang of regret for not being able to save the two knights who had accompanied Garland. Had it not been for his presence, those knights would undoubtedly not have met their demise at 10 Miles Town. He had long recognized that his arrival would alter the fates of many, but he always hoped that the destinies of the virtuous would improve, while those of the malevolent would worsen. Those were Eric and Bob, Garland said, staring into the distance as memories flooded back. We met when we were still squires, training together and nearly receiving our knighthoods simultaneously. They pledged their loyalty to me, and I had believed we would fight side by side until we could no longer ride or wield a sword. It dawned on William just how significant those knights were to Garland. Losing such long-time companions, with whom he had forged a deep bond, was akin to losing a hand. A profound sense of guilt washed over him, compelling him to silently vow, I must find a way to make amends for Garland. After a moment, Garland, having regained his composure, noticed William's furrowed brow and couldn't help but chuckle. There is no need for such solemnity, William. They upheld the knightly oath, fighting valiantly until the last moment. Regardless, their journey as knights holds no regrets. William found himself at a loss for words, suddenly recalling an oath. Do you swear before the gods and the people to protect the weak, safeguard women and children, obey your lords, and the monarch? No matter how arduous, humble, or perilous the path may be, to persist in courageous combat without dishonoring your mission? Garland listened with rapt attention, savoring the words before responding. Though I have never heard this oath, it undoubtedly embodies the spirit of chivalry. Indeed, Eric and Bob were such knights, true knights. William nodded in agreement. I share your sentiment. The two turned to walk away, and after a few steps, William couldn't suppress a laugh. Having bid farewell to Sir Aegon. Now you must part from me as well. Is that so? Now that we are here, shall we not make a detour to Highgarden? Garland inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Having observed William's entanglement with Marjorie, he wondered if there was an urgent matter at hand, feeling no need to conceal the truth. William shrugged. Your father, Duke of Highgarden, Lord Mace Tyrell, is not particularly welcoming of my presence. Garland, caught between amusement and exasperation, looked at William apologetically. That is rather, well, impolite. It matters not, Garland. I have indeed been away from Oldtown for quite some time. Returning sooner rather than later is for the best. How long have you been away? A few days? Is that a long time? Galen gazed at William in speechless dismay, feeling increasingly embarrassed. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, So, will you attend my wedding? Of course, Galen. You must send me an invitation. That way, Lord Mace won't be able to send me away. William replied with a grin, patting Galen's shoulder. Come on, I should bid farewell to Marjorie. Arriving beside the wheelhouse, the young ladies were already prepared for departure. Upon seeing Galen, the three Tyrell maidens remained, either shyly glancing at Galen or beaming up at William. William made no effort to lower his voice, smiling as he addressed Marjorie. Marjorie, how do you feel seeing Galen so quickly restored to health? Marjorie replied coolly, I feel quite well. Then, turning her gaze to Galen, she added, This is the last time, isn't it, Galen? She emphasized last time with particular weight. Galen laughed heartily. It's all for William. It hardly counts as mine. Does it? All right, it is the last time. Observing his sister's increasingly displeased expression, Galen quickly reassured her. William remained unperturbed by Galen taking the brunt of the conversation. When Marjorie confidently met his gaze, he fixed his eyes upon hers. Yes, seeing Galen unscathed would surely delight Velaris as well, he stated, stressing the word unscathed. Marjorie's breath hitched, her expression unchanged, yet her pupils involuntarily constricted slightly. Of course, he would be very pleased. Speaking of Velaris, I have heard of his circumstances. What a pity, William endeavored to feign a sorrowful expression. Indeed, that was many years ago. His injuries were far too severe, and the scholars were powerless to help. Galen unwittingly contributed. Such an injury surely cannot be healed by ordinary medicine, unless a miracle occurs, William remarked, placing particular emphasis on miracle. Galen chuckled. A miracle is termed as such precisely because it is rare. However, Velaris never seems to dwell on it. He is an extraordinary person. William, I shall introduce you when next I visit Highgarden. You will surely take a liking to him. Marjorie also smiled, albeit with a hint of unease, suddenly realizing something. She appeared somewhat surprised. Next time? Indeed, Marjorie. I am returning to Oldtown soon. Though I would love to meet Velaris, it must wait until next time, Galen replied. Excuse me? Marjorie paused. Galen sighed softly. Father has declined William's visit to Highgarden. William shrugged nonchalantly, exuding an air of indifference. Marjorie first expressed astonishment, followed by confusion, and then her cheeks flushed slightly, her charming demeanor causing William to momentarily lose his focus. Quickly regaining her composure, Marjorie remarked, What a shame. Allow me to apologize for my father's discourtesy, and she curtsied gracefully. As her skirts fluttered, Marjorie rose and met Galen's gaze, one filled with confidence, the other gritting his teeth in determination. As the morning mist dissipated and the sun began to shine brilliantly, Galen and Marguerite stood by the roadside, watching William's receding figure. Although their time together had been brief, they felt as if William were an old friend, and his departure brought a tinge of melancholy. Suddenly, a swift horse, kicking up a cloud of dust, charged into the camp. Moments later, a servant hurried over, extending a letter. Sir Galen, an urgent message from High Court. Galen opened the letter and shook his head repeatedly. His grandmother was once again inviting William to High Court. How amusing, he thought, smiling as he handed the letter to Marguerite. I shall pursue William at once. Marguerite took the letter but grasped Galen's hand tightly, not letting go. Galen looked at her in confusion. Perhaps it is best not to, she murmured, lowering her gaze. Just tell grandmother that by the time the letter arrived, he had already departed. Galen paused, gently stroking her hair with his other hand, and softly replied, "Indeed, he has gone far away, quite far." Chapter 16. The mail which the journey from High Court to Oldtown on horseback takes over 2 days. Many would opt to ride a bit further each day to reach their destination in a timely manner. However, William cherished his steed and, having served as a squire for several years, was quite adept at horsemanship. He meticulously controlled the horse's pace and rest, choosing not to press on after arriving near Oldtown the previous evening. Instead, he found a quaint village to spend the night, continuing his final leg of the journey the following morning. As he rounded a mountain pass, a tall tower suddenly emerged against the distant sky, soaring towards the clouds. Flames danced at its pinnacle, radiating light as if it were a newly risen sun. That was the Grand Tower, the tallest structure in the Seven Kingdoms, a lighthouse guiding the way through the mist. The sight of its imposing silhouette evoked a sense of home in William. Strictly speaking, he had only resided in Hellenberg for a few months. In contrast, he had lived in Oldtown for 6 years. He preferred this ancient city, fragrant with blossoms, to the cold dominion of Hellenberg. When the brilliance of the Grand Tower was finally subdued by the sun, William beheld the walls of Oldtown and the countless sails upon the Honeywine River. The boats came and went incessantly, transporting the region's goods into the city and exporting commodities from Essos and even farther afield. Bulk trade relied on waterways, while merchants and residents from the vicinity of Oldtown arrived with horse-drawn carts, causing a bustling scene at the city gates. William found himself navigating slowly through the throng. Oldtown was a labyrinth of narrow, winding streets, bustling markets teeming with people, countless alleys, and rows of closely knit stone houses. Even those who had lived here for a long time sometimes found themselves lost in the intricate maze of passageways. Once inside the city, William relinquished control to his horse, allowing it to carry him forward as he eagerly admired the dazzling array of goods and the ceaseless flow of humanity, reveling in a tranquility amidst the vibrancy of life. As William walked along the streets by the Honeywine River towards the large stone bridge nearest to the towering spire, he turned a corner and stepped onto a cobbled alleyway, a relatively tranquil residential area devoid of shops and scarce of pedestrians. As the clamor of the city gradually receded, he soon arrived at a modest house, fronted by a small garden, its floor neatly trimmed. Nestled among verdant trees, one could discern a 3-story stone house. Exuding an air of antiquity, this was William's abode in the old town. Uncertain of the circumstances surrounding the demise of his father, Walter, and sister, Minnie Shaw, William sought ways to occasionally withdraw from Harrenberg. In the second year after arriving in the old town, he feigned nostalgia for his mother and sister, persuading the family to visit him. Initially, he merely rented this well-positioned house. After securing 2 championships at the first tournament, coupled with his pretense of youthful ignorance in extorting exorbitant ransoms from the vanquished, he amassed over 20,000 silver deer in one fell swoop. When he approached Walter about purchasing the house, Walter, elated by William's victories, generously bestowed upon him 30,000 silver deer. Ultimately, William acquired the house for 50,000 silver deer, a sum approximately equivalent to 14 million RMB, subject to significant fluctuations. Over the years, whenever the family visited the old town, they resided here, and William frequently returned to study magic. Although, in theory, as a retainer of Galshitarl, he ought to have resided primarily with the Gals family. His diligent training and remarkable recovery endeared him to Gals. Moreover, his insatiable thirst for knowledge led him to attend classes at the academy. As the heir to the Count, he was afforded certain leniencies regarding his frequent nocturnal absences. Upon William's arrival at the door, a servant hurriedly opened it, exclaiming, "Welcome back, master." William nodded in acknowledgement. "Greetings, Regno." Regno, in his 30s, along with his wife, hailed from the free city across the narrow sea, and had been in service at this house since the William family rented it, subsequently remaining in their employ. Dismounting and handing the reins to Regno, William approached the house, only to be unexpectedly greeted by 2 individuals clad in robes adorned with beads, their pallid skin and blue lips rendering them strikingly gaunt. Their deeply sunken cheeks and eerie smiles identified them as Glopvatidis and Mokenroda, William's advisors in the arcane arts. Under normal circumstances, they should have been implementing William's industrial transformation plan in Harrenberg. With the Riverland family stripped of much of their territory, their military capacity had correspondingly diminished. Yet, William aspired to accrue sufficient military merit during the War of the Five Kings. A reduced army simply would not suffice. While the indigenous folk of Westeros might consider territorial expansion or engaging in trade, the former was fraught with difficulty and the latter posed risks. The first solution that came to William's mind was the forging of Valyrian steel. William felt that the inability to forge Valyrian steel stemmed from the crucial step of infusing it with magical power, a feat that no one had yet accomplished. Having experimented with Valyrian steel from Dr. Malvin, he was convinced that he could imbue it with magic. Thus, he believed that with the right methodology, the creation of Valyrian steel was within reach. Yet, even with the resources from the Academy and the assistance of 2 male witches, attempts to produce Valyrian steel yielded nothing but a collection of peculiar substances. Disheartened, William found himself at a loss, while the witches, in contrast, were elated. Although the results appeared futile, they had nonetheless created items infused with magic, which held profound significance for them. This occurrence led William to suspect that they had already realized the true extent of their magical abilities. As the failure of magic loomed, William naturally turned his thoughts towards industry. The 5 grand castles of Harrenhal, of which the Riverland family only occupied 2, left the remaining 3 to languish in neglect, perfect candidates for conversion into factories. With renewed vigor, he delved into industrial literature at the Academy, engaged in discussions with relevant scholars, and concocted a plan for a steam-powered hydraulic workshop. He even persuaded Dr. Morris, a mechanical expert, to join in resolving the issues surrounding machinery production. However, Harrenhal, located on the northern bank of the Divine Eye, lacked a natural water source for hydraulic power. Hence, he began his exploration of steam engines. In this pursuit, he discovered that steam engines had previously been studied at the Academy, but had been set aside due to unresolved sealing issues. Yet, during his attempts to forge Valyrian steel, he had created a substance reminiscent of rubber, which, when tested, surprisingly solved the problem. This success bolstered William's resolve to see his plan through. However, upon learning that magical items were involved, Dr. Morris ceased to inquire further about the steam engine, fortuitously allowing Glop and Moken to volunteer for the task of improving the steam engine. Initially skeptical of the male witches' capabilities in scientific endeavors, William was pleasantly surprised by their commendable performance, demonstrating that magic and technology could indeed be interrelated to a certain extent. In the previous 2 years, financial constraints had kept the plan confined to paper, but after securing substantial funds from a tournament last year, William was finally able to realize his vision. Fortunately, the groundwork had been meticulously laid. Not only did Count Walter provide enthusiastic support, transforming the provision of a tower into a practical resource, but the mobilization of a significant workforce was a tangible display of backing. Dr. Morris and the witches personally traveled to Harrenhal to assist in the installation of machinery. Subsequently, William learned through correspondence that the project was progressing smoothly. The upper levels of the tower had been constructed with pools and troughs, while the lower levels had been converted into textile and forge workshops utilizing hydraulic machinery, with the steam engine successfully installed. Setting aside his lingering doubts, William approached the witches, Glop and Moken, and expressed his delight at their presence. "Greetings, my lords," he said, to which the witches bowed respectfully. Glop, already aware of William's identity, maintained a formal address. The witches' command of the common tongue of Westeros had always been somewhat lacking, prompting William to converse with them in Valyrian, a practice that had become increasingly fluent over time. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the 3 individuals entered the living room. Once seated, William inquired, "Is your return due to complications with our plans, Glop?" "No, my lord. At least when we set off back, everything was proceeding as intended. The steam engine continuously draws water to the reservoir atop the West Tower. The textile workshop has produced commendable fabric, and the forge has commenced utilizing the water hammer to crush ore and stamp armor." Glop spoke with a tone of pride, although Dr. Morris had consistently emphasized that this was a masterpiece of mechanical engineering. It was evident that magic played a crucial role as well. William felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, this undertaking was unprecedented across the 7 kingdoms, and he had been apprehensive that such a significant investment might yield no returns. With a hint of curiosity yet a relaxed demeanor, he asked, "What prompted your sudden return to Oldtown?" Glop leaned closer to William, lowering his voice, "My lord, we discovered something in a hidden chamber of an abandoned tower in Harrenhal." He then produced a beautifully crafted vanity case from his sleeve, opening it to release a surge of chilling magical energy. Note, the names of the 5 towers in Harrenhal are quite evocative, yet it is unlikely that any proprietor would willingly adopt them. Hence, within this narrative, the towers are referred to as the Horror Tower, the Weeping Tower, the Malevolent Tower, the Widow's Tower, the Burning King's Tower, and the Main Tower. Chapter 17, The Witch, Part 1, Battle Island, also referred to as the Island of 100 Battles, is steeped in a history that resonates with whichever name is used. The island is devoid of gentle slopes, as if sculpted by some immense force into an irregular square shape, surrounded on all sides by high cliffs that loom above the water's surface, rendering the terrain formidable for any would-be attackers. Aside from the towering spire, the island harbors little else. As the base of the tower, a square fortress built of black stone, almost entirely envelopes the island, leaving only a narrow fringe of land at the edges, overgrown with fishbeam trees. On the northern side's cliffs lies a stone pier with a trio of short bridges, where several small vessels of the Hightower family are docked, serving as the primary means of communication between the towering island and the outside world. A small boat gently approached the shorter bridge. After tossing a copper star to the boatman, William leaped onto the bridge. He gazed upward, where a steep path wound its way up from the base of the cliffs, leading to the sole grand entrance of the Blackstone Fortress. This path was rather arduous for those of advanced age, which perhaps explained why Count Leighton Hightower, the elder of Oldtown, was so reluctant to venture out. Today, he was attired in a suit modified for combat convenience. After tidying his slightly disheveled attire from the boat ride, he adjusted the gilded bat insignia on his left breast, his personally designed emblem, and finally straightened the ornate belt that held his single-handed sword before he contentedly ascended the winding path. At the entrance of the fortress stood a contingent of guards, and after residing in the towering structure for 6 years, William had become quite familiar with them. Upon encountering each other, they naturally exchanged pleasantries and engaged in casual conversation. To his astonishment, William discovered that although only 3 days had elapsed since the Battle of 10 Mile Town, news of it had already reached the old town. However, in the versions circulating among the populace, the valiant Galen was portrayed as the pivotal figure in this skirmish. It was he who, alongside 3 companions, bravely fought against overwhelming odds, safeguarding the majority of 10 Mile Town's inhabitants and setting the stage for Sir Aegon Laville's total annihilation of the Ironborn. William found himself reasonably satisfied with this official narrative, as it spared him from any inconvenience while ensuring that no outsiders would benefit from the events. He sincerely praised Galen a few times before bidding farewell to the guards and entering the fortress. The interior of Blackstone Fortress was a labyrinth of winding, narrow corridors and dimly lit, low-ceilinged chambers, replete with numerous concealed passages and traps, resembling a maze. Even if an enemy were to breach the fortress, they would quickly become disoriented amidst the endless twists and indistinguishable rooms. In terms of defensive capabilities, it was indeed as impenetrable as a fortress could be, yet it was evidently uninhabitable. Currently, all members of the Hightower family, including their servants, resided in the upper stone structures, with only a few rooms in the fortress designated as storerooms for hazardous materials and cells, as well as a passage for internal personnel. This passage was easily identifiable, as it was the only route adorned with torches at regular intervals along the walls, serving both to illuminate and to act as waymarkers. Following the torches ensured one would not lose their way, otherwise, one might become yet another urban legend of the fortress. As he ventured deeper, the surroundings grew increasingly silent, leaving only the sound of William's footsteps. The flickering light cast bizarre shadows upon the walls, which might have caused trepidation in a more timid soul. However, William had traversed this path countless times and was well accustomed to its eerie atmosphere. He navigated with ease, his mind preoccupied with the box brought by the male witches, hardly paying heed to the ominous ambience. Just after rounding a corner, a shadow suddenly materialized before him, sending a chill down William's spine. In a startled reflex, he reached for his sword, only to sense a familiar magical aura emanating from the figure before him. Relieved, he felt a surge of irritation and could not help but exclaim in a hushed tone, "My lady, what you are doing is perilous. I nearly struck you down." "Ha ha. Fear not. I am aware that today is not my destined demise." With that voice, imbued with a distinct air of neuroticism, a figure emerged from the shadows. Clad in a loose-fitting hooded robe that enveloped her entirely, the immense hood concealed her face, while disheveled hair peeked out in tangled strands of indeterminate color. The robe's hem trailed on the ground, completely enveloping her feet, leaving one to worry that she might stumble and fall flat on her face at any moment. As I approached, an unsettling aroma enveloped me. This scent was neither foul nor particularly unpleasant, yet it instilled an inexplicable sense of unease in those who encountered it. William, however, recognized it as the fragrance of a certain potion, one that contained several rather expensive ingredients, which had once evoked feelings of envy in the impoverished William. Maroya Heidel, the second child of Lord Leighton, was colloquially known as the Madwoman. It was said that she had not altered her attire in 2 decades. Nevertheless, William suspected that she embodied the legendary forest witch, not due to her frequent utterances of cryptic prophecies, which were largely incomprehensible, nor because of the unmistakable scent of potions that clung to her, but rather because he could perceive a palpable fluctuation of magic emanating from her. Unlike the magic he and Marguerite possessed, Maroya's magical aura seemed to originate externally, akin to touching something heavily perfumed, leaving an indelible scent upon one's hands. William was not alone in his suspicions. Many were aware of the forest which folklore and numerous individuals had encountered Maroya. However, those who dared to privately refer to her as a witch often met grim fates, and over time, only the moniker of Madwoman had endured. A sudden thought crossed William's mind. Lord Leighton would rather have others call his daughter the Madwoman than associate her with magic. No wonder Marguerite is so averse to learning sorcery. Am I being somewhat unreasonable? Regardless, in William's estimation, when it came to the realm of magic, this forest which residing in the castle seemed far more qualified than his male sorcerer advisor. Had she not been so eccentric and enigmatic, he might have endeavored to establish some form of collaboration with her, rather than maintaining a respectful distance. Mad as she was, Maroya was greatly cherished by Leighton, reputedly fulfilling every request without hesitation, even at great expense. Such a person was not one to provoke lightly. If he could not afford to confront her, he had no choice but to keep his distance. Yet now, evasion was not an option. The passage was narrow. If they were to yield to one another, they could traverse side by side. However, Maroya stood resolutely in the center, showing no inclination to budge. After a moment of silent confrontation, William chose to capitulate. Miss Maroya, I am in a hurry to find Sir Gales. Might you please allow me to pass? There's no need to rush. I know today is not your day of reckoning. She replied with a sudden, vigorous shake of her shoulders, erupting into a laughter reminiscent of clanging bells, seemingly amused by her own words. What is so amusing? William asked, perplexed. Might I inquire what brings you to seek my company, esteemed lady? Her laughter abruptly ceased, leaving an unsettling silence. Bats are consumed by darkness. Blizzards engulf the ice wolves. She spoke slowly, her tone devoid of any frenzied edge, which only heightened the sense of dread. Am I to interpret the bat as referring to me, and the ice wolf as Stark? It sounds as though we are destined for misfortune. Yet, I am not well acquainted with the House of Wolves. Why then are we mentioned in the same breath? Oh, but wait. I do share a bloodline connection with the wolf cubs. William pondered, unable to comprehend her words. He resolved to focus on his own affairs. Are you warning me of impending danger, Miss Maroya? After a moment of silence, the same unsettling tone emerged. The fish wept, and the spectre sighed. The fish, etched with tearful faces, is simply overwhelming. Ghosts. That has nothing to do with me. Shaking his head, William ceased to ponder this riddle-like matter. He opened his hands and said, I am truly sorry, miss, but I do not comprehend what you are saying. Another silence ensued, and Maroya suddenly turned, leaning against the wall, seemingly inviting William to pass before her. Yet she did not press herself entirely against the wall, leaving a gap that was neither small nor large. William hesitated, contemplating whether to ask her to move further aside, but fearing her potential ire, he opted instead to lean against the wall himself, intending to edge past her slowly. Chapter 18. The Witch, Part 2. As the two stood face to face, William could not help but glance at Maroya, only to discover that at some point, she too had raised her head. In the darkness, her face was indistinguishable, yet her eyes sparkled with a profound emerald hue, stirring unease within him. When their gazes met, William vaguely perceived a beam of light emanating from her eyes towards him. Instantly, he felt as if his mind had been struck by a heavy hammer, rendering him numb and incapable of thought. It was only when the uncontrollable magic within him reacted instinctively that he snapped back to reality, horrified, and swiftly stepped aside. His hand firmly grasping the hilt of his sword, his gaze fixed intently on Maroya. Maroya remained motionless, her head slowly turning as if she were a machine, observing William. The green light in her eyes gradually dimmed, until her entire visage transformed into a black void, as if to absorb everything, or perhaps ready to unleash something at any moment. Winter is coming, she intoned in a flat, emotionless tone, reciting the Stark family's motto in a manner that sent chills down his spine. However, it was not her words that unnerved William, but rather the sudden surge of magical energy emanating from Maroya. Though fleeting, it was unmistakable. The overwhelming pressure eclipsed even the chilling force that enveloped the entirety of Harrenhal, instilling in William an absolute sense of helplessness. William maintained a defensive posture, unwilling to attack or flee. Suddenly, Maroya moved, prompting him to instinctively retreat a step, swallowing hard. Stretching languidly, she chuckled. Why do you stare at me so? Looking for a bit of amusement? She seemed to revert to her previous demeanor, as though nothing had occurred. William carefully reassured himself, It was still the familiar magic, the same eccentricity. He quietly exhaled, yet felt compelled to verify further. Miss Maroya, your previous actions were somewhat excessive. Excessive? Excessive. She appeared momentarily stunned before suddenly shrieking and charging toward William. I have done so much for you, and you dare call me excessive? In the flickering light, William beheld her face emerge from beneath her hat. Whether it was the shadows that obscured her features or simply the dirt that marred her visage, he could not discern her countenance clearly. However, her eyes seemed to blaze with an impending fury, and her anger was unmistakable. Her hands emerged from her sleeves, poised as if to seize William, her long nails glinting ominously. William had no doubt that if caught, he might indeed be throttled. This madwoman, with no time to ponder the implications of supernatural powers. He turned and fled, his enhanced agility allowing him to run with remarkable speed, swiftly distancing himself from that terrifying figure. He rushed to the staircase leading to the second floor, ascending it with haste, and emerged into a corridor where the azure sky and white clouds greeted him. Invigorating his spirit, assured that the madwoman had been left far behind, William allowed himself to relax, contemplating the events that had just transpired. That mental assault must have been orchestrated by some formidable force controlling Maroya. She surely lacks such capabilities herself, and it appears she does not even recall the incident. But what could this powerful entity be? Could it be the Green Prophet? And why would it choose to attack me? What grievance could there be? Although attributing the attack solely to the Green Prophet based on her green eyes seemed far-fetched, William found it difficult to conceive of any other possibility. Maroya's subsequent behavior had also been quite peculiar. Her persistent harassment of him was not limited to one or two instances. From their first encounter, when she attempted to draw his blood, to later attempts at seduction, her actions had been bothersome. Yet, never before had she exhibited such overt hostility as she had today. If that mental attack was also a result of manipulation, then what was the nature of her actions afterwards? With the enigma brought forth by the male witches still unresolved, I now find myself facing this malevolent supernatural force. Alas, I feel utterly disheartened. The individual William sought, guards, typically trained soldiers for the Heidel family at the training grounds. He could be regarded as the instructor for the Heidel clan, though his title did not carry the weight of that of the fourth son of the Heidel family. And few addressed him as such. The structure of the towering edifice resembled that of a pyramid, expanding in area as it descended and narrowing as it ascended. Thus, each level featured terrace-like platforms. The terrace on the second floor, situated atop the Blackstone Keep, was particularly expansive, housing several significant functional areas, including the training grounds. As he approached the training area, William remained preoccupied with the inscrutable magical force when suddenly, a figure lunged toward him, accompanied by a piercing scream. Don't move. Don't move? Do you take me for a fool? William agilely sidestepped, effortlessly creating distance between them, astonished to see Maroya before him. How had she gotten ahead of him? Initially, she wore a grimace of rage, but upon hearing his question, she broke into a silly laugh. There are many secret paths within the Blackstone Keep that you are unaware of. Ah, well, now I understand, William replied nonchalantly, shrugging as he attempted to pass by Maroya. The corridor on the second floor was spacious enough that even if she spread her arms and legs, she could not impede his passage. As Maroya approached William, she reached out, attempting to grasp him. William deftly sidestepped, evading her menacing claws and swiftly maneuvered behind her, poised to dash toward the training grounds. Farewell, he declared, intending to inform everyone of her recent misconduct in the corridor. Maroya's shrill scream seemed to trigger a pause in William's stride, his lifted legs suspended in midair. A gleeful cackle escaped Maroya's lips. You ought to look in the mirror. William found himself at a loss for words. However, allowing her to spread baseless rumors would only necessitate an exhausting effort to refute them. Reluctantly, he lowered his foot, chuckling. Do you honestly believe anyone would take you seriously? Maroya slowly extended her hand, and with a sly grin, she echoed his words. Do you honestly believe anyone would take you seriously? Upon catching sight of the object in her grasp, William instinctively covered his left chest with his right hand, only to find it bare. His prized bat insignia had vanished. Now in Maroya's possession, my father has long sought a suitable suitor for me. She laughed heartily, her expression not one of modesty, but rather a sinister delight. In truth, a mere insignia could not substantiate her claims. Even if the old man of the town unconditionally indulged his daughter, William could simply deny any allegations. Who could truly hold him accountable? At worst, they might expel him, but he had numerous plans in the old town. It was not yet time for him to depart. This is troublesome. William could not help but scratch his head. Chapter 19. Grey Iron Sister, your actions are utterly excessive. A furious shout interrupted Maroya's triumphant laughter. Pausing to identify the intruder, her demeanor shifted as she broke into laughter once more. "Oh, Gars, my dear brother. I was merely jesting with your little attendant." William exhaled, relieved that this hurdle had finally been surmounted. Gars approached from the corridor's end, cradling his helmet. In his 30s, he was a robust figure with short, golden hair, typically exuding an air of authority that appeared even more pronounced with his current irritation. Gars had heard whispers regarding his elder sister's pursuit of William, yet as William had not confided in him, he felt it inappropriate to inquire. Now witnessing the scene firsthand, he was consumed by anger. He and Walter were friends. Walter had entrusted him with the care of his only remaining son, the heir of Hellenberg. If William were indeed coerced into marrying his nearly 40-year-old sister, Gars could not fathom how he would explain this to Walter. Gars positioned himself between the two. Glaring at Maroya with indignation, lowering his voice slightly, "He is still just a child. Cease this jesting at once." "A child? My beloved brother. Oh ho ho. Look, even the specters accompanying him oppose your words. 1, 2, so many, countless. And a giant. Ah, do not approach. Ah." Initially, Maroya laughed heartily, gesturing animatedly towards her brother, but her expression suddenly shifted as she turned and fled in a panic. As William watched Maroya's figure fade around the corner of the corridor, his outstretched hand fell limply to his side. She was not like this in her youth. Gars, observing William's demeanor, awkwardly elaborated, "She contracted a fever in her teenage years, and upon waking, her mind became somewhat unhinged, often speaking nonsensically." "Do not be overly alarmed." "Nonsensical?" It seems her words were anything but. William pondered Maroya's recent utterances, glancing around as a chill ran down his spine. Noticing his expression, Gars inquired earnestly, "Do you truly believe she has seen a ghost and knows you killed the giant Ronin?" William nodded, suddenly realizing something was amiss. "How is it that you seem to be aware of the circumstances as well?" "Huh. In truth, before you even returned to the Old Town, news from Tenley Town had already reached us via the Raven. She must have read her father's letter." Gars chuckled, patting William on the shoulder with a sense of appreciation. "The death of the giant Ronin, who had terrorized the West Coast for years unchallenged, is indeed a matter for celebration. You have done exceedingly well, William." William smiled shyly. "Now, let us proceed to the training grounds. Although you have performed admirably, we cannot afford to become complacent." The training ground was expansive, capable of accommodating hundreds of individuals engaged in various drills simultaneously. A towering structure shielded the area from the afternoon sun. A gentle breeze swept across the surface of the Honeywine River, carrying refreshing, damp air that invigorated the soldiers sweating profusely on the training field. In the center, William and Garza's other attendant, Elon Florin, were engaged in a spirited sparring match. Both clad in the standard armor of the Hightower family, wielding sword in one hand and shield in the other, simulating the scenario of knights fighting after being unhorsed. Their fundamental skills were solid, and in terms of strength and speed, they appeared evenly matched, resulting in an exhilarating contest that captivated the onlookers. Dozens of Hightower soldiers cheered and shouted encouragement, some offering accolades while others jeered. Only Gar stood with arms crossed, frowning silently as he observed the unfolding scene. In truth, shortly after William's arrival in the Old Town, Gars, after a period of observation, had concluded that William's combat talent was merely mediocre. His expectations were limited to hoping that William would complete his training successfully and be knighted, as he would eventually inherit Harrenhal and become an earl, without the necessity of possessing exceptional martial prowess. However, since last year, William had triumphed repeatedly in the local tournaments, and upon hearing the news, Gars found it hard to believe. Among the knights whom William had bested were several with whom Gars shared a close rapport, and he had inquired either directly or through correspondence. Yet their descriptions of William starkly contrasted with his own observations. Initially, he had thought their praises were merely a means of preserving their dignity in defeat, but with the news of the Battle of Tenley Town arriving, Gars could no longer doubt the truth. In the arena, the ground was stained with the remnants of conflict. The stakes in the arena were victories and losses, influenced by a degree of fortune, while on the battlefield, the gamble was one of life and death, leaving no room for deceit. A message from the High Court revealed that Galen, William, and 2 other knights launched an assault, while over 200 iron men were scattered throughout the town. Engaged in looting, they systematically dismantled their foes, resulting in the death or injury of more than half the enemy, while suffering the loss of only 2 of their own. Galen and William held their ground until reinforcements arrived. Gallus, having had his fair share of dealings with the Iron Men, understood their reckless nature. Yet, they were not fools. and it was implausible that they would allow the four of them to eliminate them one by one without mounting a counteroffensive. In such a fierce skirmish, it was inconceivable that William could merely spectate. Moreover, the letter specifically stated that the infamous giant Ronin was slain by William. What puzzled Gallas was this stalemate? How could one who had slain the notorious giant Ronin possess such rudimentary skills? At that moment, the tide of battle shifted dramatically as Ilrin inadvertently exposed a flaw in his defense. Seizing the opportunity, William decisively engaged, launching a flurry of attacks. Ilrin, caught off guard and disoriented, ultimately succumbed and fell to the ground. Upon regaining his composure, he saw William, sword in hand, lifting his visor with a triumphant grin directed at him, compelling Ilrin to concede defeat. Gallas, whose brow had been furrowed with concern, now relaxed. This round of offense was impeccable. William had astutely seized the moment and executed a relentless series of strikes, showcasing his extensive experience and keen battle awareness. Perhaps he simply wished to spare Ilrin further embarrassment, Gallas mused thoughtfully. William, elated, raised his weapon in celebration, akin to a gladiator who had just triumphed in a life-or-death contest, while the surrounding soldiers joined in with laughter and cheers. His excitement was genuine. Ilrin, a year older than William, had comparable talent and effort, making him an ideal benchmark. Thus, during their training matches, William refrained from utilizing enhancements to avoid creating illusions that could compromise their foundational practice. Ilrin's mistake today was minor in nature, and he subsequently mounted effective defenses. In the past, William might not have recognized such a flaw. Even if he had, his hesitation could have thwarted his opportunity, and even if he had seized it, a lack of decisiveness might have allowed Ilrin to counter. Yet today, William afforded him no chances, executing a decisive victory. And he felt a clear sense of advancement, perhaps a result of the recent life and death trial. A water bird soared from behind a towering spire, chirping joyfully, capturing William's attention. He gazed at the cerulean sky, his heart filled with clarity. "Hey, William, give me a hand," Ilrin called out, somewhat disgruntled by his recent defeat. William snapped back to reality, plunging his sword into the ground and cheerfully helping Ilrin to his feet. "How about that, Ilrin? Caught you off guard, didn't I? Uffed. It was merely an accident. If I had been just a tad more vigilant, you wouldn't have had a chance. Now, don't wear such a wounded expression. I am the invincible William. After all, being bested by me is nothing to be ashamed of." Ilrin's eyes brightened. Perhaps you're right. Having secured numerous championships in martial competitions, it stands to reason that I could partake in the next event as long as I remain slightly vigilant. However, let us defer that discussion for another time. Unable to bear the thought of this child foolishly delivering equipment before he could finish his sentence, William clasped his shoulder and steered him toward the lounge, exchanging playful banter with familiar soldiers along the way. In the lounge, after donning his formal attire, William sought permission from Gars. "Sir, I must make a trip to the academic city today, and I fear I shall not return until evening." Gars nodded in agreement, not opposing the knight's pursuit of knowledge, though he casually inquired, "Seeking Dr. Malvin?" "Indeed, I have a matter to discuss with him," William replied. It was now the latter half of the year 296, and time was running short for Count Walter and Miss Minisa. In the circular chamber of the North Tower of Crow's Loft, William sat beside a table cluttered with books and scrolls. Across from him, the seemingly more akin to a gangster than a scholar, Malvin, was perusing a diminutive tome, scarcely larger than his palm. Piles of books lay scattered across the floor, while tattered maps adorned the stone walls, and a copper kettle in the hearth emitted a scent of charred material. Rubbing his nose, William turned to gaze out into the courtyard, where a fishwood tree, occupying the entire space, was teeming with cawing crows, their incessant noise proving quite vexatious. Though invisible, he felt as if the carved human face upon the trunk was watching him intently. Closing the book, Malvin placed it in the center of the table, stating, "This is the reason you cannot forge Valyrian steel chain links." William managed an awkward smile, left speechless, although one was dubbed the sorcerer and the other the magic knight, suggesting an heir-apparent relationship. The reality was far from it. As a pragmatist, William's sole purpose in seeking Malvin's tutelage was to study the spells imparted by the warlocks, to ascertain any potential side effects, to question whether the warlocks were concealing secrets, and to understand why certain spells succeeded while others failed. He had scarcely delved into other esoteric knowledge, and having mastered the Quarrel spell system, he rarely sought Malvin's counsel again. The title of Magic Knight had initially arisen from the jesting of those he had bested in combat. It was a serendipitous moniker that gained traction as William continued to triumph in various martial tournaments. Given his youth, such accomplishments indeed appeared magical. Their relationship was not particularly close. while William sensed no magical fluctuations emanating from Malvin. The pervasive conspiracy theories circulating in the academic city instilled a subconscious wariness toward this expert in the arcane. Malvin, in turn, perceived William's attitude and refrained from indulging him, maintaining a conventional teacher-student rapport. Were it not for the warlock's inability to decipher a certain manuscript, William would not have sought out Malvin at all. This is indeed a tome concerning the arcane, adorned with a series of intricate runes. I cannot elucidate it to you in mere phrases. You may refer to the stack of books in the corner, as indicated by Malvin. Once you have perused those volumes, understanding shall follow naturally. The stack, towering with at least 10 hefty tomes, overwhelmed William at once. As for the other inscriptions, they bear no relation to witchcraft. They are merely ciphers invented by the author of this notebook. However, they are not without their clues. Seek out Dr. Osley, a linguist of considerable expertise. He should find it no challenge to decode them. Dr. Osley? William could not suppress his disdain. You truly remain unperturbed by enmity. This scholar is notoriously averse to magic. I fear you would not be welcome there, and I might well be chased out with a broom. Observing the myriad of metallic rings encircling Malvin's bull-like neck, he hesitated. Yet, his concerns for his father and sister prevailed. Doctor, my situation is somewhat urgent. Could you proffer more direct counsel? Malvin pushed aside a book and retrieved a package of pressed sorrel leaves, extracting one and remarking, "They all call you a magic knight, William," before chewing on the leaf. You must understand, mystic power is akin to a sword's edge, while mysticism serves as the hilt. Only by grasping the hilt can one truly wield the blade. William contemplated the consequences of divulging everything, the enigmatic magic coursing through him, the curse of Harrenhal, and so forth. After a moment of silence, he respectfully replied, "Thank you for your guidance. I shall return should further inquiries arise." No matter how unconventional he appeared, Malvin was indeed a member of the scholarly community. If what he claimed was true, that the Academy aspired to forge a world devoid of magic, then the stance of this scholar remained ambiguous. Malvin nodded, his expression as tranquil as a still pond. Pushing open the oak iron door, William beheld Leo Tiller seated, engrossed in a book. Today, he donned a green and gold-striped satin garment. Upon hearing the sound, he lifted his gaze, his handsome face breaking into a teasing smile as he beheld William, arms laden with tomes. "Ah, you have finally resolved to become a bona fide magic knight?" Leo's acerbic wit had manifested nearly from the moment he arrived at the academy. Most apprentices, wary of his prowess or lineage, could only endure his jests and even humiliation. Yet, William was undaunted by either. After all, he was a confirmed slacker himself. Leo chuckled, shaking his head, and resumed his reading. When they had first met, they had engaged in a spirited contest, exchanging barbs before resorting to physicality. After which Leo seldom provoked William again, limiting himself to such playful banter. William shrugged, clutching his books as he departed. A ray of sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, streaming into William's study through the window. He stood by the window, gazing at a letter. Glop and Moken were engaged in hushed conversation at a grand table, which was laden with books and notes. The open pages of the tomes displayed intricate patterns, with annotations densely inscribed in Valyrian script, likely leaving any ordinary person utterly bewildered. After perusing the letter, William rolled it up, lost in thought. It was correspondence from Count Walter, who had declined William's request to bring his family to Oldtown for a visit, citing the flourishing operation of his hydraulic workshop. Walter was in high spirits, preparing to expand production in an effort to match the output of all other revenues from Harrenhal. This would enable the Riverland family to restore their former strength to 70% without increasing their territory, thus reclaiming their status as a premier family in the region. The letter also mentioned that he was in contact with some of the old troops who had been regrettably disbanded, intending to gradually rebuild the Riverland army. Whether it was the expansion of production or the enhancement of military might, William welcomed the developments. Yet, as long as Walter and Manisa remained in Harrenhal, their safety would perpetually hang by a thread of peril. How unexpected! I had not anticipated such a side effect from the hydraulic workshop. It seems I must hasten my progress, he mused. Both William and his mail, which advisor surmised that the script might merely be an annotation of runes, thus abandoning the endeavor of deciphering the text in favor of focusing on the runes themselves. If they could locate similar runes within the books, could they not glean the same insights from direct reading? However, 3 days had passed since returning from Malvin, and despite feeling rejuvenated, he had nearly sacrificed his rest, voraciously devouring the contents of a dozen tomes, yet gleaned not a shred of insight. Moreover, as he delved deeper, he and the witches discovered an increasing number of perplexities. William made 2 trips to the academic city, borrowing nearly 20 additional volumes, which evidently exceeded the customary borrowing limit. Consequently, he discreetly slipped a pouch of silver deer to the apprentice managing the library. The male witches exhibited considerable enthusiasm for acquiring new knowledge. Yet William felt this was a sheer waste of time, and he had precious little time to squander. No wonder Malvin had that fishing sage demeanor when he departed. He calculated, I would have no choice but to return. It appears I must inform him of the matters in Harrenburg, while the rest. He glanced at the two male witches still engrossed in their studies. I shall leave to you. Approaching the desk, he selected several sheets adorned with runes, which were sketches he and the witches had meticulously copied from their notebooks. Unsure if the notebook concealed further secrets, he intended to keep these rune illustrations after conversing with Malvin, while reclaiming the notebook. After organizing the items he would present to Malvin, William bid farewell to the two male witches. With a respectful send-off from Regno, he mounted his horse and exited the courtyard. Before long, he arrived at the crossroads where the Honeywine River converged. Proceeding past the grand stone bridge, he beheld numerous guild halls resembling palatial structures, with towering spires to the left and the academic city to the right. William galloped to the left, destined for Gals to partake in the training session. Considering his genuine combat prowess, this tri-daily training resembled more of a routine report to reassure Gals, who bore a certain responsibility for William's personal safety and mental well-being in Oldtown. Haunted by his failure 3 days prior, Iron took the initiative today to challenge William, and Gals, as expected, did not oppose. Thus, akin to their last encounter, the two engaged in combat on the training grounds, surrounded by a curious crowd. Yet, recovery could not substitute for sleep. After 3 sleepless days and nights, he did not feel fatigued, yet an overwhelming desire to slumber persisted. Ever since entering the towering spire, he felt as though he were in a dreamlike state. His defense, instinctively commendable, faltered during the attack, rendering the entire contest akin to a practice drill. As the adage goes, prolonged defense invites failure. Iron finally seized an opportunity, toppling William to the ground. As his back met the earth, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he could no longer muster the will to move, promptly surrendering by raising his hand. Gals presumed this to be William's deliberate attempt to increase training difficulty. Nodding in silent approval, amidst the good-natured laughter of onlookers, Iron helped William to his feet. William, I've made up my mind. I shall compete in the next martial arts tournament. William, devoid of energy to dissuade him, could only offer a smile and silently wish him luck. After changing into fresh attire and bidding farewell to Gals, William exited the training grounds, intending to head to the academy. However, as he walked through the corridor, watching the drifting clouds and feeling the gentle breeze, an unexpected lethargy struck him. He leaned against a broad stone railing, half reclining, intending to rest for a moment. After lying comfortably for a while, boredom set in, prompting him to retrieve and peruse the rune diagrams from his bag. What a pity. None of these runes can automatically activate my magic like a spell, or else I could gauge their purpose based on the magical response, he mused. Subsequently, he attempted to infuse the diagrams with magic, yet there was no reaction. In a state between wakefulness and slumber, his peripheral vision caught sight of someone approaching, followed by the familiar scent of potions. It's Maroya, he exclaimed, jolting awake, hastily stowing the diagrams into his bag. He then descended the railing and walked in another direction. After a few steps, sensing that Maroya had not followed, he turned back in curiosity, only to find her standing before the very railing he had just vacated, scrutinizing a piece of paper intently. Chapter 21, Runes, Part 1. William shook his head with a wry smile. If it had been something else, such as that badge, he might have let Maroya take it without much thought. However, this rune was intended for Malvin's research, and William was unwilling to leave his notes behind. While contemplating how to retrieve the paper, William approached Maroya. As if sensing his gaze, she looked up, her eyes shimmering with an unsettling light. Slowly, she crossed her hands, flipping the side with the rune towards William. Magic Knight. Maroya chuckled softly, her laughter carrying an air of enigmatic amusement. Even the most ferocious beasts dwelling among the throngs of humanity will inevitably recall their own sharp fangs and claws. This statement holds a deeper significance, she remarked, clearing her throat. This task was assigned to me by Dr. Malvin, and I am presently preparing to submit it to him. The latter statement was entirely truthful. William asserted without a hint of shame. Once the illusory balance is shattered, a ferocious force shall tear everything asunder. Maroya suddenly spread her arms wide, resembling a wild beast, her voice piercing. You are engaging in something truly dreadful. Fortunately, I have not been torn in twain, William replied with a sense of relief. Glancing at the drawings, she waved in her right hand. He shrugged and said, "I apologize, miss, but I am unaware of what you are referring to. I have merely stated that it is an assignment." Maroya erupted into laughter once more, declaring, "Dr. Malvin would never design such runes. He is merely a watchdog, tasked with keeping an eye on the sheep within the pen." Noticing her apparent familiarity with the runes, William felt a stir of curiosity. He knew almost nothing about them, and seeking the opinions of several individuals would surely provide a more reliable perspective than solely relying on Malvin's account. However, this madwoman was not the easiest to engage with. After a moment's contemplation, William generously opened his bag, producing all the drawings and presenting them to her. "Don't believe me? Look, I have drawn many." Maroya appeared startled, stepping back in alarm. "What do you have in your bag?" Can she sense the contents of the box? That should not be possible. Even I cannot do that from outside the box, William thought, discreetly closing his bag. "It is nothing, merely books and notes." Suddenly, Maroya lunged for the rune drawings in William's hand, prompting him to instinctively retreat and withdraw his hand, eyeing her warily. Missing her grasp, Maroya seemed to find amusement in the situation, laughing heartily. After a moment's reflection, William decided to hand over the drawings anyway, as Malvin had already seen them, and he did not mind another pair of eyes scrutinizing them. Maroya ceased her laughter and stared intently at the drawings before her, remaining motionless. Just as William began to feel awkward, she unexpectedly reached out again, and this time he did not shy away. Grasping the drawings, Maroya turned toward the railing, which was half her height and wide enough to serve as a small desk. She spread the drawings across the railing, occasionally shifting their positions as if rearranging their order. William, unable to resist, took out his notebook to compare, and he discovered that her adjusted sequence of the drawings closely mirrored the order of the runes in his notes, leaving him both astonished and secretly pleased. "It seems she truly understands. Perhaps I won't even need to seek Malvin anymore, huh?" Just as he began to admire Maroya, she abruptly pivoted and reached for the notebook in his hands, her eyes filled with urgency. "Will you give it to me or not?" This posed a dilemma for William. Did Malvin recognize the runes in the notebook? William believed he knew at least a portion of them, yet he refrained from voicing this, seemingly awaiting William to voluntarily disclose information. William harbored doubts. If the Academy truly possessed the capability to orchestrate the extinction of dragons, why would it tolerate the existence of someone like Marwyn? As a senior figure within the Academy, was Marwyn's study of magic merely a means of understanding his adversaries, aligning his ultimate goals with those of the Academy? Although watchdogs are indeed canines, their loyalties lie with the sheep, often at odds with other dogs. William's thoughts drifted to Cobain. Given Cobain's amicable relationship with Marwyn, William often encountered Cobain at Marwyn's side. With a kind demeanor, he resembled the gentle, affable grandfatherly figure, and no ill repute preceded him, suggesting a deep-seated cunning. In light of this, how could such a shrewd and cautious individual suddenly be exposed? Might Marwyn's dissonance with other scholars be a mere fade for entrapment? Despite the inexplicable attack at Blackstone Fortress, in terms of magic, both Maroya and Count Leighton could be deemed potential allies. Although they currently shroud their magical pursuits in secrecy, once the news of the dragons is confirmed, they would likely have no qualms about the rumors of the Oldtown sage and the madwoman conducting magical research in the towering spire circulating freely. Their stance was evident, but the enigmatic presence lurking in the shadows left William perturbed. In a fleeting moment, a thought flashed through William's mind. Though this mysterious entity seeks to penetrate my consciousness, it may not necessarily harbor malevolent intentions. Perhaps it merely desires to communicate. In a swift motion, Maroya seized her notebook, turned her back to William, and hurried a few steps away before halting and eagerly perusing its contents. William, feeling uneasy, stealthily approached, wary of the madwoman suddenly becoming erratic and absconding with the notebook. Yet, he found her absorbed in contemplation, emanating an unexpected tranquility. Has she been possessed again? William gasped, focusing his senses on Maroya's magical aura, finding nothing amiss. Indeed, it is still Maroya. What could this mean? Multiple personalities? Suddenly, Maroya closed her notebook but did not return it to William. Instead, she clutched it tightly in her hands and approached a row of runes, examining them with a bemused smile. Only a madman could create such runes. Hearing the madwoman label others as insane, William couldn't suppress a private chuckle. "Are you unaware of your own moniker?" Maroya whirled around, fixing her gaze upon William. "I know they call you the Magic Knight. It is indeed an apt title, is it not?" Her eyes were clear, devoid of any trace of insanity. Something is amiss. William felt a chill surge through him, his senses heightened. He swallowed hard, reminding himself not to believe the rumors, much like they dubbed her the madwoman. though she exhibited no madness whatsoever. Madwoman. Maroya appeared momentarily taken aback before breaking into a low, melodious laugh, reminiscent of silver bells. Yet, William felt a cold shiver run down his spine, an inexplicable dread enveloping him. This is not Maroya. This is definitely not Maroya. Maroya stifled her laughter. Very well. Magic Knight, since you have acquired this notebook, you must also possess the rune disc, correct? William slowly nodded, his focus unwavering, magic swirling within him. He felt assured that the person before him, or whatever entity it might be, could not inflict any physical harm upon him. However, the battles within the realm of the mind were fraught with uncertainty, and his experience was scant. He could only exert himself to the utmost. Excellent. Return it to its rightful place and channel your magic into it. Thus, Hellenberg may enjoy a semblance of tranquility for several more years. Upon hearing Hellenberg, William felt as though a thunderclap resounded in his mind, his heart racing. Who exactly is she? Maroya seemed to sigh, her gaze tinged with melancholy. Her voice laced with a hint of regret. But that is hardly sufficient. Do you not wish to bestow everlasting peace upon Hellenberg? William numbly nodded in agreement. In that case, Maroya declared, pointing at the designs upon the railing, her eyes gradually igniting with fervor, take what you desire by your own hand, and send those who obstruct you straight to hell. Her maniacal laughter echoed, yet William gradually relaxed. The familiar Maroya had returned. Chapter 22. The Rune, Part 2. Maroya abruptly ceased her laughter, a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes, yet she soon resumed her erratic mirth. For a fleeting moment, William found this capricious Maroya somewhat endearing. With a smile, Maroya examined the notebook in her hands, glancing at William. The ancient power still lingered, and the echoes of the past resonated. Magic Knight, this notebook does not belong to you. It began with the sorcerers, followed by William himself, and then Malvin, to them. The notebook was merely a notebook, devoid of any extraordinary qualities. Previously, he had believed that the disc within the box, or rather, the rune disc, was the most significant object, kept secret from everyone. However, upon Maroya's acquisition of the notebook, peculiar events transpired, entirely unlike those at the Blackstone Fortress. He had not sensed any change in Maroya's magic, leading him to speculate that the notebook might conceal entities, such as spirits, of which he was unaware. This lady truly possesses a sensitive constitution. Strange beings seemed to gravitate toward her. William suspected that the notebook might indeed allow Maroya to harness greater power. The notebook can be yours, but you must divulge everything related to it. Maroya raised her head, appearing somewhat haughty. Such as? What purpose do these runes serve? Her laughter was infectious. Oh, you truly know nothing, Magic Knight. Seeing William's hand reach for the notebook, she swiftly stepped back, licking her lips and displaying an enigmatic smile. Do not be hasty. Young boy, we have time. You shall attain the joy you seek. Time is life. Miss Maroya, please do not squander our precious lives. The words spoken by the spectre in the notes unsettled William, stirring a sense of urgency within him. Ah, such a phrase is indeed profound. Allow me to clarify. These are not mere runes, but rather the steps to design a rune. As for the purpose of this rune, Maroya suddenly lowered her voice, stating that it aims to imprison a formidable life force at the end of time. The end of life is an abyss of endless darkness. What, then, lies at the end of time? Both fell into contemplation. Considering the spectre's words, William formed a rough hypothesis. The rune disc might periodically safeguard against the threats of curses, yet it would lose its efficacy once its magical energy was depleted. The curse of Harrenhal stemmed from a powerful life force, and the spectre in the notes intended to seal that life with a rune, seeking a permanent resolution to Harrenhal's curse. Could there be a dreadful creature lurking within Harrenhal? The thought struck William suddenly, prompting him to take a step forward. What does this powerful life force signify? Maroya shook her head in confusion, then suddenly chuckled. Perhaps the notes contain the answer, but I am unaware at present. Can you decipher what is written in the notebook? She continued playfully. Hee. Some things do not require reading, and some do not require understanding. Maroya resumed her cryptic musings. Well, ignorance is still ignorance. It seems I must find a way to unravel the cipher in the notes. However, this was evidently not a task to be completed in a day. Regardless, the notes were now in her possession. A guest does not trouble two hosts. William resolved to let her examine the rune disc as well. With determination, he approached the railing, gathering the rune designs and retrieving a box from his bag, placing it upon the railing, and gesturing for Maroya to join him. As Maroya was about to step forward, she suddenly appeared to recall something, tugging at her collar to tuck the notebook into her chest before joining William. Casting him a triumphant glance, William caught a glimpse and chuckled. 36. Shaking his head, If she truly intended to seize the notebook, hiding it would be futile. This box contains an item imbued with formidable magical power. Please exercise caution, William cautioned her, slowly opening the box. If it were an ordinary person devoid of magic, he would not have felt the need for such a warning. Rather, it was someone like Maroya, who possessed magic, that could be affected by the rune disc. Maroya involuntarily shivered, as if a wave of calm washed over her. Inside the box lay a palm-sized silver metallic disc, intricately engraved with elaborate patterns, exuding an exquisite and mysterious aura. Miss Maroya, might you discern the purpose of this rune disc? Maroya surveyed the disc from various angles, glancing at William as if seeking affirmation. Upon seeing him nod, she slowly extended her hand to retrieve the disc. It felt remarkably lightweight, far more so than its appearance suggested. As she examined it, she inquired, "Is this Valyrian steel?" "Indeed," William replied. Possessing magical intuition, he could easily identify Valyrian steel, a skill that had led him to numerous fortunate finds in the black market of the Oldtown. Maroya meticulously observed the intricate patterns, her fingers delicately tracing some of the lines, her contemplative demeanor exuding an air of tranquility. After a considerable pause, she murmured, "So that is how it is." At this, William, feeling a surge of anxiety, glanced at Maroya. Although this set of runes appeared unrelated at first glance, they were, in fact, intricately interlinked, designed with remarkable precision, undoubtedly crafted by a woman of extraordinary intellect. "Auntie, I would rather not hear you speak of this," William retorted, at a loss for words. Suddenly, Maroya raised her head, revealing a familiar smile. "The curse of Hellenberg. It seems this legend holds truth. These runes are designed to combat a formidable curse, are they not?" William forced a strained smile. "We must promptly return the disc. Gales has a Dorn-shoddy warhorse that seems quite suitable for long journeys." Noticing William's expression, Maroya chuckled softly and turned to examine the reverse side of the disc, which appeared significantly simpler, resembling a large symmetrical rune. "Heavens above! Is it truly possible for someone to engrave such a rune?" Maroya gasped in astonishment. William leaned in for a closer look, remarking, "This pattern seems quite simple. I could draw it myself." Maroya tilted her head and erupted into a peal of laughter. "Is it merely about drawing the shape? If so, why bother studying runes? Perhaps you should pursue painting instead." William chuckled a couple of times to mask his embarrassment. "Then what is the purpose of this rune?" "Runes are akin to bows, while magic is akin to arrows. Without magic, runes are mere ornaments," she explained. "Can this rune generate magic?" William suddenly regarded the rune with newfound reverence. "Ah, the magical knight. You truly know nothing at all." Maroya trembled with exaggerated laughter. William shrugged, maintaining his composure. "That is precisely why I sought your guidance, Miss Maroya." After a moment of laughter, she clarified, "Runes cannot generate magic. This rune's function is to absorb, continually drawing in magical energy to supply the front-facing rune." Absorb magical energy? Hasn't magic disappeared with the extinction of dragons? William pondered, having long harbored doubts about this matter, even disregarding individuals like himself and Marguerite, who could generate magic. He had sensed magical energy in various places, such as the curse of Hellenberg, which evidently resulted from the flow of magic. Magic is not annihilated. Maroya gazed deeply into William's eyes. He contemplated the glass candle, albeit weakened, realizing that many magical artifacts that were once usable had now become obsolete. Maroya nodded slightly, as if affirming yet also negating his thoughts. After a moment of silence, William posed another question. "With this absorption rune, the disc should not lack magical energy, correct?" "It is currently deficient." Maroya tapped the rune disc with her finger, explaining, "When consumption exceeds absorption, it leads to depletion. This is common knowledge." "Then how do we replenish its magic?" he inquired. Well, Maroya offered the rune disc to him, her gaze meaningful. "You are more adept at this than I." Chapter 23, Guardianship, Part 1. Day after day, William journeyed by day and rested by night. At the outset, he borrowed a suitable Dornish steed for long travels from Gars, allowing him to travel greater distances with 2 horses. After 2 days, he arrived at Highgarden. Another day later, he reached the hometown of Miss Leone, the fiancée of Galen, near New Barrel Town. From this point, the Rose Road would bend eastward towards King's Landing, yet in pursuit of a shortcut, William veered off the main road and headed directly north. On the 6th day after departing from Oldtown, William crossed the confluence of the Golden Road and the Blackwater River. This stretch was fraught with narrow paths, and he inevitably encountered a few brazen bandits. Had it been before the Battle of 10 Miles Town, they might have spared his life. Alas, now he could only lament his ill fortune. On the evening of the 7th day, William arrived at the town of Allen on the southern shores of the Lake of the Gods. However, he chose not to visit Count Vance, opting instead to spend the night in a modest town outside the city. The following noon, as he progressed along the western banks of the lake, he finally beheld the imposing fortress rising by the azure waters. He couldn't suppress a long sigh of relief and a smile. Though he was not particularly fond of Harrenhal, it housed the family he dearly missed. As he traversed the hills, a gentle stream came into view, bordered by a small grove of trees. This area, close to the heart of Highbourne, was surprisingly sparse in foliage, making this little wood quite a rarity. While the radiant sunlight might seem poetic, the blazing sun was unkind to weary travelers, and anyone arriving here would be tempted to rest. With the babbling brook and the lush greenery, William found a shaded spot by the stream, tied up his horse, leaned against a large tree, and began to eat his provisions. Gazing across the vast expanse of fields and the shimmering lake, he felt surrounded by boundless beauty. Yet, as he became lost in thought, his expression grew grave. Such a stunning place should not be marred by the ravages of war. This peace and tranquility shall be my charge. Suddenly, the horses became restless, and William sensed an impending danger. However, having survived bloody battles, his demeanor had transformed. Rising calmly, he first soothed his warhorse, then approached the Dornish steed to place the unfinished rations beside it. Drawing his two-handed sword from the saddle, the massive blade, which would require both hands for most, felt as light as a feather in his grasp. He effortlessly carried it to the stream's edge, scanning the distance. An assailant appeared atop a small hill before him, and he was momentarily startled. What a colossal bear! The black bear's shoulder appeared taller than his warhorse. Though William had never encountered a bear from Westeros, he had seen grizzly and polar bears, and this creature was nearly 50% larger than any he had previously known. Furthermore, he harbored an eerie intuition that this bear was not merely passing by. It was approaching him, or rather, the silver disc he had with him. Concerned that his horse might be injured or frightened by the bear, William crossed the stream and approached the hillock, sensing a hint of disdain. The black bear let out a fierce roar and charged towards him with surprising speed. "Come on," William boldly responded, jogging to meet the oncoming beast. As the bear drew nearer, its small eyes glimmered with a menacing ferocity, and its gaping maw revealed a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth, releasing a nauseating stench. William meticulously calculated his speed and distance, adjusting his stance accordingly. However, just as he prepared to draw his sword, the bear suddenly leaped into the air, lunging at him with a weighty force that felt as if a mountain were crashing down upon him. Without the protection of heavy armor, William dared not withstand such a colossal impact. He swiftly sidestepped to the left, evading the bear's attack, while instinctively thrusting his sword in hopes of inflicting a wound. Against such a formidable creature, creating as many injuries as possible was a sound strategy. Feeling the blade connect with something, William experienced a moment of joy that quickly turned to alarm as an immense force surged through his hand, causing him to lose grip on the sword. As the bear landed, he realized his weapon was embedded in its left flank. Although it had penetrated significantly, this injury, which could be fatal to a human, seemed to have little effect on the bear. Instead, it grew even more enraged, rising to its full height of over 10 feet, casting a shadow over him before charging forward on all fours. William, speechless and frustrated, could only dodge aside, never anticipating such a turn of events. Seizing the opportunity while the bear missed its strike, he quickly maneuvered to its left side to retrieve his sword, but the bear, surprisingly agile for its size, turned halfway and swatted at him. William narrowly evaded the blow. Had he been clad in heavy armor, he would have boldly faced the bear head-on, trading blows until it succumbed. With a sword in hand, he could have inflicted grievous wounds, enough to claim its life through sheer blood loss. Yet, here he stood unarmed, with only evasion as his recourse. After exchanging several rounds of attacks, though fraught with peril, William felt a tinge of discouragement. I still lack a decisive move, he thought. What favored him was that the sword had indeed inflicted a wound. Though minimal, the bear's vigorous movements would hinder its healing, and perhaps it could be worn down in time. However, the bear seemed to sense something amiss. After forcing William to retreat once more, it ceased its assault and turned to leave. William, wary of pursuing, watched as the massive shadow, still bearing his sword, gradually vanished behind the hillock. This bear is certainly peculiar. Its decision to retreat indicated a level of cunning, combined with its colossal and heavy frame. Its remarkable speed and agility led William to suspect that the creature may have been magically enhanced. Returning to the creek side, William meticulously inspected the contents of his traveling box. Finding the rune disc unscathed within, he hastily departed from the somewhat eerie locale. Although he had lost his sword, his subsequent journey was uneventful. and he eventually rode into Harrenhal under the warm embrace of the setting sun. As he traversed the main street of Harren, William observed that the town appeared more vibrant than when he had last departed. It seemed that his continuous correspondence with Walter, imparting knowledge of economics, had borne some fruit. Upon crossing the town, he beheld the imposing gatehouse of Harrenburg, and lifting his gaze, he could see the distant peaks of 5 colossal towers, reminiscent of a hand playfully brushing the drifting clouds. The gate stood wide open, with a makeshift barrier erected in the middle of the road, flanked by a row of awnings on each side, beneath which several soldiers were seated or standing. As he approached, William noted that these soldiers were clad in uniform leather armor, their cloaks adorned with a bat emblem. Their weaponry appeared commendable, and their demeanor was somewhat lackadaisical. At least they acknowledged William's arrival on horseback and assumed a defensive stance. 2 soldiers, bearing shields, stepped forward to greet him, observing William's dusty appearance. They presumed him to be an ordinary merchant traveler. One called out loudly, "Hey, halt! What is your business?" Noticing William's sandy steed accompanied by a commendable warhorse, he inquired further, "Are you selling horses?" "No, I merely wish to return home." "Return home? This is Harrenburg. Can you not discern the enormity of this castle? Or do you claim that your home is equally grand?" The soldier's remark elicited a wave of laughter. William removed his hood, declaring, "I am William Hoare." Upon witnessing the soldier's bewildered expressions, he supplemented, "My father is Lord Walter Hoare." The expressions on the soldiers' faces transformed into a tapestry of intrigue. In the small dining room of the main tower, the Tower of the Burning King, candles flickered brightly, illuminating the space like daylight. The clinking of cutlery and the sounds of jovial conversation reverberated, with every attendee sporting genuine smiles. The banquet was modest in scale, for William's return had been quite sudden, leaving little time for elaborate preparations. Nevertheless, all the notable figures of the castle were present. William exchanged anecdotes about the academy with Bachelor Tosius, shared insights on hydraulic workshop experiences with Dr. Morris, conversed about the upcoming tournament with Sir Raymond Grell, the captain of the guard, and several other knights, and turned to whisper a few words to his sister, Menisa, eliciting a soft giggle from her as she quickly set down her cutlery, covering her mouth in amusement. He engaged effortlessly with everyone, embodying both wit and grace. Count Walter and Lady Sheila exchanged knowing smiles, clinking their glasses lightly, finding satisfaction and comfort in each other's gaze. The atmosphere was one of joyous camaraderie. After dinner, the scholars and knights took their leave, and the Hoare family settled into the study casually. While others assumed William's sudden return was merely a longing for family, Walter calculated the time and surmised that William had rushed back upon receiving news of his decision not to return to the old town. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he inquired about the purpose of William's return. The secret chamber is nestled in a concealed location, with a switch designed with remarkable ingenuity. The male witches, being professionals, were able to find it, while the average person would remain oblivious to its existence. Hence, they chose not to divulge this matter to others. William, feeling that his experiences were too extraordinary and somewhat difficult to articulate, merely stated that there had been an issue with the steam engine. The steam engine, overseen by the male witches, is perceived as something quite magical by outsiders. Coincidentally, the witches' journey to the old town was also to discuss the steam engine with William. The affable Walter, trusting by nature, did not suspect anything amiss. He simply advised William to take his time in resolving any issues. He then enthusiastically shared news about the development of Harrenburg with William. The textile workshop was continuously producing goods, which were swiftly purchased by merchants awaiting in Harrenhal. The forging workshop had significantly reduced the production costs of weapons and armor, and the Hoare family's army was undergoing a comprehensive re-equipment. After confirming that the hydraulic workshop could reliably generate profits, Walter boldly invested the family's savings, restoring Harrenburg's standing army to 3,000 men, including 1,000 cavalry. He also sold the weapons and armor produced by the forging workshop at a low price to the vassal families, thereby bolstering their strength as well. Though still far from the peak of the Hoare family's power, the situation had certainly improved compared to 6 years ago when the Hoare family could only muster 1,000 troops, a fact that had long troubled Walter. Madame Sheila and Menisa, disinterested in matters of economy and military affairs, whispered about topics more suited to women. It was only when William began recounting tales from the old town and his adventures in the Valley of the Horn that they eagerly joined the conversation. Menisa expressed great interest in Marguerite, noting that this little rose's reputation had begun to spread across the 7 kingdoms. Meanwhile, Madame Sheila inquired extensively about the eldest daughter of the Lindault family, Tara. Upon calculating Tara's age, she realized that Tara was merely 3 years her junior. and surmised her mother's intentions, prompting William to wipe non-existent beads of sweat from his forehead. Regarding the Battle of Shirley Town, they adhered primarily to the official narrative from the High Court, attempting to attribute the accolades to Galen. Even so, Walter could not help but admire the feats of the few, lamenting the sacrifices of the two knights, while Sheila and Minisha paled at the mention and insisted he refrain from discussing it further. After a cheerful exchange, Sheila, concerned that William might be fatigued from his long journey, urged him to rest early, and the family bid each other good night. Having not returned to Harrenhal in 6 years, William found himself a stranger to this place. Sheila personally guided him to the bathroom, arranging for someone to fetch him a change of clothes. Once he had finished bathing, she led him to the bedroom. Approaching the bedroom, Sheila suddenly halted by a window in the corridor, her back turned to William, remaining silent. William glanced outside. The night sky was overcast, obscuring the stars and seemingly concealing something ominous. After a prolonged silence, Sheila finally spoke in a soft voice. "William, what is it that has you so eager to return? Is this the intuition of a woman?" William couldn't help but smile wryly to himself. "Grop informed me that the steam engine has encountered some issues. I am William." Sheila turned away, lowering her voice yet tinged with a hint of anger. "I am your mother. No matter the circumstances, do not conceal anything from me." Sheila's red hair flickered like dancing flames in the candlelight, evoking in William a recollection of her family name, Rostan, along with a suspicion intertwined with that surname. The two exchanged glances for a moment, sensing Sheila's resolve, and William could not suppress a smile. After a brief contemplation, he inquired, "Mother, how have father and sister been faring lately?" "No major illnesses, only minor ailments. The scholars cannot ascertain the cause." Sheila sighed, her fingers entwined tightly together. "But they have not experienced such afflictions before, have they?" Sheila seemed slightly taken aback. "Is your return related to their health? Furthermore, do you wish for them to go to Oldtown to escape something?" William lowered his voice slightly. "Do you believe in the curse of Harrenhal, mother?" Momentarily taken aback, Sheila bowed her head in silence before looking up at William again. "If anyone else were to ask me, I would say I do not believe, for I am a Rostan. You are aware of the reasons behind the downfall of the Rostan family, are you not?" "I have read about it." William, however, obtained the historical chain from the Academy. According to the records in A Song of Ice and Fire, the demise of the Rostan family was instigated by the madman, Daniel, due to his penchant for dark sorcery. Daniel ultimately obliterated the Rostan family during the reign of Mikari. Harrenhal was then entrusted to their loyal knight, the Riverland family leader. Some relics of Lord Daniel have found their way to me. I am aware of certain matters, yet remain somewhat skeptical. Sheila raised her hand high to touch William's head. "Do you remember the grave illness from 6 years ago?" Gazing at Sheila's loving expression, William felt a twinge of guilt and lowered his head. After a brief caress, realizing her son had grown too tall, Sheila withdrew her hand with a mix of pride and melancholy. "After you recovered, I insisted on sending you far away from Harrenhal, which is why you went to Oldtown." William nodded in realization. He had indeed wondered why Walter had not sent him to Flowing City as a squire. "During your illness, I harbored immense regret." Sheila pursed her lips, gazing intently into William's eyes. "Thus, for your sake and Menissa's, for your father's, dear child, I am willing to believe." William inhaled deeply, then stepped closer to Sheila, whispering in her ear, "The curse of Harrenhal is real. I may have encountered Lord Daniel Rostan." Sheila's breath caught in her throat, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at William. Chapter 25. The Secret Chamber in the Early Morning. A few small birds chirped as they flitted past the main tower of Harrenhal, while the dewdrops on the grass at the foot of the steps glistened in the sunlight. At the grand entrance, Lady Sheila and William exchanged a gentle touch on the cheek. "Be careful, William." Her voice was barely audible, yet filled with concern. After hearing the sequence of events from William, Sheila also concluded that the bear's appearance was far from coincidental. Consequently, the process of returning the ruined disc to the secret chamber today may very well entail peril. Faced with such unimaginable adversaries, no one could predict the nature of the impending assault. Patting his mother on the back, William exhibited a smile brimming with confidence. He then turned to wave at Menissa, following Walter down the stairs, as Sheila's voice echoed behind them. "Menissa, let us prepare. Lady Woad will be visiting today." "Very well, mother." Looking into the distance, William beheld a billowing plume of black smoke rising from behind the Westeros Tower, a testament to industrial might. He felt an immense sense of pride as this was the greatest gift he had bestowed upon Westeros. Engaging in conversation with Walter, they soon arrived at the tower. And as they approached, the cacophony of various machinery grew increasingly audible. Once inside the hall, the din intensified, but fortunately, The thick walls of Harrenhal muffled the sounds from the workshops, preventing it from becoming deafening. As the Lord and his son arrived for inspection, the minor officials of the tower presented themselves with palpable trepidation. Most were meeting William for the first time, and they greeted him with ingratiating smiles and self-introductions. To his surprise, William recognized familiar names such as Wes, Madame Halla, and Madame Mabel. A moment's reflection revealed the reason. In the original tale, these individuals were lesser officials of little consequence. When Sheila departed Harrenhal, she naturally took her loyal confidants with her, leaving these individuals behind to rise to prominence. Unwaveringly loyal to the Lannisters. With Harrenhal now operating several workshops and hundreds more to manage, it was only natural for these individuals to ascend in rank. People like Wes, who had been subjected to the whims of Arya, would surely meet a swift demise. Yet, as their superior, William was exceedingly pleased. To avoid appearing peculiar, he patiently accompanied Walter on a tour of the textile and forge workshops. However, his minor discomfort quickly dissipated as he was struck by the marvels of what could be deemed cutting-edge technology. It seems that the Citadel has not squandered the past millennia, having invented so many remarkable innovations. Why keep them hidden and unpromoted? In the textile workshop, many workers bore the unmistakable appearance of those hailing from across the narrow sea. Observing William's scrutiny of the industrious bald heads, Walter informed him that these were slaves procured from Norvos, skilled in weaving. However, as there were no slaves in Westeros, these individuals were now considered free citizens under House Riverlands. In truth, it was William's suggestion to purchase slaves when Walter had written expressing a lack of laborers. Though he had not anticipated Walter's discernment in acquiring those specifically adept in their craft. During the tour, they encountered Dr. Moraes laboring beside a machine, surrounded by several apprentices clad in gray robes, who diligently handed him tools and components. Although the surrounding workers cast curious glances, none dared approach to observe. Walter lamented the scarcity of individuals willing to become apprentices, noting that the mechanical engineers were perpetually insufficient in number. Dr. Moraes had to engage in hands-on work daily, prompting William to reflect once more on the technological blockade in the academic city. If one aspires to establish a world governed by science, should there not be a technological revolution? How many ambitious youths have been deterred by the fear of being unable to marry and procreate? He found the reasoning of the scholars utterly incomprehensible. After surveying his surroundings, William expressed his intention to inspect the steam engine, politely declining the offers of the overseers who wished to accompany him, and made his way alone to the tower's pinnacle. Unlike the refreshed and vibrant first floor, the second floor appeared considerably dilapidated. Newly hired workers resided there, and the walls and windows had received only the most minimal repairs. The floor was cleaned in a haphazard manner, cluttered with various items. The noise emanating from below added a semblance of liveliness to the area. Ascending further revealed the true state of the western tower. Dust coated the floors and windowsills. Many areas were in a state of decay, and discarded furniture lay strewn about chaotically. The sounds of machinery had diminished to a faint whisper, replaced by the mournful howl of the wind through the cracked window. As he climbed the stairs, upon reaching the top floor, a swarm of startled bats flitted past him, and William instinctively bent low to avoid these winged symbols of the family. Upon straightening, he beheld a long corridor, immaculate and pristine, with a floor polished to such a shine that it nearly reflected his image. He ventured forth, the soles of his shoes producing a crisp click with each step. As he walked, he surveyed his surroundings, the floor, walls, ceiling, and a series of identical wooden doors, each detail growing increasingly familiar. He halted before one door, its plaque bearing the number 702, his office number. At the moment he prepared to enter, it dawned on him where this peculiar sense of familiarity originated. This was the very office building where he had once toiled. "I apologize, but I shall not be working today." Suddenly, the scene before him shattered like a struck mirror, splintering into countless fragments amidst a jarring cacophony. The true world emerged, revealing a corridor as desolate and dilapidated as the others, now dotted with bat nests overhead, and the ground was a foul carpet of bat droppings and dirt. At the corridor's end, a windowsill had inexplicably collapsed, creating an opening large enough for passage. A fierce gust of wind rushed through the breach, producing a haunting sound. Pale and drenched in sweat, William stood at the edge of the broken window, his clothing billowing in the wind. A single step forward would plunge him into unfathomable darkness. He gazed ahead, where the opening offered a view of water tanks gradually emerging from below the city walls, ascending higher until they toppled over, pouring the lake water from the Eye of God into a trough. This water would cascade into a massive water tower within the western tower, generating immense energy to power the various machines within. before ultimately flowing through a dedicated drainage system, returning to the Eye of God. A flawless cycle. William smiled. Beads of sweat clustered upon his forehead, quickly evaporating in the breeze, while his once tumultuous heart regained its composure. He turned and retraced his steps with utmost caution. In just a few days, I have narrowly escaped death twice. Westeros is perilously treacherous. As he walked, he endeavored to recall the sensations of that final moment. At Blackstone Fortress, he had been instantaneously subdued, his uncontrolled magic swirling chaotically until it inadvertently freed him from restraint. Today, however, amidst the illusions, his magic had not spiraled out of control. It was only at the last moment that he realized the danger and summoned his magic to shatter the illusion, narrowly preserving his life. A true close call. Could he not perpetually allow a fraction of his magic to run amok, thereby rendering himself immune to these insidious mental control spells? Yet, this notion seemed daunting, akin to intentionally refraining from controlling a finger. As long as one thought of it, control was inevitable. Upon reaching the candelabrum designated by the sorcerers, no further anomalies occurred. Perhaps the entity possessed the capability for but a single attack, or perhaps it awaited a more opportune moment. Regardless, William had no choice but to acquiesce. Following the sorcerer's instructions, he twisted the candelabrum, 3 circles to the left, 3 to the right, accompanied by a deep, rumbling sound. The wall beside the candelabrum stirred, displacing dust as it gradually revealed a hidden chamber within the wall. This time, William refrained from recklessness. He meticulously surveyed the area before stepping into the chamber. The moment he crossed the threshold, the previously dim chamber illuminated with an unexpected brilliance. As if a sensory switch had been activated, though no discernible source of light was evident, resembling countless luminescent points emanating from all directions. Grop and the others did not mention this phenomenon. William exclaimed in surprise, recalling that the sorcerers had indicated entering with lights lit. Almost immediately, he sensed his magic gradually dissipating, so subtly that he might have overlooked it had he not been particularly vigilant. Following the flow of magic, he glanced upwards, where a rune was etched into the center of the ceiling. Relieved, he thought, this rune must be operating some form of illumination magic. Utilizing the newfound light, William surveyed the chamber. Everything accorded with Grop's description. The chamber was small, with minimal furnishings, a modest stone table, and a wall adorned with intricate patterns. Moroya had remarked that the influence of the rune disc was insufficient to encompass Harrenhal, leading her to speculate the existence of a complementary amplification rune, which this circular rune on the wall likely represented. At its center lay a circular indentation, perfectly sized for a rune disc. Without further hesitation, William approached the rune-etched wall. Placing the box upon the stone table, he cautiously retrieved the rune disc, which he had diligently infused with magic daily on his journey, and now brimmed with energy. Turning, he positioned the rune disc into the central recess of the wall and extended his right hand to press upon it, channeling magic into the wall's rune. In a moment of reverie, William felt as though the entire world swayed. In the next heartbeat, that chilling sensation once again enveloped Harrenhal, yet this time, William perceived the chill as oddly comforting. Chapter 26. The contest. The towering edifice of Harrenhal cast a shadow over the sweltering afternoon sun, rendering the courtyard of flowing stone an ideal arena for athletic endeavors. Dozens of knights engaged in fierce jousting within the courtyard. Walter stood proudly on the second-floor balcony of the main tower, observing the knights below, a smile gracing his lips, betraying his undeniable pride. Already, a dozen knights had succumbed effortlessly to William's prowess. Those of great strength were bested by speed, the swift were outmaneuvered by skill, and the adept in technique absorbed attacks with their heavy armor, only to retaliate and send their opponents sprawling. This display not only filled Walter with satisfaction, but also garnered the admiration of the assembled knights. At that moment, William was engaged in a contest with Sir Robin Gubrick, the master of Harrenhal. Though Sir Robin was a formidable warrior, his technical advantages paled in comparison to the comprehensive disparity in physical attributes. After several exchanges, he began to falter. With a mighty sweep of his great sword, William sent a gust of wind through the air. Sir Robin narrowly evaded the blade. Retreating to the side, William refrained from pursuing, stepping back with a hearty laugh, acknowledging Sir Robin's skill. This contest had left him wanting for more. Yet, I would like to challenge other knights as well. One cannot exhaust all their strength prematurely. What if we call it a draw? The master of Harrenhal understood this to be William's gesture of respect and nodded in agreement, silently grateful. Walter on the balcony also smiled in approval. William then surveyed the surrounding knights and jested. Who else dares to challenge the invincible William? The knights erupted into good-natured laughter. Though William had made a similar proclamation before the contest began, it had been met with skepticism. Now, however, their laughter was imbued with a different sentiment. Knights exchanged glances, and one knight nudged Viridward, a towering figure exuding an air of stoic strength. Yet, Viridward merely shook his head, conceding, "My strength may not surpass that of Sir William, and my speed is far too lacking to pose a real challenge." Observing the knight's reactions, William began to question whether he had exerted himself too forcefully. His intention in training was to forge camaraderie with these knights, facilitating future cooperation in warfare. The ensuing silence felt rather awkward. Noting the well-defined group of mercenary knights standing apart, an idea sparked in William's mind. "Oh, it seems the knights wish to reserve the opportunity to challenge me for the free knights." With that, he turned towards the mercenaries, taking a few steps closer, his face alight with a smile. "Gentlemen, I do not yet have a sworn knight. Perhaps today that will change." The mercenary knights stirred with excitement. Typically hailing from lesser or fallen noble families, these individuals had once served as squires and were formally knighted, yet their families could no longer support them, leading them to seek employment elsewhere. Often forced to sleep in the open, they were thus nicknamed hedge knights, a testament to their precarious circumstances. The ultimate aspiration of many mercenary knights is to find a master and become a sworn knight. William, poised to become the future Count of Harrenhal, presents a tantalizing opportunity for those seeking such an honor, as aligning with him promises a brighter future. This allure is indeed substantial. However, after the recent bout, William has firmly established an image of invincibility, causing these mercenary knights to hesitate. "Well, although it is somewhat awkward, at least it is not my family's knight who is embarrassed," William remarked with a shrug, preparing to dissolve the uncomfortable atmosphere. Just then, a middle-aged knight emerged from the crowd. He had a modest nose, a square chin, and neatly groomed gray hair. His appearance was unremarkable, yet his demeanor was calm and composed. He introduced himself in a dry manner as Rosobron, hailing from the Crabclaw Peninsula, clearly not one for eloquence. This steady composure lent him an air of reliability, and William noticed the respectful glances from the other mercenary knights, prompting him to think, "This man is extraordinary." He felt a surge of excitement. "Pleased to make your acquaintance, Sir Rosobron." After they exchanged formalities, they took their stances and slowly approached one another. In the previous contest, William had already showcased his unparalleled strength and speed, making it evident that ordinary knights could only contemplate defensive strategies to endure a few more rounds. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Rosobron initiated a fierce assault, revealing the wit and bravery hidden beneath his silent exterior. Before long, the two engaged in a flurry of strikes, exchanging blows for over 10 rounds. William unleashed his full offensive prowess, while Rosobron primarily focused on defense, surprisingly maintaining his composure and even managing to counterattack intermittently. This astonished William, who mused, "Could I have truly found a gem?" With his enhanced strength and speed, even a wild flurry of sword strikes would typically leave ordinary knights utterly helpless and retreating. He considered that few in Westeros could withstand his full-on assault. To thoroughly assess this knight's caliber, William decided to hold nothing back, launching an overwhelming barrage of strikes. Each sword swing left a trail of afterimages, accompanied by a howling wind that prompted the watching knights to hold their breath in awe and trepidation. Meanwhile, Rosobron remained unfazed, adeptly navigating through the tempestuous onslaught, earning the admiration of those unfamiliar with his capabilities. After delivering dozens of strikes without any sign of breaking the stalemate, William suddenly grew impatient, a flicker of anger igniting within him as he swung down with ferocity. Rosobron was taken aback. He had not anticipated that William, already moving at an unimaginable speed, could suddenly accelerate even further. The unexpected shift disrupted his rhythm, forcing him to instinctively parry. The clash echoed loudly, and he felt his arm pushed back by an overwhelming force. In a split second, Rosobron twisted his wrist, only to feel William's blade strike his chest with the weight of a wooden club, followed by an unstoppable surge that sent him flying backward. As fury dissipated with a single stroke, William swiftly regained his composure. Observing Sir Rosso crash heavily to the ground, the onlooking knights collectively inhaled sharply, their hearts racing. After all, he was a valuable talent, and they fervently hoped he was unscathed. They hurried forward to inquire, "Sir Rosso, are you all right?" Rosso coughed a few times, struggling to sit up. "I am well enough, Sir William." At that moment, the instructor Robin and several mercenary knights, who shared a close rapport with Rosso, approached. Robin addressed one of them, "Sir Marvin, hasten and summon the healer." "No need to fetch the healer. I am not gravely injured," Rosso replied, rising with William's assistance. A noticeable dent marred the chest of his armor, his complexion pale but his breathing steady. Seeing that he appeared to be relatively unharmed, William felt relieved. It had been a long time since he had fought with such vigor, and he momentarily lost control of his strength. "Your performance was truly remarkable," he complimented. Rosso managed a wry smile. "I still fall short compared to you." He felt somewhat disheartened by his defeat. William removed his iron gauntlet from his right hand and extended it towards Rosso, adorned with an appreciative smile. "I formally invite you to join House Harrenhal. What say you?" Rosso, momentarily stunned in disbelief, soon revealed an expression of ecstatic joy, kneeling before William to pledge his allegiance. Walter, having inconspicuously made his way from the balcony to the knight's midst, now beamed at William and Rosso, clapping his hands in celebration, prompting the other knights to join in with applause and cheers. That evening, Walter convened a modest gathering of the knights. Although William had initially taken his place on the high platform with Walter and a few others, he, unlike the purebred Westerosi nobles, was not overly concerned with status and was eager to seize this opportunity to foster camaraderie. Once the banquet commenced, he descended the platform to drink merrily at the long table with the knights. Rosso, having been elevated to one of the 10 captains of cavalry, sat at the long table just beside William, his cheeks flushed, whether from the fine wine or excitement, it was unclear. Feeling slightly tipsy, William retreated back to the high platform, where Walter stood to deliver a speech, painting a vivid picture of House Harrenhal's bright future and the knights' promising prospects. The knights raised their goblets in a raucous cheer, and the atmosphere of the banquet reached its zenith. Leaning back in his chair, William supported his chin with one hand while cradling his goblet with the other. Observing the jubilant and spirited knights below, he felt immense satisfaction and newfound confidence in his ability to protect Harrenhal Castle in the impending war. Chapter 27. A gift. Upon informing Lady Sheila, she promptly arranged for renovations on the upper level of the citadel to prevent any inadvertent discovery of the secret chamber, officially designating the area as a floor dedicated to steam machinery. Subsequently, William, unburdened by his previous anxieties, relished a splendid period at Harrenhal Castle. Having spent his childhood in the Old Town, he now devoted quality time to his family, enjoying the pleasures of kinship while also observing the operation of the runic disc. The daily existence of the nobility is filled with various social engagements and indulgent extravagance, a lifestyle that can easily ensnare one in its charms. Fortunately, William remains steadfastly focused on his aspirations, inspired by the rise of Daenerys. Amidst the endless excursions, hunts, and feasts, he diligently carves out time to train in the courtyard of the Lusher, fostering camaraderie with the knights. He also engages in discussions with Walter and Dr. Moraes on how to expand the workshop's production capacity, making the utmost use of the Sita. William even makes a point to advocate for the improvement of workers' living conditions. Thus, he spent over 10 joyful days until the arrival of the male sorcerers bearing what he desired. Walter and Menissa's health visibly improved, and William realized it was time to bid a temporary farewell to Harrenburg. His next destination was King's Landing. However, had it not been for necessity, he would have preferred to avoid this foul city altogether, favoring the clean, fragrant Oldtown instead. The capital of the 7 kingdoms, home to the Iron Throne, is indeed densely populated and bustling, yet the disparity between the living conditions of the wealthy and the impoverished is stark. Aside from the affluent district near the old city gates, the rest of the city is riddled with refuse and foul odors, diminishing the overall dignity and value of the place. William found it perplexing how the king and his ministers could thrive in such squalor. Is this truly happiness when living amidst garbage? King's Landing boasts 7 grand gates. While the Steel Gate and Steel Street might suggest proximity, they are, in fact, quite distant. Thus, William opted to enter through another gate, the Gate of the Gods, to avoid the tumultuous chaos of the flea-ridden areas, though this could not shield him from the pervasive stench. Upon entering the city, he frowned and silently vowed, "Should I ever ascend to the throne, I shall rectify the state of King's Landing." Such filth and disorder have no place in a capital city. As he gazed up at the soaring spire of the September of Baylor, he pressed onward, passing through Cobbler's Square and turning onto Steel Street at the intersection near the Alchemists' Guild Hall. Steel Street is a lengthy thoroughfare that cuts through the Visania Hills, flanked by imposing edifices, with forges lining the way. The rhythmic clanging of hammers against anvils fills the air, accompanied by the boisterous bargaining of cash-strapped free riders and vendors selling second-hand ironware, creating a cacophony that adds to the cramped atmosphere. William rode his sandy horse, leading his war steed, along the narrow alleyways until he reached a massive structure of wood and plaster atop the hill. He paused at the entrance. observing that everyone was preoccupied with their own affairs, and so he called over a young maid to inform the master of his arrival. Shortly thereafter, the master blacksmith, Tobmot, whose demeanor resembled that of a merchant, emerged briskly with a broad smile. "Sir William, it has been far too long. Please, come inside." The saddle of his sandy horse bore 2 large bags, from which William removed one and carried it inside. Tobmot promptly instructed a maid to pour wine and eagerly turned his attention to William, curious about the purpose of the knight's visit. "Has there been a breakthrough in your spell work?" When William initially researched the Valyrian steel enchantments, he naturally thought of the blacksmith from the original work who could truly forge Valyrian steel. He made a special trip to engage in discussions with Tob, who was utterly captivated by the prospect of profiting from the production of Valyrian steel. The two found an immediate rapport, though they ultimately did not succeed. Both acknowledged each other's expertise during their research and formed a friendship. Although William had long abandoned his plans to create Valyrian steel, the adage "while there is life, there are ideas" resonated within him. On this visit, he aimed not only to assist Galen in crafting a gift, but also to explore a new idea. With a mysterious smile, William whispered into Tob's ear, who nodded vigorously, eventually displaying a look of enlightenment. Excitedly, Tob led William to the backyard, to his personal forge. While he resembled a merchant and had some blacksmiths working for him, he personally handled the most technically demanding tasks. Soon, Tob emerged clad in work attire, wearing only a tank top, brandishing a hammer, with muscles rippling like boulders, shining in the firelight, embodying the essence of a master blacksmith. Opening the bag, William selected several shards that appeared to have been struck from a large vessel and handed them over. As Tob received the fragments, he glanced at the assorted pieces within the bag, wondering if they were all Valyrian steel. Upon seeing William nod with a smile, Tob cast an envious look at the bag before eagerly getting to work. This bag contained all the Valyrian steel shards that William had painstakingly gathered over several years in the Old Town, most of which he had salvaged from antiquities acquired at the black market. The sellers were unaware that William was merely interested in the Valyrian steel components, mistakenly believing him to be a naive buyer, while William quietly prospered, resulting in a mutually beneficial arrangement. "It's a pity I can't call the apprentice to assist. Otherwise, we could have seen some truly impressive work," William mused, though he had no intention of reaching out to Janley to alter his fate. As the shards glowed red and approached melting, Tob's expression turned solemn, reciting an incantation with peculiar pronunciation. William could feel the surge of magic contained within the shards. This was the crucial step to reforge Valyrian steel. Otherwise, once melted, the magic would dissipate, leaving only ordinary iron. As each shard melted and flowed into a crucible, both William and Tob anxiously watched the cauldron, where the molten iron churned and intertwined, eventually merging into a single entity. Success! They exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. "My lord, your hypothesis was correct. Valyrian steel from the same origin can indeed be reforged together," Tob beamed, his smile laced with flattery, clearly envisioning a golden path ahead. Although it might not shine as brilliantly as directly forging Valyrian steel, the chance for a windfall was undoubtedly within reach. William felt a surge of excitement. After years of studying magic, he had finally discovered a way to monetize his knowledge. For a long time, it has been widely believed that small fragments of Valyrian steel cannot be fused into larger pieces. Thus, no one has ever dared to attempt melting a sizable chunk to see if it could be reconstituted. Tywin's remaking of ice was never intended to unite it again. Hence, the few Valyrian steel artifacts that still exist are priceless, while the fragments, like those in his bag, remain largely disregarded, circulating in abundance yet commanding low prices. He could discern the magical properties of Valyrian steel, and with a stroke of fortune, should he encounter a few shards of the same origin, he could forge small items such as daggers or jewelry, yielding profits of several dozen or even hundreds of gold dragons. If he were to accumulate enough fragments to forge a Valyrian steel longsword, its worth would be incalculable. After discussing their collaboration, Tob would covertly acquire various Valyrian steel shards, which William would authenticate. As for the surplus fragments, William, with a mysterious smile, suggested, "Master, I possess a method that can elevate even the unforgeable shards to great value." Tob's eyes sparkled with greed, and the two erupted into laughter once more. As William departed, Tob nearly supported him out, his eagerness making the young maid almost believe he was sending off a king. William mounted his horse and addressed Tob, "Master Tob, this piece is both a sample and a wedding gift for Sir Garland Tyrell, the son of the Highgarden Duke. It must not be delayed." Tob thumped his chest resolutely. "Rest assured, my lord, even if it requires sleepless nights, I shall complete it swiftly." Only then did William leave, satisfied. Chapter 28. The Relic. After departing from King's Landing, William journeyed along the Rose Road, traveling by day and resting by night, leisurely making his way to the Bitter Bridge in 7 days. It was the 13th day since leaving King's Landing when he finally reached Highgarden, having taken only 12 days previously from Oldtown to Harlaw. In the true sense, there are only 5 cities in Westeros: King's Landing, Oldtown, Lannisport, Salt Shore, and White Harbor. Like Harlaw, Highgarden is also a military stronghold, albeit far more picturesque, with a bustling town adjacent to it, much like Harlaw's own. Wary of Duke Mace's lingering ire, William refrained from visiting Garland and Marjorie, opting instead to spend the night in Highgarden town, avoiding unnecessary discomfort. The following day, he resumed his journey, reaching 10 Miles town around noon. Over a month had passed since the last attack, and the streets had been tidied. Faint traces of the fire could still be seen on some houses undergoing repairs. Most shops were operational, and numerous passers-by could be observed, either busy with their tasks or sharing laughter, appearing to have fully recovered from the calamity. As he rode through the streets, reminiscing about the battle, William was overwhelmed with emotion. Upon reaching the intersection, he dismounted and led his horse to the site where Eric and Bob had fallen. Standing at attention, he solemnly paid his respects, reflecting, perhaps they fought solely for Garland. Yet they indeed perished for me. After standing for a while, William suddenly spotted a large carriage escorted by a troop of cavalry crossing the street, heading north. The carriage was grand, adorned with a distinctive green background and a golden rose, prompting William to speculate that it must belong to a person of considerable stature. Setting aside his emotions, he led his horse to a tavern not far ahead, intending to have lunch before continuing his journey. While the waitress served his meal, he inquired about the carriage convoy. It turned out that a significant celebration was being held in 10 Mile Town to commemorate the victims and to showcase the completion of reconstruction work. Invitations had been sent to various nearby lords, including Highgarden. However, the esteemed Old Rose and Duke Mace were too high-ranking to attend. Valerion was unable to travel, and Garland had little interest in such events. Only the ever-approachable Marjorie accepted the invitation, and today marked her return to Highgarden. For a fleeting moment, William felt an urge to rise and chase after the carriage, but perhaps due to the recent trials he had faced, he found a newfound sense of composure. Clenching his hands into fists for a while, he eventually relaxed, lifted his cup, and began to sip his drink slowly. For days later, William returned to the old town. As he passed through the city gates, the thought of resuming his familiar life and returning to a well-known rhythm brought a smile to his face. The following morning, with a heavy heart, he returned the sandy horse that had accompanied him on his travels to Garland's estate on the west bank of Honeywine River. He then arrived at the towering spire with a large bag in tow. Over the past month, the tale of 10 Mile Town had spread extensively. Even the most aloof knights of House Hightower approached him with courtesy, praising his knightly spirit and fearless bravery. Even Island, who had once held a grudge against him, conceded, stating he would record the incident of his defeat, for it would provide him with a lifetime of boasting. Furthermore, William could no longer feign ignorance. Who wouldn't he want to spar with a knight capable of slaying giants like Ronan? Thus, at the enthusiastic request of his fellow knights, he had to engage in a series of duels, earning a multitude of accolades, which made him reflect that he could never return to the past. Strangely, however, he had not encountered Maroya for several days, which puzzled him, as she was known for wandering around the spire. One day, he happened upon Maroya's maid and promptly stopped her to inquire. The tale of the 4 knights had become even more fantastical among the servants. Upon being halted, the maid's face flushed crimson, and while she lowered her gaze, she occasionally stole glances at him. After a few hesitant exchanges, she clarified the situation. Maroya had been venturing out less frequently since about a month ago, and had recently not left her quarters at all. Reflecting on the timeline, it coincided with when she had received her notebook. At this thought, William felt an ominous premonition rise within him and requested the maid to take him to see Maroya. Though initially surprised, the maid gladly agreed. Although the towering structure is equipped with advanced elevators that reach the uppermost levels, the majority of the Hightower family resides between the 2nd and 5th floors. The servants inhabit the 2nd floor, the soldiers the 3rd, the knights the 4th, and the family members the 5th, creating a rigid hierarchy with distinct barriers. William entered Maroya's chamber for the first time. The room was spacious, and upon entering, he was greeted by a bookshelf that occupied an entire wall, overflowing with books of various kinds, the value of which could only be described as immeasurable. The opulent decor showcased treasures from around the globe, and in an instant, William, who had recently been feeling somewhat elevated, was reminded of his own impoverished state. Maroya stood before a grand window, gazing outside. William respectfully bowed and greeted her. "Good day, Miss Maroya." Maroya seemed oblivious, not turning around or responding. William approached discreetly. The window faced the old town, revealing the mead across the way. The most striking sight was the Starlight Sanctuary, encircled by black marble walls, alongside the cluster of bishop residences that surrounded it. Standing beside Maroya, feigning interest in the view, William sensed her magical aura, still resonating with that familiar frequency. Yet it felt lackluster, as if she were still in a slumber. Stealing a sidelong glance at her face, he was taken aback by her delicate and refined features. "So, she is quite lovely," he mused. Suddenly, he realized something was amiss. She has actually washed her face. Then, a more alarming realization struck him. There was no trace of that peculiar medicinal scent. Instead, a fragrance of perfume wafted through the air. Just as William contemplated slipping away unnoticed, Maroya abruptly turned, locking her gaze onto his. "Did you bring it?" she inquired, her tone icy, her expression vacant. Clutching the bag in his hands, William had sought Maroya primarily to deliver the remnants of the Daniel family to her. However, her current demeanor instilled a sense of fear within him. If a mere notebook could transform her like this, what would handing over this entire bag of artifacts do? He shuddered at the thought. "Hand it over," she commanded. Her voice devoid of emotion, her expression still that of a daze. For reasons he could not comprehend, William felt an overwhelming pressure and instinctively extended the items towards her. Noticing that Maroya made no move to take them, he gently placed the bag on the small table beside her. "I will seek you if needed. You may leave now." "At your service." William quickly bowed respectfully and departed without uttering another word. It was not until he stood in the elevator, watching the doors close as it descended slowly, that he exhaled deeply, the tension in his body finally easing, though his expression remained a tempest of emotions. His cooperation with Maroya, or perhaps whoever she had become, was not without selfish motives. She was the most likely candidate to resolve the curse of Hellenberg. Whatever she demanded, he would have to surrender willingly. But as she continued to change, the consequences were indeed unpredictable. After all, she was Count Hightower's daughter, the most cherished of Lord Leighton. Chapter 29. The Crimson Viper. The mountain road was rugged and uneven, and William and Elin rode cautiously. On the distant mountain peak, wisps of milky mist lingered, while beneath the haze, the dense woods resembled a felt hat perched upon a sheer cliff. As they rounded a towering stone wall that appeared on the verge of collapse, Elin exclaimed with excitement, "William, look! The Celestial City!" Riding a sturdy mountain horse and leading his prized war steed, William followed closely behind Elin, his gaze naturally drawn to the magnificent castle that rose majestically against the backdrop of the Crimson Mountains, just as its name suggested. The Celestial City stood tall at the summit, with clouds resembling cotton candy seemingly weaving through its towers, and the azure sky felt almost within reach. In recent days, their path had often bordered treacherous cliffs, an experience that elicited a certain apprehension, despite the subtle fragrance of the air and the melodious songs of birds among the trees. This was not a journey to be savored. At long last, they had arrived. William shared in the joy, as the sight of the grand castle filled his heart with the exhilaration of reaching their destination after such a lengthy journey, even alleviating some of the unease brought about by the ominous changes in Maroya. I can hardly wait to participate in the tournament," Elin declared, brimming with confidence. Since William's return from Harrenhal, the two had attended 2 tournaments together, both at William's invitation. William chuckled. "You'd best pray that you encounter me during the competition. At least, then you needn't worry about redeeming your gear and steed." Elin shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, "Not everyone is like you," before reveling in a bit of schadenfreude. "Speaking of which, had you not been so reckless in demanding ransom back then, they wouldn't have bestowed such a nickname upon you. Now the entire Riverbend knows you as the Magical Knight, William." Whether it was a deliberate act by House Tyriel to stoke the flames, the saga of the 4 Knights of Tenley Town had been woven into songs by various minstrels, resonating throughout Riverbend. Among the 2 remaining knights of the quartet, the valiant Gallen had already made a name for himself across the land, being the second son of the Duke of Highcourt, thus avoiding excessive embellishment. In contrast, William, the newly emerged magical knight, not only possessed a flair for gossip, but also brought with him a plethora of sensational elements. He was of noble lineage, an undisputed heir to an earldom. His origins were enigmatic, hailing from Harrenhal, a place steeped in terrifying legends. His journey was fraught with challenges. Having grown up in the distant lands between rivers, he was equally adept in both the arts of war and scholarship, capable of forging chains in the academic city while clinching victories in tournaments. Romantic, passionate, and undaunted, He was compelled to follow Sir Galan into the perilous venture at Tinley Town, moved by the tears of Miss Marguerite. To top it all off, he possessed a melodious voice. If one were still unsure of his essence after such a description, then let them listen to the ballad Golden Hand, and they would surely understand. Though the moniker of Magical Knight initially emerged as a malicious jest, it gradually transformed into a legendary title among the common folk, while still carrying a hint of derision in the eyes of the nobility. Thus, William became a sensation in Riverbend, experiencing the thrill of stardom. Upon returning to the Old Town, he began receiving invitations to various tournaments. As the saying goes, wealth stirs the heart, and naturally, he was eager to attend upon receiving such invitations, only to discover upon arrival that something was amiss. The group competition has become increasingly challenging, as nearly all participants unite to eliminate a single contender. William harbors confidence in his ability to vanquish each of the numerous competitors individually. However, when they band together, he is reluctantly forced to withdraw. Once he is pushed back, the competitors erupt in jubilant celebration, as if each of them has claimed the championship. During the jousting contests, considerable effort is required. Every opponent seems invigorated, as if under the influence of a stimulant. William begins to comprehend why many renowned knights refrain from participating in such tournaments. Upon receiving an invitation from the Fowler family, he feels a stir of excitement, despite being aware that the journey from Oldtown to the capital is arduous. Though the distance to the capital is not significantly greater than that to Highgarden, the path is far from a smooth, rose-laden avenue. From Highgarden to the capital, the route is fraught with rugged mountain trails, making the trek quite strenuous. Nevertheless, he is still tempted. In the Reach, I have already drawn considerable attention, but perhaps in Dorne, I might not be regarded with such significance. Will the competition be more manageable? Upon seeing the invitation, Elrond is equally eager to attend the Fowler gathering, particularly drawn by the allure of the exquisite twin sisters who are not only celebrated in Dorne, but also well known in the Reach. One is determined to secure the tournament's prize, while the other covets the legendary beauty of the Fowler twins. Thus, the duo promptly sets off on their journey. When William hears Elrond teasing him with a nickname, he exchanges knowing glances with Elrond. The moniker is quite fitting, imbued with an air of mystery that might even captivate the Fowler twins upon hearing it. Hey, you mustn't be overly greedy. You ought to leave one for me. Should I prefer the sister or the twin? William muses. Observing Elrond's earnest contemplation, he bursts into laughter, exclaiming, "Come now, Elrond, you haven't a chance. The Fowler twins are dear friends of the Sand Snake's second daughter, Nymeria. It's not just you. No man stands a chance." The two friends share laughter and soon arrive at the capital. Not far from the city gates, a grand platform has been erected, adorned with the Fowler family's silver and blue eagle banners. The platform overlooks a vast arena enclosed by a fence, while opposite lies a vibrant array of tents, resembling a bustling marketplace filled with the sounds of lively chatter and excitement. Unlike the Reach, where tournaments are fervently embraced, such events are infrequent in other regions, rendering each occasion even more exhilarating. The tournament features not only traditional jousting and team competitions, but also archery and wrestling matches, often lasting 4 to 5 days. However, only the most prominent families from the Seven Kingdoms are welcomed in the capital. Commoners, merchants, and lesser nobles must camp outside the city, bringing their own tents. With the influx of people, vendors gather, naturally forming a market. It is the first time William and Elrond have witnessed such a tournament, and they enthusiastically explore the marketplace before making their way to the castle. Upon noticing the numerous yellow patches on the city wall, William could not help but reflect on the history and tribulations of this ancient city. The city gates stood wide open, flanked by several soldiers clad in traditional Dorne armor. William was a distinguished participant at the tournament, invited by House Fowler. Although Elon had not received an invitation, the Florent family was also formidable and steeped in history. Furthermore, he was the brother-in-law of Stannis, the king's younger brother. Upon announcing their names, House Fowler extended a warm welcome, and soon a steward emerged to escort them into the castle. As they entered the castle, they beheld the grand courtyard at its center, filled with carriages emblazoned with the crests of various noble families. The most conspicuous was that of House Martell, featuring a golden spear piercing a crimson sun. Elon exclaimed in admiration at the lively atmosphere, remarking on the throngs of nobles in attendance. "Indeed, I dare say half the families of Dorne are present." "How do you know that half are here?" William inquired. "Because the other half are at the Elonwood family's gathering," Elon quipped, playfully shaking his head. Despite being less academically inclined, he was familiar with the jest. The steward, unable to restrain himself, chimed in, "Sir, you are absolutely correct. During the War of Unification led by Queen Nymeria of the Rhoynar, House Fowler had opted to support House Martell rather than the Elonwood family, thus fostering a long-standing enmity between the two noble houses. This rivalry, second only to House Martell and Dorne, further solidified the latter's dominion. The steward first led them to the stables to settle their 4 horses, as both rode pack horses accompanied by war steeds, before guiding them to their guest chambers. Upon departing, he expressed his apologies for the inadequate hospitality due to the abundance of guests. As the sun began to descend, the two were escorted to the banquet hall by a servant, where they discovered that nearly all seats were occupied. Spotting 2 vacant places at a long table in close proximity to the dais, Elon clapped William on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Come, there are 2 seats over there." William hesitated, noticing that the table seemed to be filled with young ladies. "Is it appropriate for us to sit so close to the dais?" he questioned. Elon, tugging at his arm, urged, "We are of House Hightower and House Florent. It is more than suitable." William, bemused by Elon's eagerness, thought that he might soon forget his own name upon encountering the beautiful company. Seeing that the servants made no move to deter them, he acquiesced and allowed Elon to lead him forward. As they approached the dais, William cast a glance at the esteemed figures seated above. Although he did not recognize them all, he immediately identified Oberyn Martell. The actor portraying him in the series was striking, yet it was evident that true charisma relied on more than mere appearance. The real Red Viper exuded an air of wildness simply by being seated. Relaxed against the back of his chair, he gently swirled a goblet, scrutinizing the assembly as though assessing prey, poised to strike with lethal precision. Perhaps sensing their gaze, the Red Viper abruptly turned his attention towards them, his sharp and menacing gaze evoking the sensation of being targeted by a fierce beast. This is a true venomous serpent. Although William was not afraid, there was no need to provoke him unnecessarily. He averted his gaze after a brief moment of eye contact, thus failing to notice the peculiar smile gradually spreading across the face of the Red Viper. Chapter 30. Adversary. Upon discerning the presence of the 5 young ladies seated at the long table, William silently commended Elon. The most striking were undoubtedly the 2 enchanting and identical girls across from him. There was no need to inquire. The cascading light yellow hair unmistakably marked them as the renowned Fowler twins, Jaime and Jenny Lynn. Beside them sat a woman in a purple robe, exuding an elegant aura. Her bright eyes sparkling like jewels, her skin as fair as snow, and her long black braid cascading before her, adorned with a red ribbon entwined with golden threads that shimmered in the candlelight. Fair-skinned, beautiful, possessing grace, with black braids, dark eyes, high cheekbones, and full lips, coupled with the Fowler twins. Indeed, this must be the second daughter of the Sand Serpent, Nymelia Shad, William mused inwardly. The 2 girls on this side of the table were equally captivating, creating a delightful tableau of varied beauty that banished the fatigue of his long journey. Compared to elsewhere, the women of Dorne were open and gracious. Upon seeing 2 unfamiliar young men approach, they displayed little shyness, merely regarding them with curiosity. It was Elon who appeared somewhat bashful, his lack of courage in the face of allure making William feel a twinge of frustration. Hence, he assumed the role of breaking the awkward silence, clearing his throat before addressing them. "Good evening, esteemed ladies. I am William Hoare, and this is Elon Florent. Please excuse our intrusion. Might we be fortunate enough to make your acquaintance?" The other 4 girls turned their gaze towards Nymelia, positioned directly across from William. Nymelia scrutinized the unexpected guests, seeming to take note of the large bat insignia on William's chest. A smile graced her lips, yet her eyes held no warmth. A magical night. The girls chuckled softly, while the twins regarded William with keen interest, their fiery gazes making him somewhat uneasy. "It seems we are not particularly welcomed." "How curious," William shrugged nonchalantly, realizing that his reputation had indeed traveled as far as Dorne, leaving him somewhat flustered. Nymelia's expression grew colder, and fearing she might utter something more cutting, William hastily turned to greet the twins. "You two, so remarkably beautiful and identical, must be the esteemed Mrs. Jaime and Jenny Lynn Fowler. I am indeed grateful to the 7 for bestowing such beauty upon the world, and doubly so." The twins erupted into synchronized laughter, their bodies trembling in unison. One of them said, "Thank you very much for your kind words, Sir William. I am Jaime." The other promptly added, "And I am Jenny Lynn." Elon, displaying his own cleverness, greeted the girls beside him, inquiring about their names. It turned out they were Valina and Theola, daughters of the Countess of Sol Hill. After exchanging pleasantries, William cast a somewhat smug glance at Nymelia, silently asserting, "Now, you cannot send us away." Indeed, Nymeria could only nod gracefully. "Good evening, my lords. I am Nymeria Shade, and my father is Prince Oberon." Unlike William, who was already aware, Iron was taken aback. When greeting her, Iron addressed her as Miss Nymeria, while William opted for the more familiar address of Namiri. This prompted other girls to glance at him curiously, wondering if he was indeed well acquainted with her. Soon, the attendants began serving the dishes, and the group engaged in lively conversation. Enchanted by the beauty before him, William could not contain his enthusiasm. Having lived 2 lives, he was brimming with anecdotes, sharing them effortlessly with the girls, who had never heard such tales before, leaving them in fits of laughter. As the wine flowed, not only did the twins begin to affectionately call him William, but even Nymeria's demeanor softened slightly when she looked at him. However, William gradually perceived a subtle discord. The twins did not seem particularly close to Nymeria, treating her with respect, yet their demeanor was akin to how they regarded him. Was it possible that Nymeria had not yet forged a connection with the twins? The twins had spent the entire evening listening to his stories. Would Nymeria find him a hindrance? No wonder there are empty seats at this table. Perhaps there is a flower-guarding night. I hope she does not think I am vying for the twins' affection. I mustn't incur her resentment. Casting a glance at the elevated platform, William inquired, Miss Nymeria, could you kindly introduce me to the esteemed individuals on the stage? As a younger generation, it is only fitting that I pay my respects. Nymeria, of course, could not refuse such a request and diligently introduced each person. In the center was Franklin Fowler, the Earl of TNG City and guardian of the Prince S. Pass. The Eagle Falcon, indeed, a presence that does not disappoint. Beside him stood her father, Prince Oberon. It is indeed him. My instincts have proven accurate. Then there was Namila Torrin, the Countess of Soul Hill. Ah, this is the mother of the Torrin sisters, quite lovely, though sadly widowed. Other notable figures included Heminu Euler, the Earl of Prisongate, and Morris Dane, the Viscount of High Hidden City, among others. Thank you very much, Miss Nymeria, William said sincerely, hoping she could hear the unspoken sentiment in his voice. The twins are all yours. He then smiled at the girls. Ladies, I must take my leave for a moment. I shall see you shortly. With that, he raised his glass and departed amidst their melodious farewells. Nymeria watched his retreating figure for a moment before breaking into a radiant smile. The toasting proceeded smoothly, with the sharp-eyed Eagle Falcon, Earl Franklin, as the host. First expressing gratitude for William's long journey to attend, and then extending greetings to Walter, revealing that he had also participated in the battle against Greyjoy 7 years prior. Having met Walter on several occasions, the other lords merely offered him a few encouraging words. Although the Red Viper regarded him with a somewhat peculiar gaze, he ultimately only nodded in acknowledgement without further comment. As William approached, he sensed the faint magical fluctuations emanating from the Red Viper, which felt distinctly different from his own, Marguerite's, and Maroya's energies. It seemed that the creature had merely been imbued with the essence of magic through prolonged exposure to enchanted objects. It appears that the Red Viper possesses some magical abilities, though it may only be capable of concocting potions, he mused. While returning to the long table, he deliberately took a detour to observe the juggling act, hoping to grant Nymeria a bit more time. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him, Sir William, you seem quite intrigued. Turning around, he found Nymeria had approached him, and their eyes met before they instinctively stepped towards a secluded corner. In an effort to foster a closer bond, William boldly suggested, you may call me William, and I shall refer to you as name, if that pleases you. Nymeria chuckled softly at his audacity, her spirited demeanor unperturbed by such a slight breach of decorum. Very well, William. What brings you to Tionshire City? The journey from the Old Town is rather arduous. I received an invitation from Lord Franklin to attend the martial arts tournament. By the way, name, am I quite well known in Dorne? He inquired. To some extent, yes. Many nobles are aware of you. Lord Tyrell has written to numerous individuals boasting of his valiant second son, and he surely must mention you, his capable aide, she replied, smiling. William returned her smile, saying, I must extend my gratitude to Lord Tyrell then. However, I am undefeated in tournaments. Once this event concludes, the people of Dorne shall recognize that I am indeed deserving of my reputation. Oh, the ballads sung about you commence with the tale of the valiant Galen and the magical knight William, a fateful encounter leading to an astonishing duel, Nymeria teased, her gaze playful. You lost. How embarrassing, he stammered, clearing his throat. That was merely an unfortunate turn of events. Nymeria stifled a laugh, and unbeknownst to them, they had drawn closer together, the enchanting fragrance of her presence stirring William's senses. As she glanced at him, her eyes sparkled with unspoken thoughts. After a moment of silence, Nymeria suddenly inquired, what is the taste of your little rose? William was momentarily taken aback. He understood that little rose referred to Marguerite. But what did she mean by taste? Noticing his bewilderment, Namelia seemed equally surprised. You fought valiantly against 200 iron men for her. Yet you have never laid a finger on her? William soon grasped the implications of her question. Could it be that such topics were typical conversation between newly acquainted individuals? He had heard tales of Dorne's liberal customs, but this seemed rather extreme. Though his motivations in battling the Iron Men were far from innocent, he maintained a righteous stance, asserting that as a knight, it was his duty to protect the weak. Namelia scoffed at his rationale, her expression oddly inquisitive. You can't possibly still be a novice. Can you? Certainly not, he replied, striving to steady his heartbeat. Perhaps we should discuss Janie and Janeline instead. You don't seem particularly familiar with them, do you? I was worried you might entice them away. At last, Namelia erupted into a melodious laughter, entwining her arm with William's, drawing close to whisper into his ear, "Little boy, allow me to teach you. You might still have a chance to compete with me for Janie and Janeline." Her voice was hushed, yet brimming with temptation, causing William's heart to race uncontrollably. "Oh, someone has approached our table. I must see who it is," he stammered, retreating hastily, leaving behind a trail of tinkling laughter. Indeed, he was not fabricating tales. A silver-haired gentleman stood by their long table, conversing with the twins, who appeared rather uncomfortable. Namelia quickened her pace and murmured, "Send him away," before gliding past William towards her seat. Upon witnessing William and Namelia return in succession, the twins expressed a collective sigh of relief. Although they did not fully comprehend the situation, it was apparent that the girls held a strong disfavor towards this individual. William shrugged and hastened his steps, tapping the silver-haired man's shoulder. The man whirled around with the alacrity of a startled serpent, adopting a defensive demeanor. His features were undeniably handsome: an aquiline nose, prominent cheekbones, thin lips, and a robust jawline. But his countenance was dark, his deep purple eyes radiating aggression, instilling an unsettling discomfort. "I am William Riverland. May I inquire your name?" William inquired with a smile, unobtrusively positioning himself in the seat beside the twins, securing his place. "I am the Dark Star," the man replied, casting a glance at William before Namelia smiled and took her seat. Chapter 31. The competition. The Dark Star appeared to be wary of Namelia, greeting her with a reluctant "Hello, Miss Namelia," before coldly scrutinizing William. "I am Gelodane of High Hidden City. A pleasure to meet you, Magic Knight." William recognized this man from the original tale. After the demise of the ancient Emperor Joffrey, the third son, Tommen, ascended to the Iron Throne, while his sister Myrcella was sent to Dorne for a proposed alliance with House Martell. The Dornish princess, Arianne, emboldened by unknown sources, rallied a group of lesser nobles to support Myrcella's claim to the throne, which included this Dark Star. Naturally, this farcical coup was swiftly quelled. Others behaved in accordance with expectations. Those who deserved capture were seized, and those destined for martyrdom met their fates. Only his actions remained perplexing: his escape and sudden assassination attempt on Myrcella, which ultimately failed, leaving the sweet girl disfigured. In summary, he was a man of low principles. Warranting caution, William mused, his smile growing increasingly warm. "So, you are Sir Gelodane. I have long heard of your renown." He gestured towards Namelia's former seat. "Come, let us sit and enjoy a drink." Namelia regarded William, then turned her gaze to the Dark Star, maintaining an elegant demeanor yet speaking with indifference. "Sir Gelodane appears quite occupied. I fear he may not have time to join us." The Dark Star managed a strained smile. "Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, I have pressing matters to attend to. I must take my leave." After exchanging pleasantries, he took his leave, yet William discerned a fleeting glimmer of hatred in his eyes. Once the Dark Star had distanced himself, William returned to his seat, brimming with pride, and raised his glass towards Namelia. Initially, Namelia cast a fierce glare at William. But then, unexpectedly, she broke into a smile that was ineffably enchanting, leaving William utterly captivated. She too lifted her goblet, acknowledging that the Dark Star seldom participated in the martial tournament, but when he did, his opponents often ended up grievously injured or even dead. "He wouldn't dare to threaten me. I suspect he will hold a grudge against you instead." Surprised, William feigned a dramatic expression, clinking glasses with her, and they shared a sip of the summer red from the Vance River, savoring its fervor and exuberance. The other girls appeared quite anxious, discussing various rumors about the Dark Star, known for his vindictiveness and treachery. Some tales were so horrifying they could be used to frighten disobedient children. It must be said that this man had truly failed in the art of being a decent human, squandering a fairly commendable appearance. Ultimately, one of the twins summarized the situation. "No one in Dorne likes him, yet he still dares to pursue my sister. How absurd." The other twin, with a tone of concern, added, "William, he is looking at you in a rather unsettling manner. You must be cautious. William shrugged nonchalantly, eager to boast of his invincibility. But upon seeing Namelia's mischievous grin, he quickly altered his words. Ladies, fret not. I am a magical knight. Your sweet smiles are my strength, and even the dark star shall be illuminated by my prowess. The girls erupted into delighted laughter. The following day marked the commencement of the tournament. However, the first 2 days were dedicated to archery and wrestling competitions, where an array of nobles merely observed. After all, archery lacked honor, and wrestling was deemed too crude for knights, who naturally looked down upon participation, preferring to enjoy the spectacle. William attentively watched the contests, initially hoping to identify skilled archers for potential ambushes and those with great strength for charge. Alas, he soon realized his aspirations were futile, while talent was present. Everyone was on high alert, and the local aristocrats had not enough spoils to share with someone from his distant Riverland family. His relationship with Namelia grew peculiar. After their initial acquaintance, she had invited William and the twins to dine together on 2 subsequent evenings, and their conversations were immensely enjoyable. Not to mention, William had firmly established himself as a polymath. Namelia, transformed into a relentless inquisitor, endeavored to stump him with her myriad questions, but to William, who hailed from the information age, the girl's medieval understanding was elementary. He could effortlessly discuss multiverses and quantum mechanics, and even when 5 girls united in their inquiries, he handled them with ease, enlightening them with a wealth of scientific knowledge. After the banquet, Elin and the Torrens sisters, along with William, Namelia, and the twins, agreed to take a stroll in the garden. Once they were alone, Namelia would speak in a brazen manner, unabashedly teasing the twins, completely disregarding the presence of a grown man nearby. The twins appeared to revel in the moment, vacillating between coyness and invitation. William, caught in a blend of embarrassment and astonishment, was aware that he ought to refrain from engaging in such discussions, yet he found it difficult to withdraw. It is such an immense waste of resources for such enchanting ladies to indulge in lilies, for the happiness of all the gentlemen in the realm. I shall play the role of a third wheel and disrupt their dalliance. However, Namelia not only teased the twins herself, but also frequently diverted the conversation towards William, seemingly eager to compete with him in charming the twins. William, unlike Namelia in his audacity, opted to amuse them with risque jokes, striking a balance that kept him from appearing overly bashful while attempting to diffuse the ambiguous atmosphere. The twins often covered their mouths in laughter, while Namelia, her eyes sparkling, regarded him with an inscrutable gaze. Although the flirtation with the young ladies was undeniably pleasurable, it also stirred a sense of unease within him. It seemed that the Red Viper was observing him from the shadows, perhaps concerned about his daughter's well-being. Setting aside the fact that Namelia was 5 or 6 years his senior, one might ponder who should genuinely be concerned for whom. Even if he were to win her daughter's affections, it would not necessarily be a misfortune for the father. On the 3rd day, it was finally the knight's turn to compete, and the tournament in Dorne had a unique format, commencing with jousting followed by team competitions. With a larger number of participants this time, the jousting events spanned 2 days, culminating in the announcement of the champion on the afternoon of the 4th day. In the finals, William skillfully unseated Sir Ulrich Euler, the brother of the Count of the Jail Gate, effortlessly securing 20,000 silver stags. However, there was no selection of a queen of love and beauty this time, given the lingering sorrow over Princess Ilia's plight, a wound deeply felt by all Dornish folk. Previously, doubts surrounded the authenticity of the Battle of 10 Mile Town, leading to a certain coolness towards William, yet, during the past 2 days of competition, he demonstrated overwhelming superiority in pursuit of the championship, thereby winning the respect of all, regardless of their previous skepticism. That evening, many knights approached him eagerly to make his acquaintance. Throughout the night, William engaged in convivial conversation and revelry with his fellow knights, ultimately missing the opportunity to accompany the young ladies for a stroll in the garden. Watching the twins depart with wistful glances alongside Namelia, he felt a pang of heartache. After the girls left, several knights wishing to befriend William settled down at the table to continue drinking and chatting, among them Sir Ulrich, who, despite having lost the championship that day, regarded William with admiration, behaving like an ardent fan. As William and the Dornish knights shared laughter, the Darkstar approached with a few companions. The atmosphere shifted abruptly, the knights falling silent, their expressions wary as they regarded him. Aside from the Darkstar himself, who bore a commendable appearance, his entourage was less than impressive, with one companion sporting a face of excess flesh and another exuding an air of lewdness. None of them appeared respectable. Noticing the apprehensive demeanor of the other knights, William found it amusing, yet he held no fear of the Darkstar. With a smile, he rose to greet him. Ah, Sir Giro. Good evening. I had hoped to compete against you in the arena today, but alas, I did not see you. What a shame. The Dark Star remained as sullen as ever, silent and brooding. Behind him, a burly-faced man exclaimed, "Who doesn't know that Sir Giro dislikes the frivolous sport of mounted jousting? True prowess is demonstrated in the team competitions. The lad from the river bend. I hope you won't soil yourself when you step into the arena tomorrow." Ulrich, displeased, slammed his hand on the table and rose to shout, "Marol, you are exceedingly rude." The other knights cast him disapproving glances. His remarks were rather excessive. Marol, defiantly lifting his chin, appeared determined to press on. The Dark Star subtly furrowed his brow, but intervened. "Enough of this pointless exchange. We shall meet in the arena tomorrow. Sir William, it is a pleasure to have you participate in this tournament. Otherwise, it would merely devolve into a tedious farce. Only by vanquishing a true warrior such as yourself does the title of champion hold any significance." William, feeling as though he had found a kindred spirit, responded, "I share your sentiment. It seems we heroes are of one mind." Noticing the Dark Star raising his cup, he proposed, "Come, let us toast to the true champion." The two locked gazes for a moment, but the Dark Star snorted disdainfully, refraining from drinking and turning away. The knights began to vociferously chastise Marol for his boorishness, clearly a man despised by many. Ulrich leaned closer to William, lowering his voice. "The Dark Star carries much blood on his hands. He has come specifically to seek you out, undoubtedly with some sinister scheme. William, exercise caution tomorrow." William patted his shoulder, laughing heartily as he beckoned everyone to raise their cups. Chapter 32. The Dark Star on the 5th day of the tournament of the City of Heaven. The morning glow had just dissipated, and the languid orange sun cast its gentle light upon the arena outside the city walls. Flags waved in the arena as the air buzzed with excitement. Outside the arena's barriers, numerous attendants and servants held aloft an assortment of banners, some emblazoned with the crests of noble families, instantly revealing their bearers' surnames, while others were the quirky personal emblems crafted by the knights themselves, so varied that no one could possibly recognize them all. A seemingly sophisticated band performed before the main stand, accompanied by singers and jugglers who mingled within the crowd, entertaining the masses. The knights leaned against the inner railings of the arena, awaiting the signal to commence battle. The Dornian team competition lacked mounted combat, instead commencing with foot combat. Thus, William and Eileen were not clad in heavy cavalry armor, their chainmail lining exposed. They stood a bit to the side of the main stand, easily able to wave to the ladies seated there. "There are indeed many people," Eileen remarked. His voice raised to be heard over the cacophony. The arena had surpassed 100 participants, with knights entering sporadically, each displaying a range of expressions. Some appeared relaxed, sharing quiet laughter with their companions, while others bore stern faces, and many seemed exceedingly excited. Indeed, William surveyed the surroundings, and we seemed to stand out a bit. Most of Dorne can be characterized by scorching sands beneath a blazing sun, rendering the environment rather arduous. Consequently, the Dornish people's demeanor embodies a blend of simplicity and resilience. Their attire tends to favor muted shades of gold and red, often adorned with bright copper embellishments. The Dornish knights are predominantly clad in crimson armor, intricately studded with dense clusters of copper pieces, which not only gleam brilliantly, but may also serve a protective purpose. Many helmets feature a prominent, ornate copper disc at their crest, exuding an air of antiquity and authority. In stark contrast, the chainmail worn by the two protagonists is notably drab and distinctive. William also glimpses the fully armed Ulrich, and the two exchange distant salutes. Nearby, he spots the Dark Star, donned in obsidian armor, accompanied by several other knights in similar dark attire. Their eyes meet. William smiles warmly while the Dark Star maintains his grim expression, and they each avert their gaze. At that moment, the piercing sound of a trumpet reverberates from the main stand, heralding the grand finale of the tournament. The team combat is about to commence. The crowd erupts into a flurry of movement, as spectators jostle for advantageous positions to gain a clearer view. William turns back to the elevated platform, where the Fowler twins and Neamelia wave at him, and he reciprocates with a gesture. His peripheral vision catches sight of the Red Viper, who appears to be observing him as well, prompting William to offer a respectful salute. "Be careful, the match is starting." Ilrin shouts at him before charging towards a seemingly slight Dornish knight. William cannot help but facepalm, recalling their prior agreement to provide mutual cover. However, he has no time to dwell on it, swiftly brandishing his sword to deflect a thrusting spear. Although chaos reigns, the knights exhibit a remarkable level of coordination, engaging in targeted duels rather than indiscriminate brawls. Some small teams evidently strategized beforehand, moving in unison from the outset, yet the remaining knights are not oblivious. Solitary combatants instinctively band together to resist such coordinated groups, refusing to be easily dispatched. When a knight is unseated, others deliberately create space around him, allowing servants to rush in and carry the incapacitated warrior away. Amidst the fray, William navigates the tumultuous crowd with agility, evading when possible and fleeing when necessary. No one can capture him in a one-on-one encounter. Even when surrounded, he deftly finds openings to escape, never lingering in combat. During the melee, he manages to rescue Ilrin from a pair of assailants twice. Yet ultimately, Ilrin's lack of experience proves detrimental, and he soon finds himself encircled once more. This time, William is powerless to intervene, watching helplessly as Ilrin is overwhelmed and subsequently carried off by servants. As the audience erupts with cheers, shouts of encouragement, and curses, the number of knights standing in the arena diminishes. William remains vigilant, observing the small team led by the Dark Star, clad entirely in black armor. They exhibit poise and unity, and as the contest narrows down to a mere 10 individuals, this 5-man unit emerges as a formidable force. William intercepted the long sword of a knight with a fierce shout, urging, "Let us cease our duel for a moment and unite against that squad, lest we all meet our doom." The Dorn Knight, brimming with excitement, retorted loudly, "What squad? I intend to bring you down first." With that, he launched another flurry of attacks. William, compelled to defend and retaliate, seized an opportunity to knock the knight to the ground with a swift strike. Fortunately, the other 3 Dorn Knights recognized the necessity of banding together against the Dark Star-esque squad. Despite the unfavorable circumstances, they managed to hold their ground. William hastened to assist them, only to be met with a thrust from a nearby knight, who bellowed, "Another one is coming. Everyone be cautious." William deftly sidestepped, replying, "We are on the same side." His response was met with the gleaming blades of swords and spears. Witnessing the chaotic 3-way melee unfold, William could only evade the trio while simultaneously targeting the Dark Star and his squad. After a tumultuous clash, the trio met their demise, allowing William to capitalize and vanquish 2 black-armored knights. Ultimately, the battlefield culminated in a standoff, with William facing 3 adversaries alone. In the stands, Janie and Jenelyn clasped each other's hands anxiously. "Misname, it seems the situation is quite dire for William," remarked one. Nemelia smiled nonchalantly, offering words of comfort to the twins. "If the tale of 10 Mile Town holds any truth, then it is 4 against 200. We must have faith in him." The twins remained somewhat unconvinced. But is that truly the case? Could it be merely the exaggerations of bards? Seated in the front row, the Red Viper appeared intrigued by the conversation and interjected with a grin, "There is no need to worry about this magical knight. Observe, he has hardly exerted himself thus far," his tone ambiguous, oscillating between admiration and mockery. The twins' eyes brightened. "Your Highness, do you believe William can triumph over the Dark Star?" The Red Viper chuckled but offered no response, returning his gaze to the arena. Nemelia, curious, leaned closer to the Red Viper, whispering, "Father, it seems you have been quite attentive to him." "Ah, merely a favor for a friend, to observe this individual," the Red Viper replied, not turning to meet Nemelia's gaze. Instead sharing a knowing smile with Ilaria beside him. Nemelia nodded in understanding. In the arena, the 4 adversaries maintained their standoff for a while. As the crowd began to stir with excitement, voices rising in a clamor, mentioning Magical Knight and 10 Mile Town. William, initially reluctant to display anything too extraordinary, reconsidered. Being underestimated would not serve him well. After a moment of contemplation, he charged toward the Dark Star. The 3 adversaries coordinated seamlessly, with the Dark Star parrying and the others flanking from both sides. Yet, William moved with the swiftness of the wind, his agile footwork preventing his opponents from encircling him. Despite facing 3 foes, he held his own without faltering. His strikes were as swift as lightning, powerful and decisive, leaving those who confronted him visibly flustered. Had it not been for the Dark Star's tenuous ability to keep pace with William, the other 2 would likely have been dispatched long ago. After a round of probing attacks, the 4 once again found themselves in a standoff, though their positions had shifted dramatically. The Dark Star possesses remarkable prowess. "Perhaps even more formidable than Rosso," William remarked, a frown creasing his brow. The predicament was compounded by the fact that the 2 allies he had enlisted were no slouches themselves, particularly the burly Maller, whose interference would hinder William's ability to swiftly vanquish the Dark Star. While William grappled with the challenging situation, the opposing trio was swept away by tumultuous waves of surprise, their adversary's strength far exceeding their expectations. Amidst the chaos, the audience erupted into fervent applause, the thunderous cheers resonating throughout the arena. William's recent offensive had been akin to a tempest, igniting the flames of enthusiasm within the spectators, who reveled in the exhilarating and passionate atmosphere. In the midst of this cacophony, the Dark Star coughed twice before lunging forward, his sword aimed decisively at William's head, with the other two following suit. One armed with a spear and the other with a sword, flanking him from both sides. Such an all-encompassing assault posed little threat to William. He prepared to sidestep the Dark Star and unexpectedly strike at the bothersome Mallor. However, to his astonishment, the Dark Star suddenly accelerated, revealing that he had concealed his true abilities, leading William to misjudge his speed. This unexpected surge caught William off guard, and while he managed to block the Dark Star's strike, he found himself ensnared in a triangular ambush for the first time. Despite being cornered, William remained composed. He still had healing capabilities. Even if he sustained minor injuries, he was confident he could break free. With a casual gesture, he even gave the Dark Star a thumbs up. But the latter, unamused, bellowed, "Die!" as the trio launched their coordinated assault from 3 angles. Such an all-encompassing attack left little room for evasion. Anticipating the Dark Star's move, William dodged, parrying Mallor's spear. As the spearhead neared him, he instinctively evaded, the blade grazing his side and tearing a significant gash in his finely crafted armor. Just as the triangular-faced assailant began to smirk, William pivoted and delivered a powerful elbow strike reminiscent of Muay Thai, smashing into the man's face. Blood erupted from his wounds, and he collapsed backward, unconscious before he even hit the ground. The dynamics of the battle shifted once more. Although the Dark Star's team had managed to inflict some minor injuries on William, they had lost one member. What had once been a 3-on-1 standoff now seemed to tilt in William's favor, with many spectators believing that the remaining 2 would soon succumb. The Dark Star glanced at the spear lying a short distance away, its azure blade stained with crimson. Suddenly, he erupted into manic laughter. "You're finished, kid." Chapter 33. Insight, Part 1. William, acutely aware that something was amiss, refrained from looking at the spear on the ground. This was the first time his healing abilities had failed to immediately mend his wound. A peculiar force continued to erode his muscles and nerves, rendering even his healing insufficient to counteract the damage. The numbness from the injury began to spread gradually. "Stay calm. Maintain your composure." William maintained a smile as he remarked. "This poison should not exert its effects indefinitely. If we delay for a moment, the potency will dissipate, and the treatment will allow the wound to heal." Dark Star and Marlor approached with triumphant grins, ready to effortlessly reap the fruits of victory. Yet, William adeptly parried their attacks, responding with remarkable ease. After a few tentative rounds of combat, the duo realized that William's defenses remained steadfast, and the force behind their weapon clashes revealed no indication of diminished strength. The smiles of Dark Star and Marlor gradually faded. What manner of creature was this? Endowed with immense strength and swift agility, did he also possess such high resistance to poison? After a moment of stalemate, Dark Star suddenly had an epiphany and glanced at Marlor, his gaze tinged with urgency. The antidote was taking effect. He was merely holding on. They could not afford to let him regain his strength. They must seize this opportunity to eliminate him. Marlor nodded viciously in agreement. The two lunged forward, and the arena erupted once more into a fierce battle, the clashing of weapons resounding throughout. However, the spectators found the unfolding scenario perplexing. William, who had been actively engaging against 3 opponents, now shifted to full defense after one of his adversaries was eliminated. While his opponents launched a relentless assault, they were not particularly favored among the audience, despite their commendable efforts, as the applause was sparse. Years of diligent training had honed William's martial skills to instinctive reflexes. Even as he focused primarily on countering the poison, his defenses remained impenetrable. The 2 assailants grew increasingly agitated as their attempts to breach William's defenses proved futile. Dark Star remained silent, his expression darkening, eyes filled with resentment and malice. Marlor, on the other hand, cursed vehemently while attacking, attempting to provoke William. Yet, William remained unyieldingly calm, aware that time was on his side. Suddenly, like a buzzing fly, Marlor spat out a curse, mocking the 4 knights of Tenley Town, deriding them as cowardly turtles. "Did you truly defeat 200 Iron Men? Or is that an exaggeration by 100-fold? As the words left his lips, he noticed William's previously smiling countenance fall. Dark Star and Marlor exchanged glances, each recognizing the surprise in the other's eyes. Marlor then incessantly taunted William about matters concerning Tenley Town, igniting a growing fury within him, causing his expression to darken. The tension escalated until Marlor cruelly exclaimed, "I heard you lost 2 men? 4 against 2, and you still lost 2? Those 2 must have died foolishly." Unable to restrain himself any longer, William bellowed, "Shut your mouth." For Eric and Bob, who should not have perished, William had long harbored feelings of guilt. Hearing Marlor insult them so callously unleashed a torrent of rage within him. Blood surged to his head, and disregarding the numbness at his waist, he unleashed a powerful strike against Darkstar's sword, the force astonishing even to himself. The long sword was violently deflected, leaving him wide open, and Darkstar, startled and drenched in cold sweat, could think of nothing else but retreating with all his might. Yet, William did not pursue. Instead, he turned away. As Marlowe beheld William finally begin to retaliate, a triumphant smile crept upon his face. However, he was swiftly taken aback as William, with a single stroke of his sword, repelled the Darkstar and charged toward him with blinding speed, transforming into a mere shadow that appeared before him in an instant. With a swift motion, blood splattered as Marlowe's lifeless body, bearing an expression of disbelief, collapsed at William's feet. This entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving the audience in stunned silence, while the eyes of the Red Viper on the high platform narrowed in response. Standing beside Marlowe's corpse, William's rage gradually dissipated, as memories of his previous rampage in Tinley Town flooded back. During his duel in Herrenberg with Rosso, he had felt an inkling of having grasped something profound. The Darkstar, seemingly stunned by the earlier spectacle, regarded William with increasing trepidation, though his expression grew more frenzied. Suddenly, he bellowed and lunged at William, thrusting his sword toward his back. Amidst the gasps of the spectators, William, who had been motionless a mere second ago, swiftly knelt and turned, his sword carving an elegant arc with lightning speed. With a resonant clash, the Darkstar felt an irresistible force emanate from his hand, causing his sword to slip away and soar through the air, embedding itself in the ground at the center of the arena. In the next moment, William's blade rested against the Darkstar's neck. Observing his pale visage, William chuckled, "I am not like you. I will not take your life in such a manner on the battlefield." With that, he sheathed his sword. The Darkstar exhaled deeply, his taut muscles relaxing. They exchanged glances at the lifeless body on the ground, then turned to each other. William, with a grin, remarked, "You should not have provoked me. I hope you remember this lesson, Sir Jello." He then turned and strode toward the main platform, while the Darkstar watched his retreating figure, his expression a tumult of emotions. William raised his sword high, basking in the thunderous cheers as he exited the arena. The gentlemen, ladies, and maidens on the high platform stood to applaud, all smiling, yet their gazes varied, some filled with admiration, others with envy, shyness, or infatuation. Only the Red Viper's eyes reflected a profound wariness. As the competition came to a close, the commoners began to pack their belongings in preparation for their journey home, while the nobles prepared for the grand banquet that evening, intending to depart the following morning. As the undisputed champion of this tournament, William became the focal point of attention, effortlessly attracting acquaintances and conversations wherever he roamed, surrounded by a throng of admirers as if he were the moon among stars. Just as he and a group of knights animatedly discussed the day's contests in a corridor, Naumelia approached, requesting a private conversation with William. He gladly accepted. While the other knights exchanged knowing glances at the departing couple, Naumelia did not disclose her intentions, but linked her arm through William's, engaging in playful banter as they ascended to the city gate tower, standing side by side at the edge of the wall, gazing down below. As the tents outside the city were gradually dismantled, amidst the bustling crowd, people called out to friends and companions, journeying together. From the vantage point of the city gate, the throng resembled a cascade of water, cascading down the mountainside, gently flowing along the descent, branching into smaller streams at the crossroads, ultimately fading into the horizon. Chapter 34. Understanding, Part 2. In this world, no gathering lasts forever, no matter how grand. There inevitably comes a moment of conclusion, regardless of how many souls have united. They must eventually bid farewell. Observing the departing crowd, William could not help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Naumelia let out a soft laugh, surprised at his sentimentality. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind them. "Isn't every parting merely a precursor to the next reunion?" The two turned to see the Red Viper and Ilaria approaching the city gate. Noticing William's astonishment, Naumelia whispered, "Do not worry, my father asked me to invite you." William understood and nodded, quickly stepping forward to pay his respects. "Good day, your grace, and greetings to you, Lady Ilaria." Though Ilaria was not conventionally beautiful, she possessed an alluring quality that captivated attention. Naumelia also greeted them respectfully, indicating a cordial relationship with Ilaria. After some pleasantries, William took the initiative to inquire. "Miss Naumelia mentioned it was you who summoned me. What is your command, my lord?" The Red Viper seemed nonchalant, I hear you have crafted a necklace at the Citadel? In all of Westeros, few nobles possess a bachelor's chain, yet you have fashioned 6 links in a remarkably short time. Truly commendable, regardless of other accolades. The Red Viper undoubtedly stood among the most astute individuals in Westeros. His intellectual prowess was unparalleled, and no one could rival him in that realm. The most formidable warriors might match him in martial skill, yet none could contest his scholarly accomplishments. Thus, when the topic of the bachelor's chain arose, William could only humbly respond, "My abilities are limited. I have only crafted 2 links, which pale in comparison to your achievements. Is one of them made of Valyrian steel?" The Red Viper's voice was soft. "I too possess a link of Valyrian steel." William thought this was to be expected, yet he regrettably replied, "Unfortunately, I have not yet acquired a Valyrian steel link." "Oh, not even you can procure a Valyrian steel link. You are a magic knight, after all." The Red Viper's expression was peculiar, seemingly jesting, yet carrying a deeper implication. Although no one has ever managed to catch the Dark Star in wrongdoing, speculation regarding his use of poison has long persisted. The bizarre twists of today's tournament would certainly raise eyebrows among the observant, especially for the Red Viper, who was also a master of toxins. However, William was not concerned that anyone could uncover tangible evidence against him, unless they were as astute as he was. "Huh, my lord, you jest. That title is merely a playful moniker." "Jest?" The Red Viper chuckled lightly. "People call me the Red Viper. Quite an unpleasant title, I assent to it. In truth, this title was bestowed upon me by my friends, yet I find it rather fitting, which is why I never oppose it." The Red Viper possesses striking good looks, adorned with a rare beauty mark among men. However, his visage bears a somber expression due to his melancholic demeanor, and his piercing gaze exudes an air of danger, contrasting sharply with the typically exuberant nature of the Dornish. William could not help but reflect upon himself. The Citadel is a bastion against magic, and most scholars therein share this sentiment. As many nobles have been educated under these scholars from an early age, it is evident that the term magic knight carries considerable pejorative connotations among the nobility of Westeros. Yet, he never contests this, partly out of fear of exacerbating the situation, and partly due to a sense of pride in his unique identity. Perhaps Dr. Marwyn believes I require further education. After all, a mere title does not earn one a chain. Marwyn. He is the watchdog of the Citadel, with a keen nose. One cannot deceive me. Nor can one deceive him. I believe we are all aware that you have excelled in your studies. William felt the Red Viper's gaze pierce him like an arrow. Difficult to withstand, yet he could only muster the courage to deny it, claiming, "You flatter me. I still have much to learn. The identity of the Dark Star is clear to me as it is to anyone, as is the occurrence during the tournament, and the moment you erupted with lethal speed. Such inhuman swiftness is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary man." The Red Viper interrupted William, his eyes growing perilous. "Wherever one passes, there shall be a mark." The atmosphere turned tense, and Nymeria instinctively leaned closer to William, knowing her father could be quite volatile, fearing that he might resort to violence over a mere disagreement. She wished for William's safety. Meanwhile, Illyria grasped the Red Viper's hand, seemingly attempting to calm him while also offering solace. Her voice was sultry, much like her presence. "Darling, everyone harbors their own secrets. What would you do if someone compelled you to reveal yours?" The Red Viper gazed tenderly at his beloved, chuckling softly. "Oh, I fear I might slay him." Then he turned his attention back to William. "I presume you feel the same way?" "Not at all." William held a deep respect for the Red Viper and harbored no murderous thoughts towards him. "I hold you in the highest esteem." "Ah, how touching," the Red Viper mused, tilting his head in contemplation. "Yet I am genuinely curious about your little secret. Why not uncover it in a more masculine manner? Let us engage in a contest. Should I lose, you may demand one favor from me, and if you lose, you must satisfy my small curiosity. What say you?" "That is agreeable." Had this request been made before today, William might have hesitated, but having brushed against the edges of new magic, he brimmed with confidence. Even a request that could sway the balance of the 7 kingdoms could be posed. "My prince." He placed particular emphasis on the title of prince, reminding him of his noble station. Illyria and Nymeria displayed expressions of astonishment, not only because it had been many years since anyone dared to challenge the Red Viper, but also due to the somewhat absurd nature of William's request. After all, one could not expect that merely being an heir, or even a Count of Harrenhal, could sway the political landscape of the 7 kingdoms. The Red Viper, with a serious demeanor, fell into silence for a moment before breaking into a smile. "You are quite something. I accept your challenge." A wave of delight washed over William. If he could even manage to handle Dorne, it would be utterly unreasonable for Daenerys not to appoint him as Hand of the King in the future. However, He needed some time to familiarize himself with this new skill, as attempting to fight now would leave him somewhat apprehensive. What excuse could he concoct to delay the duel? Numerous thoughts flashed through William's mind before he eagerly suggested, why not seize an opportunity to compete in a public arena, under the witness of many, such as a tournament? What say you, my lord? A tournament, you say? How intriguing, the Red Viper replied, feigning interest. The Tyrells will host a wedding early next year, uniting with the Florent family, and there shall certainly be a grand tournament at Highgarden. A hint of concern flickered in Illyria's gaze. My dear, although Valaris has extended an invitation to you, did we not agree to decline? The Red Viper scoffed dismissively. Fear not, my love. The roses of Highgarden cannot ensnare this serpent. He then chuckled. Moreover, it has been quite a while since I last saw Valaris. He turned his attention back to William. You and Garland share a bond akin to life and death. Surely you shall attend his wedding? Indeed, my lord, William replied confidently. Excellent, William. Let us see who shall emerge as the champion of the melee when the time comes. As you wish, my lord. With over 3 months remaining until the wedding, William felt ample time to master the new magic and answered with great assurance. Illyria sighed. If neither of you secures the championship, let us agree to a draw. Ha ha. My dear, should we enter the fray, who besides us could possibly claim victory? The Red Viper exuded confidence and bravado. What say you, Knight of Magic? As you wish. My lord, William replied with a slight smile. Chapter 35. Metamorphosis. Even a city seemingly suspended in midair, like the city of heaven, would eventually fade into the distance with retreating footsteps. William and Eileen traversed the path leading from the city of heaven to Starfall. To be prudent, they opted to take a detour to Starfall instead of returning through the original route of Highgarden, for the integrity of the Dark Star had long been shattered. William did not believe that if he let them pass during the tournament, they would be grateful and forgive old grievances. Looking back at the vast mountains, Eileen remarked wistfully, I shall not forget this place. Heh, you shall not forget the lovely Valina, I presume? Are you not the same? I saw you with the Fry twins in the garden last night. Eileen teased. So, who was it in the end, the sister or the brother? Or are you utterly confused? Neither sister nor brother. Do not speak nonsense. William replied, feeling somewhat awkward. Ellen was taken aback. Have you managed to capture both twins? What twins? It's not as you imagine, William replied, his mind flashing back to little Rose's innocent smile, suddenly feeling a pang of guilt. Does Miss Nomelia also accompany you? Ellen's face was a mixture of disbelief, envy, and jealousy, her eyes nearly popping out, saliva almost dripping from her mouth. The image of Nomelia's aggressive gaze surfaced in William's mind, prompting him to cough twice. I returned to my room quite early last night. It was Nomelia with the twins. Who doesn't know that Nomelia has a preference for girls? Are you foolish? Ha, he chuckled. Upon returning to the old town, let's first try our luck at the whimsical roulette, then savor exquisite wine at a dream of elegance, and finally indulge in the gentleness of the breeze of Lys. Ellen was far from foolish. You treat, she insisted. William felt a twinge of regret as he calculated the expenses, but conceded, fine. It has indeed been quite arduous accompanying me to Tianji City. After we return, let's unwind properly. Ellen beamed with pride as they traversed the terrain, crossing the Rift River and navigating the Crimson Mountains back to the old town. The journey, which once seemed daunting, appeared less so now. After their time at the breeze of Lys, the two returned to William's home, resting thoroughly for a day before setting off together to the Tower of the Sky. In the training grounds, William remained the center of attention, diligently training with the other knights, seeking potential allies for the grand tournament. The promise of the Crimson Viper was evidently more enticing than the prize money, and he was willing to share the bounty. However, among the knights of the Hightower family, none stood out as particularly formidable, save for Grey Iron, who William considered worth recruiting. Lost in thought, Garz appeared at the edge of the training ground, waving at William. After greeting the other knights, William rushed over. Garz maintained his usual serious demeanor. William, follow me. They walked to a corridor where a figure stood with his back to them, gazing at the Honeywine River. When he turned, William was surprised to find it was Baylor Hightower, the eldest son and heir of Count Hightower. Handsome and charismatic, often smiling and known as the Laughing Baylor. He now regarded William with a grave expression. William, you have spent 6 years in the Tower of the Sky, much like my family. This statement felt somewhat exaggerated. Perhaps it was true for Garz, but William was not particularly familiar with Baylor, Ganzer, or Henfley. Indeed, Sir Baylor. Since that's the case, I shall be direct. Maroya has been quite erratic lately. Do you know anything about it? I haven't seen Miss Maroya in 2 months, William replied, maintaining his composure. He had anticipated that Maroya would encounter troubles, yet he had not expected it would be Baylor seeking him out rather than the Oldtown elder who doted on Maroya. Baylor frowned slightly. Gar stepped closer to William, locking eyes with him. William, Maroya is my sister. In my childhood, there was a time when I fell ill, and she stayed by my bedside, serenading me with gentle songs. Whenever she encountered a wounded bird, she would diligently nurse it back to health. She devoted herself to mastering the art of potions, driven by the desire to prevent the tragic recurrence of the Great Plague in spring. In truth, she possesses a tender heart, although she may appear somewhat eccentric, earning her the moniker of the Mad Woman, and despite causing some distress, she has never harmed another soul. If you know of anything that could aid her, please do let us know. Is it to entirely lift the curse of Harrenhal or to rescue an innocent woman? Gazing into Garza's somewhat pleading eyes, William found himself in a moral quandary, ultimately mustering the courage to speak. During my last visit to Harrenhal, Miss Maroya asked me to bring her a few items. Upon hearing this, Bale's eyes lit up, and he inquired eagerly, "What items?" "Some relics. Primarily notes and a few pieces of jewelry," William stammered. "These belonged to the previous Count of Harrenhal, Countess Danail Roston." Bale inhaled sharply, though decades have passed. The infamous tales of the madman Danail, who delved into dark sorcery and feasted on human flesh, are well known. Reflecting on Maroya's peculiar behavior, he began to grasp the situation's complexity. However, a lingering question remained. How did you come to possess the Countess's relics? "My mother is a descendant of the Roston family. She possesses some heirlooms that have been passed down through generations. Lady Hela bears the Roston surname?" "That explains much," Bale nodded. "William, having studied mysticism in the academy, you likely possess greater insight than the average person. What are your thoughts on this?" "I have indeed not seen Miss Maroya for 2 months," William replied, uncertain of the current circumstances and hesitant to speak recklessly. "Bale, do not press William. He is merely assisting by bringing a few items," Garza interjected, interrupting Bale's line of questioning. Instead, it was William who yearned to understand the unfolding events. "Sir, could you enlighten me about what has transpired with Miss Maroya?" Garza sighed. "She seems to have undergone a complete transformation. Initially, she dismissed her personal maid, claiming she was overly intrusive, despite the maid having served her for over 20 years without issue. Due to a misstep by the steward, the new maid assigned to her was a bit unscrupulous. After being caught stealing, she was not interrogated but rather summarily thrown into the Honey River from the towering spire. Even though he had anticipated such a drastic shift, William could not suppress a gasp, akin to the pain of a toothache. This change is indeed rather significant. The three exchanged glances, and suddenly Gar suggested, "Shall we consult Dr. Malvin?" "Absolutely not," William and Bale exclaimed in unison. Bale lowered his voice. "With so many matters at hand, how could we let Malvin know?" William nodded in agreement, aware that Miss Maroya harbors many of his secrets. Garza looked at them helplessly. "Then what shall we do?" Bale pondered for a moment. There are indeed many peculiar individuals in the old town, yet few can be trusted implicitly. I shall attempt to reach out to a couple of them. At that moment, a figure was seen jogging towards them from afar. Judging by her silhouette, she appeared to be a woman. The three of them had no choice but to cease their conversation. As the newcomer approached, William was startled to recognize her as the young maid who had previously escorted him to meet Maroya. Upon seeing William, the maid sighed in relief and gracefully greeted the trio before addressing him directly. "Sir William, the young lady has learned of your arrival at the Tower of Ascendance and wishes to see you." William felt a sense of foreboding. With a quick thought, he replied, "I happen to have other matters to attend to and fear I cannot meet Miss Maroya." The maid's expression turned desperate, nearly to the point of tears. "Sir, if you do not go, the young lady will surely cast me into the river." William looked at her sympathetically, hoping her swimming skills were commendable. Suddenly, Beller coughed twice, prompting William to reconsider. "William, you should go." Everyone turned to look at him. The maid was surprised, while Gales and William wore expressions of incredulity. Beller addressed the maid, saying, "Dora, please wait over there for a moment. I need to speak with Sir William. He will join you shortly." Gratefully, Dora nodded and stepped aside. Chapter 36. Indistinguishable now. "Time is of the essence, so I shall be brief," Beller began. "Maroya's current predicament may very well be due to the possession by the madman. Daniel, while outsiders may perceive the insane as indistinguishable, we, as Maroya's kin, cannot stand idly by." Beller fixed his gaze on William. "I understand that your involvement in this matter was unintentional, and I do not wish to place blame, but this is not something to be made public. It is solely for us, the informed few, to address, and you must bear some responsibility." William silently lamented, "Had I known this would transpire, I would not have brought those items back. It was no mere oversight. It was akin to lifting a stone only to have it fall upon one's own foot." "You are right, Sir Beller. I do indeed bear some responsibility in this matter." Beller then turned to the visibly distressed Gales and spoke earnestly. William also possesses the bloodline of Roston, making him her descendant. Meeting her should pose no issue. For now, we must avoid provoking her. We need time to prepare. Gales remained silent, but seeing the normally imposing figure wrestle with inner turmoil warmed William's heart. Sir, you need not worry. Sir Beller's reasoning is sound. I believe I will be safe in my visit. Sighing, Gales clapped William on the shoulder. Though your martial prowess is formidable, such mysterious occurrences may render it of little use. Adapt as needed, and if danger arises, depart swiftly. Your safety must come first. Beller regarded William with an encouraging expression. Very well, William. Go and meet her. Whatever she may say, acquiesce for the time being to placate her. Upon your return, we will devise our next course of action. William nodded solemnly, bid farewell to the two with a bow, and made his way toward the maid, Dora. 2 months later, as William once again stepped into Maroya's chamber, he was greeted by the same precious tomes and opulent decor as before. However, the atmosphere was markedly transformed, whereas his previous visit had evoked a sense of natural languor. Now it was imbued with an air of meticulous order. As he ventured further inside, he suddenly halted in his tracks. Captivated by the sight of a regal figure in court attire standing by the window, her back turned towards him as she gazed outside. Her fiery red hair was artfully arranged atop her head, interwoven with strands of gold that shimmered brilliantly, creating a striking spectacle. The graceful curve of her swan-like neck and her partially exposed shoulders, coupled with skin as pristine as snow, appeared ethereal against the backdrop of her black gown. The fabric of her dress glided smoothly, accentuating her statuesque form with alluring contours, while its deep hue seemed to possess an enchanting allure that rendered her silhouette utterly captivating. Even from behind, upon sensing William's presence, she slowly turned to face him, the delicate pleats of her gown gently swaying. The subtle floral pattern on the fabric catching the light in a myriad of sparkling reflections. Her waist, slender as a willow's, evoked a sense of tumultuous waves. With her exquisite collarbones subtly visible, cascading spirals of hair framed her face, and in her features, William discerned a familiar resemblance to Marguerite, albeit with an added air of matured elegance that rendered her even more alluring. Unable to suppress a gulp, his first thought was, "Who is this enchanting lady?" A chill ran down his spine. Had he not mentally prepared himself beforehand, he would have been utterly taken aback. He cleared his throat twice and lowered his gaze to conceal his unmistakable astonishment. "Good day, Miss Maroya," he managed to say. "Very well, William. You have made progress," Maroya replied, her voice retaining its low, magnetic quality, yet now imbued with a sense of grandeur and authority. "This enhances our plans, increasing the likelihood of success." "Do we have a plan?" William inquired, somewhat bewildered, though he hesitated to press further. Centuries ago, several scholars in the Academy investigated the children of the forest. I only know of Elon and Wallace, who left behind works in the Academy, yet some crucial manuscripts remain undisclosed. We must ascertain the identities of all who participated in the investigation and locate those unpublished manuscripts. William instinctively raised his head, eager to clarify further, but the undeniable authority in Maroya's gaze stifled his inquiry, transforming it into a compliant. "As you wish, Miss Maroya." He then cautiously added, "Do you have any other instructions?" Maroya let out a soft hum. "Has my dear brother sought you out?" William, feeling somewhat guilty, stole a glance at her. Her expression appeared unchanged, seemingly unperturbed. "Why, yes. Sir Beller asked me if I had brought you something." He hesitated, but I said I did not know, and indeed, I truly do not. "Do not be alarmed, William. My brother, though charming in appearance, is far from competent. He is merely a beautiful vase. Whatever he intends to do, I have no cause for concern." A hint of derision glimmered in Maroya's eyes. "Pray tell, what folly does he wish to concoct this time? Given this individual's intellect, it is likely that she can anticipate my thoughts regardless of whether I express them." With that in mind, William wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "Sir Bale, it appears you may have encountered some peculiar occurrences. What strange events?" Steeling himself and gritting his teeth, he concluded that you had been possessed by the ghost of Lord Daniel Roston. Upon stating this, William lowered his head, resembling a frightened ostrich. Maroya chuckled, finding the notion amusing. "I must commend your vivid imagination, William. What do you think?" "I believe this is utter nonsense," William replied, glancing at her and captivated by her radiant smile, which left him momentarily disoriented. He quickly averted his gaze, recalling the deranged woman's previous demeanor to steady his thoughts. "This is rather intriguing," Maroya observed, regarding William with an inscrutable expression. After a moment, she instructed, "William, go and see what that is." Following her pointed finger, William noticed an enormous piece of white fabric draped over something as tall as a person. He slowly approached, grasped the fabric, and looked back at Maroya. After she nodded, he pulled the fabric away, revealing a life-sized portrait. In the painting stood a woman strikingly similar to the current Maroya. A chill ran down William's spine. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the artwork was somewhat aged yet remarkably well preserved, its colors vibrant and the figure lifelike. Although the hairstyle, attire, and demeanor were identical to Maroya's, the facial features revealed subtle differences, allowing William to breathe a slight sigh of relief. "This painting is one you brought me. Do you know who she is?" Maroya approached gracefully, her gaze fixed on the painted figure, her fingers gently caressing the likeness's face as if fondly touching a beloved. With her statement, William could no longer feign ignorance. "This must indeed be Lord Daniel Roston. My mother and sister both have red hair, which is said to originate from the Roston lineage." Maroya turned, the two figures, one painted, one living, seeming like extraordinary twin sisters standing side by side, gazing at William. Their slightly upturned crimson lips formed an alluring curve, as if they traversed through the darkness of the vampiric realm. "Now, William, what do you think?" In Chapter 37, the tale unfolds. Should one bow in reverence? How should one address her? Various thoughts raced through William's mind as he resolutely declared, "You are Miss Maroya. Tales of ghosts are mere folklore to frighten children. I do not believe a word of it." Maroya smiled lightly, turning to the window, leaving William with an enticing silhouette. Her voice was soft yet clear. "I am pleased you think so, William. However, you may continue collaborating with my esteemed brother. Whatever they inquire, respond truthfully. Whatever they command, comply, even should it involve confronting me. You may leave now. Seek me out again when there are developments." Has he now become a double agent? Noticing Maroya's apparent disinterest, William hastily took his leave. Beller and Gars were waiting not far from the elevator. Upon seeing William, the three of them retreated to a secluded corner. Gars, with a hint of concern, asked, "Are you all right?" Beller, eager for news, inquired about the meeting. After shaking his head slightly at Gars, William recounted the encounter, omitting certain details. The situation appeared relatively stable. Beller, showing no surprise, handed over a note. "Gars and I are too conspicuous. It would be unwise for us to approach this place directly." With a serious expression, Beller instructed, "You are to find a person named Mafalda at this location and have him bring goods from the east to Cloud City in 3 days. Speak little, and be cautious not to attract attention." William disdainfully regarded this cryptic message, reluctantly accepting the note and nodding. After all, she did say to do whatever it takes. Like every port in Westeros, the harbor of Oldtown was a chaotic blend of humanity, teeming with individuals of various races and backgrounds. Sailors, mercenaries, prostitutes, performers, singers, ruffians, thieves, beggars, and others of indeterminate purpose filled the streets and alleyways, their voices rising in a cacophony akin to a boiling cauldron. Clad in a black hooded cloak, resembling a night's watchman, William navigated the crowd with caution, occasionally pushing away those who attempted to intrude upon his space. Following the battles with the Great Bear and the Dark Heart, he recognized that without his armor, his combat effectiveness would be significantly diminished, particularly his defenses. Though he wore a finely crafted chainmail beneath, he still felt a twinge of unease in such a tumultuous environment. Fortunately, he successfully completed Beller's task, and now awaited the confrontation between Beller and Maroya. He found himself ambivalent about this matter, torn between the desire to retrieve the true Maroya and the need to resolve the curse of Harrenhal, with both sides requiring his cooperation. He chose to go with the flow and obey orders. Suddenly, a commotion caught his attention. A brawl had erupted in the street. Initially intending to pass by, he inadvertently glanced over and spotted a familiar stout figure. The burly Malwyn was delivering a punch that sent a ruffian crashing to the ground, deftly dodging a kick aimed at him from behind. He clearly had ample experience in street fighting. Should the Citadel offer a course in such combat, he would undoubtedly excel as an instructor. However, even the strongest fists are no match for many hands, and with adversaries multiplying, it seemed inevitable that the sorcerer would face a severe beating today. William sighed inwardly. "I am always too soft-hearted," lowered his hood, and charged into the fray, swinging his sword sheath with vigor. One by one, he felled 7 or 8 individuals surrounding Malwyn or those who seemed to be, then swiftly darted into another part of the crowd, vanishing like a gust of wind, leaving behind a bewildered Malwyn and a heap of moaning miscreants. With Beller's task accomplished, and Maroya's looming, William returned to change his attire and made his way back to the Citadel. He did not directly investigate Elon and Wallace. Although he was somewhat unclear about Maroya's true intentions, He was concerned that others with ulterior motives might discern them. Consequently, he borrowed over 10 books from the library, the majority of which pertained to mysticism, including 2 related to dragons, along with those on medicine and history, among which was Wallace's work. Difficult Tundra, chronicles of 3 years spent among the barbarians, raiders, and forest witches beyond the frontier. The following day, William returned to the academic city to peruse more materials, again borrowing numerous books as a cover, while primarily focusing on a book written by Elon. After immersing himself in a substantial amount of relevant literature over the past 2 days, William began to formulate some ideas. Approximately 3 to 4 centuries prior to the conquest of Aegean, an inexplicable wave of archaeological fervor surged through the academic city. Many scholars ventured far from the old town to conduct investigations, including a group that journeyed northward to the region beyond the Wall of Despair. In addition to the books authored by the 2 aforementioned scholars, he discovered 3 additional works from contemporaneous scholars who had traveled north. Dr. Maggot's Tales of the Trembling Sea and the Ice Dragon, Dr. Lawrence The Ancient Lands of the Three Rivers, and Dr. Arniel's Chronicles of the Valleys. These texts, to varying degrees, referenced the children of the forest, depicting them almost as legends. However, upon careful reading and analysis, one could discern unnatural gaps within the text, suggesting that certain content related to the children of the forest had been deliberately omitted. This year's overseer of the academic city seems to be Dr. Cardos. He appears to harbor a strong aversion to mysticism. My intervention may not yield favorable results. Might I borrow the name of Beeler for assistance? As he contemplated the connections among these matters and pondered where to procure the omitted content, he suddenly noticed someone approaching. Upon looking up, William was taken aback to see the unconventional Malwyn, clad in leather rather than the customary gray robes. Nonchalantly, William exchanged one book for another, and when Malwyn reached the table, he greeted him with a smile. "Good day, Doctor." Malwyn nodded and picked up the book that William had just set aside, titled Green Marsh, authored by Dr. Elon. He lowered his head and casually flipped through a couple of pages. "What are you searching for?" I'm merely browsing," William replied. Gesturing toward the high stack of mysticism books on the table, "I am preparing to forge Valyrian steel chain links. After all, I am a magic knight. Any discerning observer can tell you are searching for something specific," Malwyn retorted, tossing the book onto the table and fixing William with an intense gaze. "Do you genuinely wish to obtain Valyrian steel chain links? Tell me what you seek. I dislike being in someone's debt." William, initially inclined to deny, caught sight of Malwyn's piercing eyes and offered an awkward smile. With a shift in thought, he posed a question he had long wished to ask. "Doctor, it seems the academic city has a strong aversion to magic and similar mystical forces. Why do you study mysticism while holding a prominent position here?" "Because, in comparison to its aversion to magic, the higher purpose of the academic city is the pursuit of truth. As long as traces of magic exist, there will be those who study it." Marvin's gaze was resolute, yet William remained uncertain of his stance. What if all traces of magic had been eradicated? "Do you still acknowledge the existence of magic?" Numerous tomes reference the children of the forest. William picked up the book Green Marsh and faced the cover towards Marvin. Yet it was evident that many passages had been deliberately excised. If the Academy sought to conceal matters concerning the children of the forest, it would be prudent to refrain from making these books public. Why only erase certain critical sections, which could mislead less discerning readers? The Academy's rationale was to protect the children, fearing they might be disturbed. Marvin drew a chair closer and sat opposite William. "Believe it or not, I do." After a moment's hesitation, William inquired, "I am quite intrigued by the children of the forest. May I borrow the deleted content?" Marvin nudged the stack of mysticism books toward William. With the Valyrian steel ring, one could gain access to those clandestine materials. William assessed the height of the pile. "Is there a quicker method, Doctor?" "Dorne's Red Viper acquired the Valyrian steel ring in just 3 months. Your foundation is far superior, so you should progress swiftly." Marvin shrugged. "Or perhaps find a way to ignite a glass candle or something. Mysticism is a discipline that balances theory and practice." William leaned back in his chair, lost in contemplation. Chapter 38. The incident to forge a mysticism chain ring at the Academy. One must pass examinations in 3 subdisciplines. As he pondered, William's expression gradually relaxed. First and foremost, his magic was derived from the Quirith incantations, and he had dedicated considerable effort to mastering this area. Thanks to Marvin's guidance, the Quirith system had been included in the mysticism examination curriculum over a decade ago, making it trivial for him to pass this subject. Secondly, given his intention to ally with the Mother of Dragons, how could he not possess knowledge pertinent to dragons? Thus, he had already perused an extensive array of literature concerning dragons, His notes systematically chronicled comprehensive knowledge on breeding, training, and controlling them. Compiling these notes would yield a tome aptly titled The Dragon Tamer's Compendium. Presenting this book would likely elevate him to the status of a cherished guest in the eyes of the Mother of Dragons, making the dragonology examination effortlessly attainable. Lastly, he had recently refreshed his knowledge of runes due to the matter involving the rune disc. Although he remained unfamiliar with advanced runes, diligent study of the foundational principles would surely enable him to pass the chain ring examination with ease. Do you truly believe my 6 years have been in vain? William mused triumphantly, maintaining a humble demeanor. Very well, Doctor. I shall endeavor to participate in the mysticism examination at the earliest opportunity. Marvin regarded William with a tranquil expression. I await your examination application. With that, he stood and departed. At dawn, the mist over the Honeywine River began to lighten, resembling a floating veil that enveloped the Isle of Conquest. The towering spires within the fog appeared and disappeared, their lofty silhouettes shifting with the density of the mist, adding an air of enigma to the scene. William stood at the entrance of the second level of the Tower of the Heavens, accompanying Baylor and Gars as they awaited the arrival of Mafalda and her cargo. Although Baylor's plans were meticulously crafted, requiring Gars and him to handle many matters personally, he found himself amused by the whispers circulating among the soldiers and servants within the tower. Key phrases such as master and exorcism floated through the air, prompting a quiet chuckle from him. No wonder the Red Viper looks down upon this jovial Baylor. His capacity for handling affairs is indeed in need of improvement. The trio engaged in casual conversation, deliberately steering clear of the topic of Moroya. Shortly thereafter, Baylor's personal attendant ascended, leading 2 individuals. At the forefront was Mafalda, whom William had encountered once before. She was of modest stature, with short-cropped hair and a flat visage, adorned with almond-shaped eyes and sun-kissed skin, resembling a Dothraki, yet hailing from the lands of Lazarene. Upon spotting Baylor, her face broke into a broad smile, suggesting a prior acquaintance with him. The figure trailing behind her emanated an air of mystery, cloaked entirely in a shroud of red fabric, with head and feet meticulously concealed. A blue lacquered mask obscured his features, and he wore a large, ornate metal necklace, its antiquated design strikingly exquisite, while his attire bore no other embellishments or adornments. Sensing the gravity of his presence, William dismissed any inclination to underestimate him. Thus far, he had identified 4 individuals with ties to the arcane, himself and Marjorie, both sources of magical energy. The Red Viper, who had a lighter association, merely touched by a hint of magical essence. Moroya, whose connection was more pronounced, akin to being tinged with magical hues, and this Shadowbinder, the 5th, whose bond with magic was deeper than Moroya's, effectively immersed in magical potency. This was no mere charlatan, but a genuine Shadowbinder. Furrowing his brow, William leaned closer to Baylor and Gars, lowering his voice. Only Shadowbinders prefer to conceal their faces with lacquered masks. Baylor shrugged nonchalantly, indifferent to the Shadowbinder's identity, as long as he could resolve the issue concerning Moroya. William shook his head in disbelief. The nefarious deeds of Shadowbinders were widely known, and he doubted Baylor had not heard of them. Upon their meeting, the Shadowbinder merely nodded slightly, remaining motionless like a wooden statue, while Mafalda beamed with sycophantic smiles, performing an odd gesture before proceeding to greet Baylor and the 2 knights with the customary Westerosi salutations. Then, with utmost respect, she introduced them, my Lord Baylor, and lords. This is Lady Podmov from Essos, who is currently traveling the world and has recently arrived in Oldtown. Lady Podmov is quite adept at handling matters akin to that of Miss Moroya. Baylor nodded politely. Greetings, my lady. Unable to restrain himself, William inquired in Valyrian, my lady. I have heard that Shadowbinders typically perform their sorcery at night. Given that it is presently daytime, do you intend to wait until evening? Upon hearing the fluent Valyrian, Mafalda displayed a look of astonishment, and her lacquered mask slowly turned towards William. Her voice, hoarse and subdued, remarked that light and shadow are intrinsically linked. Where there is light, there must be a shadow, and a mere shadow suffices. These 2 sentences were spoken in Valyrian, and upon noticing Baylor and Gars's bewilderment, Mafalda hastily translated them, adding with a flattering tone, it seems this knight is quite the connoisseur. Baylor chuckled, introducing William. This is Sir William. He has studied in the Citadel. You wouldn't harm Moroya, would you? Gars asked, his arms crossed, directing his question at Mafalda but fixing his gaze sternly on Podmo. If it is merely a spectre bowing, it would not cause her harm. If it is a different matter, we shall see, Mafalda responded. Hearing her translation, Gars ceased his inquiries, and Baylor expressed satisfaction. whispering a few words to the servant who had been standing silently by. After the servant nodded and departed, he clapped his hands, stating, "Very well, everyone, let us not linger. The matter at hand is of utmost importance." The five of them quietly ascended in the lift towards Maroya's chamber, encountering not a single servant along the way. Upon reaching the door, a sudden surge of magical energy enveloped them, causing William to hesitate. I did not sense any magical fluctuations during my previous visits. Has Maroya made some arrangements? This moment of uncertainty placed him at the rear. As he entered, he beheld the silhouettes of the others. Beller and Garz stood slightly ahead, while Mafalda and Podimo lingered a step behind them. William approached Podimo, scrutinizing Maroya, who stood before a bookshelf. She wore the same hairstyle as before, but now donned a dark golden robe, intricately adorned with lace and exquisite embroidery, with wide sleeves that augmented her regal demeanor. She appeared entirely unperturbed by their arrival, exuding an air of calm composure. William sensed that although Maroya was looking at Beller, her true attention was fixed upon Podimo. He then heard Podimo emit a low, ecstatic laughter, murmuring, "It is you! It is you! I have finally found you!" Her voice tinged with an uncontainable joy, which instantly alerted William. "Ahem, this is rather unexpected. But Maroya, you need not fear. We are here to assist," Beller began. Yet before he could finish, Podimo screamed and lunged towards Maroya. William swiftly grasped Garz, who intended to rush forward to intercept Podimo. In that instant, a bewildered Garz looked at William, perplexed. Beller and Mafalda remained confused, unable to grasp the situation. Though masked, Podimo's expression could be imagined as one of intense focus, her face alight with ecstasy as she fixated on Maroya. Meanwhile, a barely perceptible smile curved at the corner of Maroya's lips, like a ripple traversing her exquisite visage, vanishing almost instantaneously into the depths of her gaze. Chapter 39. The trap. Podimo's movements were swift, akin to a cheetah lunging for an antelope, starkly contrasting with her previously languid demeanor. Her elongated hands, resembling desiccated chicken claws, reached out, and anyone ensnared by them would surely suffer excruciating pain. As she dashed toward Maroya, she suddenly collapsed to the ground, her body sliding forward under the force of inertia, coming to rest a few steps from Maroya's feet, as if pleading for mercy. Before anyone could comprehend the unfolding events, Podimo pressed her hands against her mask with a sharp clap, unleashing a heart-wrenching scream as her body quaked uncontrollably. Almost instantly, it appeared as though droplets of blood seeped from every pore, gradually staining the red cloth enveloping her in a deeper hue. Even the sunlight illuminating her seemed tinged with a hint of crimson. William could distinctly sense that the spot where Podimo knelt was the source of the peculiar magical fluctuations he had sensed earlier. Moreover, it seems Podimo's magical power is spiraling out of control, Gals remarked as he gently extricated himself from William's grip. He instinctively swallowed, retreating a couple of steps to stand beside Beller, slightly turning his head to the side, his peripheral gaze fixed on the bizarre scene unfolding in the room. Beller and Mafalda stood frozen, their expressions blank, utterly immobilized by the strangeness before them. Suddenly, a small bulge formed on the red cloth, only to deflate almost immediately. Yet, this was swiftly followed by a series of similar bulges, rising and falling in rapid succession, as if countless serpents and insects writhed within. With a sudden crack, the wooden mask fell to the ground, accompanied by a heap of flesh, teeth, and eyeballs. These fragmented remnants seemed animated, writhing as they hit the floor, emitting a cacophony of squeaks as they hurriedly crawled back towards Podimo's body, burrowing beneath the red cloth. Beller could no longer withstand the horror. His eyes rolled back as he collapsed. Gals caught him just in time, glancing at the intensely focused William as he steadied Beller, taking another couple of cautious steps back. William's attention was wholly absorbed by the chaos of Podimo's uncontrolled magic. He felt innumerable tendrils of energy darting through the air like serpents in flight, tumbling and surging with increasing ferocity, yet they could not escape the confines before Maroya. Gradually, the chaotic movement of magic began to decelerate, its direction aligning until it converged upon a singular point within the red cloth, where it ultimately stilled. The writhing beneath the cloth mirrored the ebb and flow of the magic, diminishing from a frenzy to a tranquil state. At some point, Gals had supported Beller to the doorway, vigilantly observing the room, while Mafalda had long since collapsed to the ground, her countenance vacant, trembling uncontrollably. It was then that William realized the truth. This was, in essence, a trap set for Podimo. Even if he had not intervened to stop Gals, the latter would likely have remained unaffected in his rush. Though he could not pinpoint its location, he sensed that a rune must be concealed either in front of or beside Maroya. much like the illuminating rune in Herrenberg's chamber that operates autonomously. The moment Bottomo stepped into the rune's sphere of influence, it activated on its own, disrupting her command over magic. Had Bottomo been engaged solely in the study of benign spells, the worst consequence might have merely been a fleeting loss of magical control, even if recovery proved elusive. Ultimately, the gravest outcome would have been the forfeiture of her magical abilities. Regrettably, she was a shadowbinder well-versed in numerous malevolent arts. Thus, when she lost control, the sinister forces she wielded retaliated, resulting in such catastrophic repercussions born from her own sorcery. Observing with an impassive demeanor, Moroya raised her gaze at that moment, her expression tranquil as if no calamity had transpired. "William, bring it to me," she stated in an unperturbed tone. With a moment's contemplation, William comprehended her request. The image of the mask falling flashed vividly in his mind. The thought of sifting through the debris to retrieve it suddenly stirred discomfort in his stomach, prompting him to cover his mouth instinctively. He glanced at Moroya, their eyes locking, her gaze leaving no room for dissent. Taking a deep breath, he cautiously approached the heap concealed beneath the crimson cloth. Bottomo's mask lay at Moroya's feet, face down, revealing a blue-painted underside adorned with peculiar lines, rendering it even more bizarre than its front. Beside it, an assortment of debris was obscured beneath a damp red cloth, its hue significantly muted, marred by irregular contours, obscuring the identity of the person it once shrouded. Apart from that, the ground was immaculate, void of flesh remnants, bloodstains, or any trace of a sanguine scent in the air. Upon reaching the mask on the ground, William paused, lowering his hand from his mouth. The sound of steel rang out as he unsheathed his sword, its tip tentatively prodding the red cloth. Yet, he lacked the courage to unveil it and confront the gruesome contents concealed beneath. After a moment's reflection, he attempted to channel a bit of magic, and indeed, the cloth began to quiver gently, soon forming a small bulge at its apex, which then swiftly advanced towards William, abruptly bursting forth from beneath the fabric. It was an eye, an almond-shaped orb fringed with a multitude of tiny tentacles reminiscent of centipede legs. The white eye, with its agile black pupil, darted about as if searching for something, ultimately locking its gaze directly on William. A shiver ran down his spine, and goosebumps erupted across his skin. Moroya clapped her hands twice, seemingly approving of William's actions. "Excellent, William. Place it in that bottle." Surveying the room, William noticed a transparent bottle of ordinary size on the table adjacent to Moroya. Its plain design stood in stark contrast to the surrounding opulence, appearing deliberately positioned for the sole purpose of containing this eye. Relieved that he need not physically handle the eye, William hastened to retrieve the bottle. Meanwhile, the eye, which had been ceaselessly swiveling in his direction, fixated intensely on the bottle. William turned and approached the eye, carefully uncapping the bottle. He bent down cautiously, slowly extending the bottle's opening towards the eye. As the bottle drew near, the ungrounded tentacles atop the eye began to writhe rapidly. Just as the bottle was still some distance away, the eye suddenly lunged towards William. Startled, he quickly discerned the trajectory of the eye's leap. Holding the bottle steady and allowing the eye to burrow inside, he swiftly capped the bottle, finally able to relax. The eye spun twice within the bottle before halting, gazing at William through the glass. Feeling a wave of discomfort, William hastily placed the bottle on the table. No sooner had his hand left the bottle than he heard faint footsteps and the clanging of armor from afar. With a swift thought, he sheathed his sword and stepped beside Moroya, adopting a devoted protective stance. Moments later, a group of knights burst into the room, led by a fully armored knight, whose every movement clinked and clattered. "Miss Moroya, I come at the behest of the Count to protect you and heed your commands." Moroya nodded slightly to the leading knight before glancing at William. Chapter 40. The examination. William and Moroya's newly appointed maid, Dora, walked through the corridors of the Tower of Heights. After the first maid was dismissed, the second was tossed into the honey-wine river, and the third fainted in fright, refusing to return to the room upon waking. Finally, Dora, who had vomited yet persevered to clean the room, became Moroya's fourth maid. For the servant circle of the Tower of Heights, this was akin to ascending to greatness, and the lady even rewarded me with a golden dragon. By the 7 gods, it is indeed a golden dragon. The young maid, Dora, radiated uncontainable excitement. Before her promotion to maid, her total earnings for the year had barely amounted to a single golden dragon. "You truly deserve it, Dora." This sentiment was heartfelt. William certainly had no desire to tackle that heap of mess himself. He recalled how stammering she had been when they first met, and now she exuded confidence. Indeed, adversity can foster growth. As they walked, they exchanged the latest news from the Tower of Heights, with Dora primarily speaking. William interjected at opportune moments, displaying feigned confusion or surprise, which encouraged her to continue unabated. Did you know, my lord, that Sir Beller has been confined by the Count for 3 days? Did you know, my lord, that the charlatan was executed by the Count? Did you know, my lord? I was unaware before, but now I am fully informed. It was only upon reaching the door that Dora, still brimming with enthusiasm, finally paused, and William wore a wistful smile. The magical aura I sensed has vanished. It seems that trap was specifically designed for the shadow bindings. Upon entering, he noticed that the room's furnishings, including the carpet, had all been replaced, and he couldn't help but marvel at the advantages of wealth. Dora led William through the room to the balcony. The balcony is expansive, adorned with exquisite tapestries. The railings are brimming with lush greenery, and a gentle breeze carries a delightful fragrance. At the center, a large round table is set with fresh, tantalizing fruits and elegantly crafted pastries. Maroya sits beside the table, gazing out at the Mead River, where the surface glimmers like diamonds. And a flock of waterfowl dances around several white sails, soaring freely beneath the azure sky. Upon seeing William approach with a courteous greeting, she adjusts her posture slightly, causing the wine glass in her hand to tremble, the crimson liquid rippling like a splendid rose. Please, take a seat, William. Even while seated, her commanding presence remains undiminished. Recalling some tales of Count Danale, William discreetly glanced at her alluring red lips before settling down. The chair, though wide and comfortable, makes him feel somewhat uneasy, reminiscent of his childhood when seated before elders. After pouring William a glass of red wine, Dora curtsies and takes her leave. Maroya places the seemingly blood-red wine glass back on the table. The last endeavor was executed splendidly. The experiment was a resounding success. We are one step closer to our goal. Experiment? Was everything from last time orchestrated by you? William had considered this possibility but sought confirmation, thus feigning mild surprise. The moment she arrived in the old town, I knew she would come here and become my subject, Maroya asserts. Just as a peculiar eye crawls up from the side of the table, pausing beside a fruit platter, its delicate tendrils gently waving, the eye rolling as if to inquire. Who speaks of me? Although William sensed the eye's presence, he did not expect it to emerge from its confinement, and was momentarily startled. I am the forest witch. Capable of foreseeing the future, Maroya remarks, resting her chin on her hand while regarding William with a meaningful gaze. A dense cluster of tiny tendrils writhes, carrying the eye in a circle around the table before halting, the eye now fixed upon William. Clearing his throat awkwardly, William raises the wine glass to his lips, savoring the rich, lingering taste. Indeed, it is fine wine. However, he remains skeptical of prophecies. Setting aside whether Maroya truly qualifies as a forest witch, even the Green Prophet, as depicted in literature, seems to derive their foresight from an extensive grasp of historical data, allowing for astute predictions. Regarding the previous incident, it is evident that Maroya had the full backing of Count Hyder, possessing an intelligence advantage, and the Shadowbinder likely grew stronger by usurping the powers of others. Listening to Maroya's tales could easily stir covetous thoughts, making it not difficult to ensnare her. The question remains whether Sir Bale is aware of these machinations. William places his wine glass down. Are you testing the efficacy of the runes? Clever child, Maroya straightens her posture. This rune has yet to be truly employed since its design. This experiment holds great value. The eyes swiftly turned in circles, playfully dancing towards Maroya, and William felt as though he were gazing upon a little dog affectionately seeking its master. Maroya responded with a smile that bore a striking resemblance to Marguerite. However, being the sister of Little Rose's mother, such likeness was not at all surprising. What, William pondered, is the purpose of this rune? He could surmise that one of its effects was to unleash chaotic magic, yet he remained perplexed by the origins of this unsettling eye resting upon the table. Was its effect a manifestation of the Shadowbinder's sorcery? You shall find out in due time, Maroya remarked, her smile fading as she leaned back against her chair. I have heard that you have been promoted to assistant bachelor of the academy. The eye shifted its gaze in tandem with her words, seemingly scrutinizing William with a life of its own. Suppressing his discomfort, William succinctly recounted the happenings at the academy. Fearing that merely possessing the Valyrian steel chain would attract undue attention, he had also applied for the examination in mechanics. His previous steam engine model featured numerous avant-garde designs, as steam engines had been widely utilized on Earth, placing him technologically far ahead of Westeros. His explanations and demonstrations during the examination left the assembled doctors and bachelors in awe. Moreover, with Dr. Morris's correspondence from Herrenberg attesting to the steam engine's practicality, the Academy promptly permitted him to forge the fine steel chain. Conversely, The examination in mysticism attracted only a handful of spectators, and he navigated the assessment of the course spell and draconic knowledge with remarkable ease. However, the examination in runes proved to be fraught with challenges. And just when William feared that Malwyn would exploit this to thwart him, Malwyn unexpectedly announced his success. Thus, William acquired 4 chains: bronze, history, black iron, war, fine steel, mechanics, and Valyrian steel, mysticism. According to the Academy's regulations, he was elevated from apprentice to assistant bachelor, a most fortuitous turn of events. This is indeed a cause for celebration. Yet, Maroya's expression betrayed no semblance of joy. How are matters progressing? The day after acquiring the Valyrian steel chain, William, under Malwyn's guidance, entered a secluded chamber within the Academy, where he perused several manuscripts. Although the regulations strictly prohibited lending or copying, Malwyn could hardly foresee that William, despite his lackluster academic reputation, possessed a commendable memory. Each day, he diligently read during daylight hours, only to return home at night to transcribe the crucial points into notes. The table was quite expansive, and as William prepared to rise and present his notes to Maroya, he witnessed the tendrils writhing as the eye swiftly crawled to the forefront. Its elevated appendages raised high, the eyeball spinning twice. Noticing Maroya's nod, he placed the notes upon the eye's tendrils, which fully obscured it. The moment his hand withdrew, the notebook began to glide swiftly, appearing as though it moved of its own accord to Maroya's presence. Chapter 41. The trial. William sipped his red wine, gazing at the languidly drifting white clouds and the seagulls soaring past. Each time his gaze swept over Maroya, who was diligently perusing her notes, the eyes on the desk would widen, akin to a devoted little dog guarding its master. The notebook was adorned with numerous tags, thoughtfully affixed to distinguish content from various tomes. However, William's ulterior motive for labeling was to validate a notion brewing in his mind. Judging by the tags, she has spent the most time on the notes from that particular book. After examining the manuscripts, William uncovered an intriguing detail. As recently as 7 centuries ago, the children of the forest could still be found in the southern regions of Westeros, albeit with great difficulty. The unpublished sections of the manuscripts contained invaluable information on how the children of the forest were contacted, how to locate them, and how to communicate with them. Although the Citadel claimed to withhold this information to protect the children, they had nonetheless vanished completely south of the wall. Another significant revelation was that the manuscripts recorded more than one green seer, based on the temporal and geographical data. It was evident that at least 3 green seers coexisted during that era. Upon encountering a passage in the Three Rivers ancient lands, William noted a description indicating that the children of the forest residing in the heart of Highgarden were exceptionally skilled in nurturing and controlling forest bears. Some of these bears, living alongside them, were twice the size of ordinary bears, instantly reminding him of the colossal bear he encountered by the lake at Harrenhal during his last visit. Although it was somewhat distant from the heart of Highgarden, he could not help but speculate that the curse of Harrenhal might be tied to the children of the forest there, and the adversary that Danelle sought to combat could very well be a green seer. Indeed, from his earlier observations, it was clear that Maroya was most engrossed in the accounts of the heart of Highgarden, thus reinforcing William's thoughts. He found himself wondering, between the green seer and myself, who bears the greater burden? A chill ran down his spine, and he could only hope that the moniker of the three-eyed crow, the last green seer, was truly warranted. For now the heart of Highgarden lay abandoned. Otherwise, he had to rely on Maroya possessing some extraordinary means. He had been feigning humility before Maroya solely to ultimately dispel the curse of Harrenhal, and now he had reached the final step. He had to give it a try, no matter the cost. Closing the notebook, Maroya set the book aside, and her eyes suddenly darted up, tentacles waving in a show of defiance, indicating she had no intention of returning it to William. Very well, William. When the time comes to commence the next phase, I shall notify you, Maroya declared, raising her goblet toward him in readiness. William lifted his goblet in return, noting a glint of cold steel in her eyes, sharp as a blade. After bidding farewell to Maroya, William made his way to the training grounds, preparing to don his armor for practice, when he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. The distinct contours of the face, eyes shining like stars, and a demeanor as steadfast as iron inspired an immense sense of trust. Garland, William exclaimed with unbridled delight. Garland strode over, and the two embraced tightly, followed by hearty laughter as they gazed at one another, an unspoken understanding passing between them. What brings you to Oldtown? He inquired. The wedding date has been set for next month. I have come to invite grandfather and the uncles. You may be disappointed. Lord Leighton has not ventured beyond the towering keep in quite some time. Garland shrugged, Etiquette must be observed. Did you come from Highgarden? No, from King's Landing. Speaking of King's Landing, William recalled the gift he had prepared for Garland. I have commissioned a wedding gift for you in King's Landing. You are certain to adore it. Oh, Garland smiled, shaking his head at William's enigmatic demeanor, opting not to pry further. Well then, I shall thank you in advance. They exchanged smiles and strolled down the corridor. Garland, what took you to King's Landing? To invite guests, some relatives, and, of course, Sir Balliston. Wow, the fearless Balliston? You should know, it was specifically requested by Uncle Gars. You know, I am quite an inadequate attendant, William admitted, although he bore no shame in his words. Garland chose not to elaborate, shifting the conversation to lighter topics as they chatted and laughed, seemingly transported back to the days of months past. Discussing a myriad of subjects until William casually broached the subject of Marjorie. How has Marjorie been lately? Garland halted, a hint of regret in his gaze. Marjorie had intended to visit Oldtown, had she not heard the rumors of you in Dorne. William felt a pang of guilt, glancing about. I drank too much that day and lost track of the events that unfolded. You know how hospitable the Dornish are. Observing William's flustered demeanor, Garland couldn't help but chuckle, resting a hand on William's shoulder. It's all right, William. You and Marjorie share no commitments. I have no grounds to reproach you. Then, his expression turned serious as he retracted his smile. However, I genuinely wish for Marjorie to be with you. William was somewhat taken aback. While he had sensed Garland's tacit approval during his pursuit of Marjorie, hearing it articulated so directly left him feeling slightly embarrassed. With a self-deprecating smile, he remarked, Lord Mace and Lady Olenna might not share that sentiment. Marjorie exhibited keen intelligence, wisdom, and reason from a young age. Grandmother believes she possesses great potential and is intent on training her as a formidable weapon to safeguard the family's honor. Garland turned, resting his hands on the railing, gazing into the distance with a look of wistfulness. It is unfortunate that my father and mother did not oppose grandmother's decision. Yet, I hope for Marjorie's true happiness and joy, rather than a life filled solely with schemes and peril. Suddenly, he struck the railing with considerable force, producing a dull thud. With so many men in House Tyrell, why must the burden of responsibility rest upon a fragile girl? William approached Garland and patted him on the shoulder. Both gazing towards the meandering honeyed river, its waters surging and shimmering, with waves flowing freely, unable to dictate their own fates, only rushing towards a predetermined destination. Unsure of how to console Garland, he sighed. I understand your thoughts, but I fear I am unworthy of Marjorie, and she may not harbor feelings for me. She likes you, Garland asserted, looking intently at William. Astonished by Garland's declaration, William found it hard to believe his ears. His throat felt parched, and he could not help but swallow. Did Marjorie truly have feelings for him? He sensed there might be a hint of affection. Yet how distant was that elusive sentiment from true love? Garland spoke earnestly, and you like her, and that is sufficient. I may not be the best brother, but had I not been certain of this, I would not have expressed such thoughts, even though you are my closest friend. Did he truly cherish Marjorie? William pondered, discovering that his feelings toward her were profoundly intricate, intertwined with past understandings, more tangible impressions from their interactions, and the element of magic. He admired her wisdom and kindness, revered her resilience and ambition, and felt compassion for her sacrifices and selflessness. He was drawn to her rare magical talent and could not resist her captivating beauty. Even if Marjorie lacked that intense sense of duty to her family, he could scarcely imagine being worthy enough to be paired with a girl so nearly flawless. Born of noble lineage, possessing unmatched beauty and emotional intelligence. Garland, you might be overthinking, William finally spoke, hesitating to reveal the magical circumstances. Marjorie's feelings for me, and mine for her, are not as you envision. Garland, however, chuckled. Well then, could you do me a favor? William flashed a confident smile. Of course. Lord Renly has arrived at the court with a plan. I do not know the specifics, but it certainly involves Marjorie. Garland leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Do not let her be ensnared in the turmoil. If necessary, take her away. Take Marjorie away? William gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. Have you considered the feelings of Lord Loras and Old Rose? Chapter 42. The court people believe that Tully is a flower, only capable of bearing fruit when it clings to a tree. Garland gazed wistfully into the distance, a silent loneliness emanating from him. Ironically, we too have come to believe this. William nodded in agreement. Reflecting on Marjorie's original life trajectory, he noted how Renly, being homosexual, had her calmly participating in his displays of affection. Joffrey, arrogant and conceited, prompted her to feign a demure demeanor before him, and Tommen, a fragile child, inspired her to earnestly embody the role of a caring older sister. She had wed 3 kings, none of whom could be deemed virtuous, yet outwardly, Marjorie had seemingly embraced each political marriage, fully perceiving herself as a mere instrument of political alliance. Observe the daughters of the dukes, whose status parallels her own. Not to mention Cersei and Arianne, who embody the archetype of ruthless dominance. Even the likes of the three foolish ones and Arya possess their own aspirations. Marjorie does not merely cater to this faction or that. She lives more as a small noblewoman striving for survival in the cracks of society, rather than as the regal princess of the esteemed Highgarden. Should there be no choice, I shall not interfere with her decisions, but instead, offer my silent support. Garland gazed at William with an expression of calm serenity, his eyes reflecting tranquility. However, the circumstances have changed, William. Brother, you hold me in too high regard, William replied, a melancholic smile gracing his lips. If circumstances allowed, he would indeed be the one most eager to claim Marjorie for himself. The legendary nurse Florence Nightingale. During the Crimean War, led a medical team that drastically reduced the mortality rate of wounded British soldiers from 42 to a mere 2. This remarkable achievement not only uplifted the spirits of the troops, leading many seasoned veterans to rejoin the ranks, but it also significantly enhanced their overall combat effectiveness. Under the magical influence of William, the continuously healing Little Rose could potentially bring the death rate of the wounded down to 0. As long as they did not perish on the spot, multiple injuries could be treated to save lives. In the imminent war, Marjorie's value is incalculable, with the potential to directly sway the tide of battle. Alas, while dreams are grand, reality often proves starkly unyielding. Although the original narrative swiftly transitioned from palace intrigue to warfare due to drastic shifts in circumstances, thereby thwarting Loras's plan to replace Cersei with Marjorie. Such a plan surely possessed merits. Otherwise, even the easily swayed Lord of the Inflatable Fish would not have consented. Should Marjorie ascend to the throne as queen, House Tyrell would stand on equal footing with the ancient noble families of the Reach, thereby solidifying their dominion over Highgarden and fulfilling a long-held aspiration spanning 3 centuries. Achieving this could merely require a single political maneuver, eschewing the need for a bloody conflict. Given Marjorie's ingrained understanding of political strife, how could she possibly forego such a splendid opportunity? William shook his head, a flicker of regret passing through his eyes. It appears you have misconstrued the situation, Garland. I fear I cannot influence Marjorie. She is upset, having learned of your actions in King's Landing. The sister is indeed angry, yet Garland, her brother, seems rather pleased. Well then, you need not concern yourself with my affairs. If you truly care for her, act boldly, Garland encouraged, patting William on the shoulder, his gaze ablaze with fervor, so that you will not be left with regrets in the future. After visiting all the significant members of the towering citadel, Garland departed, floating back to Highgarden. Yet the words he left behind lingered in William's mind, causing him to toss and turn with uncertainty. It was only upon arriving at Highgarden with the entourage of House Hightower that he finally resolved, I shall do it. If one could indeed take away the Little Rose, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous gain. Having her by one's side is akin to possessing a vial of blood, allowing for audacious and fearless exploits. As long as victory is achieved on the battlefield, the repercussions on the narrative can be entirely mitigated. At worst, one would return empty-handed, perhaps incurring the ire of the elder Rose and others like Loras. Yet that would be of little consequence. Loras, after all, is destined to play a minor role, and the elder Rose prioritizes her own interests. As long as one's strength grows sufficiently in the future, she would eagerly seek collaboration. The pathway leading to Highgarden is adorned with a profusion of flowers, and the cool air is suffused with the fragrance of roses, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and comfort. William, with his perceptive mind, perceives the sky as exceptionally azure and the sunlight remarkably radiant, eagerly surveying the most beautiful castle in all of Westeros. Highgarden, perched upon a hill, is said to be constructed from white marble, encircled by 3 gleaming white stone walls that rise from the foot of the hill, with vibrant greenery interspersed amongst the brilliant white, exuding both romance and grandeur. Representing House Hightower, Ser Baelor had arrived, while the elderly man from Oldtown and the madwoman predictably declined the invitation. All the males of House Hightower, however, were present. Though the trio had received disparate treatment following the exorcism incident, Baelor seemed to regard William as one of his own, often riding alongside Garland and William throughout the journey. He appeared to have fully recovered from the previous fright, his countenance still beaming with cheer as he busied himself among the entourage. As he gazed at 2 falcons soaring overhead, following their graceful forms until they vanished into the distant sky, Baelor turned to Garland and William with a triumphant smile. It was Valus. Renowned for his prowess in training falcons, hounds, and steeds, Valus's reputation is well established. Unfortunately, Garland and William were only familiar with horses and had limited knowledge of falcons. After mentioning a few matters pertaining to the falcons, Baylor noticed that Garland and William were unable to engage in conversation on the topic, prompting him to shift the subject. William, you have yet to make the acquaintance of Valus, I presume? Indeed, I have not had the pleasure, my lord, William replied. In truth, Garland and Valus were relatively well acquainted. However, William, being an unremarkable squire, had never accompanied Garland on his visits to Highgarden over the past 6 years, thus missing the chance to meet Valus. Valus is a gentle soul. Were it not for his leg, he would be the perfect heir to Highgarden, Baylor remarked with a sense of regret. Yet, William sensed something amiss in this sentiment, recalling the conversation between the imp and Bran. In the mainstream of Westeros, dwarfs and the disabled are often met with disdain. Before long, the caravan arrived at the foot of Highgarden, where the grand gates stood wide open, revealing a throng of people awaiting their arrival, with Garland among them. William nodded in his direction, but his attention was soon drawn to a young man nearby, who bore a resemblance to Garland. Draped in a lavishly patterned green cloak that partially concealed a satin outfit adorned with green and gold stripes. The exquisite jade rose clasp to his cloak was remarkably lifelike. He stood quietly, his appearance striking and graceful. What captivated William the most were his eyes, their gentle gaze as warm as a spring breeze, and within the profound black orbs lay an inscrutable world, elusive and difficult to comprehend. Chapter 43. Valus. As the group exchanged heartfelt pleasantries, Gallen introduced William to the refined young man, Valus, who was none other than William Riverland, my dear friend. Indeed, it is he. No wonder the aura of a warm-hearted man envelopes him. William smiled, feeling a sense of relief. Gallen turned to William and winked. William, this is my brother Valus. Aware that Valus was not a knight, William refrained from addressing him as sir and instead said, Greetings, Lord Valus. Valus smiled as he appraised William, his gaze both gentle and amiable, yet tinged with curiosity. Hello, William. Please do not feel constrained. Feel free to call me by my name. As a friend of Gallen, you are also my friend. William found himself quite fond of this scholarly gentleman radiating an air of intellect. Very well, Valus. Leaning in slightly, Valus spoke softly. It is not very convenient at the moment, but we shall have a proper conversation later. He then straightened up and lightly patted William's shoulder. Welcome to Highgarden. Due to the numerous guests, the formalities took quite some time to conclude. Eventually, the steward organized the convoy, and Valus led everyone toward the castle. The space between the first 2 castle walls could also accommodate guests, but as Hightower was both a relation and the foremost vassal of the Tyrells, the members of House Hightower were naturally to be arranged within the castle atop the hill. The path to the castle was not steep, but rather a long and gentle ascent. Valus did not allow his servants to assist him, walking with a slight limp. A cloud drifted overhead, momentarily obscuring the sun, casting a shadow over his form. Valus and Baylor walked at the forefront, sharing many mutual interests and engaging in lively conversation. Meanwhile, William and Island trailed behind, idly chatting while observing the scene with a discerning eye. The glances directed at Valus from behind were subtly complex, lacking the respect shown when facing him. And these individuals were members of House Hightower, mostly Valus's cousins. Observing the stubborn silhouette ahead, William felt a profound sense of regret. With Valus's affability, had he possessed a healthy body, he could undoubtedly navigate the intricacies of the 7 kingdoms, thereby expanding the influence of House Rose. However, the original text suggested that House Rose made some seemingly hasty decisions, likely stemming from concerns that Valus would be unable to manage affairs upon inheriting the family legacy. Soon, they entered an expansive forest where the flora flanking the path had evidently been meticulously tended, arranged neatly, without hindering passage. The high branches intertwined, dense with green foliage, surrounded by numerous thorns and roses, creating a picturesque and harmonious scene. Aware that it was William's first visit, Island began to introduce him to this botanical labyrinth, explaining that aside from its recreational purpose, it also served as a defensive mechanism. Intruders unfamiliar with the maze could easily become lost, stumbling into dead ends or falling victim to the traps concealed within. As William traversed the second fortress wall, he beheld 2 slender and elegant round towers soaring above him. From a soldier's perspective, the defensive prowess of these towers was as commendable as their aesthetic form. It appeared that House Tyrell, while adorning Highgarden with beauty, had not overlooked the essential functions of a castle. Navigating through a profusion of blooming flowers, passing by exquisite gardens, tranquil pools, and artificial waterfalls, He finally arrived at the site of a resplendent white castle, encircled by a plethora of verdant plants and golden roses. The castle walls gleamed with pristine whiteness, though several towers were entwined with dark green vines, their abundance and length suggesting the passage of many years. At the castle entrance, a rotund gentleman clad in finery stood with a retinue of servants. He was the corpulent Garland, the uncle of Lord Fish and the steward of Highgarden, a nobleman of such stature that only someone of Baylor's caliber would warrant his personal reception. Upon their meeting, customary pleasantries exchanged. William, glancing at the imposing steward who resembled a wall, approached Garland and whispered, "Garland, could you arrange for me to stay elsewhere under the name of House Hightower? 2 more knights are due to arrive." Garland cast him a quizzical look. William shrugged. "I've summoned 2 aides from Harrenhal. I have a duel arranged with Prince Oberyn at the tournament, and I cannot afford to be sidelined." Garland regarded him with a hint of envy, realizing that Prince Oberyn had not participated in the tournament for some time. Clearly, he was coming for William. Furthermore, they would conveniently bring along a gift for him. William, however, did not dwell on Garland's remarks, but instead wore a mysterious smile. After a flurry of activity, he was finally settled in, although his quarters remained within the castle, shared with members of House Hightower, likely a stipulation of Garland's. Once their rooms were arranged, the Hightower family retired to rest. As the journey from Oldtown to Highgarden had proven arduous, spanning over 10 days, especially for the ladies, only William, visiting Highgarden for the first time, was filled with enthusiasm, eager to seek out Ellen to explore the verdant paradise of the castle. Yet, upon stepping outside, he encountered Garland, who had come to invite him on behalf of Valaris. The two traversed a courtyard adorned with stone sculptures and fountains, proceeding along the lofty marble colonnades to a splendid small drawing room. The pillars and walls were painted white, and green drapes fluttered in the breeze, creating an elegant and refreshing ambience that naturally invited relaxation. Valaris was seated at a round table and rose with a smile as they entered. After they took their seats, he personally poured them both a glass of wine. As William gazed into the golden goblet filled with amber wine, he felt a swell of pride. It was evident that Valaris regarded him highly, serving such a precious vintage. However, he maintained an air of nonchalance, taking a gentle sip, just as Valaris smiled at him, to which he returned a smile in kind. The 3 individuals engaged in a leisurely conversation, predominantly led by Velis and William, while Gallen interjected occasionally. Velis, possessing refined manners, exuded a gentle politeness that made interactions feel like a refreshing breeze. The still Velis radiates charm, whether standing or seated. The discourse swiftly shifted to their respective families. The Tiller siblings shared a harmonious bond, and the Hewen family was equally warm and joyful, thus rendering the atmosphere quite congenial during this topic. After a while, William, inspired, remarked that happy families are all alike, whereas each unhappy family is unhappy in its own way. Velis, clearly unfamiliar with this phrase, momentarily pondered before nodding appreciatively and affirming its truth, raising his glass to toast their families. William and Gallen chuckled and joined in the toast, proclaiming cheers to family. Once the glasses were set down, Velis casually inquired, "William, I have heard that you have won numerous tournament championships?" This was common knowledge, prompting a casual affirmation from William. However, he soon sensed Velis's gaze upon him, leading him to conclude that a touch of humility was in order, and he added, "Though I did lose to Gallen at the tournament in Kaling." Upon hearing William mention the Kaling tournament, Gallen could not help but smile, acknowledging that his victory had elements of chance, and were they to compete again, he could not guarantee a win. Velis, understanding, nodded and looked at William. "Having traveled to many places in the Riverbend, what are your thoughts on the current situation there?" William perked up, realizing the true test had arrived. Yet, upon reflection, he found the question rather challenging to answer. He was well aware of the Riverbend's most significant instability, a weak ruler with strong vassals. Prior to the conqueror Aegon's forging of the Iron Throne, the Tiller family had long served as stewards to the Gardner family, who had ruled the Riverbend for millennia. During the fiery conflict known as the War of the Ninepenny Kings, the Gardner family was obliterated, and the Tillers, with their shallow roots, ascended rapidly, being granted the title of Duke of the Riverbend for their contribution of Highgarden. This act incited resentment among the noble families, such as Hightower, Florent, Redwine, and others who claimed descent from the Greenhand Garth. Indeed, the mere act of offering up Highgarden was insufficient to warrant the title of Duke over the entire Riverbend. However, as long as Aegon's judgment remained intact, he would certainly not bestow the Riverbend upon any deeply rooted noble family, as that would be akin to nurturing a tiger at one's door. In fact, this decision proved remarkably successful. For 300 years, The powerful Riverbend remained embroiled in internal strife, incapable of exerting any significant influence over the Iron Throne. Yet, this was common knowledge. As astute locals of Westeros could analyze the situation with clarity, Velis was undoubtedly among them. Thus, his inquiry was not about the status quo, but rather sought solutions. For the Tiller family, it seemed that Renly's plan might indeed be the least costly approach. Yet here he was, poised to disrupt that very plan. William cast a furtive glance at Galen, who maintained a serene expression, then looked at Velis, who wore a beaming smile. Chapter 44. Happiness. William's expression was grave as he answered cautiously, "I have traveled extensively to participate in various tournaments, often in haste, leaving little time for situational analysis. However, from what I have observed and heard, the Riverbend region can indeed be described as bountiful, with its people thriving." A faint, enigmatic smile graced the lips of Velis, who chose not to comment on this response, swiftly shifting to a new topic. The atmosphere soon returned to a state of congeniality, as if the previous moment of awkwardness had never occurred. William was engaged in a discussion with Velis regarding the origins of the Blackstone fortress beneath the towering spire. It was evident that, although he held skepticism towards entities such as deep dwellers and labyrinth constructors, which are absent from historical records, he did not outright dismiss them. His demeanor was accommodating, and his tone gentle. Suddenly, William's attention was drawn to several graceful figures entering the drawing room. At the forefront was a young girl with soft, chestnut curls and captivating brown eyes, her form exuding elegance, gliding as if she were a gentle cloud. Margaret. William could not restrain himself from rising. Upon spotting William, Margaret's gaze flickered with surprise, followed by a hint of indignation, before her expression transformed into a radiant smile. Accompanied by 3 other young ladies, she approached, the hem of her gown swaying with each light step, and curtsied before William. "Good day, Sir William." Noticing the deliberate aloofness in her eyes, William smiled and impulsively grasped her hand. "It has been too long, Margaret." Margaret's eyes widened in astonishment, and in the next moment, she instinctively withdrew her hand to clasp it over her chest, casting an embarrassed and irritated glance at him. William, seemingly oblivious, turned his gaze to the 3 other beautiful maidens. "Greetings, ladies." The young women smiled and returned his salutation. Velis stood, regarding Margaret with a look of fondness. "Is there something on your mind, Margaret?" Margaret, feeling somewhat bashful, lowered her hand. "There is nothing of consequence, Velis. I merely heard that Sir William was here as I passed by, and I thought to stop in." Velis exchanged a knowing glance with Galen. "Perfect timing. The banquet is soon to commence. Margaret, please escort William to the banquet hall. Galen and I have a few matters to discuss, but we shall join you shortly." Margaret appeared taken aback, yet both brothers gazed at her with warm smiles, causing a faint blush to rise on her cheeks as she softly acquiesced. The 2 walked silently through the flower-laden courtyard, the 3 maidens laughing and playing, gradually creating a space between themselves and the pair. Suddenly, Margaret took a deep breath, turned to William, and said in a low voice, tinged with anger, "You were quite rude just now. Your brothers are present." Observing her mix of shyness and indignation, William felt a stirring within him, followed by a quiet lament. Why must this flower-like maiden exist perpetually in the shadows? She, too, ought to bask in the sunlight, swaying freely with the breeze, like a true blossom. Thus, he took her hand once more, gazing at her tenderly. "At this moment, your brothers are not here." This time, Margaret did not withdraw her hand. Her eyes were misty, as if veiled by a gossamer fog, rendering her heart inscrutable to him. She sighed, "Do not speak like that. William, I have told you, I am destined to be the bride of power." "It is all right, Marjorie," William reassured her, grasping her hand and shaking it with unwavering confidence. "We can surely heal Velis. A healthy Highgarden Duke can maintain stability in the Reach. You need not sacrifice yourself to be with someone you do not cherish." His voice softened further. "Even if you do not hold affection for me, that is of little consequence, as long as you can attain genuine happiness." Though he had yet to fully comprehend his feelings for Marjorie, in that moment, he sincerely wished for her well-being. Suddenly, Marjorie tightened her grip on William's hand with such intensity that it caused him pain. Her gaze was a tumult of emotions: joy, sorrow, gratitude, regret. Her red lips quivered before settling into a resigned smile. "Are you foolish, William? I am the daughter of the Highgarden Duke. How could I dare to harbor such extravagant hopes? Tell me, which Duke's daughter gets to choose her own beloved?" William intended to respond regarding Aunt Cat, but then recalled that she should have been Ned's sister-in-law. Reflecting upon the other familiar duchesses, he pondered if Cersei Lannister wished to marry Robert. Perhaps she was not the most hostile to him, but certainly one of the most resentful. Did Aunt Cat's sister, Lisa, dream of marrying old John? In truth, she had long desired Peter. Princess Ariane of Dorne fancied one suitor after another, yet in the end, none were hers. Lyanna Stark might have discovered true happiness, but at the cost of a war and the destruction of a kingdom. Margaery gently withdrew her hand from William's grasp, turning away from him, her voice calm. I know my brothers love me. I feel content, and that is sufficient. William felt a pang of loss, rendered speechless for a moment. Eventually, Margaery broke the silence, asking softly, is it necessary for me to be the one to heal Velis? I cannot heal him. You must sense it through our mental connection, William replied. Still immersed in the reflection of their earlier conversation, somewhat distracted. He did not notice Margaery's body sway lightly, like a flower buffeted by a chilly breeze. After a while, Margaery turned back to him, her expression serene once more. William, I truly do not understand how my learning magic benefits you. You know well that I cannot be with you. William forced a smile. Would you prefer the truth or a fabrication? He attempted a jest, but it emerged tinged with bitterness. After a brief moment of shared gazes, Margaery replied, let us begin with the truth. Magic can be contained within Valyrian steel. Even if you are not physically with me, your magic can accompany me. Margaery paused, her gaze drifting momentarily before returning to William. And what of the falsehood? Perhaps it is merely born of loneliness, William said, looking into her eyes, where a hint of melancholy was evident. Though he yearned to speak of magic, his thoughts unexpectedly turned to his own origins. His life in Westeros has, at least thus far, been rather pleasant. In Harrenhal, he has loved ones who care for him, and he has forged a bond with Garland, a companion with whom he shares a deep camaraderie. Yet, the feeling of solitude lingers, an unwelcome specter that occasionally haunts his thoughts. He cannot help but lower his head, as if speaking to himself. I am unlike everyone else. There are countless matters I cannot divulge, some that I cannot express at all, which I must carefully conceal from all. Margaery gazes at him with a softening expression. I am aware that drawing near to you may invite misunderstandings, and I understand the troubles that magic may bring you. I thank you for your enduring tolerance, Margaery. He lifts his head, his demeanor grave. If you truly wish to avoid magic, do not force yourself. Trust me, I will surely find a way to heal Virus. Margaery responds with a radiant smile. No, William, Virus is my brother. I wish to do something for him. Gradually, she extends her hand, inching closer until she clasps William's hand. Moreover, I desire my magic to be by your side. A thread of tender affection weaves through the air. Chapter 45. Thorns. As the young women entered the banquet hall, they were surprised to find that no seats had been arranged on the dais. William expressed his confusion. Margaery, did you not say that Lord Renly would be attending as well? My father accompanied Lord Renly on a hunt, and is not expected back until 2 days before the wedding, Margaery replied, surveying the seating arrangement. Uncle Beller is rather easygoing. It is likely he requested this arrangement. William noted that the majority of the guests present were young, with those of some standing being either Hightower or Tyrell, essentially rendering it a family gathering, thus allowing for a more relaxed atmosphere. At that moment, Beller spotted William and waved to him, with Virus, Garland, and Giles seated at that table, all gazing in their direction. William, go join your uncles and brothers. We shall head over there, Margaery said with a slight smile, as she led the other young women toward the ladies' section. William watched as they approached a long table where 2 women were already seated. One was clad in a dress of yellow silk, her figure slender like a willow branch, with straight black hair woven into a long braid secured with a red gold ribbon. Upon seeing this familiar silhouette, he was immediately struck by uncertainty. After Margaery approached, she did not immediately take her seat but leaned down to whisper a few words into the ear of the woman with the black braid. They both turned their gaze toward William, their eyes sparkling, both smiling in an enigmatic manner. Nymelia, the situation is dire, William acknowledged with a nod. Forcing a smile through his tense muscles, he quickly made his way to the long table, exchanging pleasantries and toasts with the others before sitting beside Garland, whispering, how is Miss Nymelia here at Highgarden? She came with Prince Oberyn. Oh, right, my father is hunting with the prince and Lord Renly, and will not return for a few days, Garland replied, seemingly recalling something, his lips curling into a teasing smile. Well, this is unfortunate, isn't it? William forced a smile, raising his glass to take a hearty sip, yet even this exquisite wine tasted somewhat dull. Velis and Beller were both charming individuals, adept in the art of socializing, and with their presence, the atmosphere at the table was naturally vibrant, filled with clinking glasses and peals of laughter. Before long, Sir Osmonk, Sir Egan Laval, and other knights from the court who were acquainted with William came over to join in the merriment. William momentarily set aside his worries, indulging in jovial conversation and hearty drinking with his companions. Just as the revelry reached its peak, a maid approached, whispering something in Velus's ear. Velus appeared slightly taken aback, but after the maid departed, he raised his glass to the group with a bright smile, saying, "William, my grandmother and mother wish to make your acquaintance. Might I trouble you to join us?" The mention of Old Rose instantly dispelled William's tipsiness, leaving him feeling honored. Velus nodded, instructing, "Galen, please escort William over." Amused, Beller chuckled, "William, do make a good impression," prompting the others to chuckle mischievously. Galen led William directly toward a group of noble women. As they approached, William's gaze was drawn to the animated conversation between Marjorie and Namelia, prompting Galen to whisper, "We must hurry. Our grandmother's patience is notoriously thin when it comes to waiting." William shrugged and followed closely. At the long table, a dozen noble women were gathered, and as they drew near, the rich scent of perfume enveloped them. At the center sat a venerable matron, her silver hair styled elegantly, exuding an air of authority. Despite her frail appearance and sharp gaze that could easily intimidate, there was no mistaking her identity, Lady Olenna, the Thorned Queen and mother of the Highgarden Duke. Among the women surrounding her, one particularly striking figure stood out, a tall, commanding middle-aged lady adorned with various jeweled embellishments in her long silver braid. She was surely Lady Ellery, the Duchess of Highgarden and the mother of Velus's 4 siblings. As Galen made the introductions, William bowed respectfully throughout. Once Lady Olenna was introduced, she gestured for William to step closer. "Come here, child, let me behold our magical night." She beckoned, eliciting gentle laughter from the noble women, though William sensed the predominant kindness in their mirth. With a radiant smile, he strode forward confidently. Lady Olenna's hands were wrinkled and rough, and she sighed softly, "For an old woman like me, youth is the most coveted magic. My lady, time has not stripped you of your enchanting allure. It has only bestowed wisdom and experience upon you," William replied, not entirely in flattery. If one overlooked the steely glint in Lady Olenna's eyes, it was evident that she bore a resemblance to young Rose. She must have been strikingly beautiful in her youth, exuding grace and charm. Now, though aged, her attire and hairstyle were meticulously arranged, presenting an air of grandeur and distinction. "Ah, child, your words are sweet indeed. Only my son, that foolish boy, would fail to appreciate you," she remarked. "Mother." Lady Eleanor's expression appeared somewhat unnatural. "Mind your tone." The Old Rose cast a glance at her. "Do you not know what foolishness my son has committed?" Turning back, she regarded William with a cordial demeanor. "I hope you bear no ill will, my child. As long as I am here, the High Court shall welcome you," disregarding that dim-witted Duke of High Court. Indeed, the Queen of Thorns shows no mercy in her barbs. William mused silently, somewhat taken aback by the Old Rose's demeanor. He quickly replied, "I hold Lord Mace in great respect, madam, and harbor no grievances." "No grievances?" Perhaps it was more a matter of fear. In my view, as the heir to the Earl of Harrenhal, you need not fear him. Look at the Earls of Riverbend. None of them are intimidated by him. The Old Rose remarked disdainfully. "Tell me, what do you respect about him?" "Madam, I believe it is no small feat to govern the proud and venerable lords of Riverbend." William thought to himself, relieved that he had contemplated the situation earlier that afternoon and recognized that Lord Inflated Fish was not entirely lacking in merit. Otherwise, he would have found himself in quite an awkward position. Lady Eleanor regarded William with a smile of approval. The Old Rose scrutinized William once more, her expression softening slightly. "That is how it should be." Hearing a rustling sound behind him, William turned to see Marguerite approaching, her smile charming and delightful. "Marguerite, fret not. William is a good lad, and we shan't make things difficult for him. It is only your father, foolishly unable to discern who should be embraced and who should be avoided." "Grandmother, I am not worried at all. I merely came to greet you." Marguerite's cheeks flushed slightly. "And my father is not quite like that, is he?" "Not quite." The Old Rose scoffed. "William is a good boy. He remains unfazed. While others are beguiled by mere glittering copper, young men like Blulay are prone to fanciful notions, and only my foolish son would take his dreams at face value." "Mother, I believe Velus and the others are still waiting for William to return for drinks," Lady Eleanor interjected. "Enough, I know." The Old Rose displayed a hint of impatience, quickly softening again. "Very well, children, your conversations are likely to be more suited to men. We shall not occupy too much of your time." She glanced at Marguerite and then at William, her gaze laden with meaning. "Remember, you are also the heir of Harrenhal. Dare to dream and act, for all is possible." If one were unaware of the context, they might dismiss the Old Rose's words as mere platitudes, quickly forgotten. Yet William understood much. He bowed gracefully in farewell. maintaining an impassive expression while his mind swirled with thoughts. If the old Rose harbors doubts about Blue, she likely would not be inclined to support a partnership with him. Perhaps the plan holds some viability, and the old Rose, unable to resist her foolish son, reluctantly acquiesced. Now, she offers such hints to herself. Could it be that she harbors other intentions? Chapter 46. Joy. The sun gently cascaded through the thin mist, illuminating the grass with a soft glow, while dewdrops sparkled like jewels. A refreshing morning breeze wafted through the air, carrying with it a delicate scent of blossoms. Hundreds of knights, accompanied by a multitude of horse-drawn carriages, formed a grand procession as they slowly emerged from the gates of Highgarden. The banners of various noble families fluttered in the wind. Prominently displayed were the green and gold rose of House Tyrell, the gray and white tower of House Hightower, the red and gold fox of House Florent, the purple grapes of House Redwine, and the blue and gold crane of House Oakhart, creating a magnificent spectacle. In addition to these esteemed houses, the procession also bore the flags of numerous lesser families, including a striking black bat on a golden field. If this had been 1 or 2 years prior, the majority of the inhabitants of the Reach would hardly have recognized this banner. However, now, most were well aware that the bat represented House Hightower of Harrenhal, its legendary magical knight having become the talk of the realm, and his origins were a subject of great intrigue. This was the wedding procession heading to New Barrel City. Garland was well liked, and many young nobles had eagerly volunteered to assist. Among this predominantly youthful entourage, the highest-ranking individual was Ser Baylor. Although House Hoare also boasted a long and storied history, the marriage was primarily linked to the cadet branch represented by Leone, and with Baylor presiding. The occasion was deemed suitably grand. The journey from Highgarden to New Barrel City was largely along the flat Rose Road, which, at a swift pace, could be traversed in less than 2 days. Yet, with several ladies accompanying the party and several leisurely carriages in tow, the plan was to take 10 days for a round trip, returning to Highgarden with the bride 2 days before the wedding. William intended to use this time to instruct Marjorie in the art of magic during their nightly encampments. He rode upon his black warhorse, alongside Ilyn, not far from Marjorie's carriage, while a throng of nobles surrounded Baylor and Garland slightly ahead. It seemed not everyone held a fondness for magical knights. Ilyn remarked with a teasing smile. "Yes, how generous of you to keep me company. Thank you." A knight from Highgarden approached them, greeting William before excusing himself due to pressing duties after exchanging a few words. William looked at Ilyn with a sense of pride. It appeared that not everyone despised magical knights after all. Ilyn chuckled heartily. This encapsulated William's current situation. Those familiar with him generally treated him with kindness, while unfamiliar nobles and knights kept their distance. The two enjoyed the picturesque scenery, exchanging banter and jesting, occasionally engaging with familiar knights passing by, making the journey far from dull. Suddenly, William sensed a figure galloping swiftly from the rear flank of the procession. Turning his head, he beheld a magnificent golden sandy warhorse and the elegant silhouette atop it. Amelia, clad in a purple coat adorned with glistening accessories in the sunlight, her brass-colored silk cloak billowing in the wind, appeared as though she were soaring against the backdrop of the expansive blue sky. In the fleeting moment as they rode side by side, a glimmering blade shot toward William. The dagger's speed was not alarming. He easily grasped its hilt, staring in astonishment at her retreating figure. Beside him, Island burst into laughter, playfully winking at him. "William, why not return the dagger to Miss Amelia? Or perhaps you could hand it to me, and I shall return it on your behalf." William shot him a disdainful glance, flicked the reins, and galloped after Amelia. In a verdant expanse resembling a lush carpet, William caught up to her, both slowing their pace to ride side by side. Not far off, a wedding procession ambled along Rose Avenue, the sound of hooves stirring up clouds of dust. Behind them, a dozen Dornish knights trailed closely, their sharp spearheads glimmering in the light. "Your little Rose is indeed a sight to behold," Amelia remarked, her lovely lilac tongue licking her petal-like red lips. "It's no wonder you would brave 100 foes for her. My journey from Dorne was not in vain." Observing the fierce glint in her eyes, William felt an inexplicable unease. After all, she was a princess of the high court. He should tread carefully. Amelia's gaze shifted to a more nuanced complexity. "I merely wish to bring her joy, just as I do for you, yet you seem intent only on possessing her." William could only contemplate in silence. He tossed the dagger back to her, knowing well they could never be together. "What does it matter?" she continued. "Let us seek joy in the present and not dwell on tomorrow's worries." Catching the dagger deftly, she twirled it in her wrist, disappearing from sight. "How about a little competition? Let us see who can claim a kiss this time. What significance does fleeting joy hold?" William replied earnestly. What remains are only regrets. Rather than seeking immediate pleasure, I yearn for future contentment. Namelia chuckled lightly. I believe the two are not mutually exclusive. If you were to forfeit, it wouldn't be such a bad outcome. With that, she urged her horse forward, racing towards the procession. William had no choice but to follow, watching as she approached Marjorie's wheelhouse. After exchanging a few words with those inside, the wheelhouse halted, lowering its ladder. Namelia dismounted, handing the reins to a servant before ascending the ladder. At the entrance, she turned back, casting William a mysterious smile. As the wheelhouse began to move, his unease intensified. As dusk fell, the procession halted to set up camp for the night. The three Tyrell maidens in front of the wheelhouse noticed William's approach and giggled as they moved away. However, Namelia remained close to Marjorie. Fortunately, the three were eloquent, engaging in lively banter despite their hidden agendas. Stealing a glance at Marjorie, William conveyed a silent plea, to which she responded with a look of despair, as if to say, "What can I do?" Seizing an opportunity while Marjorie was momentarily distracted, William leaned in closer to Namelia, teeth clenched. "This is unfair. You can sit with her in the wheelhouse while traveling, but you cling to her even during rest. Don't you wish for future happiness?" Namelia teased, lowering her voice. "Do you not also see that these desires are not at odds? Very well, I shall concede my rest to you," she said, a sly smile gracing her lips. "But come find me at night. There are many joys to be found in the present." William could not suppress a gulp as he saw Marguerite approach with a light, graceful step, prompting him to sit up straight. After a sumptuous dinner filled with tedious socializing, nightfall finally granted William and Marguerite a moment of solitude. They stood before the Wheel Palace, watching the last vestiges of daylight succumb to the encroaching night. The moonlight hazy and the starlight sparse. Surrounding them were no other souls, save for a nearby bonfire where three Tyrell maidens and a few other girls sat in quiet conversation. The campsite buzzed with life, laughter echoing from various corners, and elongated shadows occasionally flitted by, their figures flickering in and out of the light. Marguerite gently interjected, "What did you discuss with Miss Nema?" William had anticipated her inquiry and replied casually, "We merely exchanged a few pleasantries." "What does she intend? You think I am unaware?" Marguerite's tone sharpened. "It seems the little rose is quite resistant to Nema." Rather than feeling alarmed, William felt a surge of delight. Ahem, Miss Nema's inclinations are somewhat unconventional. But that is her personal affair, and we cannot fault her for it. Fault her? Marguerite chuckled. "I do not blame her at all. In fact, I quite admire her." Oh, Chapter 47, Learning. What? Am I not allowed to admire her? Miss Nema is so beautiful and enchanting. Do you not admire her as well? Marguerite's eyes sparkled in the dim light, reminiscent of stars in the night sky. William felt a twinge of guilt, but dared not divert his gaze at that moment. His eyes resolute. "In my heart, you are the most captivating, Marguerite." Marguerite's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, a hint of shyness gracing her features. "Time is precious. Shall we commence our study of magic?" With that, William grasped one of her hands. Marguerite's eyes shifted thoughtfully, then a radiant smile broke forth. "All right." William breathed a sigh of relief, finally realizing the delicate softness of her hand, akin to cream, and felt a flutter of excitement. After a moment, Marguerite sensed the absence of the ethereal connection they sought, observing the distracted lad before her. Amused yet exasperated, she called out, "William." He snapped back to reality. "I was contemplating whether to share some magical theories with you." "I need not forge chains," Marguerite replied with a playful smile, pride dancing in her eyes. "Indeed," William exclaimed, feeling as if a great burden had been lifted. He swiftly summoned his magical energy, and in a daze, he and Marguerite ventured into the wondrous realm of the mind together. This was their third experience, and Marguerite no longer felt astonished by the sensation. Yet she relished the unity of their spirits, which made her feel whole and no longer lost. In that moment, she need not strain to conceal her true self or speculate on his thoughts. She would feel his emotions, knowing they were authentic, just as he would experience hers. A reality that allowed her to relax completely, unrestrained and free. The first exercise they were to undertake involved maintaining a mental connection while still enjoying the freedom of movement. Otherwise, the two would appear to be holding hands with gazes filled with deep affection, and it would feel discordant, even to themselves. This bears resemblance to the challenge of drawing a circle with one hand while sketching a square with the other, neither particularly easy nor exceedingly difficult. It was not until the following day that they could stroll hand in hand while sustaining their mental link. In this state, their mental fusion was significantly diminished, rendering them incapable of sensing each other's thoughts, yet sufficiently robust to facilitate the transfer of magical energy. Subsequently, They began to take evening walks, hand in hand, around the campsite, with William assuming the role of a battery, supplying magical energy to Marguerite, who repeatedly practiced her spells, recalling the sensations of magic. Observant onlookers would notice that in places where this duo temporarily camped, the vegetation appeared particularly lush, with numerous flowers blooming ahead of schedule. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. After a few days of exercises, they could instantly synchronize their thoughts with a mere clasp of hands. Marguerite no longer required prolonged gazes to invoke growth in plants, quickly establishing a connection with them. Moreover, they discovered they could control the growth process of plants, especially vines, with remarkable precision, using them to disrupt foes or shield themselves, proving to be immensely versatile. Considering the constraints of the natural environment, William devised a method involving the carrying of thorn seed. During combat, he would scatter these seeds around adversaries and then employ magic to manipulate the thorns to entwine around the target, ensuring their torment. He named this technique Thorncraft. Additionally, he observed that Marguerite's healing magic differed significantly from his own, as it continued to exert effects on the target post-application, leading him to dub it rejuvenation. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Although Little Rose's magic was broadly applicable with considerable combat potential once developed, William recognized that her abilities held far greater strategic significance. If a long summer heralds a harsh winter, the ensuing drop in temperatures would lead to decreased crop yields and inevitable food shortages. However, Marguerite's growth magic could enable seeds to mature in a remarkably brief period, making her a true game-changer in a world as grim and real as one of ice and fire. By the third day, Marguerite had begun to faintly sense fluctuations in magical energy, prompting William to conclude that her magical talent was quite remarkable. However, her inherent magical power remained too feeble. Without William's energy infusion, she couldn't cast even a single spell, let alone engage in extensive practice. Although they attempted to avoid prying eyes during their exercises, the makeshift campsite offered little privacy, and soon everyone was aware of the somewhat ambiguous pair who took romantic and innocent strolls beneath the moonlight. On the fourth day since departing from the High Court, the grand procession for the wedding arrived punctually at New Barrel City. Due to the family crest featuring a golden background with a green apple, the Fossway family of New Barrel City is commonly referred to as the Green Apples, in contrast to the Fossway family of the Fruit Wine Hall, known as the Red Apples. The history of the Green Apples is relatively brief. Sir Raymond Fossway, their founder, separated from the Red Apples less than a century ago, yet they have flourished to a degree comparable to their original lineage. Although Miss Leone, the bride from Garland, is a cadet branch of the Green Apples, the wedding procession commands significant attention as Sir John Fossway, the Viscount of New Barrel City, personally hosts a banquet for the guests. Subsequently, Count Brian Fossway of the Fruit Wine Hall arrives with his family, and members from both Apple families attend the wedding at the High Court. The wedding procession rested in New Barrel City for 2 days. While it was claimed to be a time of recuperation, in reality, the days were filled with revelry and feasting, no less relaxed than their journey. During this period, an unexpected incident occurred. Noticing William persistently holding Marguerite's hand, Sir Edwy, the younger brother of Count Brian, in a fit of rage for his fair lady, challenged the legendary magical knight who had once slain giants, demanding that he cease his pursuit of Miss Marguerite. Some knights familiar with the Battle of 10 Miles Town, such as Sir Osmond Crenn, who led the guard once again, deemed the duel exceedingly unfair and devoid of honor, attempting to mediate discreetly. William, indifferent, left matters to fate, while Edwy, brimming with self-importance, pressed on, ultimately agreeing under Osmond's insistence that the duel would end at the first bloodshed, sparing lives. The duel was scheduled for the afternoon at the training grounds of New Barrel City. Moments before it commenced, the entire city emptied, with men, women, and children pouring out, eager to witness the prowess of the magical knight. Regrettably, they witnessed nothing at all. William, eager to test the efficacy of his new magic, activated the Wrath of Justice the instant the duel began. Without even drawing his sword, he merely charged and collided with his opponent's shoulder. With a resounding thud, the unfortunate Edwy was hurled approximately 20 meters, collapsing to the ground, motionless and unknown whether he lived or died. William nodded, exceedingly pleased with the results of his new magic. The battle concluded. Most spectators remained utterly bewildered, their expressions blank. Only a few, grasping the gravity of the situation, were privately astonished, questioning if such feats were achievable by mortals. The anticipated duel ended without applause or gasps of awe. It wasn't until the scholar began administering urgent care to the vanquished that thunderous applause and cheers erupted in the training grounds. From that moment on, No one doubted the veracity of the legends surrounding 10 Miles Town, and the nobility's attitude towards William underwent a complete transformation. Sir Edwy, gravely injured, was compelled to return home to recuperate, yet Count Brian bore no resentment. Instead, he sought out William to apologize for his brother's recklessness and rudeness. Other young nobles and knights deliberately sought to cultivate relationships, significantly increasing the time William spent on social engagements. Although he maintained a demeanor of humility and grace, engaging in light-hearted conversation with all, he could not help but feel a sense of helplessness. His time with Margaret for practice had already been limited, and now it was even scarcer. Another day passed, and the ever-growing entourage departed from New Barrel City, heading towards Highgarden. Nobles, their servants, and accompanying cavalry amassed to over 1,000 riders, their banners obscuring the sun and their presence a grand spectacle, prompting William to envy the prosperity of the Reach. Chapter 48. The legend: the returning wedding procession arrived a day later than anticipated. Along the way, various noble parties joined, all families from territories north of Highgarden, including the Rowan family from Oldtown, the Mudd family from Greenhill, and the Martell family from Long Table, among others. The procession grew increasingly vast, its pace slowing until they finally reached Highgarden the day before the wedding. On the preceding day, the hunting party, led by the Duke of Highgarden, the Duke of Hornvale, and Prince Dorn, had also returned, gathering all the lords of the Reach at Highgarden. The scale of the evening banquet was unprecedented for William, as nearly 100 long tables filled the hall, with every seat occupied. On either side of the hall, bands played uninterrupted, dozens of singers, jesters, and performers moved among the guests, putting on vigorous displays. Nobles toasted and celebrated, their laughter, music, and the clinking of glasses creating a lively atmosphere, akin to a fire blazing brightly. William sat at a table somewhat distant from the high dais, accompanied by Sir Robin Goodbrooke, the Master of Harrenhal, and Sir Ross O'Brien, whom he had personally recruited, both of whom had just arrived that afternoon. At the same table were several knights from Storm's End, with whom he was not particularly familiar. Two esteemed knights, I commend your efforts. William raised his glass with Ross O'Brien and Robin. Fortunately, the wedding is tomorrow, and the tournament begins the day after. You may both rest well. No need for concern, Sir William, replied Ross O'Brien with a confident smile. We took the King's Road to reach King's Landing, and then traversed the Rose Road to Highgarden. The journey was smooth, with well-traveled paths, and we dined at taverns whenever hunger struck, staying in inns when night fell. It was a far cry from my days as a wandering mercenary, lacking both food and shelter, which makes me even more grateful to you. Even with the tournament looming tomorrow, we shall be ready. Robin nodded in agreement, suddenly recalling something. By the way, Master Tob is also here, lodging at an inn in town. Oh, he wishes for you to bring him to tomorrow's wedding, to provide commentary during the gift presentation, ensuring that the intricacies are understood by all. Indeed, he is quite thoughtful. William nodded earnestly. Sir Robin, please escort Master Tob into the castle tomorrow. I will bring him along when presenting gifts to Garland. The feast was sumptuous, the wine exquisite. The three men indulged in their repast while conversing about matters concerning Harrenhal, succinctly summarizing, it is indeed advantageous to possess wealth. The strength of House Riverland is visibly recuperating at an astonishing pace. Recently, a minor discord erupted between House Derry and their vassal, House Hay, of House Fry. In Westeros, conflicts among lesser nobles are a common occurrence. After all, their power is feeble, and their skirmishes are limited in scale, often overlooked by the more prominent houses. However, this time, old Lord Fry, in an unexpected move, dispatched 500 soldiers to aid House Hay. Naturally, House Derry sought assistance from Harrenhal, prompting Lord Walder to immediately send 800 cavalry. As tensions escalated, the Riverlands could not remain passive. They hastily intervened to mediate the situation. Ultimately, the clash was averted, yet it undeniably sent a strong signal. The formidable House Riverland has returned. As the revelry progressed, many guests began to mingle. Seating arrangements were dictated by status and family affiliations, yet camaraderie is not always predetermined. Consequently, numerous attendees either called upon friends or formed small clusters, creating an increasingly vibrant atmosphere. William, a favored figure among the Riverlands, found himself frequently approached for drinks and conversation. He engaged each individual with joviality, and with his enhanced constitution, he remained unaffected even after countless cups. Suddenly, Euron approached with excitement, exclaiming, William, Sir Gales wishes to see you. What is it about? William inquired. It's good news. You'll find out once you arrive. With a hint of curiosity, William followed him, arriving to see Gales and several knights holding their goblets, surrounding an elderly man with a head of white hair. Despite his age, the man exuded a palpable vigor. An expert, was William's immediate reaction upon seeing the elder. Gales, tall and robust, typically instilled a sense of intimidation in those who crossed his path. Yet, in comparison to the elder, Gales appeared remarkably approachable, almost childlike. Once William joined Euron at the periphery, Gales motioned for him to step forward and respectfully introduced him to the venerable man. "Sir, this is my squire, William Riverland." The elder nodded, his demeanor exuding elegance, his blue eyes, though tinged with sorrow, softening with satisfaction and approval. "William, this is Ser Bolton Selmy, the commander of King Robert's Kingsguard." "Oh, so it is he," William responded, a sense of relief washing over him. He stood in reverence. "Ser Bolton, it is an honor to meet you. I grew up hearing tales of your exploits." A serene smile graced Bolton's features, radiating calm and composure. "Do not be so formal, William. Your uncle was never one for such pretenses." William, having scant memories of his uncle, recalled that Oswell had fallen in battle shortly after his birth. "I do not know much about him. Could you share some stories?" His uncle Oswell and Bolton once served as the Kingsguard under the Mad King Aerys II, sharing more than a decade of camaraderie. Oswell, with his penchant for dark humor, was the jovial spirit among the Kingsguard, and Bolton shared a profound bond with him. Upon seeing the striking resemblance between young William and Oswell, it was only natural for Bolton to feel a sense of affection towards the lad. As one ages, the inclination to reminisce about the past grows stronger. Even someone as formidable as Bolton is not immune to this tendency. Once the floodgates of memory opened, he found himself reminiscing about the Battle of the Kingsguard Brotherhood from over a decade ago, extending the conversation to the grand tournament in King's Landing many years prior. Bolton vividly recalled the moment he was knighted after the tournament, when King Aegon gently placed the sword upon his shoulder, and he stammered his oath, a memory that felt as fresh as yesterday, stirring deep emotions within him. Taking this opportunity, Gales remarked, "William is also 16 this year. Might I be so fortunate as to request your knighthood for him?" William was both astonished and elated, while Bolton displayed a look of surprise. In truth, when William first arrived in Oldtown, Bolton believed he would merely become an ordinary knight, destined to inherit his title and be known to the world as the Earl of Harrenhal. However, reality proved that William surpassed all his expectations. Gales placed a hand on William's shoulder, his expression filled with nostalgia, recounting the boy's impressive achievements in the tournament and his fearless battles in 10 Miles Town, which far exceeded Bolton's anticipations. Thus, the invitation to Highgarden was specifically for this purpose. Observing the composed Gales and the vibrant youth before him, Bolton felt a sense of satisfaction. Yet, the more he cherished William, the less inclined he felt to bestow upon him the knighthood, despite having received Robert's forgiveness. He could not escape the stain of having violated the oath he swore to Aerys II, a blemish that could never be erased. "Gales, your regard for this old man is genuinely touching. However, I should have perished over a decade ago, leaving me with no justification for this. William is a fine lad with a boundless future. He deserves to be knighted by one who embodies true chivalry." Gales fell silent. William, shifting his gaze, spoke, "To mortals, fate appears as a wondrous and unpredictable force, yet I believe the Seven have already crafted a path for each individual, who shall live and who shall bear a mission to forge ahead." Suddenly articulating such literary sentiments, the others looked at him in bewilderment. Yet he fixed his gaze firmly on Bolton's eyes, perhaps suggesting that the Seven had laid an easier path for his uncle Oswell. "While the trials ahead for you, sir, might be far more arduous, with greater challenges yet to come." Bolton narrowed his eyes slightly, as if momentarily dazzled by the bright lights of the hall. Kneeling before Bolton, William spoke with reverence. "You have become a legend, yet the legend is not complete. Should I be fortunate enough to receive your knighthood, it would be the greatest honor of my life." Chapter 49. The Blossoms. All eyes were fixed upon Bolton, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions as he gazed at William. Just as it seemed he was about to speak, a sudden burst of laughter erupted nearby. As if something amusing had transpired, William turned to see that it was Aelkin Florin who had spoken, accompanied by his brother-in-law, Landau Tully, along with Mattis Rowan, whom he had briefly encountered on the journey back to Highgarden from New Barrel City, and several other earls. It appeared the dignitaries on the platform were restless, forming small circles to engage in their own conversations. "Now is not the opportune moment," Bolton murmured, extending his hand in a gesture of restraint, signaling for a more suitable occasion to speak. William had no choice but to rise in response. Many sought to make Barristan's acquaintance. Even considering the nearly 3 centuries since Aegon I's conquests, Barry Stan ranked among the top 5 legendary figures in all of Westeros. However, he was not one to be easily approached. For instance, if not for his uncle Oswell's influence, Barry Stan would hardly have shown William any favor. Naturally, these prominent figures were drawn to Barry Stan, and after exchanging a few pleasantries with those present, they engaged him in conversation. They were all individuals of considerable stature, leaving others to stand at a respectful distance, listening to their discourse. William and Gales discreetly stepped aside, and Gales cast an appreciative glance at William, remarking that he sensed Barry Stan was nearing an agreement, suggesting that a more appropriate time would soon present itself. The prospect of being knighted by Barry Stan stirred a sense of exhilaration within William. The thought of such an honor would undoubtedly elevate his standing wherever he went. He felt a wave of gratitude towards Gales, whose seemingly stern demeanor concealed a nuanced sensitivity. Over the years, Gales had provided him with guidance in various aspects beyond mere martial skills. "Thank you, my lord," he expressed earnestly. Sensing the sincerity in William's expression, Gales smiled and ruffled William's hair affectionately. At the center of the circle, Aelkin revisited his earlier question. There was no reason to conceal the matter, and Barry Stan candidly shared the details with them. William noticed Landau and Mattis exchanging glances, their eyes communicating unspoken thoughts. He had braced himself for potential ridicule. Yet the ensuing events took him by surprise. The lords engaged in spirited conversation, each praising William's valiant exploits, recounting his courageous battles in 10 Mile Town and his unmatched prowess at the tournament. Landau even highlighted William's innovative contributions to the study of warfare at the Citadel, extolling him as a paragon of both martial skill and scholarly acumen. In their portrayal, William emerged as an exemplar of loyalty and exceptional knightly virtue. "Old Bar, why not bestow upon him his knighthood at once?" they urged. William exchanged a bewildered glance with Gales, both feeling somewhat perplexed by the unfolding situation. Suddenly, William spotted Garland approaching with someone towards his seat. After a moment's thought, he informed Gales and hurriedly made his way over. He nodded at several guests as they brushed past, sidestepping a flustered juggler and maneuvering around a musician immersed in his harp's melodies. At last, he caught up with Galen and called out gently, "Galen." Galen halted, turning back with a knowing smile. "I was just about to look for you. I knew you would come to find me." At that moment, William also took note of the individual beside Galen. He was a youth of around 14 or 15, tall and well-proportioned, with a cloak clasped by a rose fashioned from emerald and gold. His attire was adorned with intricate embroidery, undoubtedly fitting the description of a jade tree standing in the wind. His flowing chestnut hair curled naturally, a trait that would evoke envy in countless young maidens in an era where curling was a challenge. His eyes, a striking dark gold, though one could argue they were a deep brown, sparkled with vitality, radiating brilliance with every glance. Overall, it was evident that Galen bore some resemblance to him, albeit with softer and more refined features. Yet his expression was imbued with pride, exuding an unmistakable aura of boldness. Indeed, Galen introduced him. "William, allow me to present my brother, Loras. Loras, this is William of House Hightower, my dear friend." William had previously assumed that the brothers would not differ significantly in appearance, merely in temperament, perhaps a distinction between a ruggedly handsome man and a charming youth. However, the beauty of the Knight of Flowers was not of the endearing kind. Rather, it was imbued with a spirited vigor. He had not fully grasped the concept of a breathtaking beauty until he beheld the Knight of Flowers himself, realizing that even the peak handsomeness of a young DiCaprio paled in comparison. Perhaps swayed by Galen's introduction, a hint of arrogance softened on the knight's face as he gracefully inclined his head. "Greetings, William. I have often heard your name mentioned." "Hello, Loras. I, too, have heard much about you." William assessed the two brothers once more and let out a low whistle. "Galen, I always thought standing next to you must be quite taxing, but now I find it is not so unbearable after all." The Knight of Flowers looked somewhat perplexed, while Galen, fully aware of the comment's implication, chuckled lightly. "By the Seven, why is your grievance with beauty so boundless?" "Beauty is justice, Galen." William's eyes twinkled with amusement, his expression earnest. "Justice is justice," the knight interjected, asserting that a knight should focus on honor rather than appearance. Observing the somewhat juvenile demeanor of the Knight of Flowers, both Galen and William could not help but burst into laughter. The knight, adorably frowning, prompted Galen to stifle his laughter while a lingering smile remained on his face. "Very well, Loras, you mentioned you sought out William for a reason. Is there something you need?" The knight's demeanor shifted to seriousness. "Actually, it is Lord Renly who wishes to make your acquaintance, and he has sent me to extend the invitation." "Oh, that is indeed a great honor." William's expression reflected surprise, yet his mind began to calculate. Subsequently, Galen returned to his revelry, while the Knight of Flowers led William toward another corner of the hall. I have heard that you were nearly invincible at the tournament in the Riverlands, having only succumbed to Garland once. The Flower Knight interjected suddenly, his tone filled with pride. I have also participated in several tournaments in Storm's End. However, I would refrain from participating without renowned knights, as it would be a violation of the chivalric code to bully the weak. William, pondering how to navigate the situation with Loras, could not help but smile. Initially, he sought to amass combat experience, but later, he attended out of courtesy, unable to refuse such warm invitations. He explained that the Flower Knight was, in truth, a good lad, proud, yet not arrogant, valuing honor without being hypocritical. He was also quite handsome and the brother of Marjorie, thus William found no issue in indulging him. The Flower Knight seemed to resonate with this assessment, nodding in agreement. That may be true, but I shall not go just anywhere. Moreover, Garland has spoken of your exceptional skills, and I eagerly anticipate a contest with you at the tournament. Garland is a dear friend of mine, though I fear he may have exaggerated your prowess. William humbly replied, accustomed to downplaying his abilities. The Flower Knight's smile faded as he cast a discontented glance at him. The matter of martial prowess cannot be fabricated, it is what it is. I do not wish for Marjorie to associate with insincere individuals. His gaze solidified, glimmering with an unwavering belief in victory. Regardless of the circumstances, I am determined to triumph in this jousting tournament. The honor of the Riverlands must be safeguarded by its knights. William laughed heartily. Very well, let us engage in a spirited contest. I shall ensure you are not disappointed. Chapter 50. Bright copper. In another corner of the banquet hall stood another assembly of nobility, with the Duke of Highgarden, Lord Gascoigne, and the Duke of Wind's Rest. Loras Tyrell, undoubtedly the focal point of the gathering. To one side stood Lord Paxter Redwine of the Arbor and the jovial Lord Belgier, accompanied by several nobles. While on Loras's side were Lord Brian Fossaway of the Red Apple and Lord John Fossaway of the Green Apple, among others. The Flower Knight did not directly escort William to meet Loras. Instead, he instructed him to wait in a corridor. Observing the group from afar, William noted that while they were engaged in laughter and merriment, a subtle discord seemed to linger in the air. He recalled the assembly of Loras, Mattis, and others who had ventured to seek out Baelish, and he could not help but reflect on the fact that the game of power transcended the Iron Throne. Beneath the vibrant facade of Highgarden, treachery lay hidden in the shadows. William began to understand why Loras and his companions would lavishly extol themselves before Baelish. He did not wait long. Soon, the Flower Knight returned, accompanied by a tall, young man clad in dark green velvet. The young man, with his shoulder-length straight black hair and strikingly handsome features, possessed eyes as clear and blue as the sea. His face, defined with striking contours, bore a bright, cheerful smile that evoked immediate fondness, even softening the hostility William had harbored. As the two graceful youths approached, even a staunch heterosexual like William found this pair unexpectedly agreeable. Good day to you, Lord Loras. William, not waiting for the introduction of the Knight of Flowers, stepped forward to greet him. Aside from Baelish, no one else would embroider a multitude of stags upon their attire. Loras returned the greeting with great enthusiasm, stating, no need for formality, William. By the way, may I address you in such a manner? A Duke of Westeros and the royal legal minister had no qualms about befriending a mere count's heir. How could William refuse? Thus, he beamed with delight and replied, of course, my lord. It is my honor. Upon arriving in the Riverlands, he had heard of Loras's name, renowned for his invincibility in tournaments. Loras exclaimed, you are merely 16 this year, aren't you? I have yet to hear of anyone your age claiming as many championships. You are truly unprecedented. The Knight of Flowers, visibly displeased, interjected with raised voice, my lord, if I were to compete as he does, I too could amass numerous titles. Loras raised an eyebrow, feigning enlightenment, and cast a gentle gaze upon the knight, his eyes warm as a spring breeze. William chuckled, Sir Loras speaks the truth. You flatter me, my lord. Moreover, I once lost to the valiant Garland at the tourney in Harrenhal, and I have failed to secure victories in several team competitions as well. You are quite fascinating, William. Loras remarked with admiration. You also participate in team tournaments? That bears resemblance to my elder brother, His Majesty the King, who shows little fondness for jousting and prefers team competitions, relishing in wielding that massive warhammer to vanquish his foes. Noticing the Knight of Flowers seeming a tad perturbed, William tactfully remarked, both jousting and team competitions possess their own merits and significance. Individuals of varying temperaments will favor one over the other. His Majesty's straightforward nature may simply lead him to prefer the more liberating format of team tournaments. A peculiar smile graced Loras's lips, The king indeed revels in such freedom, which can render his decisions somewhat impulsive. It is akin to the war over a decade ago. House Hightower was merely loyal to the royal family at the time. Yet the lands of Harrenhal were stripped away significantly. That punitive decision struck me as rather arbitrary. William contemplated the prospect of swallowing such bait, having never intended to depart with the little rose before healing Valaris. His thoughts raced, and gratitude adorned his visage. House Hightower dares not voice any grievances regarding the king's decisions. Nonetheless, we are truly grateful for your righteous advocacy. Loras, sensing William's hesitation, smirked triumphantly and addressed the Knight of Flowers. Dear Loras, could you fetch us 2 goblets of wine? By the way, I have a penchant for the golden wine from the arbor. What about you, William? It appears our tastes in wine align, my lord. Once the knight had departed, Loras's expression grew slightly more serious. I differ from Lord Mace. I do not relish imposing my status upon others. In life, who can be devoid of personal desires? We are not mere pawns upon a chessboard. Thus, I have always refrained from coercing others. If I covet something, I shall offer what they desire in exchange. Only then can true joy be achieved. Do you not agree, William? Indeed, my lord, I share your sentiments, and I refer to this situation as a win-win. What are your thoughts on this notion? A win-win? How delightful, Loras mused, nodding in agreement. It was evident that you are an astute individual, and I relish conversing with intelligent minds, as it requires less effort. You flatter me, William replied with a smile. Should you have any directives? I implore you to articulate them clearly. The roses of Highgarden are breathtakingly beautiful, and it is only natural for a young man to harbor feelings of affection. I have heard many tales regarding you and Lady Marjorie. Indeed, they are quite romantic and legendary. Loras's smile gradually faded as he fixed his gaze upon William. However, you must understand, Lady Marjorie is unlikely to wed into House Tyrell. Observing William's seemingly unperturbed demeanor, still clad in a smile, Loras continued, with significant undertones. I mean no offense. House Tyrell is indeed a distinguished lineage in Westeros, and even the Tyrells do not find themselves beyond reach. Yet, given the current circumstances in the Reach, Lady Marjorie's marriage holds considerable weight and far-reaching implications. Perhaps someone has given you hints that have led to unrealistic expectations, which cannot be entirely blamed on you. It is merely Lord Mace's temperament, which can be rather explosive. I fear it might incite unnecessary conflict. Thus I take the initiative to serve as a mediator in hopes of reconciling the matter. Are you suggesting I should depart Highgarden immediately? William inquired, his expression calm and seemingly indifferent. Not at all. If it were to come to that, how would Highgarden save face? Loras laughed heartily. In truth, I do not perceive a young man pursuing a young woman as an act of great impropriety. Moreover, Lady Marjorie is both exquisite and wise, fully aware of her identity and responsibilities. Lord Mace's concerns are entirely unwarranted, yet his feelings must still be considered. Did you not come to celebrate a dear friend's wedding? Then revel in this splendid feast, indulge in fine wines and delectable dishes, and strive for glory in the tournament, without dwelling on matters that are destined to yield no fruitful outcome. What say you? William appeared contemplative, and upon noticing the arrival of the Knight of Flowers bearing a goblet, he remarked, Your words are indeed pearls of wisdom, my lord, and I shall ponder them earnestly. Loras lowered his voice, his tone laced with temptation. As the master of laws, it is my duty to adjudicate territorial disputes. Some long-standing cases have been adjudicated unjustly. Should anyone raise a grievance, I shall handle it impartially and render a new judgment. The two exchanged a knowing glance before turning their attention to the approaching Knight of Flowers. When William received the goblet, he expressed his gratitude to the knight, who returned the gesture with a smile and a nod. They clinked their goblets, and the golden liquid within rippled, akin to the gentle swells on the ocean's surface before a tempest. Chapter 51. A gift in accordance with the traditions of the Reach. The bride and groom are not permitted to meet prior to the wedding. Thus, Lady Leona and her entourage of female guests enjoy breakfast in the ballroom and will receive their gifts after the meal. In the banquet hall, Galen dined with the male guests, enjoying a sumptuous breakfast replete with an array of delicately crafted pastries from the castle kitchen, an abundance of meats, and large pitchers of milk, honey wine, and fine red wine. Once satiated, the servants cleared the tables, signaling the onset of the gift-giving ceremony. The servants of the noble guests had already finished their breakfasts and now stood in the hallway outside the banquet hall, holding variously sized gift boxes. The non-relatives among the guests were the first to present their offerings. Rising in unison, they summoned their servants forward. The hosts approached Galen to offer a few words of blessing while the servants unveiled the gifts. Those deemed worthy of bestowing gifts upon Galen were at least barons. and thus the presents were far from meager. From William's perspective, most of the gifts were quite practical. Among the non-relatives, the gift from Lord Blue was likely the most valuable, a finely crafted longsword by a master smith, followed closely by the ornate brooch encrusted with large gemstones presented by the Red Viper, both befitting of their noble status. When it was William's turn to present his gift, he approached Galen's long table accompanied by two individuals, Master Tob, the blacksmith, and his apprentice, who bore a sizable chest on his back. Upon seeing William, the usually stern Galen relaxed, smiling as he inquired, "Is this the mysterious gift you have prepared for me?" This remark drew considerable attention, prompting Aelkin to erupt in hearty laughter. What could be more intriguing than a magical gift from a knight of sorcery? The other gentleman chuckled softly. Even the aloof Lord Inflatable Fish appeared amused, as the previously somber atmosphere lightened. Tob was quite renowned in King's Landing. As William approached Galen, Blue immediately recognized him and glanced at the large chest being unburdened by the apprentice. Finding the notion of a mysterious gift amusing, he leaned toward the Red Viper, chuckling. "This is the famous blacksmith of King's Landing, known for his armor. It seems that the magical knight intends to present the groom with a set of armor." In Blue's estimation, the finest armor from Tob would merely fetch a few golden dragons, perhaps equaling the value of the sword he had gifted, if one sought greater value. It would merely involve more embellishments of jewels, and it would be more prudent to gift the jewels outright, much like the Prince of Dorne had done. However, the Red Viper, observing William's enigmatic smile, remarked, "This magical knight is not as simple as he appears." Blue found the Red Viper's assessment of William somewhat peculiar, casting a glance in his direction before offering a gentle smile, without further inquiry. William took in the varied expressions of the guests. Some wore benevolent smiles, while others bore more sinister grins. He cheerfully gave a thumbs up to Aelkin, clearly impressed that Sir Aelkin possessed considerable knowledge of magic. Recognizing this as a piece of enchanted armor, laughter erupted anew, though Aelkin's countenance darkened. William then stepped aside to allow Galen a clearer view of the chest and the blacksmith, saying, "Master Tob, might you introduce Sir Galen to the gift?" To present his work before two dukes, a prince of Dorne, and a gathering of noble lords was an extraordinary opportunity for Tob, who appeared somewhat exhilarated. He proclaimed loudly, "Sir Galen, this is an exceedingly precious suit of armor, named Courage by Sir William, to match your valiant reputation." The earnest-looking apprentice opened the chest, and Tob retrieved several components. This armor comprised two materials. The shoulder guards, arm guards, and folds were crafted from fine steel, into which I infused a dark pigment using arcane methods, ensuring it harmonized with the color of the breastplate. "Hold on, Sir William," Aelkin interjected, rapping the table with a hint of mockery. "This armor may be of considerable value, but upon first glance, it resembles an ordinary suit of armor. We await your magical armor." A portion of the guests erupted in laughter, while others exchanged glances, furtively observing the inflatable fish lord, who remained inscrutable, betraying no hint of his thoughts. Noticing Galen's face darken, William quickly intervened, shaking his head with a smile. Though Galen appeared perplexed, he refrained from pressing the matter. William maintained his composure, waiting for the laughter to subside before addressing Aelkin. "There is no need for haste. Sir Aelkin, Master Tob has yet to finish." Tob, exuding confidence, leisurely returned the components to the chest before lifting a breastplate high. Although Tob was of a robust stature, the breastplate enveloped him entirely upon its expansion, suggesting it was tailored for someone of greater height. Remarkably, the breastplate consisted of countless plates arranged in a tight, orderly fashion, resembling fish scales. The overall appearance was a smoky black, evoking a dreamlike quality that captivated many at first glance. As the lustrous metal plate sparkled, those with discerning minds sensed something amiss. If these plates were indeed forged from fine iron, the breastplate should be exceedingly heavy, yet the blacksmith held it with ease, prompting a subtle suspicion. After showcasing the armor from various angles, Tob turned to Galen, his demeanor humble, yet his voice resonant. "This breastplate is comprised of 489 plates of Valyrian steel, arranged in 16 rows, interconnected by rings of the same material. It is impervious to rust and damage, entirely alleviating the burden of maintenance. This armor feels as light as a silken garment, yet offers unparalleled fortitude, providing excellent protection against thrusts, slashes, and blunt force. This is due to the unique shapes of the plates and their special arrangement. My lords, please observe." As he uttered the words Valyrian steel, an abrupt hush fell over the hall, silence enveloping the room. Once Tob concluded his exposition, the guests regained their composure, and the atmosphere erupted with astonishment. Even high-ranking individuals such as the inflatable fish lord, Loras, and the Red Viper, known for their extensive knowledge, exhibited expressions of surprise, while other nobles could scarcely contain their murmurs, as if the very air had ignited with excitement. Hoare rose to his feet, his eyes wide with astonishment. Could it truly be armor forged from Valyrian steel? Sir Alkin, if you harbor any doubts, you are welcome to test it for yourself. William glanced at his companion, Lord Blando, and lamented the absence of the shattered heart, for otherwise, they could have demonstrated its prowess today. Blando gently patted Hoare on the shoulder, his tone calm, reminding him that today was the wedding of Sir Gawain, a time not suited for the handling of swords and blades. They would have to wait for another occasion to test their mettle. Hoare resumed his seat, his expression a complex blend of surprise, envy, and a touch of awkwardness. Tobb was poised to elaborate on the unique design of the breastplate when Bluer coughed twice and smiled, inquiring, Master Tobb, did you craft this armor? Upon recognizing Bluer as a significant patron, Tobb's eyes brightened, and he replied with utmost respect, Indeed, my Lord Bluer, this armor is a product of my own creation. I studied the art of forging in Hoare, mastering the ancient techniques of reforging Valyrian steel. However, I had never conceived of crafting armor plates and assembling them into a suit until Sir William provided the materials and methods, allowing me the privilege of creating such a rare treasure. Bluer nodded thoughtfully, his chin resting on his hand, lost in contemplation. The nobles, having just settled into a hushed silence, began to murmur again. With such a gift presented, how would the subsequent offerings proceed? Just as the atmosphere grew slightly uncomfortable, the jovial Beller erupted into laughter, exclaiming, William, with such a lavish gift, do you not have ulterior motives? William merely smiled and acknowledged him with a glance, choosing silence instead. This remark prompted a chorus of soft chuckles from those privy to the latest gossip, while the irate Lord Inflated Fish shot an irritated glance at his brother-in-law. At the long table, Galen shook his head with a complex expression, declaring, No, I cannot accept this gift. On the battlefield, this breastplate is akin to several additional lives. William leaned in, draping an arm around Galen's neck and whispering softly, What difference does it make if I have a few more lives or you do? Moreover, trust me, if I could forge one, I can certainly create a second. I have even thought of a name for it. Honor, what do you think? Chapter 52. A reminder. Galen placed his hands on William's shoulders, gazing at his cheerful countenance, feeling a warm surge of gratitude and joy flowing within him. His nose tinged with a hint of emotion, he ultimately said nothing, simply giving William a hearty pat. With this remarkable gift, the subsequent offerings, and even the wedding itself, found many knights somewhat preoccupied. Valyrian steel armor. Just as no lady can resist the allure of a rare treasure, which knight could remain indifferent to such a legendary weapon? Tobb also received an unexpected boon, as the steward of Highgarden personally invited him to the wedding, signifying that he would have the opportunity to reside in the castle for the following days and partake in the noble festivities. Although his explanations about the armor's extraordinary qualities were repeatedly interrupted during the gifting, many attendees later approached Tobb for details, while he deftly redirected inquiries to William. In truth, this represents an enhancement of the Celestial Empire's fish-scale armor, and it aligns with the design philosophies of armor that have long been present in Westeros. This type of armor indeed boasts formidable defensive capabilities. However, its intricate structure incurs exorbitant costs in maintenance and repair. Even a single damaged or rusted plate necessitates complete disassembly and reassembly. Coupled with its staggering weight, it is simply unwearable for the average individual. These two drawbacks render such armor largely devoid of practical value in combat, relegating it to a mere conceptual product in both realms, seldom donned by anyone in battle. Yet, if fashioned from Valyrian steel, concerns regarding maintenance and weight are alleviated, transforming this armor into an invaluable and remarkably practical asset. Given the defensive prowess of this Valyrian steel armor, one need not fear substantial harm in either duels or skirmishes, provided one does not recklessly fall into a trap. Under normal circumstances, the threat to life is minimal. Thus, Garen's assertion that possessing this armor is tantamount to gaining several additional lives is hardly an exaggeration. According to the estimations of William and Tobb, many families in Westeros possess various items made of Valyrian steel, though their utility is often negligible and their market value paltry, resulting in them languishing in warehouses. With this recent promotion, it is likely that numerous nobles will seek out Tobb to have those previously deemed superfluous Valyrian steel items reforged. The potential for loss, as well as the authenticity of the plates incorporated into the new armor, whether they originate from the original items, offers a realm of possibilities. Ballastan also took the time to discuss armor matters, during which William recounted the combat experiences in 10 Mile Town, including his regrets regarding the two knights and his thoughts on compensating Garin. Ultimately, Balistan appeared quite pleased, commending his actions. At midday, the bride and groom united to proceed to the High Seat Cathedral for their wedding vows. Along the way, news of William's gift of magical armor spread among the ladies, naturally eliciting waves of astonishment. However, they seemed more intrigued by Baylor's jest, as Lady Jenna's humor sent the ladies into fits of laughter, causing Marjorie's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. The bishop of the High Seat Cathedral, though aged and trembling in his gait, steadfastly presided over the complete wedding ceremony, ultimately declaring Garin and Leone as one. Following this, a grand banquet unfolded, lasting from noon until nightfall. Initially, Garin was the primary target for toasts, but he pulled William aside, sparing him much of the drink. As a celebrated singer, this was no mere jest. William was compelled to perform Golden Hand. This song, widely cherished in the Bay of Rivers, drew the enthusiastic participation of the young nobles, prompting the band to cleverly play the introduction. When William sang Golden Hand, cold as ice, in the embrace of beauty, warmth unforgettable, many joined in softly humming along, and a warm ambience enveloped the hall. Garin and Leone exchanged smiles, their affection palpable. As the lights brightened, the newlyweds were escorted to their bridal chamber. The banquet continued, and William became the focal point of attention. Even his constitution, which could withstand countless cups, began to falter. Upon awakening the next day, he found his memories of the previous night somewhat hazy, as if he had indulged in a fantastical dream. His gaze fell upon a red hair tie entwined with golden threads, leaving him momentarily stunned. The distant clamor outside Highgarden heralded the imminent commencement of the tournament, prompting him to discreetly conceal the hair tie. The day's events featured an archery competition. Some lords watched intently, while the majority of nobles vacated their seats post-opening ceremony, opting instead to revel in the scenic delights of Highgarden. Marjorie departed from the stands with the young ladies, casting a glance at William as she passed by. After a brief moment, William exchanged pleasantries with those nearby and proceeded towards the castle gate of Highgarden. Unfamiliar with the labyrinth of flora nestled between the two walls, he wandered near the main path, admiring the myriad of stone sculptures and fountains. Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching from behind. Turning, he beheld a pair of luminous eyes, sparkling like stars, and lips curved in a gentle smile, delicate as rose petals. "Greetings, Sir William." "Hello, Miss Marjorie." William took her slender hand, bestowing a kiss upon it before releasing it, lifting his gaze to meet hers, and they mutually sensed an intangible connection, sharing a knowing smile. What appeared to be a simple encounter between nobleman and noblewoman was, in truth, the culmination of several days of training. On their journey back to Highgarden from New Barrel Town, they refined their mental link, allowing Marjorie to draw upon William's magical essence as long as they remained within proximity, albeit losing that profound spiritual connection. The three Tyrell maidens lagged behind as the pair strolled side by side amidst the blooming flowers, resembling nothing more than a typical social engagement, impervious to even the most discerning observer. Upon reaching a cluster of seemingly newly planted flora, Marjorie paused, commanding the plants to grow in the manner she desired. This leaf larger, that branch longer, transforming the fledgling greenery into a lush spectacle, meticulously arranged and pleasing to the eye. William, lacking expertise in botany, simply found the transformed plants pleasing and complimented. They look exquisite. Marjorie turned and smiled. "What looks exquisite?" His heart fluttered, and he sincerely replied, "You truly are beautiful." In that moment, silence spoke volumes. Marjorie resumed her forward pace, with William closely following, her gaze averted from him. Suddenly, she remarked, "The gift you bestowed upon Garland was overly extravagant. I merely hope that the armor's worth can honor the sacrifice of those two fallen knights." William replied with a slight smile, "You cannot comprehend the bond one share with Garland. You two are both fools." Marjorie's tone carried a hint of reproach. "Lord Bluebell just spoke to you, and you acted thus. Father will be displeased." It is no wonder that Lord Bluely remarked that little Rose understands her identity and responsibilities. It seems his plans have involved her significantly. "I never agreed to anything with Lord Bluely." William remained unfazed, asserting that the gift had been prepared long ago, not out of spite. Marguerite looked at him in surprise. "You did not agree?" His response that day had been somewhat ambiguous, which could easily lead to misunderstandings. Suddenly feeling a twinge of shame for his earlier hesitation, William spoke earnestly. "As for the territory, I naturally desire it, but I shall acquire it myself." He gently took her hand, adding, "There is only one way for you to let me go, and that is to allow me to leave." Marguerite's smile gradually faded. her eyes seemingly misting over as she turned away, whispering, "Be careful, William." Chapter 53. The plan. William approached Marguerite from behind, leaning in to reassure her, "Do not worry." "Marguerite." She turned, her hair brushing against him, leaving a faint scent in the air. "I have arranged to meet with Velis and Galen to discuss the magic and healing," Marguerite said. "The time is nearly upon us. Let us go find them." The two navigated through the labyrinthine woods and soon arrived at an exquisite courtyard. Surrounded by lush trees and vibrant flowers, a small pond lay to one side, where a stone-constructed waterfall continuously poured into the water, causing fallen leaves to swirl and drift on the surface. Under the shade of the trees on the other side, several stone tables and benches awaited. The graceful Velis sat upon one, while the strikingly handsome Galen stood beside him, smiling warmly as they approached. After exchanging polite greetings, the three tiller maidens scampered to the pond to play, their laughter ringing through the air. The four gathered around a square stone table, where Velis began by thanking William for his grand gift. He then offered apologies for some individuals' offenses before turning his gentle gaze to Marguerite. "Marguerite, you summoned us for a reason. What is it?" Marguerite hesitated, her eyes softly glancing towards William. "William, you may speak. This is quite different from what was agreed upon." Observing the cheerful expressions of Velis and Galen, William felt a sudden but untroubled resolve. With little Rose by his side, demonstrating magic to gain their trust was merely a trivial task. "Velis, what do you think of my moniker, the Magic Knight?" Velis chuckled. "To my knowledge, that title has been attributed to you for quite some time." William nodded, finding it unsurprising. It would be odd if Velis had not investigated the one entwined with his sister. Initially, it may have been a jest, but with his age and the multitude of championships he secured in the tournament, alongside the fierce battle in Tenley Town, it indeed appeared quite remarkable. Perhaps people found these feats enchanting, hence the title seemed fitting. William locked eyes with Velis. "What if I were to say that it is indeed true? I truly possess magical abilities." Velis's gaze remained as calm as ever. "Are you referring to your Valeria steel chain ring? That does indeed align with reality." William glanced at Galen, who shrugged and revealed a mysterious smile. Rising from his seat, William went to fetch a length of vine, placing it upon the stone table. He then grasped Marguerite's hand, and the two exchanged a silent understanding through their gazes. Noticing this exchange, Velis and Galen shared a knowing smile. They inspected the vine on the table, finding nothing extraordinary. Just as Galen was about to inquire further, the vine began to tremble gently. To their astonishment, it elongated visibly, spiraling and twisting until it gradually formed a shape reminiscent of a rose upon the tabletop. Velis and Galen remained expressionless and silent, while William and Marguerite chose not to interrupt, allowing them to quietly process the scene before them. After a prolonged silence, Galen took a deep breath, lifted the vine that resembled the sigil of House Tyrell, examined it, and then handed it to Velis with a smile directed at William, his eyes reflecting satisfaction. Velis accepted the vine, turning it over in his hands, and then looked up, his expression undisturbed. "Is this your magic?" he inquired. "Indeed. It reminds me of the tales of the Greenhand gals." "No," Marguerite interjected, "this is my magic." Velis and Galen's faces betrayed their astonishment as they turned to Marguerite, who, typically poised and confident, now shyly lowered her gaze, resembling a mischievous child caught in the act of mischief. William cleared his throat, drawing their attention. "Marguerite's magic is something I taught her. Initially, she was reluctant to learn, but during our time in Tenley Town, she had to attempt it to save Galen." Galen's expression shifted to one of realization, as he too had found it peculiar how swiftly his injury had healed. Velis simply regarded William, as if sensing that he had more to disclose. "It was also for you, Velis. We can heal you. Are you willing to accept treatment?" Galen's eyes brightened as he looked at Velis, seemingly on the verge of speaking, but ultimately refraining. Velis, lost in thought, eventually broke into a smile. "Of course. I would not wish to." "Excellent." William suddenly reacted. "What did you say?" Galen and Marguerite widened their eyes in surprise. "I have visited the Citadel and had Dr. Ambrose conduct a diagnosis. The finest healers in Westeros have been unable to mend my leg," Velis stated nonchalantly. "Do you comprehend what this implies?" He continued. "A doctor from Essos treated me and then departed." William quickly formulated a rationale. "We need not prove anything to anyone." "You are astute, William. Yet, the lack of proof is, in itself, a form of proof," Velis remarked meaningfully. "If my leg were to inexplicably heal, it would likely be more perilous than being a cripple." William's smile gradually faded as he recognized the implications. If Velis merely suffered from a limp, it would place him at a disadvantage in the political games among the nobles of the Riverlands. At least no noble would dare to rebel under the banner of a limping duke. However, If the Citadel suspected a connection to magic, they would face far graver dangers. Garland and Marguerite may not be entirely aware of the matters concerning the Academy, yet it is evident that Velis wishes to remain uninvolved in ambiguous affairs. Observing Marguerite's apparent despondency, William could no longer restrain himself. Do you recall your inquiry regarding my perspective on the situation in the Riverlands? Velis returned the vine to the table and nodded. Thus, I shall speak plainly. The rule of House Targaryen over the Riverlands has always been tenuous, resting upon a fragile equilibrium. Your injury may exacerbate the circumstances, hence our desire to mend your leg. Now that treatment is not an option, what do you propose? Endure and wait, just as House Targaryen has done for the past 3 centuries. Velis's eyes, deep and reflective, shimmered with wisdom. In truth, I am not overly concerned about my leg. While it is a disadvantage, it is far from hopeless. The atmosphere grew tense, apart from Velis, who remained unperturbed. The other 3 appeared somewhat dejected, albeit for different reasons. After a brief pause, Velis's hearty laughter shattered the silence. William, your ability to confide this secret in us demonstrates your trust. Thus, I shall not withhold from you. The 3 looked at him with curiosity. I have conducted a thorough investigation into your background, even enlisting the assistance of Prince Oberyn. I believe you possess both courage and cunning. And the revival of House Tully is indeed a possibility, albeit one that may lie many years ahead. Therefore, Garland genuinely hopes for your union. Whereas I have been skeptical from the outset, not wishing for Marguerite to make such a significant sacrifice. William felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, now Velis gazed at Marguerite with a gentle expression. Marguerite, you must be with William. The expressions of the 3 brightened once more. Garland was pleased that Velis shared his sentiments, while William was somewhat taken aback. Hadn't Velis just expressed skepticism? Marguerite slowly rose, her demeanor resolute. No, Velis, I shall comply with my father and Lord Lysa's plans. You men may bleed and sacrifice for your families, but I too shall wield my strength to protect ours. Turning to William, her gaze grew cold. After a moment, an inscrutable glimmer flickered in her eyes. William, you once stated that if I allowed you to leave, you would do so. Thus, I now declare depart. Without another glance, she strode down the gravel path. It was not until she was nearly out of the courtyard that the distant Tully maiden reacted, hastily following after her. After a moment of astonishment, William burst into laughter. Did she not instruct me to leave? Why is she the one departing? Garland and Velis could not help but join in his mirth. I now believe that Marguerite being with you would indeed be quite favorable. It is my turn to inquire. What shall we do now? In this situation, Marguerite can find true safety only in your company. Endure and wait. William clenched his fists tightly. However, the wait would not be long, for soon the opportunity would arise. Lord Lysa's plan is merely a portent, is it not? Garland appeared somewhat puzzled, while Velaris nodded in approval. Chapter 54. The Tournament of Highgarden. Opening. Outside the city of Highgarden, the arena was bathed in the crimson hues of the morning light, casting a sanguine tint across the sky. Over 200 fully armored knights were divided into 2 groups, lined up at the railings on either side of the arena. Despite the cacophony of voices and the raucous sounds of drums and music beyond the barriers, both formations remained relatively orderly, with most steeds displaying remarkable composure amidst the overwhelming noise, a testament to their rigorous training. A gentle breeze stirred, and upon a blade of grass by the city wall, a dewdrop glistened as it slid down the leaf. Just as it fell, the herald atop the main stand sounded the trumpet, its deep notes soaring into the heavens, announcing the official commencement of the team tournament at Highgarden. In the next moment, the knights charged forth, the thunderous sound of hooves reverberating like the beat of a drum against the heart. From the stands, 2 waves of black surged toward each other, crashing in the arena's center and entangling into a tumultuous mass. The clashing of weapons and the whinnies of horses filled the air. The formations dissolved into chaos as all engaged in a fierce melee, with knights being unseated from their mounts, attacks coming from all directions. The spectators leaned over the railings, cheering loudly. Every knight that fell elicited piercing cries, as if they themselves had been struck down. The elevated platform was packed to capacity, filled with noble lords and ladies. Lord Fish and Ser Loras occupied the center of the main stand, flanked by Ser Balon, Lord Redwine, and other prominent nobles. Even Lord Baelish had been invited to the main stand, seated beside Ser Loras and Ser Mervyn. Each great house had participants in the tournament, and all eyes were focused on their respective sigils. Suddenly, Ser Balon burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Look, our Dornishman is besieged. Huh, our Viper Prince finds himself in dire straits." It seemed he still harbored a grudge regarding the moniker Pisswind from years past. In one corner of the arena, a dozen knights clad in Dornish-style armor surrounded a single figure. Among them, one knight stood out, adorned with circular bronze plates draped over his shoulders and a golden disc atop his helmet, gleaming conspicuously, unmistakably the Red Viper. The Red Viper evoked the image of a serpent, agile and cunning, lurking in the shadows to strike with lethal precision, embodying the essence of an assassin. Yet one who was also formidable in heavy armor, charging into battle. With the cover of his guards, he retaliated with remarkable frequency, nearly every thrust of his lance resulting in an adversary being unseated. Among the multitude of Dornish warriors, he alone shone in his armor. Ser Loras praised. Prince Oberyn fights valiantly amidst the fray. Lord Baelish remained unimpressed, observing that the prince's guards were tightly coordinated while the attacking knights lacked cohesion. Thus, the prince's position, though seemingly precarious, was in fact secure. Implicitly, he suggested, I could manage that too. As their conversation unfolded, Lord Fish's expression grew increasingly grim. In the adjacent stand, a group of youthful spectators gathered, among them the three brothers of the Tillier family, seated closely together. In the center, Velis and the Knight of Flowers engaged in a hushed conversation, while Gallen's gaze was fixed upon the arena, where three knights adorned with bat emblems on their helmets and capes faced their own challenges. Gallen had heard tales of William's recent tribulations in the team tournament, where he often found himself besieged upon entering the fray. However, this time, the Red Viper had drawn away much of the animosity, and with the support of two knights from House Hightower, although still outnumbered, the trio managed to shield one another, retreating strategically with a blend of caution and valor. After observing for a while, Gallen could not suppress a chuckle. The Knight of Flowers, puzzled, inquired, "What is it that amuses you, Gallen?" Gallen gestured towards the arena, noting that William's tactics were rather intriguing. They maneuvered around Prince Oberyn, using those attacking the prince as unwitting obstacles. Velis and the Knight of Flowers shared in the laughter. In the region of the waterway, harboring disdain for the Dornish, particularly the Red Viper, was deemed politically correct, so when the melee commenced, the Knights of the Waterway instinctively surrounded their Dornish counterparts. The cavalry, stripped of their momentum, essentially transformed into oversized infantry, as dozens of mounted knights clustered together, forming a considerable circle. William and his companions circled this formation, and William's prowess was sufficient to sustain such guerrilla tactics. When outnumbered, they would engage. When overwhelmed, they would evade, leaving their would-be captors at a loss. Velis appeared to grasp some insight, pondering whether the invitation extended to the prince to participate was indeed a strategic maneuver. Meanwhile, the ladies occupied another section of the stands, where Marjorie seemed somewhat anxious. Nymelia leaned closer, murmuring, "Are you worried, Marjorie?" Marjorie offered a faint smile. "Are you not concerned? Prince Oberyn's situation is precarious. My father, he is the Red Viper. It is his adversaries who should be wary. As for William, I am well aware of his capabilities." Nymelia licked her crimson lips. "Are you not curious? Would you like me to enlighten you?" Marjorie, maintaining her composure, replied, "Thank you, Nymelia. Should I desire to know, I can find out at any time." The two exchanged knowing smiles before redirecting their attention to the arena. As the competition progressed, over half of the knights were eliminated, and the field began to clear. Some quick-witted knights galloped towards the barriers, attempting to unseat their opponents through sheer force, while the arena provided increasingly ample space for their steeds to charge. At some point, a burly knight, devoid of any house sigil, dismounted and stealthily approached a knight bearing a bat-emblazoned helmet from the side. William, focused on a knight in confrontation, failed to notice the looming threat amid the bustling figures of men and horses in the arena, until the assailant leapt forth with sudden ferocity, seizing him and yanking him from his mount. Unlike others, who donned their armor only partially in preparation for foot combat, William had encased himself entirely in his iron shell. The knight had initially believed that upon falling to the ground, a person dressed in such a manner would become a helpless fish, ready for slaughter. However, as William hit the ground, he effortlessly broke free from the knight's grasp, performing a forward roll and standing upright, as if his armor were made of mere paper. Astonishingly light, the knight was momentarily taken aback, lying on the ground with a look of sheer disbelief directed at William. Nevertheless, William had no time to engage with him, for the very knight he had just confronted was charging towards him on horseback. In a split second, William sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the oncoming beast, and in a graceful leap, he yanked the knight down with unceremonious ease. With a resounding thud, they both crashed to the ground. William, well prepared, stood firm, while the unfortunate knight seemed to have injured himself upon impact, letting out a chilling scream before falling silent. I suspect a bone is broken. Serves you right for trampling on me. Intentional trampling was strictly prohibited in the tournament, as it could lead to severe injuries or fatalities. However, William was not surprised by the recent events. Not only had Marjorie, but also Velis and Gallon warned him to remain vigilant during today's competition. Casting a glance of schadenfreude at the unfortunate soul, William noticed that the knight who had just pulled him off his horse was also rising. His face obscured by a mask, yet he did not appear to be fleeing. It was evident that this was likely one of the minions of the inflated fish lord or Renly, with no intention of letting him off the hook. The heavy armor did little to hinder William's pace, and he quickly pursued the knight, engaging in a fierce struggle. Relying on the thickness of his armor and his considerable strength, he unceremoniously toppled the knight to the ground, pinning him down as if he were a fish desperately thrashing on a cutting board. With his iron-gloved hand clenched into a fist, William struck the nameless knight's visor with a resounding clang. Onlookers by the nearby fence bore witness to this scene, erupting into a cacophony of cheers, with shouts of encouragement like "well done," "beat him to a pulp," echoing through the air. Suddenly, the cheers morphed into blood-curdling screams as a galloping warhorse charged towards William, its hooves pounding the ground. Chapter 55. The Grand Tournament at the High Court, the Black Hand. The sound of hooves and the spectators' cries heightened William's alertness. A swift glance revealed a warhorse and its knight barreling towards him like a speeding train. Just as he prepared to leap aside, he felt an enormous force gripping him, rendering him immobile. Looking down, he discovered that the knight he had just unseated was clinging tightly to his leg, his eyes filled with desperation and madness peering through the gaps of his visor. A thought flashed through William's mind. Boom. The knight charging at William was suddenly struck by another horse that emerged from the side, sending both horse and rider tumbling violently to the ground. The knight was thrown high into the air, crashing heavily onto the earth, while the fallen warhorse, propelled by tremendous force, narrowly missed William as it slid past him. The fallen knight lay motionless, his fate uncertain, while the two injured horses struggled and whinnied in a pitiful display. The harrowing collision captivated the attention of all present. Ladies gasped in horror, while the gentlemen cast their glances askance. Just as one wave of chaos subsided, another surged forth, as another rider charged forward. Heedless of the injured knights and horses, the spectators' focus shifted, and a cacophony of gasps erupted amidst the crowd. On the elevated platform, Lord Inflatable Fish slammed his hand against the armrest of his chair, visibly perturbed, muttering curses under his breath. In the back, Galza's voice rang out in indignation, questioning how they could behave in such a manner. Indeed, this conduct was utterly dishonorable. Balistan also displayed a look of displeasure. The other adults remained silent. Then, one witnessed William deliver a powerful blow into the visor of the knight, who clutched his legs, seizing his limp form and hurling him away like an arrow released from a bow, colliding with the advancing knight ahead, resulting in a resounding crash that sent both men soaring into the air, eliciting gasps of astonishment from onlookers. Those who witnessed this scene turned pale with shock, while Blue abruptly stood, sensing the curious gazes of the lords on the platform directed towards him. He declared with righteous fervor that the tournament rules forbade mounted collisions, deeming their actions as a violation. Count Paxtradwin also rose, pointing at the scene, exclaiming that these individuals, lacking any identifiable regalia, must be hired knights or mercenaries. Lord Inflatable Fish cleared his throat, indicating that future tournaments would necessitate stricter scrutiny of participant qualifications. The lords on the platform nodded in agreement, prompting Blue to resume his seat with a sense of composure. Mattis leaned closer to Blue, whispering, "That knight wore only half armor. With both man and armor weighing at least 15 stones, what do you make of the magical knight strike?" Blue maintained his composure, acknowledging the immense strength displayed. In the arena, William swiftly made his way to the fallen knight of House, pushing aside the visor to reveal the pale face of Hellenberg's coach, who lacked the strength to speak but managed a faint smile. William felt a sense of relief. It would be too great a loss to sacrifice a capable knight over what was initially a minor mishap. As several individuals bearing the rose insignia leaped into the arena, signaling that help was imminent, William gently urged, "Sir, do not move. Assistance will arrive shortly." Glancing around, he spotted Rosso engaged in a 1-against-2 struggle, yet he appeared unyielding. His steed had wandered to the rail during the recent turmoil, moving leisurely. Deciding to mount his horse, he realized that navigating on foot amidst the chaos of galloping steeds would be unwise. William skillfully maneuvered over the fallen combatant, avoiding the fray of knights, and at last reached his mount, swiftly mounting before charging at the two knights who were flanking Rosso, quickly unseating his adversaries. At this moment, the remaining knights in the arena were few, and William no longer shied away from battle. He began to actively clear the field, allowing Rosso to cover his rear. Galloping forward, he swung his colossal greatsword, encountering knights who proved no match for him. With a series of resounding clangs, 6 or 7 knights fell from their mounts along his charge. This spectacle ignited the audience's fervor, and the cheers of the magical knights echoed to the heavens. Galen and Velas could not restrain their applause. Velas clapped enthusiastically, repeatedly exclaiming, "The magical knight, the magical knight." Galen responded earnestly, "It is not merely that, Velas. Observe William's mastery over his steed. With each strike, every movement is executed with precision, honed through relentless practice. This is no mere stroke of luck." Velas nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, it is far from luck." Meanwhile, the expressions of the Flower Knights grew grave, realizing that not only did he possess strength akin to legends, but his equestrian skills were equally exceptional, marking him as a formidable adversary. In the main stand, Lord Inflatable Fish wore an expression of astonishment, while the adults beside him displayed a range of reactions, all tinged with an air of peculiarity. Only the jovial Belair, unabashedly cheering, called out, "Sir Ballystan, what do you think of William's prowess?" "I believe he is simply unstoppable." Ballystan revealed a smile of approval, stating, "William is exceptionally gifted and diligent in his studies. To be honest, facing him, I would likely have to concede defeat." This statement astonished all present. Although Ballystan was advanced in years, his prowess had not diminished significantly. He could still rank among the elite of Westeros. Such praise was indeed lofty. Lancel chuckled heartily. "It seems you are truly aging, dear Ballystan, to fear a mere youngling." Ballystan and Lancel often jested with one another, taking no offense, and he replied with a smile, "That depends on who the youngling is. For instance, I fear not a young scamp such as yourself." Laughter erupted from the adults in the stands. Lancel shook his head with amusement and inquired, "Lord Lunda, this is your second time witnessing Sir William's tournament. What are your thoughts? Do you perceive any shortcomings?" Lunda, maintaining his typically stern demeanor, furrowed his brow as if contemplating. After a moment, he stated, "If I were to point out a flaw, I would say there is but one." "Oh." Lancel's eyes brightened, eagerly awaiting his response. Lunda gravely declared, "He is not a knight of the Reach." A profound silence enveloped the stands, making the sounds from the arena seem all the more cacophonous. After a moment, Belair's laughter shattered the quiet. "Lord Lunda, I did not realize you possessed such humor." The adults erupted into joyous laughter once more. Even Lord Inflatable Fish joined in with hearty guffaws. However, his expression soon darkened again, for only 5 knights remained in the arena, facing off. On one side, the Red Viper and his 2 guards. On the other, William and Rosso, with all knights from the Reach eliminated. However, despite the majority of the audience being from the Riverbend region, they remained undeterred, fervently cheering for William with cries such as "The magical knight shall vanquish the Red Viper." The Red Viper removed his visor, a haughty smile gracing his face. "I am delighted you have not disappointed me, magical knight." Chapter 56, The High Court Tournament, Reversal. "I fear you shall ultimately be the one disappointed, my lord," William replied, his smile humble yet firm. "Disappointed? Huh. I have already gleaned all that I wished to know," the Red Viper retorted with a mocking air. William shrugged nonchalantly. "In that case, my lord, why not grant me this small wish of mine? I have heard that recently Harrenburg has been supporting House Derry, and it seems that House Hoare's strength is on the rise, their ambitions stirring." A hint of derision played at the corners of the Red Viper's mouth. "I know what you desire, but I cannot easily acquiesce to your request. In truth, I also know what you seek, my lord," William replied with a mysterious smile. When it comes to understanding the Red Viper, perhaps aside from his true love, Ilaria, even his brother, Prince Dowlong, does not comprehend him as thoroughly as William does. For he is aware of the circumstances surrounding the Red Viper's eventual demise. In his view, the Mountain of Magic might be a possibility, but Tywin would fundamentally evade the judgment the Red Viper desires unless House Lannister is obliterated. Yet, if mere words could secure victory, why engage in a deadly struggle? He regarded the Red Viper's expression with caution. "I am deeply pained and angered by Princess Alia's plight. I have long wished to do something for her." The smile on the Red Viper's face gradually faded as he squinted at William. "I concede, you may have the advantage in mounted combat. However, we are numerous. Let us do this. Let others withdraw, and we shall engage in infantry combat, one-on-one. What say you, William?" "Infantry combat. That plays to my strengths even more." William readily agreed. "As you wish, my lord." After exchanging a few words with those around them, The two dismounted, their guards voluntarily stepping back and leading away their horses. On the high platform, Loras observed the scene with a puzzled expression. Are they truly going to duel? Why would Prince Oberyn willingly forfeit his numerical advantage? Garland interjected from the back row, remarking that William indeed holds greater advantage in mounted combat. It is true that both have sacrificed certain advantages. However, mounted combat can lead to injury, so perhaps this is a measure for safety, said Barristan. This thought reminded Lord Tyrell of the troubles caused by Varys's leg, intensifying his loathing for the Red Viper. He fervently wished for William to eliminate the Red Viper, both to alleviate his own resentment and to ensnare that insufferable young man in grave trouble. As the Red Viper removed his helmet and cast it to the ground, shedding some armor to reveal a dark red tunic beneath, Loras found himself even more baffled. What is Prince Oberyn doing? Why has he discarded his armor? At this moment, a cacophony of boos erupted from the surrounding arena, indicating that the spectators deemed the Red Viper's actions profoundly insulting. Barristan nodded in approval, recognizing the wisdom of the prince's strategy. Given William's formidable strength, even clad in armor, it would be futile. A single hit would spell the end of the battle. To secure victory, he must rely solely on speed and agility, for the armor would only hinder him. In the arena, the Red Viper slithered around William like a serpent, an aura of danger enveloping the air. You seem quite familiar with me, the Red Viper remarked, his tone chilling and unsettling. Your noble presence draws the attention of many. Naturally, there will be those intrigued enough to ponder and analyze, William responded, adopting a defensive stance and adjusting his footwork in tandem with the Red Viper's movements. I have heard countless legends of you, understand your temperament, and recognize your prowess. How is it that you still thrive in the Demon Mountain? It can only be because your desires extend beyond mere vengeance. You seek justice as well. The Red Viper momentarily faltered, and William seized the opportunity to charge forward. His great sword raised, reflecting a sharp glimmer of cold light. Velis gasped in astonishment. He had only heard of Prince Dorne's ability to unsettle his opponents with words. Yet today it seemed that William had managed to disrupt him instead. Galen chuckled heartily, remarking on the prince's rare combination of martial skill and intellect, yet acknowledging that William was not to be underestimated. Velis could not contain his laughter. All right, Galen, I am already quite pleased with William. You need not seize every opportunity to extol his virtues. I promise you, in this matter, I shall remain aligned with you. The Flower Knight gazed at them in confusion. What are you talking about? Velis placed an arm around his shoulder. I'll tell you in a few days. With the advantage of initiative. William's offensive surged like an unrelenting tide, the sound of clashing swords echoing through the arena as the Red Viper was left with no choice but to evade. The people of the Riverbend largely harbored animosity towards the Dornish. Prior to the unification of the Seven Kingdoms under Aegon I, their conflicts were fierce, with Highgarden even having fallen to the Dornish forces. It was indeed a deep-seated enmity. Under the suppression of the Iron Throne, the two regions had maintained a semblance of peace for 3 centuries, and relations had finally begun to ease, only to be marred by Velis's leg injury. Witnessing William gain the upper hand now brought them palpable joy, as they cheered in unison. On the high platform, Bale was equally exhilarated. The Viper Prince was thoroughly suppressed and seemed on the brink of defeat. Barristan shook his head, cautioning that it was still too early to declare victory. Prince Dorne's steps remained steady, preserving the potential for a counterattack, and William must not grow complacent. With a glint of cunning in his eye, Loras mused that if Sir William continued his relentless assault, his stamina would inevitably wane. Would that not afford the prince an opportunity to triumph? Barristan shook his head again, asserting that while William appeared to be attacking fiercely, he was maintaining precise control over his strength. Even if the prince managed to exploit an opening for a counterstrike, it would merely result in losing the initiative. Their strengths were closely matched, and the outcome remained uncertain. The lords on the platform nodded in agreement, their gazes fixed on the imposing figure of William in the arena, their expressions a tapestry of complexity and unspoken thoughts. Gazing upon the cold visage of the Red Viper, which bore a subtle smirk, William felt a profound unease. He believed that after his enhancements, his strength, agility, and endurance had reached the pinnacle of human capability. Yet, the Red Viper evidently surpassed him in speed, leading him to ponder whether he had not truly attained the limits of humanity, or if the Red Viper had, indeed, gained some extraordinary advantage. Am I not the protagonist? I thought possessing enhancements would allow me to act with impunity, yet everywhere I look, I see others with advantages. How disheartening. At the moment William utilized his restorative abilities to regain stamina, his offensive momentum faltered, and the Red Viper's counterattack arrived as expected. The spear shot forth with the swiftness of lightning, akin to a lethal strike from a serpent. Instead of evading, William boldly stepped forward. Crack! The spear struck his armored chest and shattered. Ha ha, my lord. This specially reinforced armor was crafted just for you. How does it feel? William remarked, observing the red viper clutching the broken spear shaft as he brandished his long sword with a sense of triumph, suggesting that surrender was still an option. Surrender? Not a chance. The red viper scoffed. I've taken down foes with shells tougher than yours. Let us see whose might prevails, your fists or my armor. William charged forth, executing a sweeping strike with his sword, while the red viper deftly turned and fled. The audience erupted in raucous cheers. Coward, do not flee. Slay him. Slay him. As they neared the barrier, a spear suddenly shot from the crowd, aimed at the red viper's head. The red viper leaped into the air, catching the spear mid-flight, and with a swift turn, thrust it towards William's visor. The timing was impeccable. Caught off guard, William, though confident in his specially designed breastplate, dared not absorb the red viper's assault with his face. Yielding slightly, the red viper seized the advantage, utilizing the spear's length to unleash a relentless barrage upon William's visor. For the first time, William experienced the prowess of a top-tier combatant from Westeros. Every reaction he attempted seemed anticipated by the red viper. He found himself unable to evade or strike back, retreating repeatedly until he was cornered near the center of the arena. The majority of the audience supported William, and as the tide turned perilously against him, a palpable tension enveloped the arena, plunging it into silence. Lord Inflatable Fish observed the unfolding drama with conflicting emotions, uncertain whether to laugh or cry. On the other hand, Lisa was quite animated, exclaiming, "Wow, it seems victory is imminent for our prince." Varys, with a gentle smile, countered, "Not necessarily. While William is indeed under pressure, the prince may not possess the same reservoir of endurance. I suspect." Before he could finish, the situation in the arena shifted unexpectedly. In an instant, the red viper was hurled backward, the broken spear soaring into the air, its gleaming tip resembling a shooting star streaking across the sky. The red viper, though startled, remained composed. After a few rolls upon landing to absorb the tremendous impact, it effortlessly rose to its feet, the half-barrel of the gun instinctively aimed forward. In a swift motion, the half-length spear, tipped with a sharp point, was thrust into the ground beside William's foot, eliciting thunderous cheers from the crowd outside the arena. As the fury of justice subsided, William regained his calm, feeling quite pleased that he had managed to maintain his composure even in a moment of anger. He had merely severed the spear and knocked the red viper aside without inflicting further harm. With a playful push of his mask, he grinned and asked, "Would you like to fetch another spear, my lord?" Chapter 57. The Grand Tournament of the High Court, Persuasion. A flicker of surprise crossed the red viper's eyes. Even if others were oblivious, the fearless Balistan was observing from the stands. Did he truly believe that the old knight was losing his faculties? With Sir Ballistan's vast experience, nothing could escape his notice. William shrugged nonchalantly, though he was not one to indulge in idle chatter, so there was no need for concern, even if Balistan remained silent. From this moment onward, you would be under the scrutiny of the masses, with many pondering and analyzing your every move. Can your secrets remain hidden, O Knight of Magic? The red viper smiled, acknowledging the lengths you would go to in order to defeat me. The long summer has drawn to a close, and winter is approaching. Have you not sensed the shifting tides, my lord? Soon, monumental events of global significance will unfold. Magic, after all, is but a trivial detail. William felt a twinge of pride. Aside from himself, no one would foresee the imminent return of dragons and the impending transformation of Westeros. Why would I dare to make such a request of you? It is simply because I have witnessed the dawn of change. The red viper nodded, seemingly in agreement with William's assertion. Indeed, changes are afoot. However, you made a valid point earlier. Some individuals are in accord, and some matters lead to the same end. In truth, there was no necessity for you to seek my promise. I have a premonition that ultimately, we shall stand united. You speak the truth. Yet what I desire is merely your assurance. The red viper's gaze turned cold and perilous. My assurance? What significance does it hold if it jeopardizes Dorne's interests? You are overthinking it, my lord. I am well aware that, as you stated, our interests align. William's expression was earnest. However, opportunities invariably accompany risks. Prince Dowling is pragmatic and cautious. While this approach minimizes risk, it can also lead to missed opportunities. If you feel that some opportunities would indeed be regrettable to overlook, then perhaps this promise is a choice worth considering. The red viper gazed skyward, her expression a blend of amusement and skepticism, shaking her head repeatedly. It was unclear whether she was mocking William's naivety or denying any intention to contravene Dowlong's wishes. After a moment's contemplation of the heavens, she turned her gaze back to William, her demeanor returning to tranquility. Can you truly accomplish what you just claimed? I believe that justice may arrive tardily, but it shall never be absent. William replied emphatically, for he feared nothing more than making empty promises. After a brief moment of silence, the Scarlet Viper revealed a smile. All right, you win. He carelessly tossed aside the half of the gun barrel in his hand and turned to walk out of the arena. Once the Scarlet Viper had taken a few steps away, William, brimming with excitement, raised his long sword and roared loudly, his triumphant cheers resonating into the heavens, causing the clouds above the arena to sway. Having defeated the Scarlet Viper, he felt a newfound sense of assurance that, in this world rife with malice, he had at least acquired the ability to protect himself. His heart swelled with hope. He was determined to grow stronger step by step, to safeguard his family, his friends, and all those he held dear. Moreover, persuading the Scarlet Viper was a significant achievement. He was not merely a mindless follower of Dowlong's words. Most of the time, Dowling was indeed correct, which gave the impression that the Scarlet Viper was obedient to his elder brother. However, from the original narrative, he was not so inflexible. Establishing a tacit understanding with him equated to holding an additional card, one that could be played at the opportune moment, promising effects that would not disappoint. The cheers for the magical night surged in waves, and as the adults on the platform rose to applaud before departing, small groups engaged in hushed conversations. Lingering in their delight, Bale and Gars were naturally beaming, while Bollistan appeared somewhat contemplative yet visibly pleased. Even Lannister wore a broad smile, seemingly satisfied with the day's competition. Except for the inflatable fish lord, who maintained a stern expression. Alkin, Mattis, and Lannister walked closely together, and noticing the absence of others nearby, Alkin chuckled. It seems Lord Mace is not particularly happy. Mattis, seemingly dismissive, remarked that a victory for the magical night was far preferable to one for the Scarlet Viper. Lannister surveyed the jubilant crowd still reveling in celebration, reluctant to disperse, and remarked nonchalantly, as long as the subjects of Riverbend are content. Yesterday, Galen was the star of the banquet. Today, it was William's turn. During the luncheon, Lannister took the lead, and soon, Landau, Mattis, and others descended from the platform to toast with William. Even the inflatable fish lord approached with a stiff smile to share a drink with him. The Scarlet Viper, however, maintained his carefree demeanor, seated on the platform with a proud smile, casting a scrutinizing gaze at the crowd below. Yet, everyone assumed he was merely upset about losing the match, and no one found it strange. Strength is paramount. As long as you are powerful enough, others must yield. William thought to himself with satisfaction, continually reminding himself to remain humble during such moments. Observing the inflatable fish lord and Lannister whispering to one another, William couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. If they couldn't manage to harm him in a group melee, they certainly had no chance in a one-on-one joust. After the luncheon, Marguerite and William visited the injured Helrenberg coach, and the scholar examining his wounds expressed astonishment at his rapid recovery. As they left the room and entered the garden, Marguerite's smile vanished upon noticing the absence of others. Very well, Sir William, please excuse my departure. During today's tournament, as I employed magic, William suddenly leaned in and whispered in her ear. Prince Oberyn is already aware, and Sir Bollistan should be able to discern the issue. There are even others who may sense something amiss. Marjorie glanced at him in surprise, but her expression soon softened. Your title as a magic knight is well known. The suspicions of a few more individuals will not worsen the situation. The prince inquired why I am unafraid of others discovering this secret. William paused, noticing the inquisitive gaze of little Rose upon him. I replied that momentous events are about to unfold across the Seven Kingdoms, and no one will concern themselves with such trivial matters as magic. Marjorie's eyes shifted slightly. Then I must distance myself from you. My family will need me all the more. You do not understand, Marjorie. William grasped her hand. Things will become entirely different from what you envision. There will be no adherence to convention, no amiable unity. It will be bloodier and more brutal. Are you suggesting war? Marjorie's eyes widened, and then she let out a laugh. Impossible. William gazed at her with a smile. But what if it were to happen? Chapter 58. The Highgarden Tournament. Legend. Marjorie sensed the unwavering determination in William's gaze, filled with profound confidence. She felt perplexed, uncertain of the source of his assurance. Was it some form of prophetic magic? After a moment's contemplation, William resolved not to deceive little Rose regarding the matter of magic. This was a prediction. Lord Renly's actions were an exceedingly clear signal. After all, he sought to ignite a fire, though he might lack the capacity to control its spread. Observing Marjorie withdrawing her hand to stifle a laugh, William quickly added, "Vilas agrees with this notion as well." Marjorie shook her head, seemingly resigned. "Yet this diverges too far from what you've described." William couldn't help but scratch his head, acknowledging that indeed. Even with the scheming duo of the octopus spider and the little finger working in the shadows, the outbreak of the War of the Five Kings remains largely contingent on chance. If managed properly, everything could remain confined to the palace intrigues. Thus, from this vantage point, aside from prophecy, it is truly impossible to assert that a widespread war across Westeros will erupt in 2 years' time. Seeing William's awkwardness, Marjorie's gaze softened. "William, everyone has their own responsibilities and obligations. I am genuinely pleased to have met you. If I were not the daughter of the Highgarden Duke, perhaps I would indeed journey with you, even to the farthest reaches of the horizon." William grasped her hand tightly, gazing at her with fervor. "What if we made a wager? If what I say truly comes to pass, you will accompany me, and we shall venture to the other side of the narrow sea." Marjorie gazed at him for an extended moment, her eyes reflecting profound melancholy and solitude, before she smiled brightly. The following morning, outside Highgarden, a throng gathered again beside the arena, the air filled with the sounds of joyous revelry and excitement. The knights, clad in resplendent armor and mounted upon majestic steeds, paraded past the grandstands, accompanied by attendants bearing banners, while eager spectators flanked either side. Upon the emergence of the golden bat banner of House Hightower, the arena erupted with a cacophony of applause akin to a tsunami. After all, William had nearly conquered the southern region of the Riverlands over the past 2 years, with his exploits in 10 Mile Town garnering him considerable fame even in the Central Territories. Though handsome as Loras and striking as Renly, they paled in comparison to him. In the stands, it was uncertain whether it was intentional or not, but the inflatable fish lord, sitting nearby, seemed unfazed by the admiration expressed by the Red Viper, who marveled at the spectacle, leaving onlookers to mistakenly assume this magical knight hailed from the Riverlands. However, the inflatable fish lord paid him no heed, merely digging in his ears as if he had not heard a word. Spotting Loras among the parade, William yearned for an encounter with him in the tournament, eager to impart a lesson in the wrath of justice. The tournament boasted a plethora of knights, with a staggering prize of 40,000 silver stags and an opportunity to showcase their prowess before numerous great lords, drawing many to compete. Consequently, the Crown had arranged for 2 preliminary rounds to facilitate an initial selection. Multiple venues hosted simultaneous matches during the preliminaries. As a seeded contestant, William was exempt from participating in these preliminary bouts and instead opted to observe the competitions of others. The coach of Harrenhal felt fully recovered and initially intended to compete, but was ultimately dissuaded by the bachelor. Rosso performed consistently and easily secured a place in the main event. However, Euron advanced past the first prelim only to falter in the second, resulting in his elimination. William's first opponent was a formidable mercenary knight from the west, named Philip Ford, whose robust stature and singular, piercing eye exuded a fierce intensity. His equipment was commendable, and his steed appeared vigorous. If this armor had not been bestowed by his family, but rather earned through the tournament, it would indeed be remarkable. The course of the match confirmed that Sir Philip was indeed a skilled warrior. It took William 4 rounds to unseat him through a sudden change in tactics. During a break in the competition, William approached the mercenary knight, hoping to recruit him to House Hightower. Yet, unlike Rosso, who had claimed to be a mercenary when he went to Harrenhal, the one-eyed knight was forthright in expressing that if he were to become a sworn knight, there would be no need to wander far from home. For years, he had sought the opportunity to become a landed knight. While a sworn knight might be likened to an employee, a landed knight resembled a shareholder, a sudden transformation from a stranger to a board member. Even a chairman must consider the opinions of fellow board members and long-serving employees before such a decision, rendering William unable to take the lead. Though he held great admiration for this skilled knight, he had no choice but to regretfully abandon the pursuit. William's second opponent was Sir Forthamore Killian, the master of Highgarden. The two had enjoyed each other's company at various banquets, fostering a cordial relationship. However, when it came to combat, they were merciless. It appeared that the master had thoroughly studied William's techniques, making his assaults quite targeted. After a grueling 4 rounds, William emerged victorious. A delightful surprise awaited him while watching Rosso's match, as he discovered that Rosso's adversary was none other than Loras. Loras exhibited commendable martial prowess, undoubtedly above average, and he was only defeated after 2 rounds of fierce engagement with Rosso. Even after his fall, Loras bore no ill will. He rose with a beaming smile, waving at the audience, and took the time to engage in polite conversation with Rosso. His handsome visage, coupled with his charming demeanor, made him undeniably appealing. Unfortunately, Rosso soon faced the Knight of Flowers, and during the third round's charge, he was unseated with a single strike. This left William in awe. While Rosso's prowess may not have placed him in the upper echelon, he certainly ranked among the elite in the second tier. The Knight of Flowers seemed to dispatch his opponents with relative ease, truly embodying the essence of confidence. Upon witnessing that his third opponent was the indomitable Bolton, William suddenly understood the conversation between Lord Tully and Loras from the previous day. Observing the Knight of Flowers' effortless advancement, he compared it to his own path, which included formidable foes such as the Master of Highgarden and the Captain of the Kingsguard. It seemed inevitable that his final adversary would indeed be the Knight of Flowers. With this realization, William couldn't help but chuckle. While the underhanded tactics during the team competition had been blatant, this exploitation of home-ground advantage was hardly despicable. The duel between the magical knight and the fearless Bolton was a clash of old and new legends, naturally drawing widespread attention. The match did not disappoint. Featuring 10 thrilling rounds of combat that left spectators in rapturous awe, their cheers resounding continuously. In the final round, Bolton, fatigued, succumbed to an opening that William seized, leading to Bolton's fall from his steed. As splinters from the shattered lance danced in the air and the horse had yet to come to a complete halt, William leapt down, nimbly vaulting over the barrier and rushing towards Bolton, who was half-seated. With genuine concern, he inquired, "Are you unhurt, my lord?" As he extended his hand to support Bolton's arm, assisting him to his feet, Bolton replied with a hearty laugh, "Fear not, I am not yet so old." He moved his limbs with ease, clearly unscathed. Relieved, William recognized that to triumph against a master like Bolton, he could only exert his utmost effort. The outcome of such a fierce strike was beyond his control. Amidst the thunderous applause and admiring gazes, the two walked side by side from the arena, making way for the subsequent matches. "I sense your unwavering belief in victory. Well done, William," Bolton remarked, patting William on the shoulder. "However, for a knight, the spirit of chivalry holds greater significance than mere victory." "I understand, my lord. Knights may achieve victory, mercenaries may claim triumph. Yet it is the spirit of chivalry that truly defines a knight, distinguishing him from a mere killer." Bolton gazed at William with a sense of comfort, his profound eyes brimming with anticipation. Chapter 59. The Magical Knight and the Floral Knight. As the sun dipped in the west, its golden rays lazily cascaded over the arena. The Magical Knight and the Floral Knight positioned their steeds at either end of the track, poised for the climactic finale of the tournament, the jousting duel. The audience channeled all their fervor into this final battle, fervently cheering for these two youthful heroes. While awaiting the sound to commence, William reflected upon his recent journey to the High Court. Most of his aspirations had been fulfilled. He had forged an understanding with Velis, placed a wager on victory with Little Rose, secured a promise from Prince Dorn, and although his triumph over the Red Viper and the fearless Bolton was not without flaws, he felt a sense of satisfaction. He could not help but gaze upward, where sunlight streamed through the gaps in his visor, enveloping him in a perfectly comforting warmth. The signal sounded, and the horses surged forward. Clash, clash. The two steeds crossed paths, the initial round of probing revealing no clear victor. The spectators erupted in cheers, yet those with discerning eyes recognized the underlying issues. In the stands, Velis clapped twice, noticing Garland's peculiar expression, and inquired, "What troubles you, Garland?" Strangely, William appeared less than motivated. Could it be that he was deliberately holding back, as Garland suspected? This was not the William he knew. Velis pondered briefly before smiling slightly. William had just emerged victorious from a grueling battle against Sir Bolton, and given the intensity of the previous two matches, a momentary lapse in focus was to be expected. He believed William would soon regain his composure. As William wrestled to control his steed, he was drenched in cold sweat. Yet, he felt a sense of relief. Had it not been for the initial round of probing and the Floral Knight's own restraint, that last encounter might have cost him dearly. William steadied his mind, swiftly entering a state of concentration as the horn sounded once more. Clash, clash. In this second sprint, the two still remained evenly matched. Garland furrowed his brow again, noticing Velis' odd gaze directed at him, prompting him to explain. This time, Lorla's was rather reckless. If William had been fully engaged, he might have faced defeat this round. Velis glanced at the Floral Knight preparing for the next charge. Realizing that the first clash had led to a misjudgment, he desired to win, and to do so resoundingly. Meanwhile, in the arena, William silently lamented the missed opportunity. He had perceived an opening, but had mistaken it for a deliberate feint by the Floral Knight, regretting his hesitation too late. Moreover, he recognized a more pressing concern. Although he felt revitalized, his steed was beginning to falter from the relentless intensity of the battles. Clearly, if the stalemate continued, the prolonged engagement would increasingly disadvantage him. The jousting contest on horseback diverges significantly from foot combat, as it relies more on skill. William's advantages in speed and strength are rendered nearly irrelevant in this context. Had it been a foot battle, he would have been confident in overwhelming the Flower Knight with the righteous fury at his disposal. However, in the realm of jousting, the Flower Knight excels in both horsemanship and the precision of his lance, overshadowing William. The power of the steed allows any weakness in the Flower Knight's strength to be disregarded, with a well-timed strike to the right spot. He could easily unseat William from his mount, propelled by the momentum of his horse. After the third charge, Galen nodded with a smile, observing that both combatants had regained their composure. The Flower Knight possessed the upper hand, yet William compensated for the disparity with his extraordinary reflexes, showcasing both their distinctive characteristics in vivid detail. Redirecting his mount, he accepted a new lance from a nearby attendant and calmed his somewhat restless steed, murmuring softly to himself, "Patience, we shall rest soon." As the horn sounded for the fourth time, Galen noticed William adjusting his lance, an instinct telling him something was amiss. However, there was no time for contemplation as they commenced their charge. At the moment their steeds were about to intersect, both knights thrust their lances toward one another. The Flower Knight remained as steady as ever, his timing and angle flawless, rendering his assault an insurmountable challenge for his opponent, who could only adopt a defensive stance. With a resounding clash, the Flower Knight's lance shattered upon striking the small round shield in William's left hand, producing a sharp sound. Yet, he felt no impact from William's lance against his shield, and a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Had the magical knight made a mistake? Was his stamina truly faltering? However, before he could revel in this fleeting joy, a tremendous force surged against his chest, and with a sharp thud, he found himself airborne, spinning through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. A brief, piercing horn sounded, heralding the conclusion of the tournament and the crowning of the final champion. As cheers for the magical knight echoed once more throughout the great hall. With no time to bask in victory, William discarded his lance, leaping from his horse and sprinting towards the Flower Knight. He had just risked invoking the righteous fury, should he injure the brother of Little Rose. It would be a grave matter to explain to Velis and Galen. Upon the platform, Lord Inflatable Fish and Loras were taken aback, while Loras felt quite embarrassed. Having just asserted that the two were evenly matched, he had observed that William's steed was clearly fatigued, and it seemed inevitable that the Flower Knight would claim victory. Yet, in the next heartbeat, William decisively ended the confrontation. The Red Viper smirked, his expression proud, yet revealing an unmistakable admiration in his eyes. "What say you, Sir Bollistan?" he inquired. Bollistan chuckled. This was perhaps a forced yet understandable maneuver. "I have heard that in earlier times, jousting lances were devoid of handguards." Loras, intrigued, turned to Bollistan and asked, "Sir, what exactly transpired? How did the magical knight succeed so suddenly?" Bollistan surveyed the adults on the high platform, observing that aside from Lando, who maintained his stoic demeanor, the others appeared somewhat bewildered. He then spoke. In essence, William gripped the lance just in front of the handguard, effectively shortening it. This alteration changed both the angle and timing of the attack. Loras likely failed to perceive this, thus providing an opportunity. Most of those present had undergone knightly training and were seasoned experts. Upon hearing this, they almost unanimously displayed expressions of enlightenment, secretly impressed by William's prowess. Land, though aware of the situation, still found it remarkable, pondering how the magic knight seemed to possess the aid of sorcery. Red Viper gazed at Land in surprise. Bollistan also glanced at Land with a sharp gaze, prompting Land to chuckle awkwardly and make a jest. The other adults joined in the laughter in an agreeable manner. William kindly helped the Flower Knight to his feet. Though the knight appeared somewhat dazed from the blow, he maintained his composure, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, William, I am fine." Seeing that he seemed to have sustained no serious injury, William felt a wave of relief wash over him. At that moment, the audience began to stir, calling out for the Queen of Love and Beauty, Miss Marguerite, among other things. The most fervent were the minstrels and singers. As the Battle of 10 Mile Town and the Tale of the Magic Knight and Miss Marguerite provided them with abundant material for their compositions, one could easily imagine that this tournament would inspire a multitude of stories and ballads. William did not keep them waiting. After assisting the Flower Knight to the side, he quickly rode his horse to the main viewing stand, where amidst the sincere and feigned congratulations of the adults, he took hold of the garland adorned with various blossoms. He then approached Marguerite, and the two exchanged a knowing smile. Chapter 60. The warm sunlight of Harrenhal filtered through the stained glass, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the circular floor at the heart of the sanctuary. Surrounding the floor were 7 altars, each adorned with flickering candles, while above them stood lifelike statues of the 7 deities, seemingly observing the joys and sorrows of the mortal realm. On the radiant floor, William knelt on one knee before Ballaston, enveloped in the resplendent light, surrounded by lords, ladies, and maidens who had gathered to witness the occasion. Knighting ceremonies are commonplace, yet the protagonists of this particular event were extraordinary. The fearless Ballaston, renowned throughout the 7 kingdoms, was a living legend. Meanwhile, William had demonstrated astonishing prowess during the tournament. Regardless of one's opinion of him, no one could deny that as one legend faded with age, another was imminently rising. From the House of Riverpeace, Ballaston gently placed the long sword upon William's right shoulder, proclaiming, "In the name of the warrior, I require you to be brave." The sword transitioned from William's right shoulder to his left, as Ballaston continued, "In the name of the Father above, I require you to be just." Reciting the oath solemnly, Ballaston moved the sword back and forth across William's shoulders, concluding with, "In the name of the stranger, I require you to be humble." As William rose to his feet, the assembled crowd erupted into applause, witnessing a ceremony that would likely be etched into the annals of history. A sense of pride enveloped those present. The gazes cast upon William varied widely. The majority reflected admiration and respect, while the ladies unabashedly displayed their affection, even adoration. The adult Fish and Blue Rain exchanged a glance filled with complexity, words failing to capture their sentiments. Following the luncheon, the moment of parting arrived. The Red Viper departed first, accompanied by his lover and daughter, followed by 100 Dornish cavalrymen brandishing the banner of the Golden Sun, their bronze armor gleaming brilliantly in the light. Next came Blue Rain, with the Knights of Flowers still serving by his side. Due to William's influence, both Rosso and Robin had become acquainted with Sir Ballaston, planning to travel together to King's Landing. Smith Tobb was also among them, having scheduled an appointment with the Highgarden steward to forge a new set of Valyrian steel armor. Several noble families expressed interest, though gathering sufficient materials proved challenging at the moment. William was amidst the Hightower entourage, intending to return to Oldtown to attend to some matters before making his way back to Harlaw. On the walls of Highgarden, the Tyrell siblings watched the departing throng. Amidst a sea of gray and white tower banners, one banner with a black bat on a golden field stood out conspicuously. Garland glanced at Marjorie, a hint of melancholy evident in his brow. "Nothing will go amiss, Garland." Marjorie smiled faintly, though a subtle confusion flickered in her eyes. Rationality told her that the possibility William had mentioned was exceedingly slim, yet his demeanor exuded an unusual confidence, dismissing the notion of prophetic magic. In the distance, the waters of the Mander River shimmered, enveloped in mist that mirrored her own feelings. Their next encounter with Maroya took place once more on the balcony where they had last met, and she occupied her previous seat. Her tentacled, large eyes crawled across the table, pausing intermittently to fixate on William. "You are to return to Harlaw tomorrow?" she inquired. "Indeed," William replied, taking a measured sip of wine, realizing there was not much to attend to and that he would indeed return, as this was his second homeland. "Very well, I am prepared as well. We shall depart together tomorrow." William paused, cautiously asking, "Miss Maroya, do you mean to say you will accompany me to Harlaw?" Maroya cast him a fleeting glance, alone. "You may find it impossible to resolve the curse of Harlaw." The eyes on the table writhed like waves, seemingly mocking William. He slowly raised his glass, pondering deeply. He had always assumed Maroya would bestow upon him a weapon to confront the curse of Harlaw on his own, never anticipating her personal involvement. "Miss Maroya, could you elaborate on the origins of the curse of Harlaw? Is it connected to the children of the forest?" "You are astute." William, Maroya smiled. The Blackheart Harlan constructed not merely a castle, but also carried with it the faith of the Ironborn. Yet Harlaw lies perilously close to the Isle of Faces, and the children of the forest could naturally endure no more. Indeed, William mused, yet soon the malevolent Helen was consumed by dragon flames, and the Ironfolk were expelled from the Riverlands. Why then do the children of the forest continue to curse Hellenberg? The answer would reveal itself in due course. A peculiar gleam flickered in Maroya's eyes. Instinctively, William sensed ulterior motives at play. After all, it is the true puppeteer who would bestow magical armaments upon him while remaining in a secure location, observing him as he ventured into peril. Why does she seek Hellenberg? Is it to reclaim her dominion? Cast aside this bewildering notion, William remained composed. How could the curse be lifted? "The curse cannot be undone," Maroya replied with a chilling smile. "It can only be resolved by the one who cast it." William pondered. Could it be that she simply wished to slay her adversary with her own hands? His wariness eased slightly. Miss Maroya, you are surely aware that I can sense the ebb and flow of magic. Yet, I have never perceived any magical forces beyond the runic disc in Hellenberg. What is the nature of this curse? Maroya delicately sipped from a goblet filled with a liquid akin to blood when the children of the forest wield their magic. If you were present, you would undoubtedly feel the overwhelming power. The curse of Hellenberg is an intangible force, merely disrupting the threads of fate, thus eluding your perception in the tangible realm. Observing Maroya's readiness to respond to his inquiries, William hastened to pose a long-held question. What effects does the curse of Hellenberg truly have? I have analyzed the history of Hellenberg for the past 3 centuries, and it appears that the fates of its lords have varied greatly. The curse influences the hearts of men. When those connected make decisions, they invariably opt for choices detrimental to Hellenberg, Maroya elucidated. William contemplated this response and inquired, for instance, if the Lord of Hellenberg fell ill, could immediate treatment from a scholar cure him? Yet, a moment's hesitation might lead to a dire outcome after 2 days of delay. Maroya nodded in affirmation. Then, a more grave thought struck him. In the event of a standoff between 2 armies, would Hellenberg's soldiers, faced with the choice to hold their ground or flee, instinctively choose to retreat? Maroya again nodded. William's expression grew grave. In the forthcoming conflict, his strategy was to adopt a stance of proactive defense, ideally preventing the flames of war from ravaging the Riverlands. The minimum objective was to ensure that the forces of the West did not breach the region surrounding the Divine Eye Lake, as these lands were traditionally held by Hellenberg. If managed adeptly, these territories could revert to the control of the River family post-war. Yet, achieving this goal would necessitate engaging in open battle. According to the original narrative, the army of the West consisted of no less than 40,000 highly professional, well-trained, and well-equipped troops, making the prospect of combat with such a force an inevitability fraught with bloodshed and hardship. Hellenberg's military was already at a disadvantage in terms of martial prowess, and compounded by a curse that sapped morale, the battle seemed insurmountable. The curse of Hellenberg must be resolved before the onset of war. William's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, yet his expression brightened. The presence of Miss Maroya at Harrenberg would be a tremendous honor for the Hien family. Maroya smiled, her eyes seemingly attuned to her host's mood, twirling joyfully. Chapter 61. Enchanted equipment. A month later, William returned to the High Court. The court remained the same enchanting castle, resembling a dream amidst the clouds. However, while it had once marked the end of his journey, this time it was merely a stop along the way. Duchess Aillery awaited at the castle gates with Velis and Marguerite. Aillery, regal and dignified, her flowing silver hair reminiscent of the luminous moonlight. After dismounting, William respectfully bowed to Aillery before approaching Velis, sharing a knowing smile. As he grasped Marguerite's hand, he gently caressed her palm, causing the little rose to blush ever so slightly, swiftly pinching him to remind him that roses have thorns. As a lady in palace attire descended from the carriage, Aillery felt a sense of familiarity, yet she could not place which family the girl belonged to. Sir William, may I inquire as to the identity of this young lady? William initially displayed a look of surprise, which soon morphed into an odd expression. Noting that William seemed disinclined to introduce her, Aillery furrowed her brow. As an elder, should she really introduce herself to a younger person? Such a notion seemed quite improper. The young woman approached gracefully, clad in a flowing purple gown that trailed behind her. Her hair elegantly styled atop her head, exuding an air of opulence. With a subtle smile gracing her lips, she spoke softly. Aillery, it has been a while. Staring at the striking red-haired woman, who bore a resemblance to Marguerite, Aillery abruptly raised her hand to cover her mouth, stifling an exclamation. After a prolonged moment, she lowered her hand to her chest, her voice trembling. Sister? Is that you, Maroya? At this revelation, even the astute Velis and Marguerite could not suppress their wide-eyed astonishment. Exchanging glances of disbelief, Maroya stepped forward to embrace Aillery, gazing at her for a moment before stating, Indeed, it is I, my dear sister. Initially stiff, Aillery soon relaxed and reciprocated the embrace, gently patting Maroya's back twice. The sisters held one another for a while, exchanging silent glances, with tears glimmering in Aillery's eyes. Close in age and sharing a deep bond, they had been separated for years after Maroya's descent into madness in her adolescence, leading Aillery to marry into the High Court in her sister's stead. Their meetings had become scarce, making this embrace all the more precious. Maroya's expression remained serene, her tone softening as she said, Aillery, allow me to meet my beloved nephew. She had only seen Velis and Marguerite as children, while the Tyrell siblings had only encountered their eccentric aunt in her deranged state. rendering this moment akin to a first meeting. As she observed Marjorie, there was an unmistakable intensity in her gaze, followed by a discreet yet meaningful glance exchanged with William, as if she had discerned Marjorie's little secret. After their formalities, the group made their way toward the castle. Aellery and Maroya led the way, animatedly conversing, while Maroya responded sporadically, mostly nodding or shaking her head. Yet this did not diminish Aellery's enthusiasm for dialogue. Walking behind them, Marjorie could not help but marvel at Aellery, who seemed to have shed 20 years. Today, she resembled a girl. William and Velaz could not contain their laughter. During their journey, they exchanged a few more words and learned that Galen and Leone had ventured to New Barrel City, thus absent from the High Garden. When at last William found an opportunity to be alone with Marjorie, he laid several ornaments upon the table before them. Among these was a sizable circular necklace, adorned with thin triangular extensions, each embellished with rows of circular patterns, resembling a cluster of grapes when held. Marjorie glanced at it briefly before placing it back on the table. Its design was quite antiquated, yet the material was remarkable, so light. This was crafted from Valyrian steel. Gazing at the necklace's archaic form, William recalled the Shadowbinder whose face he had never seen, whose enormous necklace was also fashioned from Valyrian steel. Perhaps he could ask Maroya to create something else. With the passage of time, the repugnant sensation had greatly diminished. It dawned on Marjorie that recently Uncle Gars had gathered all the Valyrian steel from Highgarden, claiming he intended to forge a set of armor for Loras. Indeed, it was a considerable quantity. This cannot be used for armor, Marjorie. It is meant for you. William picked up a brooch intricately carved with a griffin and began to toy with it. The Valyrian steel used for crafting these ornaments was distinct, capable of storing magical energy, unlike that employed for weapons, making it even rarer. Try to sense the magic within this necklace, much like you would establish a mental link with me. However, during their mental link, it was always William who took the initiative. Marjorie found it effortless. This time, she needed to harness her own strength, and after some effort, she finally felt the magic resonating within the necklace, a small spark of surprise illuminating her features. I can feel it. Indeed, your magic is present. With this necklace, can I wield magic myself? William nodded with a smile. I have infused this necklace with magic. If used cautiously, its power should suffice for you to cast healing spells approximately 10 times. But you must exercise caution. Do not let others discover it. A gentle smile played at the corners of Marjorie's lips. During your duel, when countless eyes were upon you, you still wielded magic. I fear neither open nor covert attacks. William replied with a confident smile, then turned his gaze tenderly toward Marjorie. However, I do not wish for you to suffer the slightest harm. When I am not by your side, you must ensure your own safety. Marjorie lowered her gaze to the ornaments on the table, and after a moment, she reached for a ring. These two are filled with magic? These were intended for my use. William placed the brooch before Marguerite. And these ornaments were crafted from special materials, capable of storing your healing spells. Though Marguerite's healing abilities were commendable, William lamented that his magic lacked the capacity for storage. Most perplexing was the absorption spell. He attempted to store this magic within the brooch, but when he initiated an attack, the spell only absorbed damage directed at the brooch, leaving him both amused and exasperated. Perhaps storing the other 3 spells would prove useful when his magic was depleted. Yet how could he allow himself to reach such a state? Their hands brushed lightly, their spirits melding into one. William provided the magical energy while Marguerite cast the spells. And soon the 4 ornaments were imbued with healing magic. He affixed the griffin brooch beside the bat emblem, donned a ring on each hand, and finally secured the crab-shaped belt around his waist, feeling a swell of pride as he declared, "At last, I possess magical equipment." It was reasonable to anticipate that the forthcoming journey to lift the curse of Harrenhal would be fraught with peril. Possessing these 4 spells would provide an added layer of assurance. Observing his restless demeanor, Marguerite could not help but smile. These spells could heal others, holding profound significance. William gazed at Marguerite with a gentle smile, and more importantly, with them, I shall feel your presence beside me. Marguerite caressed the grand necklace, her eyes shimmering, a smile gracing her lips in silence. William and Maroya did not possess sufficient stature. Even Lord Pufferfish and Old Rose had yet to meet them, and they were absent from the luncheon. Following a modest yet warm midday meal, the family of Hightower and Tyler retreated to the garden to reminisce. William was then invited by the High Court's instructor, Fortimac Lion, to the training grounds, where he sparred with the knights of the High Court, granting many knights who had never witnessed the prowess of a magical knight a chance to experience it firsthand. The atmosphere in the training arena was vibrant, filled with laughter and excitement. The following morning, amidst the reluctant gazes of Aellery and Marguerite, William and the 5 knights of Hightower mounted their steeds, while Maroya and her devoted maid, Dora, traveled in a carriage. They rode towards the rising sun along Rose Avenue, heading eastward. Chapter 62. Business at Maroya's behest. They advanced at a rapid pace, bypassing villages and camping in the wilderness, so that in merely 10 days, William's party reached King's Landing from the High Court. Camping outdoors presented numerous inconveniences. Surprisingly, Maroya, though exuding a regal demeanor, showed no desire for comfort. Her maid, Dora, previously a rough servant, was exceptionally resilient. The two ladies expressed no grievances regarding the arduous journey, earning William and the other knights deep respect and admiration. Traversing the royal forest along Rose Avenue and crossing the Blackwater River at the port, William's party entered King's Landing through the River Gate, colloquially known as the Mud Gate. At that moment, the infamous 3 brothels of King's Landing were absent from the river, yet merchant ships sailed the waters in abundance. And the area around the city gate bustled with activity, a scene of vibrant prosperity. No one could have foreseen that merely 2 years later, this place would become the battleground for a decisive conflict over the Iron Throne, a battle that would ultimately bring to light the remarkable talents of the imp. As soon as she disembarked from the ship, Maroya furrowed her brow, the pungent scent of fish carried by the wind causing her considerable discomfort. Upon entering King's Landing, she was met with an indescribable odor in the air, her expression darkening further, teetering on the brink of eruption. Dora shrank into the corner of the carriage, scarcely daring to breathe, wishing fervently for invisibility. It was only upon reaching the affluent district near the old city gate that the foul stench began to dissipate somewhat. The group arrived at an inn named the Gilded Rose. William approached the carriage and tapped on the window. "Miss Maroya, we shall rest here for the night." Maroya alighted from the carriage, her face impassive. Noticing the inn's grand entrance and graceful arched windows, she nodded and proceeded inside. William followed closely behind. Entering the lofty foyer where a subtle floral fragrance, exquisite carvings, and an ancient zither in the corner evoked a sense of tranquility. Observing Maroya's figure seemingly lighten, Dora beamed and gave William a thumbs up. William smiled, reflecting on the inn's well-deserved reputation. After settling in, William ventured alone to Steel Street, where the thoroughfare bustled as usual. A cacophony of noise and crowding that seemed perpetually unending. Arriving at the forge of Master Tob, the young maid at the entrance, upon catching sight of the large bat brooch on William's chest, hurriedly darted inside, without waiting for his greeting. Moments later, Tob's voice boomed, instructing the maid to fetch wine. And he soon appeared, beaming, and warmly ushered William inside. After exchanging a few pleasantries and sampling some wine from the arbor aisles, Tob led William to a secret little storeroom. Within, a variety of Valyrian steel items lay stacked, some intact, others damaged, all in various forms. These were acquisitions made by the two before their journey to Highgarden, capitalizing on the low prices of Valyrian steel at the time. Now, at least in King's Landing, similar items had appreciated in value, doubling in price, with demand far exceeding supply. Even a direct sale of these items would yield substantial profits for both. William meticulously examined each Valyrian steel piece, actually attuning his mental faculties to sense the magical fluctuations within. Tob stood guard at the door, maintaining a tranquil silence. This unspoken understanding between the two allowed William to discern the differences in Valyrian steel while Tob handled its forging, both respecting one another's secrets. Furthermore, due to the rarity of William's skills, Tob graciously offered him a larger share of the profits. Ultimately, William selected 4 sets of items suitable for reforging. Though they were few in number, only sufficient for crafting daggers. The 4 Valyrian steel daggers could fetch no less than 300 gold dragons, while the cost of the materials surely would not exceed 30 gold dragons, even at the inflated prices. Such exorbitant profits naturally left both men exceedingly satisfied and optimistic about the prospects of this venture. Tob proposed with a cheerful demeanor, "My lord, considering the remaining materials are quite substantial, how about we craft you a suit of armor, akin to the one gifted to Sir Gawain?" William felt a stirring of desire, but quickly stifled it. Hadn't the Highgarden indicated a desire to forge armor? When would the materials arrive? It was agreed they would be delivered next month, and recently, both Windwhistle Castle and Kayrock had sent envoys, indicating their sincere intentions. There is no need for haste. Let us await the arrival of all the materials. I shall assess them then. Perhaps we can even assemble a longsword. The vision was too alluring, and William couldn't help but indulge in daydreams. Tob nodded eagerly, his expression one of reverie. In truth, William harbored another thought. The remaining Valyrian steel here would suffice only for a breastplate. Moreover, The various shapes of Valyrian steel items sent by different houses would undoubtedly incur reasonable wastage during the process of casting into armor plates. In due time, there should be ample materials to forge a complete ensemble of Valyrian armor, including a breastplate, shoulder guards, arm guards, and leg armor. Only with such a suit could William truly charge into battle without a care, reveling in the thrill of combat. As he departed from Steel Street, a notion flickered in William's mind. All Valyrian steel artifacts in Westeros had originated from the east. Perhaps in Essos, such materials were more plentiful and affordable. Was it not worth exploring the opportunity to procure some? Since Moroya harbored a strong distaste for King's Landing, they had only stayed a single night. The following day, they had no time to visit Baelish and hastily left the foul-smelling capital of the Seven Kingdoms. Once beyond the walls of King's Landing, a collective sigh of relief seemed to wash over the group. The sun felt warm and the breeze gentle. The outskirts of the capital were dotted with leisurely grazing cattle and sheep, while trees and the ground bore apples and strawberries, and farmhouses overflowed with various crops. The roads bustled with an array of carts and carriages, a testament to the prosperity of the Reach. The weather in the subsequent days was not particularly favorable. Yet Moroya remained unfazed, and thus the party pressed on undeterred along the King's Road, seeking shelter from the rain. They spent a night at the Tower of the Sow, where they met the seasoned knight, Sir Roger Hogg. Sir Roger, robust in stature, bore a coat of arms emblazoned with a striped wild boar, reminiscent of the Hightower family's emblem featuring 3 white hedgehogs. While the magical knights were not as renowned in the Reach as in the Riverlands, this old knight had heard of Baelish's elevation of a youthful hero who had bested him in a tournament and ultimately claimed victory. When William humbly rejected the title of hero, the old knight's expression was most delightful, and his hospitality grew even warmer. They spent the night sharing stories about Baelish, reveling in the tales of yore. The following day, the party crossed the boundary between Wangling and Hudgian, marked by a meandering stream. They arrived at a wooden fortress perched upon a hill, the ancestral stronghold of the Wood family. Due to the summons from Count Walter, the Wood brothers had already taken most of the soldiers and archers from the castle to Harrenburg, leaving behind a nervous steward to attend to William. The title of heir to Harrenburg may hold little weight elsewhere, but within these familiar territories, it bore significant influence. From this point onward, William and his company began their journey along the shores of the ethereal Lake Shinyan, where the water shimmered with undulating waves in the breeze, sparkling under the sun's warm embrace. As the imposing silhouette of Harrenburg gradually materialized before them, William instinctively heightened his vigilance. Previously, while merely passing through with the runic disc, he had encountered a massive bear that charged at him. Now, with the main event arriving in person, he would not be surprised if several bears appeared. William felt no fear. Chapter 63 began not with the anticipated ambush he had been wary of, but rather with a troop of cavalry from the Hien family. Out on a training exercise, the perpetually stern-faced Sir Veery would recognize him, and soon this 100-strong cavalry joined the escort. William and Veery rode side by side at the forefront, while the cavalry formed a long line, encircling Moroya's carriage for protection, at least nominally. This cavalry now fell under William's command. As he glanced back at the formation, witnessing the impressive display of military might and fluttering banners, a surge of pride welled within him. Veery had been involved in the previous minor conflict with the Fry family, and although he maintained a stoic demeanor during their conversation, William could discern a hint of regret in his tone for the missed opportunity to engage in battle. This amused William, yet also pleased him. He had no intention of fostering a charitable spirit in Westeros, and preferred to have a cadre of bellicose warriors. The cavalry of Harrenburg had expanded to 1,500 strong, a figure approaching the historical zenith of the Hien family. Veery had been promoted to one of the newly appointed cavalry captains. While expansion was undoubtedly a positive development, Veery subtly lamented the reduced frequency of field training. Field exercises, of course, incurred higher costs. Compared to training within the confines of the castle, they demanded more provisions and resources, and the risk of losing horses to unforeseen circumstances was ever present. However, one of the cavalry's greatest advantages lay in their capacity for rapid, wide-ranging maneuvers. Such losses were an inherent cost of maintaining a cavalry. Is it truly the case that just 1,500 cavalry strains Harrenburg's finances? William mused. For his correspondence with Count Walter suggested that Harrenburg's situation was quite favorable, with the mechanical weaving of fabrics being both affordable and in high demand. In truth, to prevent any discerning eyes from calculating Harrenburg's actual profits from the textile industry, and upon William's suggestion, the sales across the continent of Westeros had been strictly regulated, with most products being funneled through Saltfield Town to Essos. The Harwick family of Saltfield Town had long been vassals of Harrenhal, but were absorbed under the dominion of the Fry family following the War of the Usurper. However, Baron Harwick looked down upon the upstart, Lord Fry, and longed to return under the banner of House Rowan. He was exceedingly cooperative with the requests of Count Walter, and trade with Essos proceeded remarkably well. Thus, William felt that, given Harrenhal's current financial standing, maintaining a standing army of 2,000 cavalry and 4,000 infantry should pose no significant challenge. Yet, such topics were hardly suitable for in-depth discussions with a knight like Viri, who was solely fond of combat. Their conversation soon shifted to a subject that captivated the knight's enthusiasm: tournaments. Upon the return of Rosso and Robin, they spoke of the grandeur of the Highgarden tournament, eliciting envy from all present. As dusk fell, the party arrived at Harrenhal, the evening glow painting half the sky in hues of red, while the milk-white clouds took on a rosy tint. From a distance, Harrenhal appeared colossal, but approaching it brought an overwhelming sense of oppression. The towering walls rose abruptly from the lakeside, steep and sheer like a cliff. Crossbows lined the battlements, ominously aimed downward, rendering any direct assault on the walls a futile endeavor. However, the maintenance of the walls seemed somewhat lacking, as many gray stones were cracked and faded, with tender green weeds sprouting from the crevices. One of the cavalrymen sounded a horn, and amidst the deep, resonant call, William observed figures moving atop the wall. Soon, accompanied by the creaking of hinges, the eastern gate of Harrenhal slowly rose. William, leading the way, entered. The walls were thick, and the passage was dimly lit. Amidst the shadows, he discerned several concealed openings that seemed to harbor weapons, a hidden menace. After passing through a dozen such deadly apertures, a sudden brightness greeted him. A tower bathed in the glow of twilight stood before him. Finally home, William mused, a thrill of excitement coursing through him, for his story would commence from this very place. After passing a well, Viri returned with the cavalry to the barracks in the eastern tower, while William continued forward with the cart. Along the way, he noticed the ruins of a chapel surrounded by scaffolding, where at least 100 workers were diligently laboring. Furthermore, it appeared that many areas were undergoing repairs. The group halted before the main tower's entrance, where William spotted his mother, Lady Sheila, and sister, Manisa, already waiting. He quickly dismounted and approached the cart, opening the door. Maroya descended with William's assistance, leading Dora along with her. Whether intentional or not, Maroya's attire today mirrored that of the portrait of Count Daniel. Even having heard about Maroya from William, Sheila was momentarily taken aback, though she swiftly regained her composure. By the time Maroya stood before her, there was scarcely a hint of peculiarity. After William made the introductions, Sheila, with an impeccable smile, welcomed Miss Maroya to Harrenhal, urging her to feel at home, just as if she were in the towering spire. "Thank you, Lady Sheila. I shall consider it as if I were at home," Maroya replied with a smile. The group ascended the steps of the main castle, with the three ladies walking ahead, engaged in lively conversation, their vibrant red hair resembling 3 blazing flames. Unbeknownst to him, William became acutely aware of the ambiguous gaze Maroya cast upon Minisha. Compared to his last visit, the hall of Harrenhal appeared utterly transformed. The walls and floors had evidently been refurbished, adorned with more opulent decorations and furnishings. Maroya seemed quite satisfied, engaging in conversation with Sheila about the nuances of room arrangement. However, William could not help but shake his head repeatedly. Throughout his observations on this journey, he had begun to comprehend why military funds were somewhat strained. This will not do. Even if repairs are necessary, the city walls must take precedence, he mused. He understood that at present, no one anticipated war would arrive so swiftly, and the nobles were caught in a cycle of rivalry, inevitably spending money to enhance their FA aids. Yet, repairing the city walls could also serve as a matter of prestige. Perhaps he could persuade Count Walter to prioritize that endeavor. As Count Walter and several significant vassals were out hunting, the banquet was modest in scale, yet the atmosphere was delightful. 3 red-haired ladies exchanged laughter and whispered sweetly. Sir Raymond Greyrill, the captain of the guards, conversed with Sir Linman Mullen, who had accompanied Maroya, discussing matters pertinent to knighthood. William deliberately seated himself beside Morris to discuss the affairs of the hydraulic workshop. Morris had been residing in Harrenhal for the past 2 years, returning to the Oldtown only once. "We are short-handed, my lord," Morris said with a shrug. "The mechanical failure rate is exceedingly high. Currently, the textile and forge workshops have over 1,000 machines, and I, along with a few apprentices, are overwhelmed. Increasing the number of machines would not yield significant benefits. Your efforts are greatly appreciated, Doctor." William raised his glass in a toast to Morris. After setting down his cup, he casually remarked. Why not recruit some apprentices locally in Herlenberg? They need not learn as extensively as in the academic city. They could simply follow you to learn the art of machine repair. This way, you would have more time for research. Have you not remained in Herlenberg to observe the performance of various machines in practical production and to study improvements? This is against regulations. Morris shook his head, his expression laden with significance. As you are also an assistant scholar, you understand the stringent management of apprentices in the academic city. My long-term presence in Herlenberg with a few apprentices has, in fact, been under considerable pressure. If I were to engage in further indiscretions, the consequences could be uncertain. Observing the doctor's complex expression, William sincerely replied, I understand. Thank you very much, Doctor. Chapter 064. Unfathomable. After the banquet concluded, William stepped onto the balcony of the main tower of Herlenberg. At that moment, the moon had just risen, and a bright, solitary star hung high in the deep blue night sky, resembling a dazzling diamond embedded within. He gazed at that star, contemplating how to further augment the productivity of Herlenberg. From the information disclosed by Morris, it appeared that the academic city was intentionally or unintentionally restricting Herlenberg's industrial expansion. Perhaps the scholars merely desired an experimental base rather than a formidable force capable of upending the existing order. However, in a world where literacy was alarmingly low, finding competent technical talent outside the academic city was nearly impossible. Even if one aspired to sever ties with the academic city, achieving independence in the short term seemed implausible. One cannot help but ponder the intentions of the academy. Why do they seek to prevent the dissemination of technology? William found himself reflecting on this question once more. At that moment, the male witch Glop approached, momentarily alleviating his confusion with a welcoming smile. The moonlight illuminated Glop's pallid skin, rendering it even more frigid. He had been invited by William, as certain topics were deemed unsuitable for discussion at the banquet. After exchanging pleasantries regarding their respective affairs since their last meeting, the witch suddenly lowered his voice. My lord, there has been little progress in the study of the runic disc. The knowledge it encompasses is exceedingly profound, and I must confess my limitations in this regard. Not to worry, Glop. Let us set the runic disc aside for now. I have alternative means to address this matter. William patted the witch's arm. I now have another question. The rigidity of the witch's visage seemed to soften. Please, command me. What are your thoughts on the hydraulic workshop in Herrenberg? Truly astonishing, my lord, Glop replied, his admiration sincere. Although I am primarily responsible for the steam engines, I have had the opportunity to observe Dr. Morris and his apprentices maintaining the machinery. To my eyes, those machines exhibit no trace of magic. Yet they accomplish feats that could only be deemed magical. Indeed, they are nothing short of miraculous. Reflecting on the self-operating illumination rune in the hidden chamber, William sighed deeply. Yet magic can function autonomously, while machinery requires human maintenance. The witch, perceptive and astute, quickly grasped William's concerns. The academy is reluctant to send more individuals, is it? Then why not recruit independently? From what I understand, Dr. Morris's apprentices are all of common origin, most possessing only modest talents. Without the payment of exorbitant tuition fees, they are bound by a servitude contract. William was also troubled by the academy's monopoly on knowledge. If they signed contracts, they would remain beholden to the academy's dictates. If they refrained from signing, Dr. Morris would impart no knowledge whatsoever. Even if the doctor were willing to teach in secret, there existed the peril of discovery by the academy, which could lead to his own recall. A complete withdrawal of Dr. Morris and his apprentices would be nothing short of catastrophic. With this thought, William felt an even greater urgency to establish a technological team unique to Herrenberg. The two fell into contemplation when suddenly, the witch broke into an enigmatic smile. Perhaps there is someone you ought to meet. Indeed, William was about to inquire further when he noticed Sheila approaching with a grave expression. They agreed to continue their discussion the following day, and the witch took his leave. Sheila had just returned from arranging accommodations for Maroya. On one hand, it was a gesture of warm hospitality, considering William had spent 6 years in another's home. It was only fitting that she reciprocate. On the other hand, it was an opportunity to observe more closely. As Sheila approached, William glanced around and lowered his voice. Mother, are you certain? I do not know, my child, Sheila replied, shaking her head. One hand rested on the railing as her gaze drifted towards the night sky, a mix of wonder and trepidation in her eyes. But she does bear an uncanny resemblance, not only in appearance, but also in the demeanor of the fabled Lady Danail. William pondered earnestly, convinced that the peculiar transformation of Maroya began when the male witches discovered the secret chamber and brought the notebook and rune disc to the Oldtown. He vividly recalled the moment she first beheld the notebook, distinctly sensing that in that fleeting instant, Meroria was not in control of her own body. The two engaged in a meticulous discussion regarding Meroria's actions and demeanor, with William asserting that numerous signs indicated the current Meroria was indeed Danail. However, Sheila remained unwilling to accept such an implausible notion. Women's intuition, William remarked resignedly. Regardless, she must be intent on resolving the curse of Harrenhal. Had she not informed me, we might never have been aware of its existence. She could have comfortably remained in the old town, yet she traveled a great distance, enduring considerable hardship along the way. Would Miss Meroria truly go to such lengths? The journey from the old town to Harrenhal is roughly equivalent to that from King's Landing to Winterfell. Even a leisurely pace makes it arduous, especially given their haste. Sheila sighed, sensing no malice from her, yet if his suspicions were correct, why would Miss Meroria feign being Lady Danail? What was her true intention? Tomorrow, let us take her around Harrenhal and observe her reactions. If she appears unfamiliar with Harrenhal, your suspicions may indeed hold weight. If she seems well acquainted, William shrugged, leaving the thought unspoken. That may be all we can do. After a moment's reflection, William voiced another concern. It would be prudent to prevent my sister from engaging with Miss Meroria alone. Sheila looked surprised, questioning if there was any danger. Perhaps I am being overly cautious. The nature of magic is too enigmatic, and I feel it wise to exercise caution. William wished to spare his mother unnecessary worry. Sheila nodded, contemplating for a moment before inquiring, must we rush into this? Could we not wait and prepare further? If possible. William, too, desired to be thoroughly prepared before confronting the curse. Clad in Valyrian steel armor, wielding a Valyrian steel sword, equipped with all conceivable magical artifacts, while being flanked by male witches and perhaps even supported by Little Rose. Yet, with war looming, and considering the performance of House Fish in the original narrative, he could not dismiss the grim possibility of Harrenhal facing Tywin's 25,000 troops alone. Under such circumstances, the exceedingly troublesome curse must be addressed first. His fear of prolonged uncertainty lingered. Matters of such mysterious and unpredictable nature ought to be resolved as swiftly as possible. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, there would still be time to devise a response. Once the curse was dealt with, he could focus on enhancing Harrenhal's strength. Regardless of how future events might unfold, strengthening their own power was paramount. I fear our time is running short, Mother, William expressed ambiguously. Chapter 065. Budding at the break of dawn the following day, William bid farewell to Meroria at the steps of the main tower. She would be accompanied by Sheila and Minnie Shaw to explore Harrenhal, while William set off to the west tower to converse with the sorcerer, continuing the dialogue left unspoken the previous day. Observing the billowing black smoke from the steam engines and listening to the cacophony of the machinery, William felt no remorse for the environmental degradation. Walking briskly into the west tower, the guards immediately recognized him, and he instructed them to keep the commotion to a minimum as he ascended to the top floor, where the sorcerer and his apprentice resided, ostensibly to maintain the steam engines, yet in truth, to conceal the secret chamber. As he walked, William felt a tinge of disappointment. Aside from the repaired windows and walls, the West Tower had undergone little change compared to several months prior. He understood, however, that given the productivity levels of ice and fire, the transformations in Harrenhal were indeed remarkable. Walter and others, unaware of the impending war, were justified in their complacency. He silently set a modest goal for himself, to double production capacity before the outbreak of conflict. Moken Rhoda, the sorcerer's apprentice, sat at the corridor entrance on the top floor. Engrossed in a hefty tome, he too bore pale skin and blue lips, though his face retained a semblance of flesh, unlike his master, who appeared as if draped in human skin over skeletal form. Upon seeing William ascend, Moken hastily set aside his book, greeted him respectfully, and hurried to inform the sorcerer. Once the two were seated within the chamber, they prepared to take their leave. Not so fast, Moken, the sorcerer called. I have a few inquiries for you. William was aware that aside from assisting in the study of the runes within the secret chamber, the sorcerer and his apprentice had considerable responsibilities in Harrenhal. They not only maintained the steam engines, but also often acted as translators due to the Valyrian language, assisted in managing the workers from Essos, and engaged with merchants from that region. Curiosity piqued. He wondered if the forthcoming discussion with the sorcerer pertained to machinery, and whether Moken had any insights to offer. The sorcerer discerned William's intrigue. Moken frequently assisted in the textile workshop, thus becoming well acquainted with Dr. Morris's apprentices. One of them, named Lavender, might be of assistance regarding the concerns you harbor, my lord. Moken's eyes darted as he settled beside the sorcerer, proceeding to share information about Lavender. Lavender, the son of a farmer from the royal territory, had been an apprentice for many years. However, his aptitude for learning was somewhat lackluster. After 4 years, he had only managed to attain a white steel chain link, symbolizing metallurgy. When Dr. Morris intended to take a group of apprentices to Harrenhal to establish a hydraulic workshop, most apprentices were reluctant to leave the academic city. Lavender, having heard that a mere year or two of service would readily grant him a black iron chain link, emblematic of mechanics, accompanied a handful of eager but academically challenged peers to Harrenhal. Upon his arrival, he discovered his innate talent for mechanics and swiftly became one of Dr. Morris's most significant assistants, alleviating much of the repair workload. Recently, he also acquired a chain link of fine iron. However, unlike other apprentices who, upon obtaining their links, constantly yearned to return to the academy, this exceptional apprentice exhibited a reluctance to depart from the city of learning. At this juncture, Moken hesitated before articulating his thoughts. He felt that even if he returned to the academy, attaining additional links and advancing to the rank of assistant scholar or even scholar would prove exceedingly challenging. The sorcerer turned to William, a hint of a smile gracing his lips, and inquired, "My lord, what is your opinion? Is he the person you require?" Noticing the glimmer of anticipation in Moken's gaze and recalling that he appeared quite knowledgeable about Lavanda, it became clear that their camaraderie was substantial. Thus, he replied with a cheerful demeanor, "I find myself quite intrigued by this Lavanda, Moken. Please extend my invitation for him to join us. I wish to converse with him face to face." "At your command, my lord." Though Moken endeavored to contain his excitement, his enthusiasm was unmistakable. Barely had he departed the room when the sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. Both William and the sorcerer chuckled, the latter reflecting on the scarcity of individuals in Westeros willing to befriend a sorcerer. "Fear not, Glop. Does this not herald a promising beginning?" While they awaited Lavanda's arrival, William and the sorcerer engaged in a discussion about steam engines. The sorcerer commenced by explaining the operation and maintenance of the steam engine, subsequently producing some blueprints that detailed improvements for the current machine. After scrutinizing them, William resolved to manufacture the second steam engine according to this new design. Following this, the sorcerer unveiled another blueprint, astonishingly a modified steam engine powered by runes, which elicited an exclamation of admiration from William. The sorcerer lamented the current era of waning magic, noting that without arcane energy, such a design remained but a castle in the air, unattainable. Yet William smiled silently, confident that by next year, with the stars shedding tears and dragon eggs hatching, mysterious forces would awaken, making this design feasible. Once their discourse on steam engines concluded and they began to discuss magic, Moken entered, accompanied by a tall, slender young man. His gray robe bore faint stains, his short hair sat atop his head like a cap, and his eyebrows were thick and prominent. "Good morning, Sir William," Master Glop, Lavanda greeted them, his demeanor earnest yet not lacking in warmth. William's initial impression of him was favorable. He rose to welcome him, extending an enthusiastic invitation to take a seat. "By the way, I arrived at the academy a year before you. You could consider me your senior, Lavanda." This was likely Lavanda's first encounter with such a term, yet he grasped that William was extending a friendly gesture, leaving him a bit taken aback. "Indeed, my lord." Noticing his slight nervousness, William sought a lighter topic. "I hear you are from the King's Landing?" "Indeed, my family resides near the King's Landing at Sow's Corner, quite close to Harrenhal." "What a remarkable coincidence. Just a few days ago, I passed through there and encountered Sir Roger Hogg, who graciously extended his hospitality." Sir Roger is indeed a commendable individual. This is not mere flattery. The lands under his stewardship are fertile and abundant, and with a relatively low tax rate, the income is sufficient, thus allowing the inhabitants to lead more comfortable lives. Having learned about his family circumstances, William could not help but inquire, "Given your seemingly prosperous background, why do you wish to apprentice in the Learning City?" "Apprentices cannot marry or bear children, nor can they leave at will. It resembles the life of a night watchman. Generally, only those from particularly disadvantaged backgrounds would send their children to apprenticeship. I do not wish to be like my father, a farmer for his entire life." Lavender's response took William by surprise. He had not expected this seemingly earnest individual to harbor ambitions of transcending his current situation. William expressed genuine admiration, affirming that everyone ought to have dreams. However, when the subject of the Learning City arose, Lavender grew somewhat reticent. Thus, William shifted the conversation towards hydraulic workshops and machinery. Lavender, who had appeared somewhat reserved, began to open up, effortlessly engaging in dialogue and passionately discussing technical matters. After an enlightening exchange, William was convinced that Lavender was precisely the talent he desperately needed, an adept in mechanics who had no desire to return to the Learning City. The most fortuitous aspect was that, in the eyes of the Learning City, Lavender was merely an inconsequential underachiever, making his recruitment unlikely to attract attention. Cautiously, William inquired, I have heard that you wish to remain in Harrenhal. Why do you not wish to return to the Learning City? Lavender's gaze flickered momentarily, and upon catching a slight nod from Moken, he clenched his hands tightly, his voice trembling slightly. Indeed, my lord. I spent 4 years in the Learning City and am acutely aware that with my talents, remaining there would likely confine me to a life of servitude and menial tasks. However, here in Harrenhal, amidst these machines, I can feel the intrinsic value of my existence and the significance of my life. Excellent, Lavender, William exclaimed with a radiant smile. The House of Riverford welcomes you to join us. Chapter 66, Confidential Discussion. Clang. Clang. In the forge of Harrenhal, a stooped blacksmith swung his hammer rhythmically, striking the iron block before him. His once dark hair had turned completely white, resembling a head cloaked in frost, and the skin on his hands was rough like the bark of an ancient tree, marked with numerous fissures. William watched with keen interest this legendary blacksmith, who, in the latter stages of the War of the Five Kings, had survived when only 3 members of the Riverford family remained, one of them being the infamous Black Thumb Ben. I have heard that he once worked for Daniel. Even as a novice apprentice back then, he must now be over 70. At his age, to possess such strength and to have survived such a formidable curse surely conceals some secrets. The male witch apprentice, Moken, stood beside William, nervously observing the iron block as it took shape upon the anvil. Amidst a wisp of blue smoke, the old blacksmith placed the quenched part upon the anvil, nodded faintly to William and his companions, and then fell into silence. Lavanda stepped forward to examine the component, a look of delight gracing his features. My lord, there are no issues. William approached as well, inquiring, Master Ben, is this material easy to forge? The blacksmith responded with a robust voice, not particularly difficult. Any smith here can manage it. William turned to the male witch apprentice, remarking, Well done, Moken. I have decided to reward you with a gold dragon. Moken could not help but break into a grin, revealing his amusement. Suddenly, faint sounds of horns, both short and long, drifted from the distant city walls. William recognized them as heralds of an approaching contingent and, after a moment's contemplation, deduced that Walter must be returning. Upon reaching the city gate, he found Sheila and Minnie Shaw awaiting him, accompanied by numerous servants. He approached them and quietly inquired, Where's Miss Maroya? Sheila's smile faltered momentarily before blossoming again. She is in the sacred wood. We shall discuss this later. Your father is on his way. Accompanied by the rhythmic sound of hooves, the spirited Walter rode forth on a magnificent steed, appearing before the gathered crowd, followed by a procession of troops. As he dismounted, he enveloped William in a hearty embrace, his face slightly flushed. You are now a knight, William. The nobles and knights returning from the hunt had just washed off the dust of their travels when it was time for the banquet. On the dais, besides Walter and his wife, stood the remaining 3 vassals of Harrenhal. Baron Ellenward perpetually wore a smile, in stark contrast to his brother, Sir Viry. Baron Simon Deddings was quite loquacious, adorned with numerous striking accessories that exuded a sense of wealth, and Baron Oliphagry, a robust figure, seemed to possess commendable combat prowess. In its heyday, the Heen family boasted over a dozen vassals, leaving the current situation somewhat poignant. Fortunately, Harrenhal's own strength remained formidable, with dozens of knights directly under its command, and combined with the knights serving the 3 barons, the hall was bustling with activity, every seat occupied. Prior to the commencement of the feast, many were unacquainted with Maroya, yet her beauty captivated all, prompting hushed inquiries among the guests, leading to collective astonishment. The Hyder family was renowned for their stunning daughters, so it was no surprise that the second miss was strikingly beautiful and possessed an air of nobility. However, she was the sister of the Duchess of the High Court, and at approximately 40 years of age, she appeared to be merely in her 20s, eliciting envy from the ladies present and stirring the imaginations of the gentlemen. Upon learning that she had accompanied William to Harrenhal, the gentlemen's gazes towards him began to take on a deeper significance. As the banquet commenced, William became the center of attention, not only as the target for toasts, but also as the focus of conversation. The most discussed topic during the feast was the recently concluded High Court tournament, where he triumphed over the Red Viper and Balistan to claim victory, subsequently being knighted by Balistan, all of which were legendary accomplishments. As the revelry reached its peak, Baron Dins raised his goblet and proclaimed a toast to the greatest knight of the 7 kingdoms. The gentlemen present responded with raucous enthusiasm, lifting their cups in hearty libation. After the banquet, Walter and William retreated to the study of the main tower. A servant approached to pour wine for the two, but as soon as he departed from their sight, Walter's jovial demeanor vanished. Sir Robin spoke to me about the tournament at Highgarden. What is the matter? To his astonishment, Walter had summoned him solely to inquire about this. William shrugged. Perhaps it is due to my intentions towards Lady Marjorie, which have displeased both Lord Mace and Lord Renly. Can they conspire against you? Walter's hand, resting on the table, clenched into a fist, his expression darkening. Even if Highgarden wishes to avoid an alliance with Harrenhal, they could simply refuse. And what of Renly? Does Storm's End covet an alliance with Highgarden? I fear it is not so simple. Father, William decided to reveal some information. Leaning closer to Walter and speaking softly. They harbor grander ambitions. They wish to see Marjorie become queen. What? Walter gasped, drawing in a sharp breath, recognizing the gravity of the matter. Who informed you of this? No one told me directly. However, Marjorie's brother, Velaris, and Garland, with whom I share a close bond, have hinted at it. William's face betrayed a tinge of melancholy. Marjorie and I share a profound connection. Had it not been for this momentous affair that could impact House Tyrell, she would not have turned me away. Walter sighed and patted William's shoulder. They lapsed into silence for a moment, before Walter suddenly declared, Lord Tywin would not permit such a thing. The Iron Throne owes the Lannisters an unfathomable sum of gold dragons. Should they lose the Queen's position, the debt must be repaid, and that obligation is reciprocal. Indeed, one cannot underestimate Lord Tywin, William concurred. Yet, Lord Renly is impetuous, and Lord Mace is anxious regarding his heirs. With these two involved, I believe they may be inclined to take reckless risks. William intensified his tone. They are capable of plotting against me at the tournament, the heir of Harrenhal. What else would they shy away from? Walter shook his head vigorously. Lord Tywin would never acquiesce to that. Once more, William leaned in closer. Thus, I foresee potential turmoil in King's Landing, possibly escalating into war. War? Walter gazed into the candlelight, lost in thought, his eyes betraying a haunting sorrow. The war from over a decade ago had cost him 2 sons, his only brother, and 2/3 of his lands. Therefore, I believe the foremost priority is to strengthen our military, particularly our cavalry, even if war does not arise. Demonstrating our might by marching south to King's Landing at a critical moment would serve as a formidable bargaining chip, and at the very least, we must reclaim some territories, such as salt pans. It is evident that in the future, Harrenhal will increasingly rely on trade with Essos, and the significance of salt pans will only grow. Currently, Baron Quincy Cox of Salt Pans has dedicated most of his life to serving Harrenhal, developing deep ties with House Hightower, but his 2 sons do not share such sentiments. Walter retracted his sentimentality, his gaze sharpening with intensity. Chapter 067. Preparation. Walter was not a timid man. Otherwise, he would not have hosted that far-reaching tournament in Harrenhal years ago. Upon hearing William's analysis, he felt a tinge of surprise, but did not succumb to fear. What you propose is not entirely implausible. Perhaps Wind Whisper Castle would hesitate to challenge Caen City alone, but with the backing of Highgarden, the scenario changes. Walter's eyes gleamed with determination. In any case, bolstering our military strength is prudent. I will halt all projects except for the restoration of the sanctum and prioritize the fortification of our defenses. I will also expedite the rearming of our infantry. However, he shifted his tone. As for the cavalry, the current scale is likely the maximum that Harrenhal can sustain. Is it a lack of funds? William's confident smile resurfaced. Do not worry. I have discovered a method to double the output of our textile workshop. Oh, a flicker of excitement crossed Walter's face, though it quickly faded into a somber expression. Funding is not the primary issue. The territory of the Heian family is simply too small. Presently, Harrenhal boasts 1,500 readily deployable cavalry, with over 200 being free riders akin to mercenaries, while the remainder consists of vassals fulfilling their feudal obligations. Harrenhal enjoys a steady influx of cash, allowing for the prolonged assembly of these troops without disbanding them, whereas typical nobles lack sufficient liquidity and can only maintain a modest number of standing cavalry, relying on conscription during wartime. In terms of standing cavalry, this force is quite formidable in Westeros, only slightly inferior to a few dukes. However, this also signifies that Harrenhal's war potential has reached its zenith. Nearly all suitable candidates for cavalry service from the territory have already enlisted, making additional recruitment unlikely in the short term. William felt a pang of disappointment. He had assumed that wealth would allow for limitless troop expansion, neglecting the constraints of population. After all, cavalry units are technical troops, not merely farmers plucked from the fields. He pondered another source of manpower. How many cavalry could the 3 barons provide if called to arms? Baron Datings, who presided over Long Lake Town, was relatively affluent but lacked military acumen. Baron Ward's domain was somewhat barren, yielding few cavalry. Only Baron Grey had a capable cavalry force. After some contemplation, Walter estimated that together they could muster over 300 cavalry. Typically, a baron providing 100 cavalry would meet the average standard in Westeros, but the Riverlands are densely populated, rendering 100 cavalry somewhat inadequate. Based on Harrenhal's conscription ratios, William believed the three barons should be capable of providing between 500 to 800 cavalry. However, even if Harrenhal's earl was their liege lord, he held no authority to interfere with their governance of territories and armies. The barons were only required to fulfill their feudal obligations as stipulated. Noticing William's displeasure, Walter patted his head reassuringly. "Do not fret, William. If necessary, we can hire additional mercenaries." Mercenaries? In open combat, they may falter, and in defense, they could be bribed. I find them untrustworthy. William smirked, suddenly struck by an idea. "Are you familiar with the Unsullied?" he inquired. "What exactly are they?" The Unsullied are eunuch slave warriors, utterly obedient to their masters and fearless in battle. William then recounted the harrowing training and illustrious achievements of the Unsullied. Walter listened with rapt attention, but ultimately burst into laughter. What combat prowess could a eunuch possibly possess? Surely, this is mere bluster from the slave traders. By the way, he continued, you mentioned a way to increase the productivity of the textile workshop? I've spoken with Dr. Hoare numerous times. The Academy is reluctant to dispatch additional personnel and forbids us from training our own mechanics. This is quite a predicament. Setting aside the matter of the Unsullied, William first introduced Lavanda, then chuckled as he recounted. After I recruited him, he proposed an idea. Currently, mechanical failures are frequent due to the fragility of certain components. If we were to produce them with higher quality iron, we could reduce the failure rate. Consequently, the same number of mechanics could tend to more machinery. Walter, however, was not particularly enthused. But good iron is scarce. The metallurgy in Westeros is rather mediocre. Harrenhal's foundry is already above average. To further enhance the quality is no easy task. But fortuitously, Master Glop has invented a commendable metal, William said with a mysterious smile, and it is related to magic. When I collaborated with the sorcerer on how to forge Valyrian steel, we discovered dozens of magical metals, one of which significantly benefited steam engines. Since then, neither the sorcerer nor I have paid much attention to the remaining metals. However, the sorcerer's apprentice, Moken, frequently experiments with them and has identified a material with exceptional toughness and wear resistance. Thus, when William and Lavanda discussed the issue of components, Moken had a sudden inspiration and suggested using this material for production. They then visited the blacksmith to attempt crafting a component, confirming the efficacy of the proposal. It appears my initial thoughts were rather conservative. If the output of the textile workshop could double, Harrenhal could sustain a larger army. Master Glop is a rare talent. He must be retained. William chuckled, intending to discuss the matter of magic with Walter another time. Lavanda is also an exceptional talent, and as his type of apprentice is unlikely to become a scholar, the Academy does not value him. Perhaps a solution could be found to change his status to self-funded enrollment and settle the requisite tuition, thus allowing him to join House Riverrun openly. Walter frowned slightly. With Dr. Morris present, this might be a bit inconvenient. Dr. Morris is unlikely to mind such matters. Moreover, the workshop in Ceta is crucial for us. After all, the doctor and his apprentice must still heed the Academy's commands. Before William could finish his thought, Walter's expression grew serious as he slowly nodded. If we secure Lavanda, even if the Academy recalls Dr. Morris and the other apprentices, we need not worry about the workshop's operations. Moreover, Lavanda possesses significant expertise in metallurgy and intends to transform the smelting workshop and blacksmith's forge. Consequently, the quality of weapons in Harrenhal will improve, while costs will diminish. Walter promptly resolved that such talent must not be overlooked. This matter should not be delayed, and he would immediately arrange for action. Chapter 068. Departure as dawn broke. The pale blue sky was still adorned with a few scattered remnants of stars. In front of the gates of Harrenhal, William stood astride his horse, greeted by a gentle breeze that carried the fragrance of blooming flowers. Reflecting on the tender farewells exchanged with Walter, Sheila, and Minisa before the main tower, his heart swelled with warmth. The trust bestowed by Walter, along with the concerns expressed by Sheila and Minisa, enveloped him in a profound sense of affection. At his side, the soft snorting of warhorses could be heard. A squad of fully armed knights stood silently behind William, exuding an aura of solemnity. The guards at the gate regarded them with expressions of awe and envy. William cast a complex glance at his retinue, a cadre of 10 elite cavalrymen, led by the young Sir Bernard Grey, nephew of Baron Olifa, who was both tall and formidable in combat prowess. If given the choice, William would have preferred to embark on the journey to Noble Heart with only Maroya. He understood the principle that compassion is ill-suited for command and recognized that in the forthcoming battles, countless vibrant lives would be extinguished by his orders. Yet, even the most well-equipped knights, no matter how valorous, would find themselves nearly powerless against the inscrutable forces of magic. A knight's death on the battlefield could be deemed honorable. But this expedition surely harbored many enigmatic dangers, and William was unwilling to see these young lives squandered for no discernible reason. Nevertheless, neither Walter nor the knights themselves would permit William to venture into peril alone. I long for the magic of Little Rose, he mused. Marguerite's spells would have been invaluable in such a small-scale adventure, capable of healing, reconnaissance, controlling flora, and offering both offense and defense. Alas, she was not by his side. As William contemplated how to safeguard these young souls, the sudden sound of urgent hoofbeats reached his ears, accompanied by a gray banner emblazoned with a white tower, fluttering in the wind as it approached swiftly. He recognized that Maroya was arriving, yet he found it peculiar that he did not see a carriage. Upon discerning the leading knight, he was taken aback. Maroya, donned in the attire of a female knight, galloped at the forefront. She wore no helmet, revealing a striking visage reminiscent of Marguerite, with her red hair simply gathered atop her head, devoid of any ostentatious embellishments. Clad in black leather armor and riding a majestic black steed, she shimmered in the morning light, as if cloaked in a vibrant mantle. Skillfully, she reined her horse to a halt not far from William. Observing his astonished expression, a flicker of displeasure crossed her calm features. Was it truly so surprising? Not at all. William quickly composed a smile, noting how well her armor fit. It was said that Count Danail had frequently led troops into military campaigns at Flowing City or the Iron Throne, making her equestrian abilities entirely reasonable. Then he noticed that the petite maid, Dora, who served Maroya, had also arrived on her little mare beside them, clad in a fitted hunting outfit. She exuded a certain spirited elegance. "Dora, you can ride?" William expressed his astonishment. "The lady taught me," Dora replied with pride. "I learned quite swiftly." "Oh dear. The horse is a bit unruly." Observing her flustered demeanor, William dismounted to assist her in managing the horse, then looked up at her. "Why didn't you wait for us at Harrenhal? Riding is not as effortless as riding in a carriage." "I am the lady's personal maid," Dora retorted with a roll of her eyes. "Besides, if I don't accompany you, who will look after her, surrounded by all these men?" William found her reasoning quite sound and shrugged. It was evident that her riding skills were still somewhat novice, but at least she could maintain a steady ride, and he felt no further expectations were warranted. A subtle smile graced Maroya's lips. "I initially thought we would be pressed for time and merely gave her a few pointers. But I didn't anticipate her innate talent." Dora beamed sweetly, keeping to herself that for the past half-month, she had sought the knight's instruction in riding whenever she had the chance, enduring considerable hardship in the process. To maintain discretion, she could not rush directly to the Noble Heart upon arriving at Harrenhal. Hence, Maroya chose to explore the area accompanied by Sheila and Manisa, graciously accepting the invitations of 3 barons, thoroughly enjoying the entirety of the Harrenhal region over the past few weeks. William exchanged pleasantries with Sir Linman Mullen, the captain of Maroya's guard, and then the group of 19 rode westward along the main road until they soon reached Town. The town's prosperity surpassed all expectations, with shops and taverns lining the streets in close succession. Even in the early morning, numerous pedestrians filled the thoroughfare, creating a subtly bustling atmosphere. Upon seeing the black bat emblem with a golden background of the Heian family, passers-by respectfully stepped aside, standing in deference along the roadside. Harrenhal initially housed several hundred servants, later augmented by hundreds of workers from the hydraulic workshops and thousands of soldiers from the barracks. The textile trade attracted numerous merchants from various regions, resulting in a significant population influx that invigorated this quaint town immensely. As they passed through Town, an endless expanse of verdant fields unfolded before them, with wisps of white smoke and gossamer-like mist intertwining, and the scattered farmhouses appeared like fleeting shadows across the landscape. Farmers they encountered along the road, whether guiding oxen or working diligently in the fields, also saluted the golden bat insignia. During the midday respite, even the immense Harrenhal faded from the group's view. Under William's guidance, the knights and Dora retrieved an array of peculiar little items from their specially designed military packs. By unfolding the collapsible iron frame and suspending a small iron pot, they fashioned a makeshift stove, along with various ingeniously designed cooking and dining utensils. Including a spice container that dispensed its contents with a simple twist, the group managed to prepare a steaming, sumptuous lunch in the wilderness. As night fell and the camp was set, William guided everyone in the use of the innovative tents and sleeping bags. Not only did the knights express their admiration for these new inventions, but Maroya also couldn't help but marvel at them. Dora was the most delighted. These small innovations greatly eased her worries about the inconveniences of travel, as she had feared a life of hardship in the wilderness. Accepting the imminent turmoil in Westeros, Walter naturally collaborated with William to simulate various scenarios. They ultimately concurred that, whether marching south to rally for a faction or repelling enemies beyond the God's Eye Lake, a cavalry capable of long-distance travel and sustained combat was essential. Thus, logistical support became paramount. William proposed a range of inventions to enhance the soldiers' comfort in the wild, including easily deployable tents, waterproof sleeping bags, foldable tools, dehydrated meats, and specially designed backpacks, all of which Walter approved. While Maroya indulged in feasts and merriment, William immersed himself in various workshops, creating the first batch of prototypes, which were to be trialed during their journey. On the evening of the third day after departing Harrenhal, a towering peak emerged in the distance, shrouded in mist and surrounded by lush hills. A small stream flowed from the noble heart towards the God's Eye Lake, winding gracefully like a ribbon laid upon the earth. After consulting with the two captains, they chose a clearing by the stream to pitch their camp. To the soothing sounds of water, tents were quickly erected in the clearing. Dora hurried off with 2 buckets to fetch water upstream, while 4 knights jovially made their way toward the nearby woods, presumably to gather firewood. While waiting for dinner, William strolled outside the camp with Maroya, following the stream downstream. The spot where they had encountered the massive bear was further away from the noble heart, and William scanned the surroundings, wary of the forest's inhabitants, who might offer a more fervent welcome this time. Maroya turned to gaze at the hazy, distant mountain, a hint of disdain curling her lips. The children of the forest are hardly impressive. They either control animals or manipulate people. Remembering how close he had come to falling to his demise at Harrenhal, William felt a lingering unease regarding the powers of the Green Seer. Yet, he found another of the Green Seer's abilities even more disconcerting and couldn't help but inquire. Isn't the Green Seer capable of monitoring everyone through the weirwood trees? Maroya touched a ring on her left hand, her tone imbued with pride. I have my ways of dealing with them. William sensed a magical aura emanating from the ring, realizing that Maroya had prepared thoroughly for her formidable adversaries. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the woods where the 4 knights had entered, sending birds scattering into the sky, nearly blotting out the light. The chilling cries sent a shiver down one's spine. This is bad. Without a moment's hesitation, William scooped up Maroya and dashed toward the camp. In the embrace of the princess, Maroya remained composed, her eyes widening in astonishment as she lay quietly in William's arms, her gaze fixed intently upon him. As they burst into the camp, the remaining members swiftly grasped their weapons, vigilantly surveying the direction of the woods. Setting Maroya down, William bellowed, "Stay within the camp and safeguard Miss Maroya." He then dashed into his tent, hastily donning his armor, equipping iron gauntlets, and seizing his broadsword before rushing out. Captain Bernard thundered, "Miles, Barry, follow me." The rest remain here and heed Sir Lemon's command. Aware that returning the knights was out of the question, William cast a resigned glance at the 3 knights trailing behind and quickened his pace. As William approached the woods, he spied 2 bloodied cavalrymen staggering out, one of whom exclaimed in surprise, "My lord," while the other, too injured to lift his head, remained silent. "What of the others?" William inquired. "In the woods," the cavalryman replied. Just as William plunged into the trees, the soldier shouted, "Beware of the bears." Following the sounds of combat and roars, William soon beheld the 2 cavalrymen grappling with a massive bear. Their tactics were astute, skillfully utilizing the trees for cover, and although the bear possessed overwhelming strength and speed, the knights managed to evade disaster. William recognized the colossal bear, and it seemed to recognize him as well. Abandoning the 2 knights, it lunged fiercely at William, its roar laced with deep-seated malice. Previously clad in mere leather, he had dared not withstand the bear's assault head-on. However, now clad in specially reinforced plate armor, he felt no fear. With a cold smirk, he brandished his sword and advanced. As the knights gasped in astonishment, the inevitable clash between man and beast loomed. Yet, to their surprise, the seemingly savage bear opted to evade, deftly sidestepping the lethal blade. William understood that this bear possessed intelligence beyond that of ordinary beasts and felt no shock. He struck mercilessly, delivering relentless blows with his sword. The bear roared in fury, but faced with William's formidable armament, it could not even contemplate a mutual demise, resorting instead to desperate evasions. Witnessing the bear's small, vicious eyes reveal a blend of defiance and fear, A surge of vindictive pleasure coursed through William, sweeping away the humiliation of their previous encounter. Suddenly accelerating, he circled around the bear, unleashing a swift and decisive strike. The bear, caught off guard, managed only to twist its head in despair, gazing at the sword imbued with lethal intent as it descended. As Bernard and the two knights charged into the woods, they beheld William's sword cleaving towards the massive black bear's neck, as effortlessly as slicing through butter. The sword met no resistance, and the bear's colossal head was severed, blood gushing forth from its neck like a fountain, staining the grass and trees in a crimson hue. After a considerable interval, the headless bear carcass collapsed despondently onto the ground, causing a subtle tremor beneath the feet of those present. William flicked the droplets of blood from his sword and approached the grotesque bear's head, gazing at the pair of lifeless eyes that remained open yet devoid of their former brilliance, enveloped in silence. Ultimately, William declined the knight's suggestions to preserve the bear's head as a trophy or to consume its paws. The creature evoked an unsettlingly human quality within him, making both proposals feel rather disconcerting. Upon returning to the camp, the injured cavalryman had received adequate treatment, his wounds bandaged and appearing manageable. After careful consideration, William refrained from employing his healing magic. The battle against the Green Prophet had only just commenced, and he possessed only 4 spells, which he deemed necessary for dire circumstances. The wounded cavalryman, clad only in a leather vest, had nearly lost his life from a mere swipe of the colossal bear's claws. Though William had warned everyone of the dangers prior to their expedition, it was only after this sanguinary lesson that they truly became alert. That night, the sentinels on watch remained vigilant, fully armed and poised for any threat. After dinner, William visited Maroya's tent, where Dora cleverly excused herself to close the flap. Just as he settled onto a makeshift stool, he heard Maroya remark, "Your audacity is quite remarkable." This prompted William to recall the sensation of the jade in his embrace, its warm and intoxicating aura stirring something within him, which he promptly suppressed, offering an awkward smile. "Miss Maroya, I sincerely apologize. The situation was urgent, and I feared that leaving you outside the camp would expose you to danger." His intentions had indeed been noble, lending weight to his explanation. A faint smile flickered at the corners of Maroya's lips, albeit with a chilly demeanor. "I meant the bear you killed. It was likely controlled by the Green Prophet. Slaying it may even have cost him a fragment of his consciousness, and you have probably become his most despised adversary." William shrugged. "If it weakens his power, that would be splendid. As for his hatred towards me, does it truly matter? We are left with no option but to fight for our lives." "Excellent, excellent," Maroya replied, her eyes glimmering with admiration. "Remember, those who obstruct your path should be dealt with decisively." Chapter 070. The Search at the Pinnacle of Noble Heart. Dora and several cavalrymen marveled at the enormous pale tree stumps, animatedly speculating about the grandeur they must have exhibited before being felled. Bernard, Linman, and a few knights sat upon a smaller stump, discussing the ancient legend of Areg leading the Undulls in their siege against Noble Heart. Intrigued by how such a stronghold could possibly be breached, Linman asserted it could only be accomplished through a prolonged siege, waiting for the defenders to exhaust their supplies of food and water. William and Maroya stood at the outermost edge of the peak, surveying the expanse before them. Mountains sprawled beneath their feet, distant ridges and valleys veiled in a haunting mist, while a seemingly endless stretch of greenery receded into the horizon, vanishing into the depths of the cloud-shrouded abyss, as if concealing some unfathomable terror. "Any discoveries, William?" William, equally perplexed, responded with resignation. "After all, 6 centuries have passed. It is inevitable that the landscape has altered." This morning, after leaving 2 individuals to tend to the wounded, the remaining 16 continued their journey, searching for a day in the valley near the Noble Heart, as chronicled in the texts, yet they found nothing. William sensed a potent surge of magical energy in the vicinity, but awkwardly noted that similar traces were ubiquitous, clearly indicating that the Green Prophet had deliberately concealed their presence. Ultimately, William proposed to spend the night atop the peak of the Noble Heart, allowing them to survey the terrain from a height and potentially glean some clues. "I do not blame you," Maroya replied, not meeting his gaze, yet intently observing. "We can all feel it. He is here, somewhere, is he not?" William exhaled, revealing that his motive for staying at the peak was also to encounter the spirit of the Noble Heart. "What is that?" Maroya inquired. "A gnome elder," William speculated. "They say she can foresee future events." He noted that this ability was reminiscent of the Green Dream, suggesting she might possess some vital information. Having read the original text, William recalled that the gnome elder's prophecies were quite accurate. If a Green Prophet resided in the vicinity, it was highly probable that they shared a connection. Intriguing, Maroya remarked with a cold smile. Do you know how to find her? Not exactly, but perhaps if we light a bonfire, she will come to us. William shrugged, recalling that she had always appeared unbidden in the original narrative. By midnight, the temperature atop the mountain had plummeted, rendering it akin to a frigid winter, with the wind howling ominously, causing the trees to emit unsettling rustles. Most of the group rested within their tents, while 2 sentinels clad in full armor patrolled the perimeter. Beside the bonfire encircled by the tents, William added some wood to the flames. Maroya gazed into the fire, lost in thought, the flickering light casting shadows across her face. Dora suddenly jolted awake. Has the spirit of the noble heart arrived? William could not suppress a chuckle. Maroya urged her to return to the tent, but she insisted on staying, intrigued by the spirit. She visited while you were asleep, he teased. What? Why didn't you wake me? Dora exclaimed. Disappointment and shock etched across her features. William laughed heartily. Just a jest. She has not yet come. Humph. Dora rolled her eyes, peering into the pitch-black sky, tightening her blanket around her, and complained to William. Can't you think of something? Does this spirit have any preferences? Suddenly, William's eyes brightened. It seems she enjoys music. I will try singing to see if I can lure her here. Dora nodded enthusiastically. Sir, will you sing that song, Golden Hand? I adore it. William cleared his throat and began to sing, a melancholic melody resonating from the mountaintop, so enchanting that even the wind seemed to slow, captivated by the haunting tune. Upon hearing the melodious strains of song, a few individuals emerged from the tent, standing quietly to listen. William smiled at them, apologizing for the disturbance. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a cold glimmer, and alarm bells rang in his mind as he lunged forward. In that instant, the cavalryman brandished his weapon, aiming a thrust towards Maroya. Just as the long sword was about to pierce her, William forcefully shoved the cavalryman's shoulder, propelling him away with such strength that he was sent flying. Before he could revel in his success, William felt a sharp pain in his back. After absorbing the deadly blow, he shattered and dissipated. Swiftly, he turned and collided with the cavalryman again. At that moment, he noticed the man's vacant gaze, realizing he was under the control of the Green Prophet, yet there was no time to lessen his force. He could only watch helplessly as the man spat blood and collapsed to the ground. 2 more glimmers of swords flashed past. Such direct assaults posed no threat to William, who deftly evaded the blades. Closing in, he knocked them out with a single punch each. It was only then that Dora's scream echoed in the air. Upon hearing her, others rushed out, most bare-chested and armed. Dora cried out again, covering her eyes. Meanwhile, Maroya fixed her gaze intently on the pitch-black night sky, as if perceiving something unseen. After the commotion settled, everyone donned their gear and surrounded the 4 cavalrymen. The one struck by William lay gravely injured and unconscious, while the others, having suffered no significant harm, awoke with splitting headaches, their memories of the recent events hazy. This was not to be blamed on them. It was precisely why I had initially advised against your involvement. William regarded Bernard sincerely, who looked troubled. You are all capable knights, valiant warriors. But this enemy is unlike any other, and peculiar events may yet unfold. I recommend you return to our camp from yesterday. Upon completing our business, Miss Maroya and I shall seek you out. Bernard appeared torn. Tonight's events had indeed proven their presence could become a liability for the enemy to exploit. However, Walter and Sheila had repeatedly instructed him not to allow William to act alone. Linman suddenly inquired, Sir William, what do you think is the reason this mysterious adversary has only controlled those 4 and not all of us? If he could command us to attack, would he not achieve his goals? William, reluctant to discourage him, pondered for a moment. Perhaps he can only control a limited number of individuals at once. Or maybe only those 4 are susceptible to his influence, he suggested. Linman proposed another possibility, and Bernard nodded in agreement. Indeed, sir, perhaps he aims to separate us. If it were only you and Miss Maroya, in the event of a large-scale assault, it might prove difficult for you to manage. Now uncertain, William glanced at Maroya. She surveyed the group with a piercing gaze and declared, We shall continue this discussion tomorrow. Chapter 071. Roots amidst the faint rumbling. After navigating several bends, a waterfall came into view, resembling a silver ribbon shimmering between the verdant mountains. William, who led the group, halted and turned to look back at Maroya, saying, Miss Maroya, we have reached the end of the valley. This was the valley they had scoured for an entire day yesterday, and at Maroya's behest, they had returned today. Indeed, Maroya replied coolly, the place we seek lies right here. William squinted, meticulously observing the surroundings. He could sense the fluctuations of magical energy. Illusions could not deceive him. However, Near the waterfall, there was no trace of magical presence, and yet, it seemed unremarkable. Unremarkable is, in fact, the most remarkable, Maroya stated, her icy gaze fixed on the waterfall ahead. He should not have launched his attack from behind it last night. William nodded in realization, glancing around. To reach behind the waterfall, they would need to climb the sheer cliff face, which could only be traversed on foot. Under Maroya's strict orders, Dora remained at the summit of Noble Heart, accompanied by 2 cavalrymen to tend to the 4 knights who had been controlled the previous night, as they had yet to fully recover. Additionally, 2 knights were stationed before the waterfall to guard the horses, leaving 5 knights to accompany William and Maroya, making a total of 7 as they prepared to proceed. As they readied to depart, the others donned lightweight leather armor for easier climbing, while William remained clad in his striking black plate armor. Linman could not help but interject, "Sir William, climbing in plate armor may prove cumbersome." William laughed heartily, striding confidently toward the waterfall. "No need for concern, Sir Linman." As they drew nearer, the roar of the waterfall grew increasingly thunderous, torrents cascading from the mountaintop, crashing against the rocks and sending shimmering droplets into the air, enveloping them in a mist. The terrain steepened but was not entirely vertical, maintaining a certain incline, and the rocky surface was uneven. The group leaned against the wall, cautiously searching for footholds as they inched closer to the waterfall. To Linman's astonishment, William, fully armored, adeptly ascended the cliff, even lending a hand to Maroya when necessary. Occasionally, loose stones tumbled from beneath their feet. Just as the knight named Galadunk Kekany lost his footing, Bernard swiftly caught him, preventing a fall into the cascading waters below. As William noticed a vast space behind the falling curtain of water, an acute sense of danger struck him. He quickly glanced skyward, spotting a swarm of dark figures rapidly approaching. "Danger! Above us! Quickly, take cover behind the waterfall," he shouted. Maroya pointed towards the center of the waterfall and calmly instructed, "There is a platform behind it. Jump across." Without a moment's hesitation, William scooped Maroya into his arms and leaped with all his might, feeling a rush of coolness above as they passed through the water curtain, landing on a stone platform with a splash. "Are you all right?" William assisted Maroya in rising to her feet. "I am fine," Maroya stated as she approached the edge of the platform, gazing outward with the hope that the others were also safe. The dim light behind the water suddenly grew fainter, as if a dark cloud had obscured the sky. It was the crows. Maroya discerned the source of the sound outside, the rumbling water failing to mask their piercing cries. The others had yet to arrive. William furrowed his brow. After a brief pause, the light brightened once more, and the flock of crows appeared to disperse. Yet no one leaped into their midst. Noticing William's troubled expression, Maroya remarked softly, "Do not worry too much. They may have merely fallen into the water and are not in any real danger. Fortunately, they are all clad in leather armor, which significantly increases their chances of survival." William reassured himself. Maroya scrutinized the stone wall, pointing to a protruding rock before pushing it aside. Setting aside his concern for Bernard and the others, William exerted force, moving the large stone, nearly the height of a person, and revealing a pitch-black cavern. Witnessing such remarkable strength, Maroya merely raised an eyebrow. As Maroya confidently advanced toward the cave, William hurriedly positioned himself in front of her but was halted at the cave entrance. Turning to face her with a slightly awkward expression, alas, they had no torches. Maroya cast him a cold glance, raised her left hand, and suddenly, an eye emerged from an unknown source, scuttling up her arm to nestle in her palm, its tendrils dancing with joy. In her right hand, she held a ring, placing it on the eye's tendrils, which stretched upward, clutching the ring tightly. Above the ring, a small point of light appeared, gradually swelling into a luminous orb the size of an apple, illuminating the cavern with a somewhat cold white radiance. Maroya tilted her chin upwards, and the eye leapt from her hand, swiftly scaling the cave's ceiling as if installing a ceiling light. "This illumination spell is remarkably practical," William remarked enviously, admiring the eye and the ring. "Come along, you shall have one too," she replied. With the light above guiding them, William ventured into the cave, where an eerie wind howled past, chilling him to the bone. The passage was narrow, barely allowing for a single person to pass, with the stone walls adorned with vibrant green moss, and the uneven ground causing them to stumble. The path twisted and turned, and at each fork, Maroya chose her direction without hesitation, while the eye diligently held the ring aloft, providing just the right amount of illumination. Along the way, numerous uniquely shaped stone pillars and stalagmites caught William's attention, which he silently memorized as potential landmarks. After what felt like an eternity, the tunnel suddenly widened, revealing a root-like structure protruding from the ceiling and plunging into the ground below. William approached and observed carefully, unable to suppress his astonishment. The cave's ceiling and floor were enveloped in an unfathomably thick layer of rock, and yet it had been breached, quite a perplexing phenomenon. What sort of plant could this root belong to? He tapped it with his hand, finding it remarkably solid. Fish. Moroya paused at the tree root, gazing into the depths of the cave, indicating that they were nearing their destination. The two continued onward, the passage widening, yet the roots multiplied in number and girth, making their journey increasingly cumbersome. Eventually, it felt as though they were traversing a forest of roots. At last, they encountered a root of indeterminate thickness before them. William heard Moroya's voice, tinged with excitement. "We have arrived. I see you." With a swift motion, William unsheathed his longsword, eyeing the area ahead with caution. However, Moroya strode directly to the thickest root, caressing a gnarled growth that resembled a tree tumor. Intrigued, William leaned closer, and a chill ran down his spine. The gnarled growth was unmistakably a human face. Upon closer inspection, he discerned what seemed to be limbs and a torso, as if a person had become one with the tree. Moroya placed his hand upon the forehead of the visage, his eyes glazing over with a distant look, while the orb of light above them began to flicker. Chapter 072. No other choice. After a prolonged silence, Moroya withdrew his hand and turned to William, a fleeting hint of disappointment flickering in his eyes. He was dying. "Is this the Green Prophet?" William inquired, studying the face that resembled a lifelike wooden carving. Confused by Moroya's dismay, he asked, "Aren't we here to kill him? The curse's power has already departed. Killing him now will not lift the curse," Moroya explained, tracing a ring on his left hand. "What we must eliminate is that power, not this physical shell." "Has the power truly departed?" William questioned, perplexed. Can power simply run away on its own? If the Green Prophet's power is not inherited, upon his death it will fragment into numerous parts, scattering widely. The bear, those crows, and the cavalry that attacked us last night were all influenced by his lingering consciousness and power. Even the spirit of the noble heart you mentioned may have acquired a portion of his strength. Isn't consciousness combined with energy akin to a plasma state life form? William easily accepted this notion. He soon grasped another point. No wonder the Green Prophet's previous retaliations appeared so mechanical and haphazard. It was merely instinctive reactions that remained. Yet, a new question arose. How could he still be alive while his power had diminished? Perhaps he has lingered in this half-dead state for far too long. If the Green Prophet had not timely passed on his legacy before his demise, he would have succumbed to this state of limbo, prolonging his existence while awaiting a worthy successor to inherit his powers. Moroya gazed thoughtfully at the figure now entwined with the roots of the tree. "I too once pondered why, after the death of the malevolent heron, the faith in the drowned god was entirely obliterated, and why the Green Prophet did not lift the curse. It seems he was simply unable to do so. Perhaps he cast the curse during the construction of Harrenburg, and by the time it changed hands 40 years later, he had already succumbed to this half-death, rendered powerless. Thus, he may have existed in this state for 3 centuries. Is he still caught between life and death, unable to find release?" William suddenly recalled numerous terrifying legends of existential dilemmas, causing him to shudder. "Miss Moroya, what shall we do now? Should we continue our search for the source of the curse? It seems impossible to seek it out ourselves unless we find another Green Prophet." Hearing the first part of her statement, William felt a tightening in his chest, but he was relieved when Moroya quickly continued. A name immediately sprang to his mind: the Three-Eyed Crow. The Green Prophet possesses knowledge of all things past and present. There is nothing beyond his reach. Yet he hesitated, contemplating whether to share this revelation with Moroya. This Green Prophet resides in the far north. Not only is the distance considerable, but based on current timelines, the corpses may have already begun their activities beyond the wall, which is hardly a suitable destination for travel. Moreover, the final Green Prophet might be embroiled in the ultimate confrontation with the others. Bringing this madman along could lead to unforeseen consequences. But what would become of the curse on Harrenburg if they chose not to go? As William grappled with his tumultuous thoughts, he suddenly heard Moroya speaking softly. "Do you wish to acquire the power of the Green Prophet?" That is indeed a possibility. However, William was somewhat curious. Isn't the heir of the Green Prophet exceptionally rare? This Green Prophet had not found a successor in centuries. In the original tale, the Three-Eyed Crow exerted considerable effort to obtain Bran, significantly influencing the circumstances in Westeros. Thus, it is evident that the heir to the Green Prophet should be exceedingly precious. That would be true inheritance, allowing one to fully access the powers of the predecessor. What you propose can only be considered a form of plunder, permitting the acquisition of one or several abilities. Any one of them would suffice. William exclaimed with excitement. What must I do? Maroya drew a dagger from her waist, its blade reflecting a chilling light. Just step back a bit. All right. Under the watchful gaze of her eyes, William took a few steps back along the path they had come from, and after a stretch of roots, Maroya became invisible to him. Soon, he faintly heard a mournful wail and glanced around in astonishment, yet saw nothing. It was not long before Maroya approached, her eyes illuminated by a glowing ring above her head, moving in tandem with her steps. She still held the dagger, its tip piercing a dark red object resembling flesh, which dripped crimson liquid with each stride she took. She approached William and handed him the dagger, urging him to consume it. William could not suppress a frown as nausea churned in his stomach. What was this? Do not be afraid. It is merely wood, Maroya said, a beguiling smile gracing her lips. Or have you given up? William found the smile somewhat cruel. Gazing at the blood-like dripping wood, he sensed an enigmatic power within, causing the magic inside him to surge with unexpected delight. Taking a deep breath, he slowly accepted the dagger from Maroya's hand. Wood, merely wood. He abruptly closed his eyes. A foul taste, pungent, bitter, and indescribably strange, flooded his mind, and with his last shred of reason, he covered his mouth to stifle the urge to retch, swallowing it whole without daring to chew. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and he staggered back, clutching a tree root, retching violently. His body bent like a large shrimp. Maroya silently observed the scene, her eyes occasionally flickering. After a prolonged moment, William regained his composure, standing upright only to be seized by a fit of coughing. Assessing his magical state, disappointment washed over him. It seemed there was no significant change. That is quite normal, Maroya remarked as she retrieved the dagger from his grasp. Seek guidance from a green prophet, and you will surely sense a transformation. A torrent of frustration surged within William. Many words lingered on the tip of his tongue, yet he swallowed them back, ultimately inquiring, where shall we find this green prophet? Weren't your dreams vivid last night? Maroya appeared somewhat surprised. What dreams? Suddenly, William recalled Maroya's other identity. Green dream? There exists a green prophet in the north, nearing death, desperately seeking someone to deliver his heir to him. If we assist him, I trust he would be inclined to lend us a hand in return. A sense of foreboding crept over William as he asked with a flicker of hope, where is this green prophet? In the far north. He requires 2 individuals, Brandon Stark and Jiao Jianlida. Maroya's lips curled into a teasing smile. It seems you truly lack talent in this regard. I worry whether you can harness the power of the green prophet. Stunned, William gaped, at a loss for words, unsure which part to address. Chapter 073, where life leads. As William and Maroya exited the cave, they encountered knights cautiously exploring deeper into the cavern. To his relief, after the Raven's assault, they had merely fallen into the pool beneath the waterfall, most suffering only minor injuries. The group reconvened with Dora and the others at the summit of Noble Heart, spending the night atop the peak. That evening, William dreamt of a raven with a third eye upon its forehead, gazing intently at him. He awoke abruptly, engulfed in darkness, with only the wind outside the tent weeping mournfully. The following morning, as the group set forth against the rising sun, they journeyed day and night, swiftly returning to Harrenhal, listening to the rumble of machinery and observing the hurried pace of the workers, as memories of the enigmatic and vast forest flooded his mind. William felt as if he were in a different era. The banquet was grand, with hundreds of guests gathered in the great hall. As the wine flowed and spirits lifted, William shared tales from his recent journey, embellishing his narrative by portraying his quest as a noble pursuit of the spirit of high ideals. His tone oscillated between thrilling and humorous, captivating the audience with tales of colossal bears, flocks of crows, and mysterious caverns, each story eliciting gasps of awe. A group of young knights frequently pounded their tables, raising their goblets in unison to toast the bear slayer, the crow-sheltering survivor, and the spirit of noble ideals, filling the hall with laughter and fervor. After the banquet, William, Walter, and Sheila retreated to the study. As soon as the servant left, Sheila, with concern etched on her face, inquired, "Did you truly encounter such a formidable bear? Were you harmed?" William flashed a brilliant smile, reassuring her, "Fear not, mother. It is not an easy task to wound me." Walter laughed heartily, a note of pride in his voice, the foremost knight of the 7 kingdoms. Sheila shot Walter an exasperated glance and pressed for more details. Upon hearing William recount the origins of the Harrenhal curse, the tragic fate of the Green Prophet, and the ensuing multitude of calamities, she could not help but sigh, lamenting the unpredictability of fate. Walter's expression grew serious. "What shall we do now? This matter remains a lingering concern until resolved," William declared. I have resolved to journey north to eradicate the Harrenhal curse. The north? The Northlands? Walter queried. Further north. William responded. Walter gasped. Are you to traverse the wall of despair? After a moment's contemplation, Sheila's face paled in alarm. That is beyond the wall, fraught with dangers. It is too perilous. Do not worry, mother. William grasped her hand, which was chilled with fear. Perhaps it is truly the will of the 7 gods that I undertake this task. If I do not confront it, and should the river and family find themselves without a wielder of magic, calamity will surely befall us. He glanced at Walter and then at Sheila. As long as this curse remains, Harrenhal will never know peace. Seeing Sheila's eyes glistening with unshed tears, Walter gently enveloped her in his arms, planting a soft kiss upon her forehead, murmuring, Fear not, my child has grown strong. The following day, tailors in Harrenhal received orders to craft cold weather gear. When selecting guards for William, it was taken into account that he harbored some secrets, thus ensuring the guards remained tight-lipped. The outside world was led to believe that Sir William had merely accompanied Miss Maroya to the Noble Heart, yet the legendary spirit of high ideals remained unseen, leaving them disappointed. In the ensuing days, Maroya resumed her travels, while William found himself exceedingly busy, crafting magical metals alongside the sorcerer, collaborating with Raven to expand the production of the hydraulic workshop, and frequently training with the cavalry. The days of relentless activity continued for over half a month until William received a letter from Tob, informing him that the materials for forging Valyrian steel armor had arrived. Without delay, he set forth for King's Landing accompanied by his retinue. Upon arriving at Steel Street, at Tob's blacksmith shop, William's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he beheld the piled treasures of Valyrian steel within the chamber, resembling small mountains. The Westlands and the Reach were the 2 wealthiest regions of Westeros, and with Loras being the favored brother of the king, these 3 families were indeed affluent, having sent far more materials than needed for crafting 3 sets of armor. There was no doubt that the 2 would profit handsomely from this venture. Considering that their journey beyond the wall might involve encounters with whites or even White Walkers, a Valyrian steel weapon was indispensable. After assessing the materials, William pointed to the largest pile of Valyrian steel items of the same origin, inquiring if they could be reforged into a short sword. Tob immediately understood his intent, responding that he could shape it by nightfall if needed. William was pleased with Tob's perceptiveness. With a mysterious smile, Tob added, My lady-in-waiting has overheard an intriguing bit of news. Oh, she inadvertently caught a conversation between the servants from the Highgarden about Miss Marjorie being in King's Landing. William paused, the image of that youthful smile flooding his mind. Thank you for the information, Master Tob. The affluent Tyrell family, unburdened by financial constraints, naturally possessed their own enterprises in King's Landing. After leaving the blacksmith shop, William, along with his guards, arrived at a lavish mansion near the old city gate, where the entrance was adorned with a myriad of roses in various hues and forms. Despite the absence of banners, a guard at the entrance recognized him immediately, exclaiming, Sir William, with a hint of surprise, akin to a fan encountering their idol. Soon, a steward emerged to attend to William and his entourage, while a somewhat timid young maid guided him to the backyard. The garden was tranquil, filled with vibrant flowers and shaded by lush trees. A bird alighted on a branch, chirping melodiously, soon followed by another, and after a moment, both took flight together. In the center of a pond stood an artificial hill, from which water cascaded continuously, producing a soothing sound. Beside the pond, a modest gazebo lay nestled among the greenery, with gentle ripples disturbing the water's surface. Little Rose stood gracefully by a white stone table, her brown hair dancing in the breeze, exuding a delicate fragrance. Marjorie smiled softly, greeting, Good day, Sir William. William gazed at her, catching a fleeting glimpse of joy in her eyes. It has been a while, Marjorie. At his special greeting, Marjorie's 3 companions could not suppress their giggles, playfully acknowledging William before retreating to a corner of the garden to frolic. Marjorie turned lightly, settling onto a white stone bench, appearing somewhat languid. How does it feel to be home? It is warm and welcoming, though I am quite busy. William positioned himself across from Marjorie, resting a hand on the stone table but refraining from taking a seat. Busy? Marguerite tilted her head slightly, contemplating the truth of his words. Indeed, as the heir of Harrenhal, it was likely that many sought to make his acquaintance. No, I am preoccupied with thoughts of you, William declared, gazing deeply into her eyes. At that moment, as Marguerite lowered her gaze in shyness, William circumvented the stone table and seated himself beside her. The broad stone bench easily accommodated too. Rather than retreating, Marguerite merely shot him a playful glare, her charm undeniable. How did you come to King's Landing? William inquired. Marguerite averted her gaze, seemingly distracted by the surface of the water, responding that she was merely here for a leisurely visit. Although William was skeptical, he chose not to probe further. Why not also take a trip to Harrenhal? Caught unprepared by the invitation, Marguerite's expression flickered with uncertainty. Would it be inappropriate to visit Harrenhal? What harm could it do? Miss Maroya has been at Harrenhal recently. Oh, has Aunt Maroya not returned to Oldtown? Marguerite asked, a hint of surprise coloring her features as she regarded William with a complex gaze. Very well then, since I have completed my business in King's Landing, I can depart at any time.